When I crossed over to the Marvel universe, while everyone was selling off Stark Industries stocks, I was selling off all my assets to crazily buy in. Others were mocking my foolishness, but as someone familiar with the plot, I knew that when Tony said that line "I am Iron Man," it was the true rise of Stark Industries, as well as the rise of Iron Man to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods as a mere mortal. And I, by seizing a series of opportunities with foresight, ultimately stood above the rest. I have been in Marvel for 20 years, successfully running a film and television company to become a wealthy person, although the system is bound but not activated. After understanding the activation conditions, which require marriage, and the stronger the partner, the better the reward, I finally selected Scarlet Witch Wanda after screening, because the Scarlet Witch who awakens chaos magic is considered an error-like existence. Afterwards, I sent someone to investigate and found out that the Wanda siblings at this time were still ordinary people. I directly used the simplest method, superpowers, to forcibly kidnap and threaten to lure Callie. 3 days later, in a mansion by the Hudson River, a helicopter slowly descended. After a moment, a blindfolded figure was brought down from the helicopter by several female mercenaries armed with guns. Soren, the leader, walked up to me and said, "The boss has brought her." I nodded, and then we headed towards the villa. Once inside the room, 2 female mercenaries removed the hood covering Wanda's face. Wanda looked around in fear, and her gaze finally settled on me. "Who are you? What do you want?" I didn't rush to answer. Instead, I ordered the 2 female mercenaries to leave and then proceeded to read out Wanda's entire background. Wanda Maximoff, born in Sokovia, Western Europe, lost her parents in a terrorist attack at the age of 8, leaving only her and her brother, Pietro Maximoff. As I finished reading her background, Wanda's expression changed, and she asked with forced composure, "What is your purpose in bringing me here?" I closed the file in my hand and smiled at her. "MS. Wanda, I hope you understand that I had someone bring you here, with no ill intentions." "No ill intentions, just as you said, no ill intentions," then shook myself firmly bound with ropes. I did not answer the question, but pulled out a dagger, stepped forward and cut the ropes on Wanda. Wanda, before her abilities awakened, was just an ordinary person. I was not worried that she would pose any threat to me. In fact, bringing you here was simply to make a deal with you. "A deal?" Wanda rubbed her sore arms and looked at me warily. I nodded. "About your situation in Sokovia, I also have some understanding. You work in a cafe, while Pietro delivers takeout in a pizza shop. The total monthly living expenses for both of you do not exceed 2,000 euros. Overall, it seems like your living conditions are not very good, which doesn't seem to be your fault," Wanda retorted. I glanced at her and continued, "As for the terms of our deal, it's simple. You marry me, and your brother Pietro can have enough wealth to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Of course, you can refuse, but in that case, I can't guarantee the safety of both of you." Hearing my seemingly threatening words, Wanda's face changed. "You're shameless." Seeing her angry expression, I shrugged indifferently. "Think what you want." I still have some understanding of Wanda's character. If she were alone now, things might be more difficult. Given her personality, she might not agree to my conditions even if it meant death. Unfortunately, she still has Pietro, her weak spot. "MS. Wanda, you have 5 minutes to consider. I hope you think carefully about the lives of both siblings." After saying that, Suemo stopped talking and leaned back on the chair backrest with his old spirit. It had been the best way for him. After all, he couldn't just take his time and cultivate a relationship with the other person, not to mention whether or not he has that time, and even if he does, who knows if he's the one the other guy likes. He was not Long Aotion, who came with an aura of descending wisdom, and all women would not hesitate to throw themselves into his arms after seeing him. In case the other person doesn't like it, one can't keep spending time with her. He doesn't have that kind of time. Other than that, it's still only 10 years until the exterminator snaps his fingers. Without understanding the system's functions, he was not sure if he could improve enough to fight against his opponent during this time. Naturally, the sooner you activate it, the better. Besides, that wouldn't necessarily be bad for Wanda. If you look at her original life trajectory, it's simply the Heaven's Fury template. After feeling that the time was almost up, Suemo sat up straight, his eyes staring intently at the other party. "How about it? MS. Wanda, please tell me your final choice." Wanda raised her head and looked indignantly at Suemo across the room. "Why does it have to be me? That's not something you need to know." Regarding the system, Suemo didn't plan to tell anyone. Only what everyone didn't know could be called a secret. Hearing his answer, Wanda let out a long breath. "I promise, but you have to keep your word and leave Pete alone." In the end, she had to succumb to the other party's lewdness. Judging by what he had just experienced, The other party should belong to the category of people with power and influence. And she and Pietro and the two of them, orphans, what to fight each other with? In the society at hand, money really means doing whatever you want. If she resisted, she would probably end up with Pietro and the two of them inexplicably disappearing into the world. If it was just her, she might have chosen to die with the other party, but there was still Pietro, and she could only choose to give in. Pietro was the only family she had now. You can rest assured of this. I'm a person who always keeps his word, and doesn't go back on what he promised. Seeing the other party's agreement, Suemo hurriedly assured him. That afternoon, Pietro was also brought here. In the villa's living room, Pietro looked at Wanda, who was wearing a gorgeous wedding dress, with a hellish expression on his face. Ward hair, are you kidding me? He had no way of imagining that Wanda, who had never had any contact with men, was suddenly telling herself she was going to marry someone, and the wedding was scheduled for tomorrow. What is even more exaggerated is that the other party is also a rich man in the United States of America, which is more than 2,000 kilometers away from them. Just now, after entering the manor, if it wasn't for the servants leading him, he was afraid that he would have gotten lost in this huge manor. Pinch yourself hard on the arm. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, the expression on Pietro's face became brilliant. Wanda, who was previously depressed and was trying on wedding dresses, had a small smile on her face after seeing Pete. I'm telling you now because I hadn't made a decision before. It was a reason they had thought of long ago. She was well aware of Pietro's character, and if he knew the truth, he would end up making things worse instead of keeping it from him. But, how did you two meet at such a distance? Pete was still feeling a little incredulous. Of course, Wanda, who had already thought of a good reason, was just about to explain to the other party when Suemo walked in through the door. The sight of Pietro standing next to Wanda brought a smile to his face. Hello, you must be Wanda's brother Pete. You are? I'm Wanda's boyfriend Suemo. You can call me Sue. Looking at the tall, handsome and gentle Suemo across the street, Pietro actually became a bit rushed for a moment. All those years at the bottom have made him a little overwhelmed. It was a long time before he slowly raised his right hand. Hello, half an hour later. The facts in front of him forced Pietro to accept this reality. Originally, when he had heard Wanda tell him the news over the phone, he had decided that Wanda must have been tricked by some bastard, thinking that he would come over as soon as possible and teach the other person a lesson. But now, he had long since banished that thought from his mind. Suemo on the opposite side was not only young and handsome, but he also looked to be a rich man. No matter which way you looked at it, it didn't seem like there was a motive to cheat Wanda. There are only two kinds of scammers, those who cheat money and sex. Money, then, is clearly out of the question. If they were cheating on their sex, the other side wouldn't even need to make such a big deal out of it. Just now in the manor, he had seen the wedding site being set up. With that kind of money, what kind of beautiful women can't be found? Chapter 3 Reward. Star Tower. The next morning, the grand wedding took place on the estate. Wanda, dressed in a white wedding gown, walked down the hundreds of meters long aisle. Her mind went blank. Up until this point, she still felt like she was dreaming. You just married someone you met less than 2 days ago? Turning his head, he glanced aside at Suemo. I have to admit, character aside, he really is a suitable candidate for marriage. Young, handsome, and rich. Too bad it's a scumbag. Wanda sighed. By now, she had no choice but to resign herself to her fate. The whole process is quite simplified because both parents have passed away. After the vows were made and the rings were exchanged, the next step was the kiss. Looking at Suemo, who was gradually approaching over, Wanda's heartbeat accelerated violently and her hands tightly gripped the bouquet in her hands. After Suemo gave a shallow kiss, the wedding process was considered officially complete. Hey Sue, I was a bit puzzled earlier as to what made you eager to step into the grave of love. Until I saw this beautiful lady next to you. It seems that your decision wasn't wrong. Champagne in hand, Tony escapes from the crowd. It didn't help that some time ago, he uttered that classic in public, I am Iron Man. Since then, he's been the center of attention wherever he goes. As for why he showed up at Sumo's wedding, when Tony announced the closure of Stark Group's weapons development department, Suemo took advantage of the low price to make a huge acquisition of Stark Group's shares. After Obadiah, the Stark Group's number 2, went to meet God, he once again acquired a large number of shares in Stark Industries from the other party's family. This also leads to, he held 30% of Stark Industries directly in his hands, leaping to become the second largest shareholder behind Tony at 39%. Moreover, before becoming shareholders of the Stark Group, the two of them were even stinky, both keen on stamp collecting. The entire United States of America's well-known models and celebrities, almost by the two of them in one net. After becoming shareholders, the two met at first sight and soon became close friends. Wanda, who was beside Suemo, showed a strange light in her eyes after seeing Tony. Noticing Wanda's gaze, a look of puzzlement crossed Tony's face. I'm sorry, have we ever met? Sumo also noticed Wanda's expression at that moment, and his face twitched. Apparently, both of Wanda's parents died under a weapon made by the Stark Group, and naturally she doesn't look good when she sees Tony, the current owner of the Stark Group. At that moment, he rushed forward and took her left hand, soothing the other. It was only then that he opened his mouth towards Tony and explained, "Of course not. Trust me. She's just remembering some bad memories, but now is obviously not a good time to explain this." After casually excusing himself, Sumo quickly pulled Wanda in another direction. He didn't want any accidents to happen before activating the system, so it's better to keep Wanda away from each other for now. Wanda was obediently led away by Sumo's hand, and she looked up at the side of Sumo's face. "It seems like you know each other well? You should know that I have a stake in Stark Industries. Acquired. Of course." After the other side shut down their weapons division, Wanda nodded, not saying much. Last night, naturally, someone had specifically given her a general overview of Sumo's various information. This she knew very well. After the two left, Tony looked away from his back and shrugged his shoulders. Bad memories? After muttering, Tony quickly put the matter behind him and looked at a tall figure in the distance, meeting it with a confident face. "Hi Jenna, evening." In the middle of the wedding room on the top floor of the villa, Wanda sat on a mattress worth millions of dollars with a nervous face. With a creak, the door to the room opened. Sumo looked at Wanda, whose hands kept unconsciously rubbing her wedding dress. "You seem to be nervous?" I. A panicked look came over Wanda's face. "Don't worry, I'll go lighter." Comforting the other party, Sumo directly kissed him. The system's voice sounded in his head along with a puddle of blood staining the sheets. "Ding, the host is married. The devouring redemption system has been activated. Obtaining the devouring star law. Marriage object bound to Wanda. Activate passive, eternally unique." Instantly, a stream of memories kept pouring into his mind. An hour later, Sumo glanced at Wanda, who had fallen into a deep sleep next to him due to his exertion. Silently, he began to organize the information in his mind. At this time, various cultivation methods as well as secret arts from the devouring star world had appeared in his mind, ranging from the genetic primordial energy cultivation method and the foundation of spiritual luminaries to the 9 robberies mysterious cannon, breaking the East River, and the laying of the elements technique, which encompassed a wide range of things. He was naturally no stranger to the cultivation system in this world. Cultivation levels start at apprentice level and go in order: planetary, stellar, cosmic, stronger, not to mention, the peak apprentice level base punching power alone could be close to 1,000 tons. A casual strike could destroy a building dozens of stories high. Forcing himself to hold back his inner excitement, Sumo communicated with the system in his mind. After a moment, he took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth rose inexorably. He then gazed at the passive skill. Eternally unique, the Wanda who activates the system with the host will exist as the only one in the multiverse, and the timeline of the two people's life trajectories, including the hosts, will be frozen, and no one will be able to change it. Combined with the system's explanation, Sumo also understood the function of this skill. Simply put, this skill does two things. The first thing is that the wife Wanda reached in order to how far the universe is unique. This one was very satisfying to Sumo. The peculiarities of the Marvel world have led to a world with countless multiverses, and almost every one of them has the same people in it, albeit with somewhat different life trajectories. Just as there is a human Wanda in every multiverse, Sumo didn't really care. Although the Sumo in other universes looked the same as him, after all, it wasn't the same person as him, and Wanda is not the same. This is considered his wife. If those Wanda in the multiverse married someone else and had children, senses, it always feels like he was green. This ability of the system, on the contrary, avoids this situation. Another effect of this passive is that the trajectory of both of their lives cannot be altered, and no one can reach into their past timeline by traveling through time and space to change the trajectory of their lives or cause harm to the person they once were. This also avoided the hidden danger that someone would kill them directly by traveling through time to a time when they were weak. It could be said that this passive ability solved almost any of his worries. The functionality of the system is downright simple. As long as you kill the villain, you can get points, through which you can exchange various items in the system mall. "May I ask if you want to open the newbie pack?" The system's voice once again sounded in Sumo's mind. "Open up." Sumo couldn't wait to murmur. He himself went out of his way to threaten and marry Wanda. Not for this gift package. According to the potential of Vendetta's chaos magic, the rewards he had received should be considered high level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Star Tower, enhanced. Chapter 4, Super Soldier Serum. Upon hearing the system's voice, Sumo's face first froze. then rejoiced. This was a renowned treasure in that world, and also one of the strongest treasures in the late stage of Luo City Lord. Before Sumo's eyes, a pocket-sized 9-story black tower instantly appeared. After the tower appeared, it directly flashed and disappeared into his brow. Information about the Star Tower instantly surfaced in his mind. Star Tower, enhanced combines defense, soul defense, suppression, attack and palace. The body is 100 million light-years high, and can change size at will, as large as tens of billions of light-years, and as small as dust particles. The interior breeds uncountable supreme treasures, the suppression of stars. Each star is the size of a star, and the enemy is sealed in it and cannot break free. 100 million light-years? If I didn't remember wrongly, the original Star Tower was only 9 light-years high, and the sealing of the stars was only a heavy treasure. And right now, after strengthening the Star Pagoda, not only was it bigger in size, but all of the internal sealed stars were also upgraded to supreme treasures. Sumo guessed that the enhanced ability should be more than that. The Star Pagoda's grade had likely surpassed the level of a Divine King level treasure. The rest of the aspects, however, need to be fully controlled before they can be understood. Unfortunately, the current Sumo was still far from being able to drive it. Even a preliminary drive would have to reach the realm of a sector lord. But the Star Tower wasn't completely useless these days. You know, there is no shortage of various mutants who can read and modify other people's memories in this world. As a treasure with a soul defense function, with the Star Pagoda guarding the Sea of Consciousness, Sumo would not have to worry in the slightest that his memories would be read and modified by those mutants in the future. Simply put, the bonus, this Tower of Stars, counts as the Tower of Stars Plus Pro Max Ultra S Edition. While Sumo was shocked at this reward, the system's voice once again sounded in his head. Ding! The system mall has been activated. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1000 points. With a movement of his heart, a list of exchanges that only he could see appeared before his eyes. With a casual glance, Sumo realized that it was packed with everything. Grade A flying daggers. Points required, 10. Unlimited bullet spirit. Points required, 500. Black God set. Points required, 60. 000. Telepathy. Mutant ability. Points required, 80. 000. Magnetic field manipulation. Mutant ability. Points required, 80. 000. Transported sky shuttle. Third ranked neon weapon. Points required, 1. 000. 000, Split Divine Soldier. One of the 9 Divine Soldiers of the Controller. Required points, 50 million points. Sumo directly continued pulling the list back. The various treasures and abilities that appeared at the back were even more eye-catching to him. Black Hell Tower, Colorful Aurora Lake, Chaos Gold Wings, Phoenix Power, Chaos Magic. But the string of zeros that followed the price also calmed him down quickly. Moreover, he found the Star Tower inside as well. Star Pagoda, Unique. Divine King Armament. Required points, 1,000 trillion points. Seeing this huge number, Sumo was a bit dizzy. Although he didn't know how many points would be gained after killing the villain, he thought that it definitely wouldn't be a simple matter to get those points together. In that case, it seems that one has really made a lot of money. Sumo browsed through the redemption list for more than half an hour. He was dazzled by what he saw inside. However, he only had 1,000 points in his hand from the system, and there was no way to redeem most of the things. System, the mall only shows things I can redeem. With a single command, those items in the mall were quite a bit less. After browsing again for a long time, Sumo's gaze landed on an item in the mall. Super Soldier Serum, a magically altered version of the same Captain America. No chance of failure in use, and after use it will increase physical fitness to human limits within a week. Wanted to cultivate those feats in his head. The minimum requirement is to be a quasi-martial artist. That's a punch force of over 900 kilograms and a speed of 25 meters per second. Unlike that world's body that had been transformed by the RR virus, in this world it was tantamount to a fool's errand to try to work out to this level on one's own. And this Super Warrior Serum, on the other hand, will help you get yourself right to that point. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the Super Warrior Serum, consuming 1,000 points. As the system's words fell, a silver-colored syringe appeared in Sumo's hand. Glancing at Wanda, who was still sleeping next to him, Sumo got up and walked towards the outside of the bedroom. In the gym on the second floor of the villa, Sumo sat cross-legged on the ground, naked. Taking a deep breath, he stuck the syringe in his hand on his arm. As the liquid inside was injected into his body, the muscles on Sumo's body tensed violently, and a sharp pain passed through his body. But everything was within the realm of tolerability, until more than half an hour later. As the pain gradually faded, Sumo then relaxed his clenched teeth and slowly opened his eyes, looking down towards his naked upper body. A body like Mr. bodybuilders was reflected in his eyes. 8-pack abs are neatly arranged on the sides of the abdomen. Coming to the mirror and looking at the perfect figure in the mirror, Sumo could hardly believe it. In the past, although he usually worked out a lot, his body shape could only be considered not skinny. There's no comparison to the sleek, muscular body you have now. Moreover, compared to before, his skin had become several degrees paler, and it seemed that even his original height of around 1 meter 8 had grown by a few centimeters. His body even felt like it had inexhaustible power. System, opened the attribute panel. Instantly, a curtain of light that only he could see appeared in front of him. Look toward the top. Name, Sumo, age, 20, strength, 600 kilograms, speed, 20 meters per second, capability, none, points, 0. Looking at the series of values on the attribute panel, Sumo was staggered for a moment. As expected of a super warrior serum, it had just been used to this extent. It is important to know that this improved serum, in order to increase safety, is not a one-time effect of the drug. In addition to the initial injection of explosive growth to a certain extent, after that it will be in a week's time to gradually enhance the physical quality of the body in a gentle manner. I wonder what it will reach in a week. A hint of longing appeared in Sumo's eyes. However, it was thought that after absorbing all of the medicinal effects, there would definitely be no problem in reaching the level of an elementary warrior. At that time, he could start cultivating genetic primordial energy. Turn the system panel off. Sumo got up and went into the gym's bathroom. The immense pain from the super soldier serum he had just been injected with caused his body to sweat non-stop, and at this moment, he looked unusually wretched all over. As he shuffled around, he thought about it. The way the system earns points is by killing villains. Since this was the case, his previous plan of returning to China was obviously not very appropriate. In terms of villains, it's more prolific on the free American side, and, he had asked the system, these villains don't have to be killed by your own hand to count. Indirectly, the same points will be awarded. The points gained will be scaled back a bit though. In that case, it would be necessary for one to gather some people and establish a force. This will maximize the rate at which you get points. He did have some mercenaries with enough loyalty in his hands, all of which were soldiers he had collected over the years, retired from various special forces. Them all, except for the super soldier serum. There are many other ways to be able to raise a person to the level of a quasi-martial artist. One of the ways to save the most points was to slowly increase the strength and speed of the body by consuming the meat of ferocious beasts. Ferocious beast meat was very cheap, and 1 point could be exchanged for 30 kilograms, just right for these ex-soldiers. However, one had to think of a way to make sure that the other party wouldn't betray him after raising his strength. Although these people are now very loyal to themselves, but after the strength has been raised to a certain level, the creation of dissent is an unavoidable thing. On top of that, Sumo also saw an ability in the system mall. Dimensional teleportation, a portal to other universes can be opened by which to travel through other universes. After having this ability, he didn't have to worry about the source of the points. The number of villains in the countless multiverse is almost endless. He could even establish forces in various universes to help him earn points. Unfortunately, redeeming this ability required a full 100 million points. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to wait to gather that many points. Chapter 5, stopped after making a plan for what comes next. Shuema closed his eyes. Picked from the sea of feats in his mind. He intended to pick a secret method that increased the amplitude of his power generation. Fortunately, these feats were like balls of light floating in the space of consciousness. Only when Sumo viewed it would he receive information about the feats. Otherwise, these massive amounts of information would have already burst his mind. After 10 minutes or so, he selected a blade technique called Thunder Blade from it. It was said to be a sword technique, but it was actually a power technique. The Thunder Blade is contained within the 9 Thunder Blades. After being modified, it was divided into a total of 36 layers. With each layer of cultivation, you can double the force when you fire. After the cultivation was completed, one could exert 36 times one's own power. That is to say, his current strength of 600 kilograms, after practicing the first layer, he can exert double the strength of 1,200 kilograms, and if he practiced all 36 layers, his strength can reach 21,600 kilograms. That's where the tricks come in. And this skill is not limited to swords and attacks. No matter what part of the body is firing, it can be increased with this technique. There was no battle sword at hand, so Sumo directly turned his hand into a sword and practiced. This practice lasted all night. It's too hard. Looking at the glimmer of light showing in the sky outside the window, Sumo couldn't help but sigh. After a night of cultivation, the first layer of the Thunderblade never managed to get started, but he wasn't discouraged. After all, it was a secret technique that could allow him to double his strength. If he could practice it in one night, he would be a little disbelieving instead. Stood up and moved his body. Perhaps because of the super warrior serum, Suemo still felt energized despite not sleeping all night. An hour later, in the dining room, the huge dining table was filled with a variety of dishes. Wanda looked at the dozens of breakfasts on the table with a look of amazement. Since I didn't know your tastes, I ordered the kitchen to make some of each. Noticing the other party's expression, Suemo put the milk down and explained. Wanda's eyes flashed with a hint of touching after hearing this, but thinking of the other party's madness last night and the pain that was faintly coming from underneath her body, this hint of touching quickly disappeared. Pretending to be sympathetic, looking wooden, he picked a plate of omelette on toast from the table and ate it in silence. Suemo, on the other hand, pulled a napkin aside and wiped his hands. From his pocket, he pulled out a bank card and handed it to the other man. There's $100 million in here, and it's better for you to give it to Pete. After saying that, Suemo turned around and walked towards the outside. Wanda's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard that number. Such a large sum of money? She and Pete could only earn less than 2,000 euros a month for the two of them. The money was almost equivalent to 3,000 years of salary for both of them. Despite the reluctance to admit it in her heart, Wanda knew very well that even if she was sold, she would not be worth so much money. And the other party made an offer of $100 million. What on earth did he want? Could it be that you really like yourself as a person? How is that possible? Viciously, he banished the thought from his mind. She herself was fine with the money aspect, but Pete was different. And with that money, he should be able to live the life he desired. Although Pietro was 10 minutes older than her, due to the differences between men and women, ever since she was a little girl, she's been taking care of Pete like an older sister. Normally, Pete pretty much does everything she says as well. Think Pete might be too excited to sleep when he gets his hands on it. Thinking of this, the arising resentment in her heart of being forced to marry the other party unconsciously dissipated a bit. After a moment's hesitation, she managed to whisper, "Thanks." Suemo, who was walking towards the door, sniffed his footsteps before continuing to walk towards the outside. It seems that Wanda really cares a lot about her family. Suemo, who walked out the door, came to this conclusion in his mind. In a remote town over 100 kilometers from New York, Suemo drove and stopped in front of a two-story villa. The mercenaries that he had taken in had more or less some sort of criminal record on them. That was why Suemo had arranged for them to be in this remote place. There are a total of 9 people here. Normally, they were on the Golden Triangle side, and this time they came to the United States of America side because of Wanda's business. In the backyard, Suemo looked at the 9 people standing in a row in front of him, 7 men and 2 women. For this next period of time, you will be placed in Hell's Kitchen, joining various gangs, and your goal will be to stir up fights between the various gangs. Hearing this strange request from Suemo, a puzzled expression appeared on all 9 of their faces, but out of good discipline, none of them questioned it. Boss, the captain of the 9 of them, Soren, stepped forward. I wonder what level of struggle you are referring to that needs to be reached. Suemo sniffed and cast an approving glance over. That's what I'm going to say next. And naturally the fiercer the struggle the better, preferably of the immortal kind. Seeing the 9 nodding, Suemo led the crowd towards coming to the back of his car and opened the trunk. The trunk was neatly lined with black suitcases. In no time at all, the suitcases were distributed to 9 people. Here's your startup money, $2 million each. Remember, at all costs, within a month, at least a third of the scum of Hell's Kitchen will have to die. Understood. The 9 nodded. Suemo waved his hand. Alright, let's go. Information about the gang you're going to join, and the forged identities, is in your suitcases. Disappearing from sight. Suemo sighed. There are still too many constraints in this world. You know, the world of not only the Avengers and the X-Men, but also the Supreme Mage Ancient One of Cometage. It would be easy to attract their attention if they made things too big. Otherwise, just grow a few mushroom bombs on a small day, and I'm sure you'll get a lot of points. With his current financial resources, it wasn't impossible to get a few mushroom bombs, but in doing so, he would likely expose himself to the eyes of various forces. For the time being, the only thing that could be done was to keep the thought in the back of his mind. Thinking of this, Sumo's gaze once again looked toward the dimensional teleportation in the mall. With this ability, he would be able to travel to worlds that didn't have a high level of warfare and plant one for a small time. Thinking of this, Suemo shook his head and drove off directly. The town is on a stretch of mountain road leading into the Manhattan district. Suemo was driving the car slowly. Since he was going to meet the mercenaries, he casually drove a normal Ford in order not to attract attention. The car had just passed through a dense forest. A police car rushed out of the dense forest and chased after Sumo's car. Eventually, as Suemo drove onto a cliffside highway, the police car accelerated and violently intercepted in front of his car. Luckily, his reflexes were quick enough to hit the brakes in time. Nonetheless, the The car lurched and nearly crashed into the side of a mountain wall. Chapter 6, Don't come over here. The police car stopped and two officers stepped out of it. Take a step to the window of Shu Emo's car. Seeing that it was an ethnic Chinese in the car, the two of them looked at each other, and a hint of brutality instantly appeared on the middle-aged police officer's face. Get off! A hint of coldness flashed under Sumo's eyes, but his gaze glanced at the holsters the two had hanging on their waists, revealing instead a harmless smile. Sure. Seemingly very satisfied with Sumo's obedient appearance, the middle-aged man pulled out the ticket from his breast pocket. The speed limit is 80. You're speeding. You know that? Sumo's expression moved. Speed on this side of the United States of America is generally measured in miles. 80 miles equals 129 kilometers per hour. Driving 129 on this mountain road highway by yourself. Are you kidding me? Unless one is desperate. The young man on the side, noticing Sumo's expression, had a smug smile on his face. Kid, when we say you're speeding, and that's up to us. Of course. Sumo nodded indifferently. It's your right to write tickets. With that, he held his hand out, signaling the other man to hand him the ticket. There is no point in arguing with them here now. The other side clearly saw that he is of Chinese descent, coupled with the inference from the car that he is not rich. They naturally want to take the opportunity to blackmail some. If you want to get back at them, you'll have plenty of ways to do it after you leave. Seeing that Sumo was not furious, but instead asked for the ticket with a calm face, a disappointed expression appeared on the middle-aged police officer's face. However, Sumo did not argue, but instead accepted the ticket painfully, making the two officers feel that he was a soft touch. And after the two of them looked at each other, the young officer spoke. Kid, it's not that simple. When he finished, he returned to the police car and took some from it. He then returned to Sumo and showed him the numbers on the top. Look closely. You just exceeded 100 miles per hour, and according to New York state law, you need to face 30 days in jail and a $600 fine. Of course, you could have avoided the 30 days of imprisonment altogether. Take what the other side does in stride. Sumo was directly exasperated and laughed. Is it that blatant? But, from the skillful flow of the two, it was clear that this was not the first time they had done this sort of thing. In that case, these two should be considered villains. At that thought, he glanced toward the front and back of the road. It was now the middle of the day. Coupled with the fact that this trail was in a remote location, very few people would normally come this way, which resulted in only the occasional sighting of a car on the road. Oh, so what do I need to do? He looked at the other two officers with a playful expression. The middle-aged police officer saw that Sumo was so unorthodox and opened his mouth in a small voice to remind him. How about for $2,000 this whole thing never happened? It seemed to him that the other side would absolutely agree. After all, no one wants to go to prison and face people who like to pick up soap all day. A month's incarceration may well be rewarded with a lifetime of shadows. The truth was indeed as he had imagined. Sumo directly took down his wallet from the car and took out $2,000 and handed it to the other party. At this time, a loud roar came from the rear. The three of them looked toward the back at the same time. The figure of a black pickup truck appeared in their line of sight. The pickup truck approached the trio's location at a breakneck speed, then winded past them. The trio's clothes hunting from the air currents driven by the vehicle. The speedometer in the young officer's hand beeped as the deafening music in the car drifted away. The three men looked toward the top of the speedometer. 103. Sumo looked with a playful face at the two police officers who stood still and did nothing. Is this considered speeding and dangerous driving? The young officer snorted, then pressed a button on the speedometer. The value above is cleared directly to 0. What are you talking about? But I didn't see anything. The middle-aged officer snatched the dollars from his hand. Fucking asshole, get a clue. I'm in charge here. After saying that, the two men laughed loudly and walked towards the police car behind them. Sumo saw the two of them get on the car, and with an expressionless face, he came to the back of his own car and opened the trunk. Inside lay a huge black box lying flat. Opening the case, it contained a light sniper rifle. In this land of the free, firearms are an essential defense item for home travel, and almost every citizen with a gun permit keeps one in their car just in case. Sumo was naturally no exception. It's not just sniper rifles. He also had a pistol and a rifle in his car. Quickly assembling the sniper rifle, Sumo glanced twice towards the road. There was no sign of any other vehicle in sight. He held the assembled sniper rifle in a standard firing position. At this point the police car had just driven less than 300 meters away. This distance was almost point and shoot for him who had practiced shooting for years. Aiming at the young police officer driving from the rear glass, Sumo decisively pulled the trigger in his hand. After a loud roar, a cloud of red and white flowers exploded from the distant police car, and the car instantly lost control. The road is a mountain pass located on a hillside with a mountain wall on one side and a cliff with a drop of 70 to 80 meters on the other. After losing control of the car, it first crashed sideways into the mountain wall, then rolled over a few times and came to a close and narrow stop on the edge of the cliff. At this point nearly half the car was hanging over the edge of the cliff. It seemed like it could fall at any moment. Suemo didn't pay attention to the situation over there after firing the gun, but quickly disassembled the sniper rifle and loaded it back into the case, sitting back in the driver's seat again and starting the car in a slow and methodical manner. Half a minute later, the car slowed to a stop next to the police car. The young police officer driving in the police car was directly shot in the head by Suemo, and was naturally dead. Surprisingly, the middle-aged police officer remained conscious after experiencing a 720 turnover in the car and had slowly climbed down from the vehicle. By now it had climbed to the middle of the road. The pistol that had been hanging on his waist had also disappeared, flung somewhere. But even though the other party had dodged a bullet, the injuries on his body were not light. Crawling this distance of less than 5 meters seemed to have exhausted the last ounce of strength in his body. Fleeing the danger, he was lying flat on his back, eyes closed and panting violently, until he heard footsteps coming from the side. The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, looking at Suemo, who was smiling like a demon on the side. A look of horror appeared on the man's face. "Don't you come over here." Chapter 7, Sorry, no parking here. The man crawled in terror in a direction away from Suemo. To him, the man in front of him was the devil. Suemo looked at the other party's horrified expression and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Officer, why do you have that look on your face? I'm a good guy. Look, you're lying in the middle of the road like this. When you meet those speeding vehicles, it's easy to get into an accident. I'd better help you back to the car." Saying that, Suemo reached out and choked the other party's neck without a second thought, lifting the other party up with one hand. The other man was then shoved back into the top of that police car. For Suemo, whose strength was already close to a ton, this was not a difficult task. The middle-aged police officer seemed to realize what the other man was trying to do. No, please, leave me alone. I'll give you all this money back." The man's hands trembled as he pulled out the dollars he had just extorted from Suemo from his pocket. In the fear of death, the man's nose and eyes were all over the place, combined with the bloodstains all over his face. Suemo looked disgusted. Suemo did not take the coins handed over by the other party, but instead pulled out a lighter and slowly lit the dollars that were held in the other party's hands. "Since you like dollars so much, I'll just go ahead and deposit them for you." After saying a sentence that sounded inexplicable to the other party, Suemo helped the other party close the car door. "I'm sorry, officer. No parking here." After saying that, Suemo raised his right foot and viciously kicked the car. The car, which was already in a precarious position, went straight askew and fell off the edge of the cliff after being subjected to this huge force. Boom! With a violent explosion coming from below, Suemo slowly returned to his car. "Just as I started the car, 2 beeps came into my head. Points plus 30, points plus 40. Sure enough, one's suspicions were not correct. Whenever you do something bad, you will be judged as a villain by the system." The points gained from the 2 men were not the same, which was understandable, and it was thought that the system should determine the points gained based on the good and evil values of the other party. In the gym of the villa, Suemo punched the sandbag in front of him. A popping sound came. The sandbag directly exploded under his tremendous strength. After a week, the Super Warrior Serum had been completely absorbed by him. System, open the attribute panel. The instantly familiar screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Suemo, age, 20, strength, 4,620 kilograms, speed, 68 meters per second, capability, none, points, 512, 4.5 tons of force. Although it was a modified super soldier serum, it only dispensed with the dangers of the serum, and the effects were comparable to the original. If you look at it that way, Team America should be in that range physically. As for the points, Soren and his gang had already been in Hell's Kitchen's gang for a long time, and during this time, several large-scale bloodbaths had broken out at their instigation, and these points were contributed by the dregs who had crunched down during these bloodbaths. Of course, it also included the points that Suemo had harvested from the 2 police officers he had done away with. The incident of the 2 police officers having an accident did not cause many ripples under Sumo's suppression. After all, he didn't send those politicians in New York American knives for water. Sitting cross-legged on the floor of the room, Suemo found the gene primordial energy cultivation method in his mind and read it carefully. In fact, after his strength exceeds 900 kilograms, he can start practicing genetic primordial energy. The reason why he didn't immediately cultivate at that time was because he took into consideration that martial artists would receive an extremely large boost the first time they cultivated genetic yuan energy, and the stronger they were, the greater the boost they would receive. But in that world, without cultivating genetic meta-energy, Through exercise, the strength reached about a ton at most. It becomes very difficult to move up any further. As for Sumo, under the Super Warrior Serum, he had directly raised his strength to the level of a senior warrior. I wonder how far this first cultivation will be enhanced. At the apprentice level, there are a total of 3 stages: Warrior, War General as well as War God. Each stage is subdivided into beginner, intermediate and advanced. From a beginner warrior's fist power reaching 900 kilograms to an intermediate warrior's fist power reaching 2000 kilograms, and then doubling the fist power with each subsequent level. The standard for advanced fighters, on the other hand, is to have a punching power of more than 4000 kilograms and a speed of more than 60 meters per second. A moment later, Sumo let out a long breath. The inside of the secret book was already familiar to him. The essence of genetic primordial energy cultivation was to absorb the free energy in the universe to strengthen oneself. And the first step in cultivation is to feel this energy first. Following the way recorded inside, he assumed a posture of 5 hearts toward the sky and slowly closed his eyes. Efforts were made to sense it. As time went on, he moved as if the pause button had been pressed. At first for half an hour, Sumo didn't feel a thing. He wasn't in a hurry, though, according to the records in the Gongfu, it was very difficult for beginners to feel the cosmic energy, and there were many people who spent a month for this purpose. Thanks to his unhurried state of mind, it wasn't until an hour later that he entered a marvelous state in which he could feel a special energy present in the air. Feel it! Sumo's heart burst with excitement. This must be the cosmic energy recorded in the secret book. Pity! His mood stirred, and he instantly retreated from that marvelous feeling. He wasn't discouraged though. With the first one, the next one would be easy. Collecting his mind and recalling his previous state, he closed his eyes again. The concentration was so intense that within moments he was back in that state. Feeling the ubiquitous energy around him, he recalled what was written in the Gongfu. The next step was to guide this energy into his body. A thought crossed his mind. The energy around his body, as if attracted by his body, slowly converged towards his body and entered it, and it's pouring in faster and faster. The energy enters the body and then disperses towards various parts and is absorbed by the hungry cells in the body. It's as if a long drought has brought rain. A warm sensation came from within. This sense of relief nearly caused Sumo to fall straight to sleep. Just as he was immersed in this state, the hallway outside the gym, a figure quickly walked over, and it was none other than Wanda, who had just gotten married to Sumo. At this moment, her face was filled with a look of panic. Upon arriving outside the gym, though, Wanda looked at the door to the room in front of her but was torn. Sumo had previously instructed that he would not allow any disturbance from anyone after he entered inside. Wanda hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door of the room. Instead, he waited with an anxious face. Chapter 8, Junior Generals. 2 hours later, Sumo opened his eyes and slowly stood up from the ground. A crackling sound came from all over his body as he did this. The transparent panel reappeared in front of him. Name, Sumo, age, 20, strength, 10, 360 kilograms, speed, 96 meters per second, capability, none, points, 512. Looking at the strength and speed column, Sumo's face revealed a shocked expression. The first time he cultivated, his strength had even more than doubled. Strength to the tune of 10 tons. This had already reached the standard of a junior war general. It's not just strength and speed. The body is an all-around improvement. Even the ability to perceive had increased several times. The flow of all the air currents around him, as well as all sorts of tiny sounds, were all within his perception. The sound of the clock hands moving on the walls all rang in his ears like a flood of bells. Just then, his eyes twitched, turning his head toward the door. There's someone at the door. Turning to the door, he opened it to the room. Looking at Wanda, who had been standing outside the door, waiting for more than 2 hours, and whose face had turned a little pale, Sumo's face revealed a trace of doubt. Why are you here? Seeing Sumo, Wanda hurriedly walked up and grabbed Sumo's arm with both hands, her eyes instantly covered with a layer of water mist. Something's happened to Pete. Hell's Kitchen, in a private building, somewhere in a dimly lit room. Pete was sitting on the edge of a chair with a bruised face, her hands and feet all tied up at this point. Boss, this is the guy I was talking about. Across from Pete, a thin black man with a fawning face said toward a figure sitting at the window. The bald man, who was sitting facing out the window, moved and stood up from his seat. It wasn't until this time that Pete realized that the man was close to 2 meters tall and a little overly burly. The man surveyed Pete, who was tied to a chair. Did you get an ID? Boss, I've already checked. This person came over from the Western European side just a while ago. It seems like it's because her sister married a rich man and got a huge amount of money. The skinny black man on the side rushed forward to explain. With that, he handed a report in his hand to the other man. The tall, bald man looked carefully at the report in his hands. A look of shock instantly appeared on his face. $100 million? That's right, boss. With this money we'll have all the money we need to turn in this year. Fisk, or Jean gave the henchman an appreciative look after hearing his words. Well done. Complimenting his men, Jean came to Pietro. Sir, we're just asking for money. And you don't want to lose the man before the money is spent, do you? Just kill me. Want money? No way. Pietro, who had figured out the situation, wore an expression of a dead pig. The money Wanda had given him hadn't been intended to be taken according to his character. But it was later that it occurred to me that rich people like Sumo, in general, seldom stayed from one to the other. In case Wanda divorces the two of them someday, it's a way to give Wanda a leg up. From start to finish, he didn't touch a penny of that money. In the manor house, Sumo and Wanda were sitting in the living room. Is it possible that the other party has gone to some place where there's no signal? No way. No how. Wanda's voice carried a hint of trembling under her heartfelt anxiety. Growing up, Pete would tell me in advance whenever he had to leave for something, and there's no way that would ever happen. He'll be alright, won't he? Looking at the expectant gaze that Wanda looked over, Sumo could only open his mouth to comfort him. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to check it out. We'll have news by tomorrow morning at the latest. Apparently, though, his reassurances didn't do much good. Wanda's mood wasn't eased much. At this time, Sumo's cell phone rang. When it was answered, the voice of the secretary, Avril, came from inside. Boss, there's news. Half an hour later, a car headed in the direction of the Clinton neighborhood. Why don't we call the police? In the car, Wanda spoke anxiously and asked, do you think Pete will survive if you call the police? Sumo asked rhetorically. As the mob always does, the odds are that Pietro would not have survived if the NYPD had gotten involved. Not to mention the fact that the other party was that Jean who had reached the human limit. He didn't think the police were capable of saving Pietro from the other side. The car stopped 2 blocks from the mafia stronghold he had identified. Wait for me in the car. After giving Wanda a reassuring look, Sumo stepped down from the car. Wanda's eyes reddened a little after hearing Sumo's words. In the past, when they encountered anything, they could only rely on themselves. And she even felt in this moment that marrying each other wasn't such a bad thing. Looking at Sumo's back, she said with a worried expression, look out. She knew very well that she would serve no purpose other than to drag her feet if she followed her there. Sumo sniffed and didn't turn his head to stop, instead waving his hand backward. Standing in the doorway, he reached up and touched a bracelet on his wrist. He dared to go to the rescue by himself, so naturally he was sure that he would be able to get out in one piece. Now with his junior war general's strength, the threat of ordinary firearms to him was already small, and with his current nerve reaction speed, dodging bullets wasn't a difficult task. The only thing to worry about are those light energy weapons. After all, this world was full of black technology, and it wasn't surprising that anything transgressive would appear. But this bracelet on his wrist was for that purpose. It consumed 200 of his points. This bracelet is capable of autonomously generating an energy shield when attacked. According to the system, it would last 2 seconds even in a nuclear explosion. The only unfortunate thing about this is that it's a one-time consumable. Soon, Sumo arrived in front of a 10-story building. The mafia's power now is limited to Hell's Kitchen and has not yet grown to the point of ruling the entire United States of America. The headquarters is also just this low building in front of us. Sumo glanced at the balcony on the 2nd floor, gently leaped, grabbed the windowsill, and flipped over to directly enter the room. Oh byga! Fark! Having just arrived on the balcony, Sumo looked at the 7 or 8 figures entangled in the room. Open the silver party without me. I'll die. The glass doors of the balcony opened and his figure instantly flashed across the room several times. Points plus 50. Points plus 60. After taking care of the few gang members in the room, Sumo opened the door of the room and walked all the way upstairs. With his reflexes as well as his speed, after those gang members saw him, they wouldn't even be able to open their mouths in time before they would be taken care of by him. Chapter 9, Hell's Kitchen. Kim Anchuema's move went very well. He remained undetected until he reached the 6th floor. To be precise, all those who had found him had been taken care of by him. At this point, Sumo entered the 7th floor. From the mouth of the last gang member he met, he learned that those who were kidnapped by the Black Hand Gang were kept in this floor. So after entering into this layer, Sumo began to check out one room at a time. The ones that aren't Pietro are knocked out. It can't be helped. If he let the other party run out, he was afraid that in less than 2 minutes, his whereabouts would be exposed. After opening a room again, Sumo instantly saw that a short-haired, tightly clad woman had taken a zipline and slid in through the window of the room. The woman landed on her feet with a clean roll. 4 eyes met with Sumo, who had just opened the door to the room. Wait until Sumo could see the other party's face. The gods froze. Black Widow? After Natasha saw Sumo, Her figure didn't pause and she directly rushed towards him, apparently thinking of Sumo as a mafia gang member. Without waiting for Sumo to speak, a long leg kicked towards his face. He directly reached out to block his opponent's leg, and then exerted a slight force, and Natasha's body, under the tremendous force, stepped backward. Fear will alert the gangs in the building. Sumo walked into the room and closed the door behind him. At this time, Natasha's figure rushed up again. With the lesson she had just learned, she realized that the person in front of her was incredibly powerful, and there was no way for her to block it, and she already had 2 more black sticks in her hands. Pity! The nerve reaction speed and movements of Sumo, who had reached the level of a battle general, were simply too fast. Without even waiting for her to react, she was thrown onto the bed in the room by Sumo. Stop fighting! I'm not a gang member. I snuck in just like you. Before the other party could get up from the bed, Sumo hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Natasha, who had leapt up from the bed, put away the 2 sticks in her hands when she heard this. Just now she was puzzled that the other party didn't yell after seeing her, but instead closed the door to the room, and at first she thought that the other party was confident that she could deal with herself. Who are you and what are you doing here? After making sure that the other party wasn't from the gang, Natasha looked at him with a puzzled look on her face. My friend has been kidnapped by them. I'm here to save him. Sumo didn't hide it. Although S-H-I-E-L-D was not considered a good thing, Natasha's own sense of justice was still quite strong, and when she came across this kind of situation, the odds were that the other party would become a helper rather than an enemy. Looks like the information I got wasn't wrong, said Natasha as she pulled out an ID. My name is Natasha. I'm affiliated with the FBI, and I'm exactly here to investigate the mafia kidnapping for ransom. Sumo. After introducing himself, Sumo turned around and walked towards the outside. I advise you to leave quickly. You can't deal with the people in here. Before leaving, Sumo still advised the other party. Although Natasha's fighting skills were extremely strong, she didn't have an advantage when she ran into Jean, who had reached the human limit of physical fitness. It's none of your business. After Natasha stubbornly retorted, she followed Sumo out of the room. There aren't many rooms on this floor. Soon, Sumo found Pietro in a room in the corner. Natasha has run off somewhere. Pietro, at this point, had his hands and feet tied up and was covered in bruises. Apparently there was no shortage of suffering because they wouldn't hand the money over. Seeing Sumo, who had walked in through the doorway, a look of surprise appeared on Pietro's face. What brings you here? Of course I'm here to save you. Sumo stepped forward to untie the ropes from his body. As he was trying to lead the other party away, his face froze. Wait! Thanks to his strong physical fitness, the movement outside the door clearly reached his ears. Outside in the hallway, a group of figures rushed out of the staircase clutching their guns. Soon the door to the room was surrounded. The door to the room was kicked in directly from the outside. The gang members who were then ready outside the door did not hesitate to fire a burst of shots towards the room. In an instant the whole room was shrouded in a layer of smoke. As the men were changing their magazines, a figure lurched out of the smoke in the room. The figure flickered a few times in the hallway as if it was a residual shadow. By the time they stopped, all of those Yakuza members holding guns had their heads twisted into an incredible angle and slowly fell to the ground. Pietro, who rushed out right after Sumo, happened to see this scene. A shocked look first appeared on his face at that moment, then came up excitedly. Woohoo! That's just cool. Is this your legendary kung fu? Cut the crap and hurry up and follow me. Sumo reached out and waved his hand, leading him toward the stairs. Pietro was still just an ordinary person, and a random stray bullet could kill him, so Sumo still planned to send him away first. The duo made their way toward the stairs. Just as he stepped out of the building, he saw a burly, bald, middle-aged man waiting outside the door. Nice! The man clapped his hands together and then removed his upper bodysuit. You're pretty good at killing your way out of these men of mine. However, if you want to take someone away, you have to ask if I agree. Sumo looked the other party up and down. He could also guess from the other party's trademark massive size that the other party should be the underground overlord of Hell's Kitchen. Jean, you leave. I'll take care of this one. Tell Pietro the location of the vehicle Wanda is in. After a moment's hesitation, Pietro nodded and ran toward the street where the car was. Judging from the speed with which Sumo had just solved those gunmen, Sumo was clearly not an ordinary person. He knew very well that with Sumo's speed, if he didn't take care of himself, he was afraid that no one would be able to leave him behind, and he would only be dragging the other party down if he stayed here. No one leaves without my permission. Jean saw Pietro, who was trying to leave, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Then with a flash of his body, he rushed towards Pietro. Despite the fact that he looked very fat, he moved unusually quickly. However, compared to Sumo, the speed was still far worse. And just as his figure moved, Suemo had already blocked in front of him. Your opponent is me. After saying that, Suemo flew up with an explosion of power, directly kicking the other party into the opposite building. Jinan's huge size directly made a large hole 2 meters in diameter in the wall. Look through the hole toward the inside. Inside appears to be a bedroom. On the bed in the bedroom, the entangled man and woman, not bothering to get dressed, fled from the hole in terror. Pietro, who had just run a few meters away, looked backward at the sound. Look at the big hole in the wall. He mumbled with a dumbfounded look on his face. Walter? Sue, is this guy Superman in his underwear? Chapter 10, Rampage Move. Seeing that Pietro froze in place, Suemo opened his mouth to remind him. He wasn't sure if such a blow would kill his opponent. If he didn't leave, he would easily be affected by the next battle between the two. Oh, well, Pietro, having been reminded, no longer hesitated and disappeared in a puff of smoke. In the building, Jinan coughed out a large mouthful of blood. A horrified look appeared on his blood-stained face. The blow had just almost broken the ribs in his chest. But even if it hadn't broken, there should have been a crack in the top edge. The internal organs also seemed to have received some degree of damage from the immense force. This was the second time he'd stumbled into such a crushing situation besides that mutant monster. Jinan took a deep breath and laboriously used his arm to withdraw a tiny syringe from his cuff. This was a potion researched by the secret laboratory under his command, capable of thoroughly stimulating the potential within the body and boosting the physical quality by 5 to 6 times. However, the current technology is not perfect, and after the drug has worn off, it can cause irreversible damage to the body. I'm afraid if I survive, I'll spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair. It was originally a card he intended to use to resist that mutant, but right now he had to use it. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't even make it through the night. With that thought, he didn't hesitate and stuck the injection directly into the base of his thigh. Outside the building, Suemo saw that there was no movement inside. At that moment, he took a step towards the inside. Judging from the exchange of blows just now, the opponent's strength was no more than 2 tons. But to be able to work out to this level by being ordinary was already considered a gift. Although his opponent was far worse compared to himself, Suemo did not take it lightly. There was no intention of letting the other side go either. Stepping into the middle of the room, Suemo caught a glimpse of Jin and who was crushed underneath the clutter. At that moment, Suemo leaped forward and viciously kicked out, about to end the other party here. Seeing that his right foot was about to kick on the opponent's body, the surface of Jinan's skin, which was buried underneath, glowed with a hint of blood-red color, and then Jinan's body violently leapt up from the ground, dodged that kick from Suemo. Seeing that the other party was several times faster than before, Suemo cautiously exited the room. Jinan's figure walked out right after him. At this moment, he looked somewhat terrifying. All the surfaces of his skin turned a blood-red color, and in some places, his skin even crumbled open, with a trace of blood slowly flowing out from the wounds. Shit! Suemo immediately realized that the other party should have used some kind of drug that was extremely damaging to him. After all, black technology was endless in this world, and it wasn't unusual for such a drug to appear. Jin, who had walked out, did not speak nonsense, but directly lunged towards Suemo. He himself knew very well that there was a time limit to the effects of the medicine. If he couldn't solve the other party before the effects wore off, the one who would die in the end would definitely be himself. Almost instantly, the two figures collided together again. This time it was no longer a completely crushing situation like last time. The two fought almost evenly. Even Jin and, strengthened by the potion, suppressed Suemo in terms of strength. Suemo could only tangle with his opponent by relying on a speed slightly faster than his opponent's. In terms of combat experience, there was still a bit of a gap between him and Jin and the opposite party. After all, less than half a month ago, he was also still just an ordinary person. And it was indeed a bit whimsical to want to rely on such a short period of time to match up with this Jin who had fought his way up in front of him. Knowing that relying on his fists alone, he was afraid that there was no way to get rid of the other party. Suemo reached out, and a weapon made of alloy with a style similar to a tang sword appeared in his hand. The system comes with an unlimited size storage space. However, in this storage space, only items redeemed in the system could be stored. This battle sword was the very weapon he had exchanged out of the system. It cost 300 points. It belongs to the Cold Moon series of 4th rank weapons, capable of withstanding the full force of a junior war general's outburst without damage. Jin, who was on the opposite side of the table, looked at the battle knife that had suddenly appeared in Suemo's hand, and a hint of scorn appeared in his eyes. Suemo held his sword and stepped forward, slashing viciously towards his opponent. Seeing that the battle knife was about to touch Jin's skin, Suemo felt a resistance coming from his hand. The blade of the war knife had been firmly controlled by Jin and, At this moment, he was carrying a pair of gloves in his hands that were made of some kind of metal that could resist the slashes of a battle sword, and was obviously not some ordinary alloy either. A cruel smile appeared on Jinan's face. It's my turn. After saying that, he clenched his right hand into a fist and ruthlessly slammed it towards Sumo's body. The battle sword was grabbed by the other party, and Sumo had no choice but to meet it with his left hand with a fist. A loud roar followed. Jinan stood in place without moving at all, while Sumo's figure landed back in his previous position after a tumble. Looking at his left hand that was constantly trembling, Sumo's face revealed a trace of gravity. Conservative estimates suggest that the opponent's strength has reached 12 or 13 tons. Although the skin on the other man's body was chafing as he moved, by the looks of things, he should be able to hold out for a long time yet. Without giving Sumo time to catch his breath, Jinhee's huge figure had already reappeared in front of Sumo. The two tangled together again. A loud roar kept echoing through the streets. Unlike last time, this time, the offense and defense were different. Switching to Jinan kept attacking towards Sumo, while Sumo used his opponent's strength to keep pulling away and entangling himself with his opponent. If it wasn't for the battle sword in Sumo's hand at the moment of need, I'm afraid he would have already been defeated. This is not the way to go. A glint of anxiety flashed in Sumo's eyes. He could feel it. As he kept exchanging blows, his own arms had gradually gone numb under his opponent's strength. If this went on, I'm afraid that before too long, there would be no way for him to block his opponent's attacks anymore. And with a speed that was comparable to his, trying to escape also seemed a bit difficult. The only way now was to practice the first weight of the Thunder Blade. After the first weight was practiced, it was able to double his hair power to 20 tons. The current Jinan power is no more than 15 tons. Being this time, two figures ran from the distance. It wasn't until they got closer that they realized that the two were none other than Wanda and Pietro, the two siblings. At this point Pietro was cradling a micro-punch in his hand. Wanda, on the other hand, was carrying a Remington shotgun. She looked a little out of breath after running all the way with her normal human fitness, but the two didn't have time to catch their breath. Instead they came up and pulled the trigger right towards Jinan, who had already separated from Sumo. After seeing the two, Sumo's expression changed. What are you two doing running back here again? It was clear to him that the guns were now no longer a threat to him or Jinan and the others. You came here to save me. I can't leave you behind. Pietro opened his mouth to explain as he resisted the recoil of the gun. Wanda, who was on the sidelines, nodded as well. He and Wanda both had just been hiding in a distant car watching the battle. This way, even if he was discovered by Jinan, he would be able to maneuver the car in time to escape. However, after seeing Sumo gradually fall into a disadvantage, the two couldn't sit still and took two guns from the car and rushed over. After the two had seen Sumo's speed and theirs, they chose their firearms based on being able to hit the target. That's true. Under the fire coverage of the microcharges, and the huge range of the shotguns, Jin wasn't slow to react, but he still took several hits in a split second. It didn't do much damage to him, but the pain managed to enrage him. Seek death. After letting out a roar, Jinan charged towards Wanda, who was close to him, with a flash of his body. Chapter 11, Magneto. The Brotherhood Sumo's complexion changed when he saw Jinan charging towards Wanda. Fuck off! Dodged in front of Wanda. The battle sword in his right hand was swung out with all his might, and in the heat of the moment, the way the first weight of the Thunder Sword was powered up actually appeared in his mind. A glimmer of clarity surfaced in his mind. Naturally, a force surged out of the right hand that wielded the sword once again. The speed of the battle sword directly accelerated by 60%. Jin-hee, who was originally confident that he could block Sumo, had a look of horror on his face after noticing it. No! The battle knife viciously chopped into Jinan's neck as his eyes widened. Put! As if slicing through tofu, the war knife was lightly slashing through. Jinan's expression was instantly fixed. Then, his head slowly fell to the ground. Kill the villain. Gain 10,000 points. A system prompt appeared in Sumo's mind. Sumo's eyes lit up as he was immersed in the joy of practicing the first level of the Thunder Blade. True to form, the ruler of Hell's Kitchen is worth hundreds of minions. You're okay. At this time, Wanda, who was behind him, came forward. When Sumo heard Wanda's voice, his eyes twitched, and then his face instantly turned a little pale, and his body went soft, about to fall towards the back. Wanda saw this and hurriedly reached out to help him. What's wrong with you? Sumo collapsed on top of her, looking at the worried look on the other woman's face and forced a smile. I'm fine. I'm just a little dehydrated. Although he had now activated the system, Sumo hadn't forgotten that there was still the power of chaos present in Wanda's body. It was uncertain when this chaotic power would awaken. In case the other party suddenly awakened at some point, he wasn't sure what attitude the other party would have towards him. He had not only threatened the other party before, he had also taken away their first time. To say that Wanda didn't hold some grudge against herself in her heart was obviously impossible. And naturally, he would not easily give up this great opportunity to brush up his goodwill right now. Seeing Sumo's narrow escape in order to save both of their siblings, a trace of warmth welled up in Wanda's heart. Thanks, I'll help you back. As he spoke, Wanda was about to help Sumo walk in the direction of the car. It's happening right now. The blast came from behind them. A black figure crashed through the window and flew out of the building, falling to the ground. The three men turned their heads and looked over. Natasha covered her back and slowly rose from the ground. By God, my back! Before Sumo and the others could figure out the situation, a man even more burly than Jean and walked out of the building. The man wore a metal helmet on his head. After glancing at Jean and, who were lying on the ground with their heads separated, the man's angry gaze fell on the three Sumo. Did you kill this man? Damn assholes, where am I going to collect my money when you guys kill him? Can't collect the money. Then, the man chattered to himself. Seeing this, Sumo turned his head towards Natasha, who was to the side, and reached out to gesture. That means, where did you provoke this madman? Natasha spread her hands. Apparently, she didn't know where this lunatic had come from either. After that man muttered half a dozen times all by himself, his gaze resumed looking at Sumo and the others. Since you've killed him, I'll just take you back and turn you in. After saying that, the man lifted his foot and slammed it into the ground. Rumble. This time, the entire ground tumbled, and the ground rolled over in Sumo's direction as if there was an underground dragon. See this scene. Sumo was startled. Go! After saying that, he directly pulled Wanda and Pietro towards the distance with one hand. When Natasha on the side saw this, her face also changed and she turned around to flee in the other direction. The man wearing a helmet, who didn't seem to have a very bright mind, saw this and chased after him in Sumo's direction. However, although he could stomp the ground as if it were an earthquake with a casual kick of his force, his speed didn't seem to match his strength, just barely reaching the human limit. Even though Sumo had two people with him, he still quickly got rid of this person. Sitting in the backseat of the business car, Sumo let out a long breath. Based on the destructive force that the man had just caused, the force was at least over 50 tons, obviously not something he could deal with right now. He frowned slightly, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Low IQ, strange strength, and a helmet on his head. From these points alone, Sumo was able to guess the identity of the other party. The only one who seems to fit these is the red tank who gained the power of the evil god Sidorak, K and Marco. But how did the other party show up in the middle of Jean Ant's base camp? Recalling what he had said earlier, combine that with the fact that Kimon has been making a crazy amount of money off of kidnapping for ransom for a while now. Kimon is clearly playing for some organization. The Brotherhood of Mutants? It was the only organization he could think of. After all, there were only a few organizations that Red Tank had ever been a part of. This is among the organizations most likely to do such a thing. But whatever the organization was, he or she had likely been exposed to the other side. Next, one would have to raise their strength up as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Sumo took out his cell phone and dialed Soren's number. Jean and is dead. Spread the word and get the Hell's Kitchen gangs in disarray as soon as possible. Nak Island. A small island about 300 nautical miles from New York. About a dozen square kilometers in size. It is on this island that the Brotherhood of Mutants is headquartered. Located in a building on the east coast of the island. Red Tank looked at an old man sitting at the top. The old man wore a helmet made of metal on his head as well. His identity is self-explanatory, being none other than the famous Magneto. Kim is dead. Where's the money? Eric didn't care about Jean Ant's death. In his opinion, the other party was also just a tool to help them collect dollars. At those words, Red Tank's face froze. I don't know. Eric wasn't surprised by this answer, and waved his hand helplessly toward the other man. Forget it, you go back to rest first. Knowing that the other party is not quite right in the head, but now in the Brotherhood, he is still in the process of recovering his abilities due to the mutant antidote, and the only one who can steadily suppress Jean and is not afraid of the other party to use his tactics is Red Tank. He had sent another mutant along for this purpose. Because of what happened at the Golden Gate Bridge last time, his powers disappeared after he was injected with the mutant antidote. Without him, everyone in the Brotherhood who survived is wanted by the government, hiding like sewer rats. It wasn't until he regained some of his powers that he regrouped the men again. Eric turned his head to look at a young girl sitting in the corner fiddling with a computer. Find out what's going on. No problem. Give me some time. The young girl flashed a confident smile. Then her hands flew over the keyboard. Chapter 12, Redeeming Spiritual Cores for the next while. Hell's Kitchen is thrown into chaos because of Jean's death and the provocation of Soren and the others. The sound of gunfire and police cars is intermittent in the area every day and night. In response, however, the government has done little. After all, the dead were some of the gangsters from Hell's Kitchen. they'd rather the scum die out. This morning, in the manor house, Suemo walked out of the bedroom in a daze. In the living room, Wanda was dressed in a nightgown and was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the voice behind her, she turned her head and saw Suemo walking out with a sweet smile on her face. "You're awake." Suemo stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Why are you cooking yourself today? Just leave these things to the maids." "But I want to do it myself." Removing Sumo's mischievous hand, he then glanced at her angrily. "Well, go ahead and wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon." "Okay." Suemo could only leave the kitchen and walk towards the restroom. The relationship between the two could be said to have skyrocketed since the last time they saved Pietro. Wanda seemed to accept him completely as well. I have to say, like Wanda, they are like the lack of love from childhood women. Especially easy to be impressed, as long as to give her 1 point of good, she will hate to return 10 points. What's more, in her opinion, Suemo was risking his life to save Pietro. By the time Suemo returned to the dining room again, breakfast was already on the table. Looking at the buns and rice porridge on the table, Suemo looked like he had seen a ghost. "This is your doing." "Of course." Wanda gathered her hair. "I heard from the maid that you only like Chinese food, so I tried to make some. I don't know how it will taste the first time I make it." "It looks great." Suemo looked at the other party's sweet smile and praised with his mouth. Sure enough, even putting aside the rewards of the system, if you were to pick the best person to be a wife from Marvel, it would undoubtedly be non-Wanda. After all, the other guy's lifelong dream was just to have 2 kids. The family settled down to find a comfortable small town to live in. This, in turn, is very much in line with the Chinese definition of a good wife and mother. Most importantly, the other side is still so close by. Sitting down at the table, he picked up a bun and tasted it. Beef stuffing. The flavor was surprisingly good. "By the way, how come we haven't seen Pete in a while?" Hearing this, a hint of helplessness appeared on Wanda's face. "He got a job in Queens and rented a house. Now he has to work during the day and at night he delves into that secret you taught him. He hasn't been back in a very long time, and if it wasn't for a trip I made to check on him a couple days ago I would have thought that he had been kidnapped again." Suemo also felt a bit helpless regarding this matter. Whether it was all that money he offered, or the house and job he set up for the other man, Pete steadfastly refused to accept it. That money, after rescuing him out, had been firmly returned to Suemo. According to his words, he took that money before because he didn't know Suemo and wanted to leave a guarantee for Wanda. However, after the last time, he had completely trusted Sumo's character. This guarantee is naturally unnecessary, and he felt that he was perfectly capable of supporting himself and didn't need to rely on Sumo's help. In response, Suemo could only sigh that this great uncle was still a good person. Marvel at the other's dedication to Kung Fu. Suemo then handed over the genetic primordial energy cultivation method for him to study first. After all, there were so many Chinese proprietary terms in there that he needed to take his time to understand. And he also handed him a large portion of ferocious beast meat to slowly consume to enhance his physical quality. After his strength was raised to a quasi-martial artist, he would be able to start cultivating directly. But these are alternatives. In comparison, Suemo was still inclined to let Wanda and the two of them follow the same original trajectory of awakening their abilities. The two with chaos magic and extreme speed were perfectly strong enough to defend themselves. In the gym, Suemo looked at a document in his hand. These were what Soren had gathered during this time, about the various forces in Hell's Kitchen. Under the stirring up of their 9, almost all the gangs had now been greatly injured, with the big gang's members reduced by at least half, and some of the smaller gangs were even outright exterminated. And Hell's Kitchen had seen its safest period in more than 10 years. Open the system panel. Look at the points column at the top. 31,960 points. This is the cumulative number of points earned during this time. The death toll of gang members in Hell's Kitchen, one after another, reached thousands during the turmoil. Because of these deaths, which were indirectly caused by him, the points gain shrunk by a large portion. The points have almost stopped growing in the last 2 days, but these were enough to grow his strength by a large margin. Open the redemption list in the mall. Various mutant abilities dazzled Suemo. Storm gained the ability to manipulate celestial phenomena. Points required for redemption, 30,000. Instant shift, can instantly move to any location you've been to before. Points required for redemption, 30,000 points. Sanding, you can manipulate yellow sand at will, and you can likewise sand yourself. Immune to a certain degree of physical attacks. Points required for redemption, 30,000 points. Split, can generate up to 100 splits. The splits are controlled by the main body, and any damage the main body suffers can be transferred to the splits. Points required for redemption, 30,000 points. Confidence explosion, gain the ability of extreme self-confidence. Heaven and earth, the only one is me. Spikes will grow on the body as a side effect. Points needed for redemption, 100,000 points. The various abilities are nice, but mutant abilities come from the X gene and are too easily restrained. Even as strong as Magneto, after being shot by the mutant antidote, he would instantly be reduced to an ordinary person, whereas powers that come by cultivation are different compared to mutant abilities. No fear of being restrained and a much higher ceiling than these mutant abilities. After browsing for a moment, Sumo's gaze twitched. Spiritual protocore can be integrated into the mind, autonomously releasing spiritual power. Promoted to spiritual numinous master. The spiritual power contained therein is capable of enabling the host to reach the peak of the war god level. Points required for redemption, 30,000 points, that's it. In an instant, Sumo made his decision. After deducting 30,000 points, a dark golden orb had appeared in his hand. The orb was the size of a soybean and looked as if it was illusory. Following the system's prompts, Sumo touched this orb to the center of his eyebrows. In a flash, the orb instantly disappeared into his hand. Sumo felt a sharp stabbing sensation in his head. The eyes were dizzy. By the time Sumo reappeared, he was already standing in a white space. Not far in front of him, a palm-sized black tower was slowly rotating, and it was the star tower that he had acquired earlier. Chapter 13. Consciousness Space? Sumo guessed. After all, he had watched the star tower disappear into his brow before. At this time, he also noticed that the disappearing dark golden orb that had just disappeared was floating on top of the star tower. Before he could figure out the situation, the dark golden orb seemed to be stimulated, gradually accelerating the rotation. A large stream of dense gas, constantly emanating from the orb. Mental power? From the system's instructions, it was known that the amount of spiritual power released by the spiritual progenitor core had a great relationship with one's physical strength. His current martial strength was that of a junior war general. The strength of his spiritual reckoner was at most 2 levels higher than the strength of a martial artist. That is to say, the spiritual progenitor core could now directly release spiritual power and raise his strength as a spiritual nemesis to the level of a senior war general. After pausing in the space of consciousness for only an instant, Sumo's consciousness returned to his body. Just after returning to his body, the intense pain was like a tidal wave that instantly flooded his consciousness. After gritting his teeth and holding on for less than a quarter of an hour, Sumo's eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. After he fainted, the release of energy from the dark golden orb in his mind didn't stop, and was still boosting his mental power at an extremely high speed. I don't know how much time has passed. The speed at which the spiritual progenitor core in his mind was releasing spiritual power had dropped, gradually becoming stable. Sumo also slowly opened his eyes after his fingers twitched. I passed out? Wait, this is? A look of surprise appeared on his face. There was no other reason. At this moment, all the winds and grasses within a 100-meter radius around him clearly appeared in his mind. The servants who cleaned the villa, the Wanda who built the plants in the garden, even the butterflies that fluttered among the flowers. Sumo could clearly see the textures on their wings. The feeling is just wonderful. It was as if the world was in his control. Of course, he was aware that it was just his illusion. Retracting his senses, Sumo placed his gaze on the top of one of the dumbbells on the rack across from him. Heartbeat. The dumbbells slowly floated as if they were grabbed by a pair of big invisible hands. Is this the spiritual mind? Next, Sumo swept his gaze over the various machines in the gym, and the instruments he swept over floated up one by one, until half a minute later, the gym looked like it was in space, and all the machines in the room, even the treadmills and bench presses, all floated up. Until this time, Sumo still had a feeling of ease. Opened the attribute panel. After returning each of these things to their original places, Sumo murmured in his heart. Name, Sumo, age, 20, strength, 15. 360 kilograms, speed, 118 meters per second, power, 61,600 kilograms, capability, none, points, 1960. The first was the increase in physical strength from 10 tons to 15 tons. In that case, it seems that an increase in spiritual power will likewise lead to an increase in physical fitness. Sumo had expected this and didn't show much surprise on his face, until his eyes landed on the column of chanting. 61 tons. Seeing this number, Sumo's eyes revealed a look of shock. That's more than 4 times the physical strength. Knowing that the standard of strength for an early war god was only 64 tons, right now he wasn't too far away from that. Taking a long breath, Sumo's mood gradually calmed down, became a psychic reader. If he were to face the red tank from last time again, he was confident that he would be able to kill his opponent without much effort. After all, spirit readers can fly. Although there was no way for the Nimbus to act on top of a physical body, it could be used to fly by stepping on a weapon. Thinking of this, Sumo once again opened them all, intending to pick some weapons, but after only a few moments of looking at it, he turned them all off with an ugly face. There's no way around it. It's just too expensive. With his current points, he couldn't even buy a few flying daggers with the least amount of material. Right now, his spiritual thoughts were very close to that of a primary war god. So weapons, at the very least, need to be purchased in the form of Series 7 flying daggers. As for the 7 system flying daggers, one would require 500 points, and the 9 system flying daggers that could be used up to the peak of the God of War would require 1000 points apiece. With all the points he had in his hand right now, he wouldn't be able to purchase 2 of them. With his current strength, he was able to maneuver 4 flying daggers at the same time while ensuring accuracy. These alone consume 4,000 points. It wasn't that low-grade flying daggers couldn't be used, but when he struck out at full power, they would easily be damaged and reduced to disposable items. Just imagine 60 tons of force, concentrated on the edge of a flying knife. If the material is not enough, I'm afraid it will be scrapped if it slightly touches something hard. Wait! Suemo suddenly thought of something and asked the system in his mind. The vibranium and Edelman alloys in this world are roughly equivalent to a few series if cast into flying daggers? 9 systems. The system's silky, unadulterated voice rang out in Sumo's mind. Hearing this reply, Sumo's eyes lit up. Brotherhood headquarters. The group pushed the box, which was over 2 meters high, into a circular hall. Around the hall, mutants were seated. Magneto Eric stepped down from a seat directly in front of him. Reaching out, he brushed his hand across the outer wall of the box. This is all the dollars Kim and collected in this time? That's right. A young yellow-haired man who had followed the box and nodded. A switch on the box was then pressed. The box slowly opened. It was surprisingly neatly stacked with dollars. These total $500 million. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Magneto Eric looked at the beautiful swords that were almost piled up into a mountain in front of him. His heart was not moved. Instead he opened his mouth with a gloomy face. It's still way short of what we need to complete our program. At that, Eric froze, turning his head to look at the hacker girl in the crowd. That person who killed Jean and killed him last time seems to be a rich man as well? The hacker girl nodded at her words. A few taps on the computer in his hand, followed by pulling up a profile. Suemo, CEO of Fox Film and Television, and also the second largest shareholder of Stark Group. He had shares in almost all of the more well-known companies on this side of the United States of America, but he sold them all off some time ago. Despite that, if his assets under his name are added together, they are worth more than $100 billion. Hearing the young girl's words, a gasp of surprise escaped from the mouths of the people around them. Most of these mutants, most of them almost from the bottom of society, were naturally very shocked to hear this huge number. Magneto, however, had a small smile on his face. As long as we have each other's support, we will never have to worry about funding again. With that, he reached out and a pair of metal knives and forks flew out from somewhere in the room, resting above his hand, slowly spinning. I think that the other side would be more than willing to support our mutant cause. Of course, all of this will need to wait until my powers are fully restored. Chapter 14, The Black Marketeer and the Saber-Toothed Tiger. African Coast. Silwa Giant Dock. Somewhere in a dismantling yard where a dilapidated ship is parked, a helicopter landed slowly. Suemo stepped down from the helicopter, wrapped tightly, and looked suspiciously at the ship from which intensive gunfire was coming from the distance. Someone got there first? This is exactly where Ultron got his vibranium. And Ulysses, the black market trader here, has vibranium smuggled out of Wakanda in his hands. It's also by far the easiest place to get vibranium. Actually, to build a weapon, Edelman alloy is more appropriate than Jinjin. Vibranium has the effect of cushioning kinetic energy and is more suitable as a material for making defense. And the Edelman alloy is indestructible, making it the perfect material for weapons. For flying knives, of course, the Edelman alloy is more appropriate. Unfortunately, the formula for the Edelman alloy had already disappeared along with Stryker's subclay base, and trying to find it wasn't an easy task, so Suemo could only settle for Jinjin as the second best option. Thinking of this, Suemo didn't hesitate, and with a flash of his figure, he flew towards the ship. Inside the ship at this time, the diminutive Ulysses, escorted by his men, looked scornfully at a middle-aged man in the distance, whose palms had changed into 2 huge tiger claws. A drop of blood dripped from the tip of the claw. On the ground behind him lay 2 bodies. The man's body also carries several bloody holes, but over time, the wounds on his body were healing extremely fast, and the bullets in the wounds were squeezed out, and with a dense sound of bullets falling on the ground rang out, the wounds on the man's body had recovered as before. Mutants? Seeing this, Ulysses took a few quiet steps back on his feet and scanned the surrounding gunmen before gaining some sense of security in his mind. I think I've made it clear that if you want vibranium, pay up. The mutants on the other side of the room apparently didn't want to take that advice. The lowered head gradually raised, as if its beastly eyes were staring at Ulysses. Seeing this gaze, Ulysses immediately realized that the opposite side clearly didn't look like they were able to communicate. At that moment, he waved his right hand. Kill him. After a command, Ulysses turned and retreated towards the back. The surrounding gunmen pressed the triggers in their hands. A dense storm of bullets swept by. By the time the smoke cleared, the mutant figures had disappeared. In a room on the bottom floor of the ship, Ulysses is holding a pistol, listening for movement outside. There were also several gunmen guarding the room. A room that hid all the vibranium he had stolen from Wakanda over the years, worth over $1 billion. And there was obviously no way he was going to let such a large fortune go to the other side. Wait until the gunfire outside stops. The look on his face was all over the place. Dead? Waving a hand toward one of his men off to the side, the gunman gripped his pistol tightly and headed toward the door, intending to go out and check it out. But he had just reached the door. Boom! There was an explosion, and the door to the room flew in directly toward it. The gunman who was just about to go out was directly slapped to the ground by the alloy door panel. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and it looked like he would not survive. Dodging away from the door panel, Ulysses looked towards the doorway. Outside the door stood the very same mutant who had just been there. A gunshot followed. Ulysses then felt a heat on his neck, and the other man's blood-dripping claws were already set on it. Several of the surrounding gunmen slowly fell limply to the ground, covering the bloody holes in their bodies. Jinjin, leave it to me. A beastly growl escaped the mutant man's mouth, and Ulysses had no doubt that if he didn't hand over the vibranium, the other man would slice his neck in the next moment. Wait, I give. Ulysses hurriedly pressed a button on the wall behind him. Enter your password on the keypad that follows. A metal door slowly slashed open towards the sides, and a device that looked like an elevator inside landed. On it lay none other than a block of vibranium in a clear glass container. All the vibranium, it's all here. A total of 136 kilograms. Seeing the vibranium, the mutant pushed Ulysses out of the way. Ulysses scrambled away from the door. The mutant man didn't pay any attention to the other man, but went up and examined the vibranium before putting it into a bag and carrying it towards the outside. Just walked to the door. A figure descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed into the ground. Looking at the scene in the cabin, Suemo let out a long breath. Luckily it wasn't too late. Scanning toward the room, his expression froze at the sight of the mutant's vicarious face and hands that had been transformed into giant claws. Several bullets were expelled from the wounds on the man's body as he recovered quickly. Saber-toothed tiger? A name appeared in his mind. With this look, coupled with this powerful self-healing ability, Suemo guessed the identity of this mutant in an instant. How did he get here? After just a brief moment of doubt, Suemo was relieved. This was a real world. The red tank was able to get together with Jinjin, and there didn't seem to be anything unusual about a saber-toothed tiger being able to appear in this place. Get out of the way. Staring at Suemo, who was blocking his way, a low sound came out of the saber-toothed tiger's mouth. Seeing the other's eyes that contained no emotion. Controlled? Suemo guessed. Thinking of this, he didn't intend to talk any more nonsense with the other party. The figure directly disappeared in a flash. The saber-toothed tiger only felt his eyes blink, and before he could react, the sandbag-sized black fist had already appeared in front of him. A massive force came from it. The saber-toothed tiger only felt a numbness on its face, and then its body was like a rocket, rising into the air after crashing through several layers of steel plates. Strong physical quality, coupled with the superb self-healing ability that is not afraid of firearms. Compared to ordinary people, Victor the saber-toothed tiger is almost considered an unbeatable existence. But it was a pity that he ran into Suemo. The strong physical quality was simply not enough in front of Sumo's huge strength of more than 30 tons after amplitude addition and his speed of more than 100 meters per second. Ulysses arrived outside the door of the room with the group of gunmen under his command just in time to see the scene in front of him, and his face froze. And who are you? Suemo didn't bother with the other party, but instead stepped forward and lifted the bag that the saber-toothed tiger had left on the ground, opening it up to take a look. A small smile appeared on his face after confirming that it was indeed what he wanted inside. Hey man, that's my stuff. Give it back to me now. Ulysses saw Sumo's movements and said in a hurry. Looking at the other party's actions, it was obvious that they were also coming for Jinjin. Give it back? I grabbed it on merit. Why should I give it back to you? Suemo said with a straight face. Hearing this, Ulysses was speechless for a moment. Man, you don't seem to recognize what's in front of you, so I'd advise you to be more sensible. With that, he reached out and waved his hand, and the guns in the hands of this group of men were aimed at Suemo. If you know what's good for you, put down what's in your hands quickly. Suemo slowly turned around at his words and glanced at the group. In addition to Jinjin, These people were equally useful to him. After all, it's all about points. Chapter 15, The Gold is in My Hands. The Secret Base. It was when Sumo was planning to do it. Boom! The figure of Victor the saber-toothed tiger jumped out of the way, charged towards Sumo. Get out! Sumo lifted his foot and kicked his opponent directly away. Victor flew like a sandbag right into the middle of a cabin off to the side. It took just under 2 seconds for the pair to leap out of it again. Look at the other side still alive and kicking. Sumo shook his head. The self-healing ability is a bit of a pain in the ass. Sure, but think that's not going to do anything to you? But before he could strike again, a look of annoyance appeared on the face of the ignored Ulysses on the side. Asshole! The right hand snapped. All fire! After receiving his order, the group of men looked at the two men standing in the distance, somewhat at a loss for words. The deputy standing next to him hesitated for a moment before speaking up in a whisper. Boss, which one to hit? Ulysses slapped him in anger. Of course it's a fight for both. All of them must die. At his command, these gunmen under his command no longer hesitated and pulled the triggers in their hands. In an instant the gunfire was loud and the cabin became filled with smoke. The bullets shot at Sumo all hovered in the air less than a meter away from him. Victor, on the other hand, had a dozen more bloody holes in his body in an instant. The enraged Victor let out a roar from his mouth, abandoning Sumo and lunging towards those gunmen. Seeing this, Sumo stopped in front of Victor with a backward glance. Trying to steal my head. Get the hell out of here. His right hand turned into a fist and blasted Victor's face, while 4 flying daggers flew out from his back, transforming into a residual shadow that traveled up through the ship's cabin under the effect of his chanting power. The moment his right hand touched Victor's skin, the two heavy forces naturally passed from the arm to the fist, stacking them together. 30 tons of force instantly erupted across Victor's face. Boom! Victor's face exploded directly into Sumo's hands. The figure also disappeared in a flash under the tremendous force and disappeared into the distant cabin. On the other side after Flying Dagger entered the crowd, the gunmen were like cutting wheat, and in a moment a large number of them fell. Points plus 80 points, plus 60 points. The system's prompts kept ringing in Sumo's ears. Less than 10 seconds. All of these people around them then fell to the ground, blood gurgling out of the cuts on their necks, coloring the ground red. The flying dagger that was not stained with a trace of blood hovered beside Sumo. These flying daggers were built by Sumo using titanium alloy, which was more than enough to deal with these ordinary people. Sumo walked over to the only survivor present, Ulysses. Ulysses had been paralyzed by the hellish scene around him. Demon. You're a demon. Thanks for the compliment. As a thank you, I'll send you to be reunited with those men of yours. After saying that, Sumo reached out to strangle the other party's neck and gently exerted force. Ka-ching. Kill the villain and gain 2,000 points. Opened the system panel and checked it out. After clearing out all these arms dealers, the points had accumulated to over 6,000. In other words, just now, in this less than a minute, nearly 5,000 plus point values had been gained. Closed the panel. Sumo walked towards the saber-toothed tiger that had just been knocked away, though his face had just exploded under that blow. But judging from his resilience earlier, this was nothing to the saber-toothed tiger. Sure enough, there was no longer an opponent in the cabin. The other party seemed to realize that he couldn't do much good in his hands and simply fled. Sumo, who had expected this, didn't panic and lifted the vibranium in the cabin to leave directly. After returning to the helicopter, Sumo took out a tablet. After some manipulation on it, a map appeared on the screen. A red and a blue point of light on the map kept flashing. The red dot is exactly where he is. The blue dot, on the other hand, is the location of the saber-toothed tiger. When they had just exchanged blows, Sumo had already placed a pocket-sized locator on Victor's body. You can see it from before. It seemed that the stronger the person was, the more points they gained. For ordinary people, there are at most a few dozen points. Someone like Jean and who was extremely strong. One person was worth hundreds of people in the near ordinary. From the stagnant expression on the saber-toothed tiger's face earlier, it was obvious that the other party was most likely being controlled by some mutant with psychic abilities. There aren't many mutants with mind control powers. Those that can control saber-toothed tigers are even rarer, and it was obvious that someone who could do such a thing certainly couldn't be anything decent. This meant that after killing the other party, he was able to acquire large amounts of points. Of course, the main thing is still, with the Star Tower sitting in his sea of consciousness, he was almost considered the nemesis of these mind control mutants. Soon after, he saw the blue dot on the tablet move at a violently accelerated speed, and then move away from the African continent in the direction of the United States of America at an extremely high speed. Sumo's private jet, too, took off a few minutes later, chased after the blue dot in the direction it had left. A few hours later, the blue dot on the tablet stopped. Sumo looked at the location of the blue dot, located in a mountain range in Florida. In order to prevent being detected by the radar of the other side's aircraft, Sumo's private jet had just entered the United States of America's airspace. However, Sumo had no intention of going over in a private jet. The private jet landed at the nearest airport. Sumo had left from the plane half an hour before it landed. The outskirts of the Appalachian Mountains. An airplane slowly landed on a platform halfway up a mountain. A moment later, the figures of a saber-toothed tiger and a middle-aged man walked down from above. The two walked up to the platform's mountain wall, where a huge alloy door set into the wall slowly opened. After entering the interior and going through a long corridor, there was a huge laboratory. The walls around the lab, all made of glass, and behind the glass, a small, cell-like room. In each room, an oddly shaped mutant is imprisoned. The mutants were all strapped to an operating table made of metal, and around them, almost entirely, were several figures in white coats. Most of the mutants are in a coma, living or dead. The only few mutants who remained conscious also had a hint of emptiness and numbness in their eyes. After the two had passed through an unknown number of alloy doors, standing in front of an old man in his 50s or 60s. What? Fail? This old man was filled with anger as he looked at the duo standing in front of him. Waste? What a waste. You can't even do this little thing right. I'm sorry, Dr. Phil. Facing the other party's anger, the middle-aged man apologized in a small voice, while the saber-toothed tiger standing on the side had a dumbfounded look on his face. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger's dumbfounded look, Dr. Phil's anger increased. Up came a flurry of punches and kicks. It was only after feeling some soreness in his fists that he gradually stopped. Panting, he took a seat on the sidelines. Asshole, there's no way to transfer the self-healing factor into my body without a device built of Edelman alloy. No, there must be a replacement metal to be found. With that, he got up and walked towards the location of the lab. Chapter 16, Mutant Research Base. Before Phil could get out of the room, a shrill alarm sounded in the room. His complexion changed and he turned his head toward the surveillance screen on the wall. A tightly wrapped figure was seen descending from the air on top of the mountain where the base was located. It's him, it's him. The middle-aged man who stood trembling at the side looked at the familiar figure in the surveillance screen and let out a shriek from his mouth. Phil was not surprised but pleased to hear it. You mean the vibranium is in his hands? That's right. The middle-aged man nodded. He's the one who took the vibranium after wounding the saber-toothed tiger. Phil's eyes lit up. Not a little bit of guts. Robbing Jinjin and still daring to follow him here. Hearing this, the middle-aged man also reacted and looked towards the saber-toothed tiger. A moment later a locator the size of a soybean was retrieved from his coat pocket. A look of horror appeared on his face. I'm sorry, doctor. It was an oversight on my part. No. Phil shook his head. You're doing great. After that, he pressed a button on the wall. Instantly, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the base. A soldier holding a gun in his hand poured out from the various rooms of the base, all of them gathering towards the location of the base's entrance. Outside, Sumo, who had landed on the top of the mountain and was gradually approaching towards the entrance of the base, immediately saw the soldiers rushing out from the base. Discovered? Looking at the soldiers that were rapidly gathering, Sumo immediately reacted. Since he had been discovered, he didn't bother to hide and seek with the other party. Mindfulness. The soldiers who had just run out of the doorway immediately felt an irresistible and overwhelming force coming from the firearms in their hands, and the firearms flew out of the hands of all of them in an instant. The guns then looked like soldiers in formation, neatly lined up in the air, guns trained on their just masters. Seeing this scene, those soldiers instantly lost their souls. Without hesitation, he turned and ran towards the back. However, they were clearly too slow, just turned around, and the triggers of those guns looked like they were being pressed. Ta-da! Intense gunfire echoed through the building, interspersed with a scream. By the time the magazines and the firearms were emptied, the armed forces in the entire base were almost wiped out. Sumo then stepped into the middle of the base. 4 flying daggers flew out from behind him and hovered around his body. The researchers who had been informed of the invasion of the base were all transformed into combat units, each holding a gun and aiming it at the door. With the sound of a footstep getting closer, Sumo stepped into the lab. Just as he entered inside, he took a glance through the clear glass surrounding the lab and looked at the various mutants used as experiments in the back room. Mutant living research? Sumo's brows furrowed as he looked at those researchers in the distance with a hint of icy color in his eyes. And when those researchers saw Sumo who walked in, they pulled the trigger almost simultaneously. Unfortunately, Sumo's reaction was equally not slow. Thoughts loomed toward the group of researchers. The moment the other man pressed the trigger, the muzzles of their pistols seemed to be squeezed by some force, converging towards the center. In an instant, the sound of blowing up the chamber rang out one after another. A scream came from the room. At the same time, The flying daggers hovering around Sumo flew towards these people lying on the ground. In less than half a minute, the room fell silent. The scene was clear on the surveillance on the wall of Phil's office. Dr. Phil stood frozen in place. Magneto? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had an incredulous look on his face. Both in terms of height and size, the other party didn't look like Magneto. Besides, as far as he knew, Magneto seemed to have lost his mutant powers. Ordinary people may not know much about it, but to them, the fact that Magneto was injected with a mutant antidote is not exactly a secret. The devil. It must be the devil. At this time, the middle-aged man who was still left in the room fell to the ground with a plop, and a mournful cry came out of his mouth. The yelp, instead, woke Dr. Phil up. Shut up. After scolding the other man, he turned to the back of the office, took a small suitcase out of the safe in the corner, got up and fled towards the back of the base. The situation is now obvious, and if we don't leave, I'm afraid we won't be able to. As he walked to the door, he turned his head toward the saber-toothed tiger and issued a command. Follow me. After saying that, he left with the two saber-toothed tigers. He had gone to great lengths to seek the self-healing factor in the saber-toothed tiger's body, so naturally, he would not give him up. The middle-aged man who was paralyzed on the ground also reacted at this time. Hurriedly, he got up from the ground on his hands and knees. Doctor, take me away. With that, he chased after the other in the direction the other had left. Get out. After a gunshot, the middle-aged man fell into a pool of blood. At this point in the base near the entrance, not a single person could be seen. Entered into the base of Shuema. Just a slight glance around. Could this be one of Hydra's secret bases? The various researchers inside the base and those fully equipped soldiers made Sumo come up with this guess. There was no pause. He directly flashed his body and rushed towards the depths of the base. After seeing everything in the base, Sumo also realized that his previous guess was obviously not accurate. It's obviously a secret organization that studies mutants. His whereabouts had been exposed, and coupled with the overthrow of the armed forces in the base, there was a high probability that the person in charge of the base would choose to flee under such circumstances. The other side must be intercepted before they escape. Less than half a minute. Sumo then followed the passage to a small platform at the backside of the mountain range. On the platform at this point, the saber-toothed tiger stood in front of a zipline that extended in the direction of the base of the mountain. In the distance, there appeared to be people hanging from ziplines paddling toward the bottom. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger that had also hung the hook on its body, intending to leave, Sumo's mind moved. No matter how hard the saber-toothed tiger tried, the zipline did not move. Until then, the saber-toothed tiger also noticed Sumo who appeared at the back, and after a roar came out of its mouth, the saber-toothed tiger ripped off the hooks on its body and pounced towards Sumo. Having already discovered the other party's lair, Sumo naturally didn't intend to let go of the water. Besides, the owner of the base was fleeing at a rapid pace, and he didn't have time to delay here. 2x hair power. Spiritual thoughts added. The right hand with the metal glove clenched his fist and slammed it towards his opponent. There was no way for spiritual thoughts to act on top of flesh, and they would simply penetrate through after coming into contact with it. To facilitate the addition of chanting and flying, he specialized in building a battlesuit made of metal. 15 tons of physical strength. 2x hair power is 30 tons, plus 61 tons of mental chanting power added. At this moment, he swung his right fist with a force close to 100 tons. The moment he threw a punch, a loud burst of air echoed across the platform. The fist hammered at the saber-toothed tiger's body as fast as lightning. The saber-toothed tiger's figure lurched, and its body stopped in the air as if the pause button had been pressed. Immediately afterward, his body instantly exploded like a punctured balloon. Points plus 12. 000. The system's voice rang in his head. He didn't have time to check it out, though, and with a leap of his body, he chased after it in the direction of the zipline. Chapter 17 Battle Armor. Storage Ring Foothills. Dr. Phil stopped by zipline in a clearing in a dense forest. Just as he unhooked the hooks from his body, the man heard a sound of air being cut in the sky behind him. Turning his head to look, he instantly saw that familiar figure chasing after him in his direction. Mom messes with Fark. After letting out an exasperated sound, Dr. Phil hurried to a wooden house located in the clearing. A few moments later, an SUV roared out of it, and after a tail swing, it rushed out in the opposite direction of Sumo. Dr. Phil, who was driving the vehicle, saw the figure that was approaching at great speed in the rearview mirror, and in his anxiety, he directly pressed the gas pedal of the car to the bottom. But it was obvious that even if the car's performance was good, it couldn't possibly compare to a flying unit in this kind of terrain. And at this moment, Sumo was already less than 50 meters away from him. Dr. Phil took a pistol from the car, stuck his left hand holding the gun out the window, and fired it toward Hume in the sky. Unfortunately, pistol bullets did not pose any threat to the current Sumo. The bullets were all easily dodged by Sumo. Dr. Phil instead, because due to her distraction, completely failed to notice ahead of her a fallen tree across the middle of the road. By the time he saw it and then tried to dodge, it was a little too late. Giggle. The car, which was traveling at speeds approaching 150 kilometers per hour, crashed directly into a tree and managed to take off. After a tumble, the car flew toward the dense forest at the side of the road. Eventually, the car was set up on a large tree nearby. Dr. Phil in the car shook his head hard, trying to clear his dizzy brain. At that exact moment, Sumo from the back caught up. It slowly levitated right in front of the car. The corner of Sumo's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Dr. Phil, whose face was covered in blood, in the driver's side of the car. "Sir, this is not a good spot to park." After saying that, he flew up and kicked the car right out of the tree. "No!" The doctor, feeling the weightlessness, let out a shriek full of panic. To know that at this time, the height of the car from the ground is at least 7 or 8 meters. Landing posture is not right. He is afraid that directly accounted for here. But the moment the car was about to touch the ground, it was directly held up by an inexplicable force. Sumo used his thoughts to maneuver the vehicle to slowly land on the ground. Stepping forward, he withdrew the warped door, then grabbed the other man out of the driver's side and casually threw him on the ground aside. "Are you going to start introducing yourself straight away? Or are you going to wait until after I've tortured you a bit? I say. After a series of stimuli, Dr. Phil's mind had broken down a bit. Hurriedly, he began to introduce himself. As he spoke, Sumo also understood the man's identity. His name was Phil Andrews, a researcher under Stryker before the last big battle that destroyed Lake Accra. He dodged a bullet because he wasn't in the base. Over the years, he had privately and secretly researched a technique that could transfer the healing factor from the saber-toothed tiger's body. After that, he designed to catch the saber-toothed tiger, and then used some of the control potion left in his hand to control the saber-toothed tiger. The purpose was to transfer the other party's healing factor into his own body, and this transfer technology requires the use of Edelman alloys. The formula for the Edelman alloy he did have, but one of the most important materials inside is missing. Junjin. It was only after much probing that he sought to find out about Ulysses. That's what made that happen earlier. "You have the formula for the Edelman alloy in your possession?" "That's right. And the rest of the metals to synthesize the Edelman alloy have already been assembled and are in the previous lab. So as long as there's vibranium, you can synthesize the Edelman alloy directly." The other party hastily opened his mouth to explain, obviously hoping to get the other party to spare his life by showing his worth. The corners of Sumo's mouth rose lightly. Despite his own lapse in judgment, he didn't encounter the expected mind-controlling mutants here to reap the points. But to get the Edelman alloy formula was not a waste of one's time. At that moment, dialed Avril and instructed her to transport the vibranium left on the private jet. Instead, he lifted Phil with one hand and flew towards the previous location of the lab. Day 2. An airplane slowly rose from the Appalachian Mountains and disappeared into the sky at breakneck speed. A moment later, a violent explosion came from the same spot. In the cabin, Sumo surveyed the complete set of battle armor in front of him that had been built with Edelman alloy and vibranium. Unlike Tony's set, his outfit, which was made of vibranium throughout, was more appropriately called armor. The armor is dark black, streamlined, and contains no internal electronic components. After all, with the spiritual power in, he does not need those power support system. The main role of this armor is to protect and facilitate the manipulation of his ideas. 16 flying daggers, made of Edelman alloy, were spread out on the sides of the battle armor's legs and arms. In addition to the flying dagger, he also built a combat knife for close quarters. The combat knife is also made of Edelman alloy and has a sheath designed to hold it on the back of the armor. Open the system mall. After a lot of fighting, he now had 27,000 points. First, he searched the mall for storage equipment. Soon, a list of lines appeared in front of him. Storage ring, grade F contains 1,000 cubic meters of space, points required for redemption, 3,000. Storage ring, grade E contains 1,000 cubic meters of space, points required for redemption, 20,000. Storage ring, SS grade contains 1,000 cubic kilometers of space, points required for redemption, 300,000 points. Boundary Master World, grade D refined from the Boundary Master Small World, with a spatial diameter of 100,000 kilometers, capable of storing living creatures, points required for redemption, 1,000 points. Divine Kingdom Crystal, grade D after the death of an ordinary immortal powerhouse. the divine kingdom is refined and formed, with a space of 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter inside. Points required for redemption, 10,000,000. The list of various storage items made Sumo's eyes glaze over for a while. Other than that, a D-class realm master world alone could fit the entire planet Earth into it. After all, the Earth is just over 10,000 kilometers in diameter. However, the points required for redemption later on still calmed Sumo down. After thinking about it for a while, he also exchanged only an F-class storage ring. Now that the points were limited, it was all the more important to use them to enhance his strength. Besides, the things exchanged by the system could be stored in the system space, and 1,000 cubic meters of storage space was already enough for him to use for the time being. A space of 10 meters in length, width and height. The average family sedan can fit 100 of them. Congratulations to the host, obtaining an F-class storage ring, consuming 3,000 points. Chapter 18, Agent Hilda Systems prompt just fell. A plainly shaped ring appeared in his hand. The ring was just a plain circle shape, and it was impossible to tell what it was made of. Putting the ring on his finger, he then explored his mind towards the ring. After his thoughts touched the ring, he instantly sensed a square space with a length, width and height of 10 meters, and the shape of this space could be changed at will with his mind. Nice! Sumo nodded in satisfaction. With a flick towards the armor on the side, the armor appeared in the storage ring. By the time Sumo returned home, the time was close to noon. Just after returning to the villa, an underling came up to report a visit from someone claiming to be an FBI agent. FBI? A hint of doubt appeared on Sumo's face. Previously, his only interactions with the FBI were limited to being warned by the other side at the beginning of every movie he watched. As for meeting a real person, this is a first. A few minutes later, in the parlor, across from Sumo sat a tall woman. The woman was dressed in a black leotard, outlining the contours of her beautiful figure. Her hair was cleanly coiled behind her head, and her azure-colored eyes looked at Sumo with a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Hello, my name is Maria Hill from the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Directorate. Before she came here, she had thought that this Su would be a tall, strong man with arms as thick as thighs. After all, she knew Jean Ant's profile very well. To be able to kill Jean Ant, who were covered in muscles, at the very least, the opponent should not be inferior in size. But how could I not think that the other person was such a well-built and fair-skinned looking man? After the two of them shook hands, a hint of dawning realization appeared in Sumo's eyes. No wonder when he just saw the other party, he looked a little familiar, and it was only when he heard the name that he reacted. The other party was the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., second only to the director, Black Halogen Egg, Agent Hill. In an instant, he also cleared his veins. Apparently, S.H.I.E.L.D. learned from Black Widow Natasha that they killed Jean and, for the other party's purpose, he also guessed. Nothing more than persuading himself to join S.H.I.E.L.D. in the middle of it. Sure enough, the first sentence the other party opened his mouth confirmed his suspicions. Mr. Su, I'm here to invite you to join us on behalf of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau. Hill handed Sumo the information in his hand with a serious face. Sumo took the information in the other party's hands, casually flipped through it for a few moments, and then threw it on the desktop in front of him. A light chuckle followed. Looking across the room at Hill, letting go of the life of a rich man and risking his life to fight those thugs? M.S. Hill, I don't think that's a good idea. For Sumo's refusal, Hill did not show any unexpected expression. Thinking differently, if she were the other party, it would be impossible for her to join this organization. Smiling, she took a tablet out of her bag and opened one of the videos on it. Hand it to Sumo. I think you'll change your mind after reading this. Sumo's expression moved as he reached out to take the computer in the other party's hands and looked at it carefully. The scene in the video is in a hall. It was filled with mutants of all shapes and sizes, and by the looks of it, they seemed to be discussing something. Looking at the perspective of the shot, it would be some mutant stealing it. At the top of the hall sat an old man with a metal helmet. Magneto, the Brotherhood. Almost instantly, Sumo guessed that the inside was precisely the scene inside the Brotherhood. And what they were discussing was exactly what it would take to make him a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Of course, their main objective was the huge property owned by Sumo. After watching the video, Sumo's face sank. He wasn't too surprised that the organization behind Golden and Red Tank was the Brotherhood of Mutants. Of this he had guessed before. What puzzled him, though, was why the other side was so desperate to get the big bucks. Could it be that he's planning something big again? Originally, he was too lazy to care about the other party, and if he messed up, the X-Men would naturally stop them. But since he was counting on his head, then don't blame him for not being polite. Luckily, I got the message ahead of time. Otherwise you can't tell when you'll be counted out by the other side. How about if you join us? We can help you deal with these people together. Agent Hill continued to exhort. I'm afraid I'm helping you. There's no way S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to sit back and do nothing when these mutants are messing things up. After all, they were created in the first place to deal with these anti-human organizations. To put it nicely, to help themselves. It's really nothing more than trying to use himself against these mutants. For Sumo to see through their purpose, Agent Hill didn't show any surprise on his face, but instead looked at him with a serious expression. It doesn't make any difference. After all, they did threaten your safety too, didn't they? Sumo thought for a moment, looking up at the other Hill. Indeed, you are not wrong, but very unfortunately, I don't intend to join any organization, but we can work together. Oh, how cooperative. Hill looked puzzled, then opened her mouth to ask. This time I can join forces with you against these mutants, and as a thank you for the information you provided this time, I can step in once and help you deal with some tricky trouble. Of course, if we work well together, we can make such deals in the future. For every time you provide me with the information I need, I can help you out once. After this time, Sumo also realized the importance of intelligence. If Hill hadn't come to my door, I'd have been at a disadvantage. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had almost turned into Snake and Shield, it was undeniable that the rest of the intelligence network about the various forces was still very powerful, except for the intelligence about HYDRA, which might be false. Besides, one doesn't lose out at all by doing so. The ones that need to be dealt with by S.H.I.E.L.D. are, odds are, no slouches either. He himself needs to deal with these people to get points. This way, not only could he or she take care of these people with help, but they wouldn't have to worry about the aftermath in the slightest. Sort of a 2-for-1. Hearing this, Hill across the table shook his head. I'll need to consult with our officer if this is the case. Of course. Shuemon nodded. Letting Hill take the phone, he walked out of the room. Less than 10 minutes. Hill then retraced his steps. Have fun working together. From now on, I will serve as your only contact, and no one in S.H.I.E.L.D. will know anything about you except the director and me. By the way, someone will be sending over information about the Brotherhood of Mutants later. After sending Hill away, Sumo sat in the same spot and contemplated. Now he's on the Brotherhood's radar. Since the other party wanted to make a move against him, he wouldn't sit back and wait. Though, in the cinematic universe alone, Old Man at his peak displayed the power to move nuclear submarines of several thousand tons. But if they really fought, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. After all, he could manipulate almost any item with his mind power, and his body was much stronger than the other parties. Besides, he still had the big killers against them in his hands. Thinking of this, Sumo arrived in the study on the top floor of the villa. Coming to the bookshelf, he pressed a button hidden behind the book, and the shelf slowly moved aside, revealing a room of roughly 30 square feet in the back. Step into the room. The walls inside the room were lined with a variety of firearms. Desert Eagle, M500 revolver, AK, Remington shotgun, Barrett heavy sniper. All of these were Sumo's collections over the years. With a flick of his right hand, he collected the guns into his storage ring. After collecting them, Sumo came to a half-man-high cryogenic refrigerator at the innermost part. Opening the case, it contained, in addition to a few special firearms, a neat arrangement of square magazines in the rest of the locations. Remove one casually and open the magazine. Instead of bullets, there were tiny syringes neatly arranged inside. Chapter 19, Taking a 1,000-Year Willow Heart. Remove a syringe. The syringe contained a pale yellow liquid. These were the ones Sumo had gotten through special means 2 years ago, the mutant antidote. As a normal person before, he naturally had to make some cards to deal with mutants. This thing, combined with his psychic nimbus, was simply heaven-knocking mutants. The thousands of syringes in the box were all received into the storage ring. He had already tested it with his watch, and the time in the storage ring was at a standstill, so he didn't have to worry about deterioration anymore in the slightest. With this in hand, he was not afraid of any mutant. I had just finished packing these things away when there was a sound of a door opening and closing outside. Honey, what are you doing? Hearing this familiar voice, Sumo's eyes twitched. That didn't seem to be Wana's voice, after all. The two had eased their relationship a lot, but so far the other had never addressed himself that way. Walking out of this room where the weapons were stored, he instantly saw a tall figure standing in front of a desk, looking at himself with a smile on his face. Wait, why are you here? After seeing the person's face clearly, Suemo rubbed his eyes and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The person in front of him was no other than his last girlfriend, Anne Hathaway. Seeing the look on Sumo's face, Anne laughed lightly and walked forward, hands looped behind his neck. Why can't I show up here? Not. Before he could finish, Annie came right up to him. Come on, my wife is downstairs. Wouldn't that be more exciting? By the time the two arrived downstairs, it was half an hour later. The three sat at the dining table. It looks like you were just approached by someone from the FBI. Did something happen? Wanda asked casually as she took a sip of her soup. Oh, nothing, just some routine questioning because of Pete. Suemo casually coped. About S-H-I-E-L-D. He wasn't going to say anything. She's just a normal person now. It's better to keep her out of these things. After a moment's pause, Suemo glanced at the two of them and asked, pretending not to care. Both of you. You don't have employees in your company you don't recognize? Wanda asked curiously. Of course I know you. I mean, how did you two get together? And, it looks like you're on good terms. He had just been upstairs, and he hadn't had time to ask before and had taken him off course. It was only at this time that the doubts in his mind were asked. Oh, Annie, we both met at work. Wanda looked up and glanced at him. Yeah, Suemo nodded. Some time ago, Wanda had asked Suemo to arrange a position for her in a movie and television company because she was a bit bored staying in the villa all day. I didn't realize that the two of them had become BFFs. If he said that there was no active calculation buy-in in it, he would not believe it 100%. But it's a little late to say anything now that it's happened. At that moment, a silky touch came from the leg under Sumo's desktop. Look up. Annie winked toward him. This little goblin. Simply. After a tense and exciting lunch, Wanda sent an out. Throughout the lunch hour, and was always picking on him, intentionally or not. Could it be that the other party was awakening some strange attribute? Viciously, he banished the thought from his mind. A moment later, Suemo looked at Wanda who was walking back. I'm afraid you'll need to go out of hiding for a while. Although it was almost unlikely that the Brotherhood would target their own assets and take a shot at Wanda and the girls, Suemo had to prevent this from happening. Looking at a puzzled Wanda, he explained the Brotherhood. I'm sorry, it's because of the two of us that we're in such trouble. A hint of apology crossed Wanda's face. Nothing, haven't you made it all up to me already? A hint of derision flashed across Sumo's face with a smirk. Although Suemo had taken the lead in obtaining her person without first obtaining her heart, it had been proven that after obtaining the other party's heart, he was indeed able to unlock some special playstyles. Hearing this, Wanda blushed instantly. I'll go upstairs and clean up. Suemo looked at the red car that disappeared from sight and let out a sigh of relief under his breath. He then made his way only to the gym on the top floor. He had had all the various equipment in the gym cleared out, and this had now become his practice room. If you want to completely solve the Brotherhood's troubles, you still need to raise your strength as soon as possible. After exchanging the storage ring, he still had more than 20,000 points remaining. After opening the mall list and typing in strength-enhancing treasures and retrieving them, Suemo checked them out one by one. Heart-shaped grass slowly improves one's health after taking it. Points required for redemption, 300 points / plant, dragon's blood, made from the heart blood of a king-level dragon beast. It can enhance physical fitness by 2-4 times after use. Valid for apprentice level. Points required for redemption, 5,000 points, 1,000-year willow heart, the spirit of grass and trees. Containing a huge amount of vital energy, after taking it, it can greatly enhance one's physical quality as well as cellular activity. Enhances the body's recovery ability. Points required for redemption, 18,000 points. Bibbo Marrow, greatly enhances mental power after taking it. Points required for redemption, 100,000 points / drop. Red Flame Fruit, improve physical quality significantly after taking it. Points required for redemption, 100,000 points / PC. There are so many treasures to choose from. Suemo was dazzled by the sight, but a quick glance at the points doesn't really leave much of a choice. A few moments later, Suemo sat cross-legged on the ground with a 1-meter-long green crystal suspended in front of him. This is a 1,000-year-old willow heart? The crystal was carefully surveyed. The outer shell of the crystal was very hard, and there seemed to be a green liquid flowing inside. Suemo checked the instructions for its use. The way to use it is to break its hard outer shell and take the liquid inside. Taking out an Edelman alloy fly cutter, he maneuvered it and flicked it across the crystal shell, breaking a tiny crack in it. Seeing the liquid inside gushing out from the crack, Suemo didn't dare to hesitate and directly placed the crystal on his mouth, allowing the green if jelly-like sticky liquid to flow into his mouth. A grassy fragrance came from his mouth. The liquid had just gone down his throat and into his body when he felt a cool breath spread through his body. As this cooling sensation flowed through the body, the physical quality gradually improved. At the same time, The dark golden orb in his mind accelerated and rotated once again, releasing a stream of pure spiritual energy, which was continuously absorbed by his brain, enhancing his spiritual thoughts. The two energies did not interfere with each other in his body, rapidly increasing his strength. Along with the increase in strength, Sumo also felt a special energy gradually penetrating his body. Feeling the feeling of rawness that came from his body after absorbing this energy. Is this the so-called vital energy? As this energy seeped in, a warm feeling came over his body. In this soothing feeling, the extreme pulling up of strength was simply not too pleasurable. Chapter 20 Peak of the War God. The White Queen being hunted down. The whole process lasted a little over 2 hours. As the rate of ascension stopped, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. At this time, on the surface of his skin, there was a layer of dark brown impurities attached. After cleaning them off first, it was only then that he returned to the practicing room again with a relaxed body. Open the properties panel. Name, Sumo, age, 20, strength, 93, 560 kilograms, speed, 386 meters per second, power, 387,600 kilograms, special ability, none, points, 6160, an excited gleam appeared in Sumo's eyes. 93 tons of force from the body and 387 tons from the mind. Compared to before, it was more than 6 times higher. And there is also a major effect of the Millennium Willow Heart, which is to enhance the body's ability to recover. Thinking of this, he took out a flying knife and gently scratched it on his arm. A sound of a dull knife cutting through cowhide came from the arm, and a shallow white mark appeared on the arm where the Edelman alloy flyer had cut through it. Upon seeing this scene, Sumo's expression gave a lurch as a sound of astonishment escaped his mouth. Holy shit! Despite knowing that the so-called physical enhancements are all-encompassing, but he hadn't expected the defense to reach this level either. It was important to realize that even though he had only made a light stroke, it was based on his 90+ tons of strength. Even if it had been intentionally curbed, the force was no less than a few hundred kilograms. Not to mention ordinary people, even steel would be sliced like tofu under this power, but it only left a faint white mark on his skin. By that level of defense, I'm afraid that even sniper rifles don't have the means to hurt him in the slightest. After calming his excitement, Sumo gradually increased the power on his flying dagger. It wasn't until after using close to 2 tons of force that this made a thin, bloody cut in the skin. But before the blood could flow out of the wound, the skin on both sides of the wound closed up unusually quickly under the gaze of his eyes. This resilience. Sumo's eyes twitched. The recovery speed was much stronger than the recovery ability of the saber-toothed tiger he had seen before. That's sick. It could be said that a 1,000-year willow heart had directly increased his combat power by a full dozen times. A few moments later, a figure flew out of the villa at an extremely fast speed. Shuema is now flying at over Mach 2. It's about 700 meters per second. And it's about 500 kilometers per hour. In less than 3 minutes, he was in the middle of a mountain range in New Jersey, more than 100 kilometers away from the villa. In less than half a minute after Shuema had just taken off. S-H-I-E-L-D, headquarters. In Nick Fury's office, Coulson came in hurriedly. Chief, major crisis event. Nick Fury's face changed when he heard this. The last time he heard this was when Tony was wearing his battle armor and the Iron Baron fighting in the skies of New York. Coulson handed him the tablet in his hand. High-speed traveling UFO spotted over New York. Nick Fury looked at the data on the tablet. Mach 2. Tony Stark? Not really. Just got word that Tony is staying at his Ocean View villa. Since Tony Iron Man's identity had been revealed, he had naturally become the focus of S-H-I-E-L-D's attention, locating each other's position almost 24 hours a day, which was how Coulson knew the flying figure wasn't Tony in the first place. Nick Fury reached over and slid his hand across the tablet, watching the UFO's flight path. Wait, this position, could it be him? The UFO's starting location is very close to Schumer's Hudson River cottage. It was almost certain in his mind. This UFO is 80% related to Sumo. However, regarding Sumo's information, he did not intend to publicize it. These years he has also noticed that S-H-I-E-L-D has been infiltrated by some forces, and some information is still better kept secret, and it is not possible to say when it will become a life-saving card for himself. With that thought, he handed the tablet back to Coulson. Erase this from the recorder and pretend this never happened. Coulson heard the other party's answer and a look of surprise appeared on his face. But his education as an agent made him not question the director's order, and after nodding, he left the room. Nick Fury looked at the closed door to his room and sighed. It looks like we need to revisit the opponent's strength. Sumo, who was wearing battle armor, floated in front of a rock wall in the mountain range. He was going to experiment to see what level of strength he had reached. After a deep breath, Suemo clenched his right hand into a fist and ruthlessly smashed it towards the rock wall. With 2 times the hair power, plus about half of the chanting power added, nearly 400 tons of force slammed into the rock. An airburst sounded. Boom! A loud explosion echoed throughout the mountain range. On the rock wall, a huge spider web slowly spread out with his fist as the center. As Sumo's fist retracted, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction, as rubble fell off the entire rock wall, and a moment later, a huge crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared on the rock wall. Countless birds of prey startled in the dense forest below the mountain. Satisfied, he nodded. Now he has the physical strength to almost finish off Hulk and Spider-Man. After all, it's like Spider-Man's greatest battle, pulling a moving train to a halt, which required just over 50 tons of force. While he was planning to try his hand at Nimbus manipulation of flying daggers, the cyclone around the star tower in his mind emitted a slight fluctuation. At the same time, a burst of gunfire came from the dense forest in the distance. Suemo moved with a start. This was the first time in such a long time after obtaining the star tower that it had produced fluctuations. But after waiting for a few moments, nothing more out of the ordinary appeared. Take a long breath. According to his current strength, he was indeed still far from being able to activate the star tower. Turning toward the distance, the location of the shots that were fired was in the middle of a dense forest a full kilometer away from him. Due to the cover of the trees, it was impossible to see the exact situation over there. After only hesitating for a split second, he moved his body and quietly flew over in that direction. A few moments later, Suemo hid in the dense branches of a tree and peered into the clearing not far away. A group of robots with a stature of 7 or 8 meters tall surrounded a woman in the middle dressed in white with a full head of blonde hair. The woman appeared to be badly injured, her right hand covering the spot on her left shoulder, her shirt carrying a large bloodstain. He looked up at the robots coming up around him. Anger showed in the woman's eyes. In an instant, the skin on her body instantly transformed into brilliant and dazzling diamonds, breaking out in the direction Suemo had come from. The White Queen? Seeing the scene in front of him, Suemo, who was hiding in the trees, had a look of surprise on his face. This ability is just too special. As far as he knew, the White Queen seemed to be the only one in this world who possessed this ability to diamondize, and these robots around her that surrounded her were probably the famous Sentinel robots. Combined with the fluctuation of the star tower earlier, Suemo quickly understood. The White Queen, in addition to having this ability to diamondize her entire body, also has telepathic powers, just like Professor X. The previous fluctuation of the star tower was most likely due to the White Queen unleashing her ability towards his location. After all, the commotion he had made earlier was not small, and it was only natural for her to notice. As for the purpose, Suemo guessed that it might be to call for help towards this side, or to try to manipulate the people on this side to help her block these sentry robots. The White Queen, who was charging towards Sumo's direction, was blocked by the robot. After a fluttering of the surface of these robots' bodies, the skin on their exteriors transformed into the same diamondized skin as the White Queen's. Seeing this strange scene, Suemo was astonished for a moment. No wonder the mutants ended up being cornered by these sentry robots. This ability is just too sick, able to easily duplicate the abilities of various mutants. Almost any mutant is restrained by relative abilities. The White Queen dashed left and right through the middle of these robots, never able to break out. Suemo, who was hiding in a tree venture, looked down at the scene. To save or not to save? With hardly any hesitation, Suemo made his choice. The White Queen has alpha-level mutant powers and is well suited as a helper in the formation of the Force. With her powers in place, there was no need to worry about betrayal from her men. Although in the mall, the redemption points for telepathic abilities only required 30,000 points. Suemo had already asked the system, and all of these redeemed abilities were in a state just after awakening. That is, after redeeming this ability, it is in the initial state. It will take time to slowly take control after that. With all this time, he might as well use it to cultivate the secret arts of the illusionist lineage of spiritual luminaries. After all, that's going to be more powerful than this telepathic ability. Chapter 21, The White Queen's Submission. After making his decision, Suemo no longer hesitated. According to the situation in the clearing, the White Queen could die at any time at the hands of these sentry robots. In the clearing, despite the substantial increase in defense after the diamondization of his body, it would likewise not be able to withstand the attacks of the Sentinel robots that were a dozen times his size. After another collision, the White Queen finally couldn't support herself and her body was directly shaken by the tremendous force and flew backwards. At the same time, the two Sentinel robots behind her transformed their right hands into a huge conical weapon, poking towards the White Queen's body. At this time the White Queen, who was located in the air, also noticed the situation in the rear, but at this point, her body was completely numb from the successive collisions with the robots. There was no way to control the body that was flying backwards. It's over. At this moment, this thought flashed through the White Queen's mind. Her most powerful ability is still her telepathic ability that is no less than Professor X's. But unfortunately, that ability is useless against these robots. And the same replication of her diamondized ability makes it impossible for her to have a single chance of defeating the robot. Solely, she simply closed her eyes in abandonment. But a full 5 or 6 seconds passed without any pain coming from his body. Slowly, he opened his eyes. At once, he saw that a silhouette covered in black battle armor was standing beside him, and the arm of the sentry robot poking over was held in the hands of the man in front of him, not moving no matter how hard the robot pushed. As Sumo's hands holding the pointed cone closed with force, the two sentinel robots, which had transformed into diamond forms, slammed into each other and turned into a field of debris. Sumo's figure then flickered incessantly in the clearing. Less than half a minute, the 10 or so sentinel robots in the clearing had all shattered into crumbs. See this scene. The White Queen's eyes lit up. These sentinel robots that had pushed themselves to the brink of extinction were as if they were children in the hands of the other party, without the slightest ability to resist. Save yourself. With a relieved mind, the White Queen's diamondized skin, supported by her fortitude, returned to normal. The body sank hard. It wasn't until this time that she realized she was floating in midair. After his body returned to normal, he fell hard to the ground. A low cry of pain escaped her mouth as she tugged at the wound on her shoulder. Xu Emma, who had finished with the robot, turned his head, looked at the White Queen, who was gritting her teeth and crying out in pain, and put the helmet away. It wasn't something he intended to do. In itself, he had no problem manipulating her diamondized body with his spiritual thoughts, but after she exited her diamondization, there was no way for the spiritual thoughts to hold her in place, and they went straight through her body. When Empress Bai saw Sumo's appearance, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She hadn't expected that the person who could finish off these sentry robots was such a young man in his 20s. Strongly bracing himself, he sat up from the floor. She looked at Su Mershan and opened her mouth. Thanks. Thank you doesn't just come from words. Can you still stand? After saying that, Suemo watched as the other party painstakingly attempted to support himself with his arms, but both times ended in failure. Shuema sighed. Walking forward, he picked up the White Queen from the ground, and with a movement of his body, he flew towards the distance. New York, Brooklyn, in a sea view villa under Sumo's name. Aha! With a muffled grunt from the White Queen, the bullet left in her shoulder flew out of the wound. Ripped the clothes from the wound. Suemo opened the medicine chest and took out medicines and bandages from it. I don't think it needs to be that much trouble. Saying that, the White Queen took her top right off, ending up with only an undergarment. Wouldn't that be easier? Sumo's face looked blank, and after a few deep glances, he spread his hands. As long as you're happy. The White Queen on the opposite side saw Sumo's expression and a small smile appeared on her face. After helping the other party bandage up, Suemo took a seat across from her. Luckily, it didn't hurt my internal organs, but I need to recuperate for a while. The White Queen lay deflated on the sofa, cocking her head to survey Suemo across the room. You seem to recognize me? As a mutant with telepathic powers, it was safe to say that she had a better grasp of micro-expressions than any of those veteran psychiatrists. Though from start to finish she couldn't sense the other's mind, but from the way the other looked at her alone, she concluded that the other must know her. Suemo didn't reply, but gently waved his hand. A bottle of whiskey along with 2 glasses flew out of a side liquor cabinet. He reached over and took it, pouring each of them a glass. It doesn't matter. The reason why I saved you is also because you're of some use to me. It's as simple as that. The White Queen's expression didn't change much after hearing this. As a figure once second only to Black Emperor Shaw in Hellfire, she naturally understood that the other party could not have risked her life to save her for no reason. To be able to save her, it was natural that she had a value that the other party deserved to take out. By now the pain from the wound on her shoulder had subsided after the medicine was applied. Standing up from the couch, he walked over to Suemo. Useful? Empress Bai's hand brushed lightly across Sumo's face, a flirtatious smile on her face. Is it as useful as I think it is? Half an hour later, after instructing the White Queen to nurse her wounds in the villa, Sumo's figure rose up from the ground. The White Queen stood in front of the villa's window and wiped the corners of her mouth as she looked at Suemo, who had disappeared into the sky. When she was in the jungle before, she couldn't feel the other's presence with her telepathic ability, and just now she tried again twice, with no different results than before. It wasn't the same kind as Professor X, where he could feel the other party, but the other party relied on his psychic ability to generate a guard so that he couldn't intrude into it. Sumo such that he could not feel the other party's presence at all. In comparison, he's even more terrifying than Professor X with this ability, and from the contact just now, not only did he have an exceptionally powerful physique, he also had the ability to manipulate with his mind. And among all the mutants she knew, there seemed to be no existence more terrifying than the other party. That was why she had decisively chosen to submit. Suemo flew in the sky, recalling the information he had gotten from the White Queen earlier. Emma, the White Queen, was then targeted by Bolivar Teslax's Mutant Research Corporation a few years ago. After exchanging a few blows, she also realized that it would be difficult for her to fight against the other side Sentinel robots, and subsequently chose to live a life of seclusion, avoiding the robots all over the place. But I didn't realize that some time ago, by a random accident, she was again targeted by these robots. That's what led to the scene in the jungle earlier. And Suemo was clear that the main reason why the other party was able to stay easily was still due to the pressure that the Sentinel robots had given the other party. Without her own shelter, I'm afraid it won't be long before Emma becomes part of a mutant research lab. Of course, she was bound to serve as the subject of the study. Chapter 22, Sarah's Town, Vampires, New York State. A country road leading to a small town. Suemo sat in the passenger side of an ordinary Ford sedan with a relaxed expression, slowly closing the information in his hand. You don't seem surprised at all? Hill, who was driving the car, looked at Suemo, whose expression was as usual, and asked in a puzzled voice. God knows how shocked she was just after seeing the things recorded in this information. This is a legendary vampire. Suemo listened and looked at Hill on the side with a smile on his face. Believe me, among the enemies you'll encounter in the future, this thing is not even in the top 10 in terms of frightfulness. The very information he held in his hands was about vampires, and the two appearing together is, of course, Shuema fulfilling his promise to help S-H-I-E-L-D out for once. Since 6 months ago, tourists have been disappearing from a small town in New York State. Cumulatively, hundreds of tourists have disappeared. S-H-I-E-L-D had sent multiple agents here to investigate, all of which ended up as bizarre as the tourists. Even a level 8 agent sent out last week turned out to be similarly out of contact. Nick Fury, who had no choice but to use up the only shot Suemo had promised so far. Suemo set off with Hill after receiving this news. The agents who folded here didn't get nothing at all. There was once an agent who sent one last message before he disappeared. A message that consisted of only 3 words, vampire. Suemo was very clear. Vampires in the comic book world are only a bunch of weaklings. Not only do they have the 2 major weaknesses of fear of sunlight and silverware, even the combat power was just a hair stronger than an ordinary person. Even if an ordinary person was equipped with a silver long knife, I'm afraid that they could cut down a few empty-handed vampires in a fight for their lives. This kind of combat power can only be considered cannon fodder in a Marvel world full of superheroes. According to Sumo's current strength, I'm afraid that just by standing here and letting them bite, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to hurt him even a single bit with all their efforts. Instead, to him, these vampires represented a lot of points. I'm afraid there could be a big haul if we could find the other side's lair and give them a cleaning. Soon, the car stopped in front of a hotel in a small town called Sarah. The small town of Sarah is located in northeastern New York State. It has become a famous tourist destination near and far because of its age-old fortress and hundreds of ancient buildings. With the increase in tourists every year, gradually, it has grown to become a bustling town with nearly hundreds of thousands of permanent residents. Suemo stepped down from the car, took off his sunglasses, and looked at one of the spiky, conical ancient castles in the distance, as well as the rather dated buildings in the area of the ancient castles. With a hint of a smile on his face, the view is not bad. It really is a great place to visit. Hill got out of the car, then laboriously took out 2 slender boxes from the trunk, glanced at Suemo, and spoke breathlessly. Do you really think we're traveling? Despite being a trained level 9 agent, she was still a little apprehensive when faced with the legendary vampire, completely unable to do as Suemo did, as relaxed and casual as if he had come to travel. Suemo sniffed and gave the other party a reassuring look, then surveyed the slightly rundown hotel in front of him. Are you already strapped for funds to this extent? It's not so much a star hotel, but this is too perfunctory. Suemo reached out and pushed open the door in front of him, which had paint falling off and appeared a bit mottled, and turned his head to look at Hill, who was carrying 2 boxes behind him. Want to think about getting a new boss? I can offer double pay. Although Hill was only a commoner, his ability in management as well as logistics was almost considered a top-notch wave, and it was not a disadvantage to receive a subordinate. Okay, I'll be sure to contact you first with that idea. Listening to the other party's perfunctory words, Suemo did not take it personally. The 2 men came to the counter. Boss, get a room. A few moments later, the 2 carried their things into a room on the 2nd floor, one after another. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents have disappeared here. Obviously the other party had been very wary. The 2 of them came here, so naturally they couldn't take on their real identities, but instead disguised themselves as a couple coming over for a trip. The room was naturally only open. Hill placed the 2 boxes in his hands on the bed in his room. Enter the code on the keypad on the box. Thereafter a sound of deflating pressure. The box slowly opened. Suemo looked toward the box. It didn't take much guessing to realize that the case would contain some weapons used against vampires. I don't know if it works or not, but a weapon always brings some security. Hill finished, handing Suemo the box in his hand. After Suemo received it, he looked at the pile of weapons inside. The first thing was a long, silver-colored knife. It looked as if it was built from some kind of alloy laced with silver. Suemo gently waved it, and a corner of the wooden bedside slowly slid down. The cut surface very smooth. Needless to say, S-H-I-E-L-D has some stuff when it comes to weaponry. With a flick of his hand, the long knife disappeared into his hand. Then he continued to look towards the box. On the sidelines, Hill's eyes glazed over at the sight. He then stepped forward and tugged on Sumo's right hand that was just holding the knife. And then his eyes looked around for a few moments and found no trace of the long knife. Disbelievingly, he rubbed his eyes. Could it be that I'm blind? Where's the stuff? Suemo flicked his right hand. The long knife violently appeared in his hand, and then disappeared once again. You can interpret it as some kind of special ability. Seeing Suemo perform again, Hill then slowed down. Oh my god, that's just amazing. Could it be that you're a mutant? You could interpret it that way. Suemo, who was too lazy to explain to the other party again, casually coped. His gaze then fell once more to the box in front of him. In addition to the long knife, there were 3 other things in the case. A special pistol firing silver bullets that comes with hundreds of rounds of ammunition. Several grenades with a lavender glow and what looked like spray-on sunscreen. Pistols and bullets were not uncommon to be put away directly. And grenades were easy to guess. They should be special grenades that could release ultraviolet light. But the last bottle of what looked like a sunscreen spray was a little hard for Suemo to read. Turning his head to look aside, he looked at Hill. What is this? Hill, who had already slowed down, sniffed and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. It's a skin spray that contains silver elements, and according to them, after spraying this spray on your body, it's able to make vampires unable to take any interest in you. So what's the difference between this stuff and garlic water? Hill looked puzzled when she heard that, and thought for a moment before speaking. The only difference, probably, is that spraying this stuff doesn't make ordinary people think of you as an alien. Chapter 23, Old Castle. Vampire trail. Hand over all the equipment to Suemo. Hill then went to search for the trail left by the previous agents, leaving Suemo alone in the hotel. After all, investigating things is what the agents, do, and Suemo is only providing force assistance. After the other party left, Suemo had nothing to do, so he too walked out of the inn and skipped around the town. It's just now May. It's the peak season for traveling. The streets of the town are filled with tourists with backpacks. It looks like the government is keeping the disappearance of tourists under wraps. Suemo sighed. Otherwise it's unlikely that there would still be so many tourists after getting information about a large number of missing people. No, he realized with a jolt that the government probably wouldn't have chosen to suppress the news without the person behind it. After all, it was hundreds of people, and gagging some of this man's family members alone would be difficult enough. Why does the government have to do such a thankless task? In that case, it's likely that a high-ranking government official is involved. After all, the lure of eternal life was indeed attractive enough for those high officials. Despite the side effect of not being able to live in the sunlight, no one would care about that one little drawback anymore if they had to choose between death and just not being able to see the light. Suemo wandered aimlessly through the town like an ordinary tourist. A few hours later, the sky had gradually darkened, and he had arrived at the area of those ancient building complexes. This area is very large. It took up almost half of the entire town. Several ancient castles located in the center of the ancient complex are private areas and are not open to the public. Suemo had just walked up a road leading to the ancient castle when he was stopped. Seeing this, he didn't insist anymore, but simply turned around and left. After walking to the location where those guards could not see, a set of armor suddenly appeared on him, shrouding his entire body, and then he moved and flew in the direction of the ancient castle. If there was one thing in this town that could be most easily associated with the vampires, it would be the old castles in front of us. After all, from the movies he had seen, vampires lived in ancient castles, but the truth seemed to disappoint him a little. Checked out a few castles in a row. Inside, apart from a couple of daily maintenance staff, there was no sign of the unusually pale vampires that had been imagined. Since it was now completely dark, there was no way for him to confirm whether these people were vampires from their appearance alone. All he could do was test them one by one. The test was also very simple. The bottle of liquid laced with silver particles that Hill had handed him was sprayed onto them. If there were vampires, they obviously wouldn't be indifferent. But the results are obvious. These people are really just some ordinary people. It wasn't until his figure approached the middle of an ancient castle located right in the center that a shout came out from the room on the top floor of the castle. Something's up. Sumo's face glowed with joy. Then with a flash of his body he levitated outside the window of the room where the shouts had been made. Looking toward the room, the scream was from a young girl tied to a chair. In front of the young girl stood an old man with half his hair already gray. At that moment the old man's hands were pulling at the young girl's clothes. Seeing that the young girl's clothes had been ripped almost to the bone, only a set of white lace underwear remained. If he had seen this scene in a movie, if someone had jumped out to heroically save his beauty at this critical moment, it was estimated that Sumo would have greeted all 18 generations of this hero's ancestors. But in this reality Sumo still chose to strike. The pistol loaded with silver bullets appeared in his hand, and aiming it at the old man in the room, he pulled the trigger directly. Boo! After a gunshot, the old man had an extra bloody hole in his head and slowly collapsed towards the ground. Kill the villain. Plus 80 points. Not a vampire again? Looking at the other party's blood flowing from his wounds, Sumo sighed in disappointment. With a movement of his body, he entered the room through the open window. Sumo reached out and flicked his hand. A flying knife flew out and cut the ropes on the girl's body. In the process of cutting the rope, the flying knife touched the girl's skin intentionally or unintentionally. The girl seemed oblivious to this. It seems I was too sensitive. Sumo saw this and said in his heart, "Put your clothes back on and I'll get you out of here." He then got up and stood in front of the window, looking out. Since he hadn't run into any vampires, he was going to get the hell out of there too. Hill should be heading back soon at this time of year as well, so I wonder if there's any luck on her end. The moment the bound girl saw the flying dagger, a strange color flashed in her eyes. Hearing that the other party was going to send herself away, the girl didn't rush to put her clothes on, but instead walked over to Sumo. "You're a mutant?" Looking at the girl standing in front of him, Sumo coldly spoke. "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it?" Seeing that Sumo did not deny it, the girl grabbed his arm with both hands and said hurriedly under her breath, "Please, save my sister. As long as you can get my sister out, I'll agree to any conditions." Sumo was unmoved after hearing this. "I can take you to the police station later. You should go to them for help in this matter. Doing good and saving lives? That's what the police, those public officials, are supposed to do. It doesn't matter if it's something like saving someone in passing in front of you, but being a superhero." He wasn't that interested. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes when she heard Sumo's words of rejection. "I've already called the police and these cops aren't doing anything at all. Instead they're using it as a threat." As she said that, her eyes fell on the old man who was already dead on the side. "This man is the chief of police." Hearing the girl's explanation, Sumo was staggered for a moment. True to the land of the free, this commissioner has some SIXS in his operation. Not only do criminals have to take a few rounds, but even those who come to the police. "What took your sister? Those aren't people, but some monsters that look like vampires." Hearing her words, Sumo's expression moved. "Are you saying she was taken by a vampire?" The girl sniffed. Hope rekindled in her eyes, and hurriedly wiped away her tears. "I don't know if those monsters are vampires or not, but they look very much like the vampires in the movie." Half an hour later, Sumo directly brought the young girl back to the middle of the hotel they had checked into. At the door just in time to run into Hill coming back from the outside. Watching Hill's puzzled gaze fall on the young girl behind her. "Go to your room and talk," Sumo explained, and then took the lead in leading the way towards the upper floors. After returning to the room, Hill first took out a small instrument and tested it in the room, confirming that there was no eavesdropping equipment in the room before asking, "It is?" Sumo explained to Hill what had happened earlier. "Where was your sister taken by those monsters?" Hill's gaze turned to the girl. "It was in the middle of a bar called Ireland, the Irish pub. Isn't that in the eastern part of town?" The girl sniffed, then nodded in a hurry. Seeing Sumo's puzzled gaze, Hill opened her mouth to explain. "Judging by some of the messages left by previous agents I found on the streets today, this is the area where these people lost contact." "Wait." Sumo looked at Hill with a puzzled expression. "Don't you agents know how to send a message or make a phone call, and use such primitive ways of delivering information?" Hill spread his hands. "I'm not really sure. The truth is that the agents all lost contact with each other soon after they got here, and only one agent ever sent out a message, the one that had something to do with vampires." Chapter 24, The Vampire Appears. Irish pubs. Located on a street in the east area of town. The whole street is lined with all kinds of neon signs. A single scantily clad woman sits under a neon sign, waiting for customers. From time to time, someone would go up and ask for a price before tugging the women into the back rooms. Sumo walked while surveying the scenery on both sides with interest. "Why? Are you interested?" Hill looked at him as he looked around and opened his mouth to make fun of him. Is there an interest US? H-I-E-L-D, can reimburse? For a moment, Hill was somewhat speechless. However, she was also clear that both sides were merely joking. How could a rich man with a fortune of hundreds of billions of dollars look at these ordinary goods? Soon the two came to the door of the Irish pub. What looks like a somewhat rundown bar from the outside is something else when you go inside. The entire bar is underground. Upon entering the bar, it wasn't very crowded. What next? Looking at the huge bar with hundreds of people walking around, and the dim lighting, there was no way to tell the vampires from the ordinary people. Hearing Sumo's inquiry, Hill was a bit speechless for a moment. You can't just go up to them one by one and ask them. Seeing the other party's expression, Sumo sighed. Never mind. I'll do it. After saying that, Sumo put his hand into his pocket, and by the time he came out, there was already an extra orb-shaped object in his hand. It was the same UV grenade that was in the case earlier. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed the button on the grenade and threw it violently into the air towards the middle of the bar. Close your eyes. After giving a low gulp towards Hill, Shuema turned his head and turned his back to the direction of the grenade. When Hill saw Shuema's movements, his face was stunned. In this kind of dim environment, not to mention vampires, even if an ordinary person was hit by this, I'm afraid that within half a month they would be reduced to blindness. Wait. However, by the time her voice left her mouth, the grenade had already been flung out by Suemo. Seeing this, Hill didn't hesitate to follow Shuema's example. Turn around. Close your eyes. Boo! A not-so-dramatic bang came from the direction of the grenade. Then a violent glare shot out from the location of the explosion. Instantly, the entire dimly lit bar was illuminated as bright as day. A shout came from all directions. Kill the villain. Plus 160 points. Kill the villain. Plus 210 points. A dozen tips appeared in Sumo's mind one after another. The points gained from killing vampires are generous. Sumo's eyes lit up. Even in some cases, these vampires are better to kill than even ordinary people. But the points are several times those of ordinary humans. Opening his eyes, Hill instantly saw almost everyone in the entire bar on the floor, covering their eyes and letting out screams. Shuema looked at Hill's glance over and shrugged. You have a better way? Though, but, that's too much misdirection. Hill was speechless. Don't worry, these people will recover quickly, and they belong to the counter-terrorism mistakenly injured. Because of this, they are able to get a period of paid leave not short. If you count, there is no loss. Maybe, instead, they'll thank me for it. After saying that, Suemo didn't wait for the other party's reply, but rushed over in a direction. Relying on his thoughts, the scene around him just now appeared clearly in his mind. In the explosion of the grenade, a full dozen vampires hidden in the crowd were reduced to flying dust. The only two vampires standing at the far end of one of the building's entrances dodged a bullet by dodging into the building just in time. Nonetheless, they were equally burned by UV rays. At this point, with the assistance of a vampire who was not injured because he was in the building, he fled towards the depths of the building. After Hill heard Sumo's explanation, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Then he shook his head and chased after the other party towards his back. In the hallway, the two vampires whose skin had been burned let out an occasional cry of pain from their mouths as they fled. White smoke rose nastily from where the skin had been burned. To bring back their injuries, they needed enough blood. Although the halls were filled with fresh humans, they weren't stupid. To be able to come up with equipment like ultraviolet grenades, which were specifically designed to target vampires, was obviously aimed specifically at them. If they dared to enter the hall again, I'm afraid that without waiting for them to draw blood to recover from their injuries, they would be reduced to flying ash just like those companions in the hall. As they ran, the three also heard unhurried footsteps coming from behind. As the footsteps got closer, at the end of the building, Sumo's figure appeared. Looking at Suemo, who had appeared behind the trio almost instantly, the vampire who was not injured pushed the remaining two out. Hurry up, I'll stop him. After saying that, the woman turned her head to look at Suemo, opened her mouth to reveal two sharp teeth, and directed a furious roar towards him. Come on kid, I'm going to suck every drop of blood out of your body. After saying that, the woman lunged towards Suemo. Having just leaped in front of Suemo, he gently waved his right hand a few times. The female vampire let out a scream. Falling violently in front of Suemo, his arms and legs had bent into an incredible shape by now. The fallen female vampire still stubbornly opened her mouth wide and hissed towards Suemo. So you can suck it, said Suemo as the pistol loaded with silver bullets appeared in his hand and shoved it directly into the female vampire's hissing mouth. Looking at his opponent's arm, which was slowly returning to its normal shape, he directly pressed the trigger. Boo! After a gunshot, the female vampire turned to ash and dissipated. Kill the villain. Plus 180 points. Sumo put the pistol away. You sure are good at that. And my pistol only lasts 3 seconds. After taking care of the other, he continued to chase towards the other two. Judging from the exchange of blows just now, one's guess was not correct. These vampires really are a bunch of weaklings. Just now, he had only used less than 1% of his own power, and his opponent already had no way to resist. The two injured vampires, after hearing the screams from the rear as well as the gunshots, the look of fear on their faces intensified. Meanwhile, footsteps once again sounded in the hallway. The voice felt like it was stepping on their hearts, causing them to nearly gasp. After all, the vampire who had just blocked the other party hadn't even lasted half a minute before being wiped out by the other party, and if the two of them combined, they probably weren't much stronger than the other party. Under the panic, the two ignored the pain on the body, ran as hard as they could to the end of the building, rushed into the elevator, hands frantically pressed on the shutdown button. Looking at the slowly closing elevator doors, both of them let out a long breath at the same time. Seeing that the last slit in the elevator door had disappeared and the elevator was about to start, the door opening button on the side slammed into life. The closed elevator doors reopened. Ward hair. The two men's dropped hearts lifted back up. Scrambling, he repressed the door close button. As the door gradually closed, the open button relit up. Fark. The two were on the verge of collapse. If I am allowed to escape, I will find the installer of this elevator and tear him to pieces. I'm afraid you don't have that chance. Sumo's ghost-like figure appeared outside the elevator door. Chapter 25, The Trap. Sumo took a step into the elevator. The desire to survive prompted the two vampires to gather their courage and pounce. After a few punches, though, the two recognized reality and were honest, lifted a vampire off the ground. Tell me where your lair is. You, put. Sumo pulled the long knife out of the opponent's chest and saw the opponent turn into flying dust under his gaze. The other was then lifted up. I say, our base is underneath this bar. Before Sumo could say anything, this vampire hurriedly opened his mouth. A few regular presses on the buttons of the elevator floors followed, and a hole opened up underneath those buttons, and a button identifying the -2 floors slid out of it. As it happened, by this time Hill had also come up from behind. What the other said fell into her ears. I seem to be a little late. No, you came just in time. After saying that, Sumo plunged the knife in his hand into the vampire's chest. After pressing the newly appeared button in the elevator, a strong sense of weightlessness came over the elevator, and it descended for a full half-minute. This also made the two of them certain that the distance between this so-called -2nd floor and the -1st floor was at least hundreds of meters. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, there was a dimly lit room outside. In the middle of the hall that was several hundred square meters in size, there were hundreds of silhouettes standing. In the center of these men were several young girls who were tied up. These young girls had their wrists slit. A stream of blood flowed from their wrists. It seemed to be on part as the vampires around them took turns coming forward. Several of the young girls had broken from loss of blood. Hill stared at the scene before her that made her visibly uncomfortable. Surprisingly, perhaps because the place was so secretive, these people were defenseless and indifferent to the arrival of the duo. It wasn't until half a minute later that the two vampires near this side of the elevator noticed the two men walking out of the elevator. After seeing the two, the eyes of the two vampires, the man and the woman, lit up at the same time. It then lunged directly at the two. Seeing this scene, Hill finally got a little bit of a hold on herself and pulled her pistol out of her pocket, casually firing 2 shots to finish off the two vampires. Loud gunshots echoed through the underground space. The crowd of vampires in the hall, all of their figures lurched and turned their heads in the direction of the two, looking at Agent Hill, who was holding a gun. These vampires reacted instantly. With an angry roar, he rushed towards this side. Sumo, who was shocked by this big scene, also reacted. Hold Hill back. Sumo looked at the figures that rushed over with an angry howl. Bunch of fucking scum. You need to be exposed for such dark deeds. With that, an ultraviolet grenade appeared in his hand and he casually threw it. A few moments later, a blinding light filled the entire space. Exposure plus 1000. Almost instantly, these vampires were then scorched to ashes by the light. By the time the light faded, the vampires in the entire space had almost disappeared, and only a few were left who had reacted quickly enough to hide behind the support pillars, which spared them. Hill let out a long breath. After this mission, I think I'm going to need some therapy. Maybe you need to vent even more. After saying that, Sumo handed the silver knife to the other party. Hill reached out and took it, directly towards the surviving vampires. Though these vampires survived, the glare from the room burned their skin. At this point, they were barely able to put up any resistance at the hands of Hill. In less than 5 minutes, all of these vampires were reduced to ashes. Sumo took the lead towards the passageway across the hall. Follow the passage to the end and there is another elevator. It's well enough protected in here. This time with no survivors. Suemo took out his battle knife made of Edelman alloy and directly hacked the elevator door to pieces in 3 or 2 strokes. Wait here. I'll go down and check the situation. After saying that, Suemo made a vertical leap and directly leapt down the black elevator shaft, gently landing on the top of the elevator. Suemo cut a hole under his feet and fell into the elevator. After exiting from the elevator, there was a corridor less than 10 meters long outside. At the end of the corridor was a metal gate. Just as he walked up to the gate, it automatically opened slowly, revealing the scene behind it. A circle of pale vampires sat around them in a dimly lit hall, and in the very center of these vampires, on an altar, was a young girl of 17 or 18 years of age tied up. The young girl's appearance was exactly the same as the one she had rescued from the old castle earlier. Suemo instantly guessed that this should be that young girl's sister. Judging by the circle of vampires sitting around it, it looked like some kind of ritual was going on. Without the slightest hesitation, Suemo switched to that special pistol in his hand and raised the muzzle in a burst of point-blank fire. Although he didn't know what the other party was doing, as an enemy, as long as the other party wanted to do something, he must be right if he just mindlessly stopped the other party. But apparently, these vampires should have some status in the vampire community. The strength is not comparable to those vampires out there either. There was a nimble jump before dodging the silver bullets that shot past. The group of vampires then revealed their sharp teeth and rushed up towards Suemo. Suemo, however, was unperturbed. The fingers of his right hand stretched out and made a light stroke in the air, and those bullets that had been dodged by the vampire dodged traced an arc, turned around, and resumed shooting in their direction, and at least twice as fast as before. The unsuspecting group of vampires were instantly passed through by the bullets and turned into flying dust. Suemo was just about to raise his foot to step onto the high platform when his eyes laughed and stopped again. A flying dagger flew out of his hand, cutting the ropes from the girl's body, who was then dragged by her own clothes away from her position on the high platform. The unconscious girl also came to her senses with this tossing and turning. Confused, she looked at Suemo who was holding her up. "Who are you?" Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, Suemo put him down. "I was asked by your sister to save you." A puzzled look appeared on the girl's face when she heard it. "Sister? My parents only have me as a daughter. Where did I get a sister?" Hearing these words, Sumo's expression froze, then his face changed. "Crap." Saying that, he lifted the other party and was about to fly towards the outside. It's still a little too late though. The surrounding walls were instantly wrapped in a black energy. A woman who looked like the girl next to him slowly descended from the air. It's too late to leave now. Chapter 26, Agatha the Dark Witch. As the woman slowly landed, there was a startling change in the looks on her. By the time it landed not far in front of the two, it had already transformed into a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 50s and was dressed in a black robe. "Who the hell are you?" Suemo looked at the other party with a cautious expression. By the looks of it, the other party seemed to be a witch, and at the moment, the last thing he wanted to face were these mysterious side opponents. These people have a variety of tactics, and it is likely that they will be in situations that they will not be able to cope with. The woman across from him saw Sumo's expression and a small smile appeared on her face. "Me? Survived so long I'm almost forgetting my original name. Let me think." A hint of reminiscence crossed the witch's face. A moment later, she came back to her senses in a daze and opened her mouth with an excited look on her face. "Oh, I remember. You can call me Agatha." Agatha. Sumo's expression changed. Naturally, he was no stranger to Agatha, who could be considered the most powerful black magician in the Marvel world. Afterwards had plotted to take Wanda's power of chaos. Even though it failed in the end, it didn't negate the strength of the opponent's black magic. "You're responsible for all the people that have disappeared from this town?" "Of course not. To be precise, these lowly vampires did it." Agatha shook her head. "My target. This little girl is the only one. But now, she is of no use to me, for there is a better candidate than she." After saying that, Agatha's gaze landed on Sumo's body before she struck out without warning. A ball of black energy shot out from her hand and shot towards Suemo. Sumo's figure flickered and dodged towards the side. At the same time, several flying daggers flew out of him. The moment he dodged, a purple space door appeared in the path he was moving in an instant. Suemo couldn't dodge in time and directly disappeared into the space door. Surprisingly, the space door led to a location just a few meters away from where the altar was, right in the middle. "No good." Sumo's expression changed and he immediately flew towards the outside of the altar. But Agatha, who had prepared for this, obviously couldn't let him have his way, and a transparent energy boundary appeared around the altar, enveloping him and the altar in it. Suemo clenched his fist with all his might and blasted it towards the boundary. After a violent tremor, a spider web-like crack appeared on the boundary, but the cracks were repaired in a flash. Seeing this scene, Agatha's face was pleased instead of shocked. Sure enough, this body not only has a long lifespan, but its strong physique is not inferior to the Hulk's. As long as you occupy this body, not only will you not have to worry about your body's aging for the next few hundred years, you will also be able to make up for the shortcomings of a wizard's weak body. Good, good, ha ha. A maniacal laugh escaped Agatha's lips. Suemo instantly understood when he heard the other party's words. Sorcerers, like mages, are powerful despite their strength and variety of means, but longevity doesn't change that much. Even someone as strong as Supreme Mage Ancient One needed to rely on drawing power from the dark dimension to prolong his life. Agatha, as a witch, is likewise not exempt. Judging from her words, it was clear that the other party couldn't prolong her life by drawing power from the dark dimension like the Ancient One mage, but had taken a different approach to prolonging her life. That's the way to take over. Wait, Suemo realized with a jolt. You mean you, a woman, want to take over me? A man? Agatha's laughter stopped. Don't worry, after my soul enters your body, I can remodel your body into mine. Motherfucker, you a woman trying to get into a man's body. It's almost like reversing the Big Dipper. The most intolerable thing was that the other party was trying to remodel her body to be like her. At this point Agatha had already begun her takeover. A deep purple line on the altar under Sumo's feet gradually lit up, and Agatha slowly floated to the altar right above it, emitting a series of difficult-to-understand incantations under her breath. Seeing this scene, Suemo no longer stayed his hand. Just now he was able to crack the shield with just his physical strength, and with the added power of his nimbus, breaking the shield was not a difficult task. At that moment, a layer of battle armor was placed over the arm. Sumo's body shot up into the sky, and his fist, which carried several hundred tons of tremendous force, ruthlessly smashed onto the top of the shield. A sound like a bubble bursting rang out. The shield didn't even last half a second before it dissipated into purple energy. Suemo charged towards Agatha in the air with unabated vigor. Agatha, who was reciting a spell, obviously did not expect this scene to happen, and a look of panic appeared on her face as her body moved to dodge towards the side. But the speed was too slow compared to Suemo. Almost instantly, Sumo's fist was about to smash into Agatha's body. At the moment of crisis, Agatha's body overflowed with deep purple energy, generating a protective shield around her body once again. But the shield shattered almost instantly at Agatha's hopeful gaze. Suemo's fist slammed into her without any resistance. No! With a miserable scream, Agatha's aged body directly exploded into a sky full of blood mist. Before Suemo could relax his mind, a black shadow rushed out from the blood mist. It directly disappeared into Sumo's brow, where Agatha's body had originally been. A book emitting black energy slowly floated. Apparently it's the Book of Darkness that Agatha controls. Less than 5 seconds, the dark divine book also turned into a stream of light, following Agatha and disappearing into Sumo's brow. The moment Agatha's soul entered Sumo's body, Sumo's eyes also became dull. After losing control of his body, he fell from the sky. Luckily, with his current physical fitness, not to mention the height of such a district of about 10 meters, even at a height of hundreds of meters, a fall wouldn't hurt him much. After Agatha was physically destroyed, the dark energy that enveloped the entire hall gradually dissipated. Hill's figure crashed through the door and rushed in. Looking at Suemo, who was lying on the ground, Hill rushed forward and helped him up. The young girl, who was hiding, also scrambled forward to help. What's going on? Reaching out and probing at Suemo's nostrils, Hill turned her head to ask the young girl on the sidelines. The young girl repeated what had happened in the hall earlier. After hearing this, Hill's expression changed. Damn it! Which takeover? From the young girl's retelling, she instantly understood the current situation. What to do? What to do? Hill, who could remain calm no matter how vicious the bandits he faced, was suddenly in a somewhat flustered mood. Against these mystery side things, she had no experience to draw on. Chapter 27, Sidhorn, God of the Underworld. So what if you destroy my body? Again there is no way to stop. Agatha's soul, which had originally rushed into Sumo's sea of consciousness with a hint of a triumphant shout. However, at the sight of the star tower in the center of the sea of consciousness, as if it was in another dimension, her voice came to an abrupt end. The aura emanating from the star tower made her sweaty hairs explode. Eyes cautiously surveyed the star tower, as well as Suemo, who was standing below it. Kid, you did surprise me a bit. I didn't expect you to have this kind of treasure in your body. With that said, Agatha's hand reached out and flicked. The dark divine book appeared in her palm. But all is but in vain. Nothing can withstand me. Agatha, with the book of darkness in her hand, regained her confidence. Suemo shot a glance at the pure black color of the book in the other party's hands, which emanated black energy. He knew very well that this was nothing more than a copy of the Book of the Dark Gods, though the contents were basically identical to what was originally recorded. There are times when too much ego is not a good thing. I hope you'll still be so mouthy later. After Agatha finished speaking, a pure dark energy emanated from the dark divine book in her hand, which transformed into a single tentacle that wrapped around towards Sumo's body. The eyes looked at the other party with pity. Be a good boy and give up your soul. She knew more about the power of the dark divine book than anyone else. Not only did it contain all the black magic created by Sidhorn, but after a long period of time, coupled with a long period of contact with many black magicians, the Book of Darkness had been transformed into a powerful treasure. With the blessing of the Book of Darkness, she was able to double the speed and power of her black magic release. The moment the divine book released its dark energy, the star tower suspended above Sumo's head seemed to be startled. The spinning ninth layer vortex outside the tower shook slightly. A strange energy fluctuation seemed to pass through from another dimension, sweeping towards Agatha and the dark divine book's position. Those tentacles that reached out from the darkness god's book disappeared as if they were annihilated the moment they came into contact with this energy. Agatha's expression changed when she saw this. Under the wave of his hands, more dark energy overflowed from the divine book, turning into tentacles that resisted the energy released by the vortex. But these tentacles, there was no way to reduce the speed of the energy's advance by even a fraction of a second. Almost in the blink of an eye, the energy reached Agatha. No! With a miserable cry, Agatha's soul and those tentacles in general directly disappeared into Sumo's sea of consciousness. When the energy had swept through, only the Book of Darkness God was left floating slowly on the spot. Seeing the Darkness God book left in place, Sumo's eyes lit up. Sumo wasn't surprised that the Star Pagoda was able to crush his opponent. It was at least a God King level weapon anyways, so how could it be that there was no way to even defend against a witch? Taking 2 steps forward, he stretched out his hand and just wanted to put the Darkness God book away. Although the devouring system's frontal combat power is extremely strong, but in the early stages of facing these magic system enemies is still a bit too much. If he can control the Darkness God book, undoubtedly will be able to make up for his shortcomings in this area. This is a divine book as opposed to the book of the Trinity Vision Emperor, arguably the top of magic in this world. However, the moment Sumo just wanted to touch the Darkness God book, the star tower that was in the center of the sea of consciousness trembled, and the Darkness God book, as if summoned by some kind of summons, transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the star tower. The moment the dark divine book didn't enter the star tower, somewhere in the middle of a dark dimension, the god of the underworld, Sidhorn, who was falling into a slumber so vast that he couldn't see the edges, opened his eyes violently. My power. In this instant, he felt his body's strength being drained away at a rapid pace. The speed was so fast that, in barely 2 breaths, a tenth of the power in his body had been drained away. Feel it carefully. Is this a believer borrowing my power through black magic? As the god of the underworld, the creator of black magic, all those who use black magic need to borrow his power in order to release it successfully. Of course, as a price. After using his power, one is gradually eroded by his power, until finally, completely devoured by his soul. And the soul, the very source of the evolution of their power. No! Sidhorn dismissed the possibility almost instantly. Even if millions of the most powerful black magicians were to release their magic at the same time, the rate of depletion could not possibly reach this level. Too late to think, Sidhorn hastily cast a spell, intending to block the leakage of power from his body. After all, at this rate of energy extraction, he wouldn't even be able to last half a minute before he was directly drained. At that time, he, the god of the underworld, who had died from being drained of energy for borrowing the power of his believers, would, I'm afraid, be reduced to the laughingstock of the demon god realm. For a moment, Sidhorn's expression changed violently. No, it can't be. A frantic roar escaped his mouth. Just now, under his attempts, he realized that no matter how he cut off the connection with the other party, the rate of dark energy loss in his body did not undergo any changes. This was the first time this had happened, causing Sidhorn's brain to go into downtime for a moment. The black magic he created, since it was borrowing his magical energy, to borrow or not to borrow, of course, is up to him. But this is what's going on right now. Even without his permission, the energy was pouring out like crazy. This is not borrowing. This is banditry. Sidhorn howled in anger. However, as one of the 4 oldest ancient gods, Sidhorn calmed down again almost instantly. The priority now is to save your life first. Think about it. A massive purple spell shrouded around Sidhorn's massive body made of dark energy. The endless dark energy around him surged towards him like a tidal wave, making up for the energy he had consumed. The current location he was in was the underworld that he had created after countless years, a world filled with dark energy that was able to be directly available for him to absorb. With the crazy influx of energy, only then did he barely manage to maintain the flow of energy in his body, keeping it in a state of equilibrium. After stabilizing the situation for the time being, Sithorn then had the time to sense over towards the heavens. Damned bastard. Don't let me find you, or I'll be sure to scorch your soul in the flames of hell for 1,000,000 years. I don't know how much time has passed. Found you. A sound of excitement escaped Sithorn's mouth. Consciousness then descended into the world that Suemo was in. With his ability, he was able to possess the body of any person in this world at will. After possessing it, it played out 1% of his ability. But he didn't think he could deal with an enemy who was forcibly plundering his energy in this state. Mount Wandag, the Temple of Darkness. A wave of dark energy overflowed from the rock wall carved with intricate patterns. Finally, a black book coalesced in midair. The original Darkness God book. At the same time, a black spatial door slowly opened in the cave. The Book of Darkness, under Sithorn's control, disappeared in a flash into a spatial door that opened up in front of him. Chapter 28. Two dark divine books in the space underneath the bar. Suemo slowly woke up. After the copy of the dark divine book, which had been taken in by the Star Tower, he had tried all sorts of ways, but there was no way for him to take it out. There was no choice but to give up. After all, technically speaking, Agatha was also exterminated by the Star Tower, which also belonged to the Star Tower's trophies. Seeing Suemo wake up, on the sidelines, Hill and the young girl, instead of being pleased, were surprised. Take a few steps back and distance yourself from him. Hill even pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Suemo across the room. Who are you? The witch's soul had already entered Sumo's body, and they weren't sure if the one standing in front of them was Suemo himself or the witch who had succeeded in taking over his body. Don't worry, the witches have been completely wiped out. Suemo returned listlessly, sitting back and watching the Book of Darkness God flow away from his hands. He was more or less in a depressed mood. How do you prove you're you? Hill didn't believe him just because of those simple words, and the gun in his hand didn't move away. Faced with such a niche language, Suemo pondered for a long time before finally spreading his hands helplessly. Well, what do you need me to prove? Hill was also stumped by the question, and after thinking about it, that's when he opened his mouth to ask, what color was my dress when we first met? As she spoke, it seemed that it was too hot due to the strenuous exercise. She casually took off the jacket on her body and only wore a fitness camisole inside, showing off her proud figure without reservation. Seeing this, Suemo couldn't help but look a few more times. Of course only with admiration. Meanwhile the mind remembers. The development of his spiritual power made his memory dozens of times that of a normal person, almost reaching the level of never forgetting. Black. Hill nodded. I'll believe you for now. After saying that, he directly turned around and walked towards the outside. We'd better get out of here before the other vampires arrive. Suemo looked at the other party's back and followed in 2 steps. So sketchy that you believe me when I say so? He'd thought he'd need to explain a whole lot, but he hadn't expected Hill to believe it with a simple verification like that. Hill turned his head to look at him. It has nothing to do with the question you answered. While putting her tunic back on, she opened her mouth to explain. Just now your eyes unobtrusively glanced toward my chest position 6 times. I don't think a witch would be interested in my figure. Hearing this, Suemo froze and secretly marveled in his heart. It still works like that. Not bad for a professional agent. Still, I think you're being a little hasty, Ms. Hill. Don't you need a few more verifications before you do that? Several people took the elevator back into the middle of the bar's negative floor. After what happened earlier, the bar was empty at the moment. It was when they were planning to leave. Next to it, in mid-air, a space door slowly opened. The Darkness Divine book controlled by Sithorn flashed and disappeared into Sumo's brow. Come again? Only having time to let out a sputter. Sumo's eyes closed and he fainted once again. Luckily, Hill reacted faster and held him up straight away. The young girl who had been rescued helped Hill along to place Suemo on a seat aside. Hesitating, she turned her head to look at Hill. Is he running a bookstore in his brain? Hill sniffed and was a bit helpless. In so little time, a witch and 2 books had already burrowed into Suemo's mind. Maybe, the Sea of Consciousness. After the Dark Divine book entered the area, it didn't pause for a moment and directly rushed towards the location of the Star Tower. The closer he got, the more clearly Sithorn could sense the location of his power surge. As it got closer and closer to the Star Tower, in Sithorn's eyes, the Tower of Stars grew in size, and the distance between the two seems to be growing. Damn! What the hell is this? Feeling the Dark Divine book he was manipulating appearing smaller and smaller before the Star Tower, Sithorn understood that in continuing, it was likely that he would never reach the location of the tower in front of him. Gritted his teeth hard, Sithorn maneuvered the Book of Darkness and headed back the way he came. At this time, he also soberly realized that the other party's strength was above his own. If it continued, this part of his consciousness would probably fold here as well. Noticing that the other party was trying to escape, a strange movement was finally emitted from the Star Tower. A ray of light shot out from the top floor of the Star Tower and shone on the dark divine book. No! It was as if the ice had melted. The consciousness of the Sidhorn attached to it was instantly erased. The genuine dark divine book that was left behind also turned into streams of light once again and disappeared into the Star Tower. Sumo, who was on the side, saw this scene. The mind was secretly shocked. From the ancient appearance of the previous dark divine book, it was easy to deduce that it was the genuine dark divine book. According to the timing, at this time, it was likely that the one who could freely manipulate the Book of Darkness was the god of the underworld. Sidhorn. This god of the underworld is so petty? Read his pirated book and chase someone to the door to settle a score? But what about Agatha watching for hundreds of years? Sumo, who couldn't figure out the key to this, simply didn't care about this and came directly to the Star Tower. No, Big Brother to discuss. Two almost the same. You more or less leave me a book. The pirated version is fine. I do not pick. But the Star Tower in front of him seemed indifferent. Standing in front of the Star Tower, Sumo tried to communicate with the Star Tower. How to say is the owner of the treasure. Always have to give himself as the master a little face. But it turns out, I don't know whether it's because he doesn't have a big enough face or there's simply no intelligence to speak of in the Star Tower. And there's not a single reaction from the Star Tower despite half a day's rambling in front of the tower. Sumo, who was helpless, could only retreat from it. Karma Taj. In some ancient hall, on a circular dais in the center, hanging from it was the most powerful spell in the Supreme Sanctuary, the Eye of Agamotto. The moment Sidhorn mobilized the Dark Divine Book, the Eye of Agamotto slowly opened, and a wave of magical energy radiated out towards the surroundings with it at its center. Crap! Old Wang, who was guarding the side, changed his face. Before he could send out a signal, a teleportation portal opened and the figure of Supreme Mage Ancient One walked out from it. Walking out, Gui gently waved her hand, and the Eye of Agamotto was automatically placed around her neck, and as she pinched out a seal in her hand, a stream of information was transmitted into Gui's mind. A moment later, Gui slowly opened his eyes. Old Wang, who was waiting anxiously on the sidelines, came up. What's going on? Furuchi slowly put the Eye of Agamotto back on the shelf. Just now Vishanti sensed the aura of the god of the underworld in this world and alerted us with the help of the Eye of Agamotto. The god of the underworld? Upon hearing this name, a flicker of movement flashed in Old Wang's eyes. That's Sidhorn, one of the four great ancient gods who was several times more powerful than even Dormammu. That's right, Guy nodded. Unfortunately, it was only sensed for a split second before the other party disappeared back to Earth, not knowing if they left or hid. As she said this, her eyes went to the mural of the New York Sanctuary carved into the wall of the sanctuary. Next, I'm afraid the entire planet will be in chaos. Chapter 29, The Secret Method of the Illusory Demon Underworld. Fucking asshole, you robber. The entire world vibrated with Sidhorn's roar, and I don't blame him for being angry. Bringing the Dark Divine Book to find the other party to theorize. But he didn't expect that this time, even a part of his divine sense would be destroyed by the other party. It also did some of the damage to his own body. Moreover, his connection with the Dark Divine Book had been completely severed. It wasn't until half an hour later that the entire underworld gradually calmed down. It wasn't that Sidhorn had calmed down, but just now, the suction power within him had grown a full double. Right now, the speed at which he was absorbing energy was simply no match for the speed at which his opponent was absorbing it. If this went on, he would soon be sucked dry by the other side. Judging from the exchange just now, the Darkness Divine Book controlled by it barely had the slightest ability to resist in the other party's hands, even though there was only a part of its consciousness attached to it. But thinking about it differently, if it was up against it, it wouldn't have been able to solve it that cleanly. This showed that the other party's strength was definitely above it. Going straight to the other side to fight for your life is definitely not going to work. Strength at the same level that is called fighting for their lives. His kind if he rushes up, called to send food. For today, he could only put his best foot forward and frantically plunder the energy in the underworld. In this way, although the energy in his body was likewise in a state of not being able to make ends meet, it was estimated that he would be able to hold out for a few months in that case. He could only be praying that the other party would stop before he was sucked dry. By the time Suemo woke up, he realized that he had been moved to the car outside. You're awake. The girl who had been rescued on the side looked at him with a delighted face. Suemo surveyed the car and realized that there were only the two of them in the car. Where's Hill? Over there, the girl said, pointing in a direction. Following her gaze, Suemo realized that the bar had already been surrounded by police cars at this time. Hill was explaining something to the officer in charge. The girl seemed to be very interested in Suemo. After all, in a sense, it counts as a hero saving the day. Through the other party's introduction, Suemo also knew her name, Gemma Simmons. Raised in New York City, He is currently pursuing a PhD in the field of chemistry at the State University of New York. This time, I came to Sarah's town for the same purpose of traveling, but I didn't expect to run into this kind of thing. Can I contact you later? Simmons asked with an expectant look on his face. Seeing the other party's expectant eyes, Suemo was too embarrassed to refuse and nodded at that moment. The two men then both left each other's phone numbers. Sure. At that exact moment, Hill opened the car door and sat in. Looks like just 2 rooms will be enough for tonight. Suemo ignored the other party's jibe and instead opened his mouth to ask, what about the rest of the ones that slipped through the cracks? Hill sniffed and shook his head. As of now, there isn't any good way to get rid of these vampires. It's unlikely to be able to get rid of them, but I think that after this incident, they should tighten up a bit in the future. Hearing this, Sumer nodded in agreement. The number of vampires in this world is so huge that it's impossible to completely clean it up. All it takes is a few leaks, and before too long, it's spreading back out like a zombie. But it seems that the memory is that the Book of Darkness has spells that can wipe out all the vampires at once. After all, if he remembered correctly, it seemed that the origin of vampires was related to the Dark God's book. That's why Agatha was able to manipulate these vampires. Unfortunately, the Dark Divine book was taken in by the Star Tower. Otherwise, if he had learned it by himself, I'm afraid that he would be able to gain a large number of points by eliminating all the vampires at once. Opened them all and looked at the price of the Book of Darkness. 50 million points. Okay. It's simply impossible to gather so many points in a short period of time. Hill drove the car and parked it outside the hotel door. Then pulled out a non-disclosure agreement from somewhere and handed it to Simmons. Sign this away. And never mention anything about this occurrence to anyone outside of the world again. Simmons took the non-disclosure agreement and didn't rush to open it. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked, I wonder what organization you belong to. Are there any requirements to join? And can I join? You want to join us? Hill obviously didn't expect the other man to ask that question. That's right. I'm 2 months away from getting my PhD in chemical physics. Simmons hastily opened his mouth to explain. Hill listened with a twinkle in his eye. In S.H.I.E.L.D. Apart from agents like them who were part of the combat unit, there was an equal need for various research as well as logistical personnel. A Ph.D. in the field of chemistry on the other side is indeed considered a scarce talent for S.H.I.E.L.D. After thinking for a few moments, think about it, and if you really have the will, come back to headquarters with me tomorrow. Is it really okay? After Simmons heard this, his eyes stole a glance at Suemo, and then he jumped straight up in excitement. She seemed to forget, though, that she was sitting in the car at the moment. After the thud, Simmons covered his head and zipped down. After a night's rest, early the next morning, the three set off to leave the town. New York, Brooklyn. The White Queen was lounging lazily in a recliner in front of the second-floor landing. Looks like you've had a good time lately. Suemo walked in from the door of the room, and opened his mouth to flirt. Hearing the voice, the White Queen turned her head. Indeed, there's nothing bad about it other than it's a bit boring. Trust me, you're going to miss this immensely for the next while. Looks like I'm going to come in handy. Of course. Suemo nodded and stepped forward. But until then, your abilities need some strengthening. With a wave of his hand, a few pages of paper appeared in his hand, which he then handed to the White Queen. Recorded on the top was a technique he had picked out from the techniques in his mind. One that was specifically used to cultivate spiritual power, illusionary demon. A secret cultivation method belonging to the lineage of spiritual luminaries illusionists. These included the divine forging technique that hammers away at enhancing mental power, the dream entry that allows for the creation of illusions, and the cultivation method for soul seals. Soul seal, as the foundation of the illusionist lineage. It was also the root of the illusionist line's power, enslaving all things. Any creature that possesses a spirit can be enslaved by a soul seal. In Sumo's opinion, it belonged to the same spiritual power lineage. The White Queen's telepathic powers are somewhat similar to those of an illusionist, and she should be considered gifted in this. There was no reason why he couldn't cultivate these secret arts. Of course, only half of this is recorded on it, but it was enough for Emma, the White Queen, to practice for a very long time. Emma took the paper in Suemo's hand in confusion. She didn't think that relying on the contents of a few pages alone would give her a huge boost in strength. After a few rambling glances, her eyes lit up. The look gradually became serious as well. As she watched more and more, her breathing became rapid and a blush surfaced on her face from excitement. Oh my God, this is so shocking. Is what is written here true? After reading what was written on it, Empress Bai looked at Suemo with glowing eyes. Of course, I don't have the heart to fool you with these things that you can tell if they're real or not if you try them. Oh, by God. The excited White Queen appeared somewhat incoherent. She then directly hung her hands directly on Sumo's neck, eyes looking at each other with a smile. Honey, there's something on here I don't quite understand. Can we explore it in the room? Sumo sniffed and glanced at the floor-to-ceiling windows to the side. I think it's just fine here. Chapter 30, Divine and Demonic Atlas. Numinous power increase after Sumo's pouring out. Emma couldn't wait to get into the room to practice this secret method. Sumo, on the other hand, arrived in another villa less than 2 kilometers away. This side is occupied by none other than Wanda and Pietro, both of them. The reason why the White Queen was placed on this side also had the consideration of protecting Wanda and the two of them. Emma, relying on her telepathic abilities, was able to keep an eye on everything over here. Just as he walked into the villa, he saw Pietro Frog jumping with a barbell on his shoulder on the grass outside the villa. After nearly a month of exercise and the nourishment of the ferocious beast meat, nowadays, Pietro's strength had reached over 800 kilograms, and was not far from reaching the level of a quasi-martial artist, carrying a full 200-pound barbell and still moving with ease. Reaching out to wipe the sweat from his face, Pietro's eyes inadvertently saw Sumo's eyes light up as he walked in, threw the barbell on his shoulders, and came up to give Sumo a hug. Hey, Su, you're finally back. Sumo smiled and patted the other party's shoulder. It seems like you've made a lot of progress in this period of time. Speaking of which, Pietro had an excited look on his face. It's unbelievable. It's really amazing. Do you know how much strength I have now? 800 plus close to 900 pounds. Running speed is even closer to 20 meters per second. Now if I go to the Olympics, I can get the gold medal. Looking at the other party's excited hands, Sumo gently smiled. No wonder the other party would go to the Olympics after awakening the god Speed Force. It seemed that this thought of his was really deeply rooted. Lighten up some, Pete. You should be clear that according to the cultivation method I gave you on, you can't even be considered an initiator right now. Okay. Hearing Sumo's persuasion, Pietro gradually calmed down as well. By the way, Wanda is in the back garden, Pietro said, pointing back. Sumo nodded. You go on. After saying that, he walked towards the back of the villa. When we entered the back garden, Wanda was intently pruning those flower branches with a small pair of shears. Sumo walked up behind her and didn't even notice. It wasn't until he reached around the other man's waist that Wanda snapped. It was only when the scissors in her hand nearly plunged into the person behind her that she noticed that the person behind her was Sumo. With a sigh of relief, Wanda lowered her grip on the scissors. The next time you do that, I can't guarantee that the scissors in my hand won't stick. Sumo was not amused. Even if the other party's scissors did zap down, there was no way they could hurt him. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a bouquet of roses appeared in Sumo's hand. Wow! Wanda took the bouquet that suddenly appeared in the other man's hand with a surprised smile on her face. Is this magic for you? Of course, Sumo shamelessly admitted. He then straightened Wanda's hair, which looked a bit messy. I've wronged you all this time. You can only hide in this place. Wanda listened, but a small smile appeared on her face. No, I do think that this kind of life is not bad, tending to the flowers and plants every day, and not having to worry about making a living. I don't know how many times better it is than the life we had before in Sokovia. Don't worry, this won't last long. After resting in the villa for the night, Sumo re-entered the manor. Sitting in the manor's fitness room, Sumo first opened the list of attributes. Name, Sumo, age, 20, strength, 103, 560 kilograms, speed, 390 meters per second, power, 408,600 kilograms, special ability, none, points, 34, 160, after a period of time, relying on the spiritual progenitor core in his mind. His strength, speed, and nimbus had all increased by a considerable amount. After killing several hundred vampires, his points had also risen back up to over 30,000, but these points he wasn't going to be exchanging for the time being. In repeating the use of the spirit of grass and wood, naturally, one could raise their strength by another large amount, but at most, they would only be able to reach the peak of the war god, and it was absolutely impossible to break through to the planetary level. Moreover, a short period of time wasn't suitable for frantically using the spirit of grass and wood to boost his strength. Instead, it would be better to accumulate enough points and then directly exchange them for treasures that would allow them to make a direct breakthrough. There is no shortage of similar treasures. Moxie Essence, Red Flame Fruit, Condensed Light Grass, Heavenly Thunder Liquid. Any one of them could directly promote his martial arts strength to the planetary level. And the cheapest Moxie Essence only cost over 50,000 points. With only about 20,000 points missing, I believe it won't take long to gather them all. Since he wasn't going to exchange for treasures for the time being, then if he was to raise his strength, he could only rely on raising his hair amplitude in this regard. Now that Sumo's Thunderblade had been cultivated to the 3rd level, his power amplitude was 3 capable of exerting twice the force of its original power. The amplitude of spiritual thoughts, on the other hand, reached 6. You can manipulate 6 flying daggers at the same time and maintain maximum power with each one. In contrast, it was a bit easier to raise spiritual thoughts. As for the secret method of spiritual thoughts, he picked a secret art called Divine Demon Atlas. The atlas contains a total of 99 drawings. Each atlas is a complex three-dimensional map of gods and demons. With a movement in his heart, the 7th atlas appeared in his mind. The further back these atlases go, the more complex they become. Above the 7th one was a human body with 2 wings of a kind of divine devil. Its entire body was outlined by threads of spiritual energy. Su Mershan observed for a few moments afterward. Spiritual thoughts instantly exited, transforming into a golden filament, interspersing and combining in the mid-air in front of him. Within a short while, half of the god devil's body appeared in mid-air. As more and more spiritual power threads were added, Suemo also felt more and more strained. No good. Finally, at a certain moment, Suemo could no longer maintain the complicated silk threads in mid-air, and the entire god devil silhouette composed of spiritual energy dissipated in mid-air with a boom. Suemo sighed. After resting for a few moments, he resumed sketching in mid-air, and the sign of successful cultivation was that one needed to sketch out the complete figure of the entire god devil in less than a minute. Cultivation time is always boring. Within the next period of time, Suemo was in the villa, constantly raising his spiritual power amplitude. After almost a month, he raised the increase in his chanting power right up to 12, and the process of constantly consuming spiritual thoughts like this was also considered another kind of cultivation. The strength of his spiritual thoughts was also rising. Now he had reached 432 tons of Nianli. With 12 daggers at the same time, the combined impact can reach over 5,000 tons. It's time to settle the threat of Old One once and for all. Suemo stood on the villa's balcony and disappeared into the sky in a flash. Chapter 31, Magneto and Magical Girl Knack Island. Located approximately 300 nautical miles northeast of New York, the small island is also more than 80 nautical miles from the nearest land. This also led to the fact that there were not many permanent residents on the island. The total population of the only town is only a few thousand. On the beach, far from the other side of town, stood a building with moss-covered facades. This used to be a private prison, but it was abandoned over a decade ago. Ever since rumors spread on the island a few years ago that the prison was haunted, people on the island generally don't come this way easily anymore. At this time, in one of the prison's watchtowers, stands a mutant with light blue eyes. The mutant's eyes kept scanning the sea in the distance. When he saw a certain direction, his face looked slightly stunned, for no other reason than that, in the direction he was gazing, there was a yacht slowly traveling towards this side. The man didn't care too much, though, although the island is located in the off-the-beaten-path waters. From time to time, yachts driven by the rich and famous would run over here. Usually in these situations, it only takes a slight outburst on their part to scare these life-thirsty tycoons away. At that thought, the man picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand. "Mike, there's a yacht approaching us. Give him hell." "Sure." A young, dark-skinned man in a small cabin heard the words coming over the intercom. A small, excited smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry about it. It's guaranteed to give them an unforgettable memory." Putting down the walkie-talkie, the man walked out of the cabin and looked at a small white dot appearing in the sea in the distance. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and after an assisted run he leaped into the seawater. Entering the man in the water, the current around him received his manipulation, holding him hostage as he weaved his way towards the direction of the yacht at great speed. Yacht. The two of them, Suemo and the White Queen, sat in the awning on the deck. Each held a glass of champagne in his hand. "There seems to be a small fish swimming toward us." The White Queen took a sip of champagne and spoke with a smile on her face. At the same time, her gaze looked towards a certain location underwater. "Mind if I experiment with my newly learned abilities on him?" "Feel free to do as you please." The corners of Sumo's mouth rose slightly. After practicing for some time, the White Queen's illusion technique had gained a long way from before. Of course, the main thing was that she had finally condensed her first soul seal. This meant that as long as the soul seal was shot into the other party's sea of consciousness, she would be able to obtain a permanent slave. And even if the other party's strength exceeded hers by hundreds of times, there would be no way to get rid of the soul seal's control. Unfortunately, condensing soul seals was not normally difficult. Otherwise it wouldn't have taken a full month to successfully condense one. That's on top of the fact that she has mind control. This soul seal, naturally, was prepared by Suemo for Magneto. That was why he had waited a full month or so. After all, against Magneto's words, it didn't make much difference how many flying daggers he manipulated. Even a few decades ago, Magneto could easily maneuver a submarine of thousands of tons. As long as Magneto was prepared, Even if he was able to manipulate hundreds of flying daggers, I'm afraid it wouldn't be too useful to the other party. His chanting still worked mainly as a surprise, and manipulating his opponent with a soul seal was the best way he could come up with to deal with Magneto after some thought. The other party dared to scheme against himself, so Suemo naturally wouldn't let the other party off easily, and compared to killing the other party, this way of permanently enslaving the other party was more in line with Sumo's interests. A silver aura flashed across the eyes of the White Queen who had received Sumo's permission. Less than half a minute, there was an explosion in the water off to the side of the yacht. The man named Mike leaped out, snapped, and slapped himself on the deck like a dead fish. When we take control of Magneto, this man will be considered one of our men. Staying may come in handy later, the White Queen explained. As the exact implementer, she was naturally very clear about Sumo's plan. There are now a total of 138 mutants on the island. Most of them are some level 3 or below, and only 4 of them count as having some combat power. Magneto, Red Tank, Fireman, and Bone Spike Man, respectively. Emma, the White Queen, spelled out the information she had gotten from Mike's mind. Bone Spikers? Suemo looked stunned. He was not unfamiliar with the 3 in front of him, except for this last Bone Spur Man, who he seemed not to have heard of. Bone Spikers can constantly generate bony spikes in their wrists for throwing and as a melee weapon. The White Queen smiled and explained. Suemo had a dazed expression on his face. He seemed to be somewhat impressed. The ability, though, was, to put it mildly, not much better than an ordinary man with a gun in his hand. And even this was considered a battle-ready sequence in the Brotherhood, so one could only imagine what the Brotherhood had declined into. At this point, the mutants standing in the watchtower saw that the yacht was just about to reach the shore, and Mike, who had gone to stop it, was surprisingly unreachable. At once, he realized in his heart that something was wrong with the situation. At that moment, he hurriedly ran towards the side of the main building, but just after running 2 steps, his eyes rolled over and he fainted. In the middle of the top floor of the prison, a helmeted Magneto stood in front of a special cell. Raven, I admit my previous mistake. I just beg you to let go of your hatred and join us again in the fight for the future of mutants. The cell in front of Eric held a short-haired woman with fair skin. The woman sat on the bed in her room, her eyes glancing outward without a trace of emotion. I don't want to be mercilessly abandoned again after being useless one day. Eric sniffed and quickly opened his mouth to explain. Raven, listen, that wasn't my intention. Without your powers, continuing to follow us will only harm you. But Raven, who was in the cell, obviously didn't believe the other side. A mocking look on his face. Really? Then I'm still really wrong about you. Raven, shut up. Seeing that the other party still wanted to shamelessly weasel out, Raven let out a roar from his mouth, then his face gradually calmed down again, his gaze coldly staring at Eric outside the door. Kill me, or one day I'll twist your head off your neck. As she said that, the skin on the surface of her body flipped for a while, and finally turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man. Your mother died at my hands. Don't you want to avenge her? You. Eric watched as Raven took on the appearance of Shaw the Black King and kept taunting himself. Hold back the anger in your heart. Raven, one day you will realize that everything I do is for the continuity of mutants. With that said, Eric whisked his sleeve away. Raven, the demonic woman in the cell, regained her own form, her eyes looking coldly at Magneto, who had disappeared into the hallway. Just go downstairs. The figure of the fireman then greeted him. Eric, long time no see. Chapter 32. You know nothing of power. Sure. Magneto looked at the yacht that was gradually approaching, his face uncertain. The rest of the mutants stood 10 meters behind him. Mind you, he had approached the White Queen several times before to ask the other to join his fraternity. After all, the only thing missing from his fraternity was a telepathically empowered mutant like the White Queen. If the other party joined in, many of his own ideas could easily be realized. But these times, without exception, were rejected by the other side. Right now, the White Queen took the initiative to come over, and he didn't think that the other party was doing so because they had agreed to his previous request. However, he wasn't worried in his mind that the other party would be unfavorable to them. After all, although he hadn't fully recovered his abilities, he had nothing to worry about just by relying on this part of his strength that he had recovered now. With this helmet of Black Emperor Shaw's that was able to isolate mental power in place, he was completely unafraid of the White Queen's psychic abilities. Even if the White Queen controlled all of these mutants, he was confident that he could handle it. After all, the strongest of those remaining was Red Tank, who was as immune to his opponent's mind powers as he was. Advantage on me. Soon the yacht docked at the shore. Unexpectedly, coming off the boat were 2 men, and the first to get off the boat was a young man. The White Queen, whom he highly valued, was behind this young man, and this man is? Seeing Suemo, who was walking in front of him. Eric gazed suspiciously at the White Queen in the back, but the White Queen had no intention of opening her mouth for introductions. Sumo, who was standing in front, let out a light smile on his face. Mr. Eric, I heard that you were very short of money and thought of getting my support, so I came over here specifically to take a look. Investment, always let the investors see the project in income. Hearing what Sumo said, the expressions on the faces of the people following Magneto changed at the same time. A while ago, he was still considering how to force the other party to obediently offer his family's assets, but now the other party came to the door, and it was obvious that the other party was not coming from a good place. Magneto, who was standing in front of him, had a look on his face that didn't change at all. 2 steps forward and came up to Sumo. Kid, don't think that just because you have Emma backing you up that you can strut your stuff in front of me. Sumo sniffed with a gentle smile on his face. Oh, so in Mr. Eric's opinion, this is considered flailing? And what is this? As soon as the words fell, Sumo's right foot kicked out like lightning. Magneto simply could not react in time. He felt a pain in his stomach, and a strong force came from him. His figure knocked over a few people behind him, and then crashed fiercely into a coconut tree not far behind him. After the figure bounced, it slumped to the ground. A trace of blood came out of his mouth. Seek death. Seeing Sumo striking out the red tank standing to the side, his body sidestepped and charged towards him. Allardyce the fireman, who had wanted to strike, extinguished the flames in his hands after seeing this scene and turned to run towards Magneto. Sumo looked at the charging red tank, his right hand raised, a layer of vibranium armor appearing on his arm as he slowly clenched his fist. Diamond Eyes, he turned his head toward Emma and reminded her. Then, sidestep and throw a punch. 3x power increase. Boom! The fist collided with the shoulder of the onrushing red tank. 300 tons of power exploded instantly. Red Tank's body exploded into tens of thousands of skin fragments after a lurch. On the other side, after Magneto was helped to his feet by firemen, he couldn't wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and violently pulled away from his opponent. He wasn't sure if this was the real fireman himself, or a fireman under the control of the White Queen. If the other party took advantage of his unpreparedness and removed his helmet, he would undoubtedly become fish meat on the White Queen's chopping block and be at the mercy of the other party. Fireman's face froze when he saw Eric's movement. I'm sorry, Allardyce. I had to be on my guard. After all, you've just been manipulated by the White Queen without you even realizing it. Fireman Allardyce had a hard smile on his face. I understand. As soon as the two men spoke, a metal helmet fell at their feet accompanied by a loud clanging sound. Only then did the two of them look over towards Sumo's position. Seeing the hellish scene of blood everywhere within a radius of several dozen meters in front of the other party, the two men's faces changed drastically. A yelp rose and fell from the crowd of mutants. This was because they happened to be in the direct front of Sumo. Pieces of the red tank's skin were practically glued all over their bodies. Although each of these people had at least a few human lives in their hands, it was the first time they had encountered cruelty to this extent. No, the devil. He's the devil. With a female mutant fleeing away with a mental breakdown after a cry. It was as if it had caused a chain reaction. The cries of collapse came one after the other. More than a third of the mutants simply crumbled under the excitement of the scene before them. One by one, they scrambled towards the back to escape. Magneto's face gradually calmed down as he watched the mutants flee in droves. You leave first. I'll take care of things here. Commanding towards the fireman, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his figure slowly rose. Not killing me outright will be one of the stupidest decisions you've made in your life. Magneto, floating into the air, said in a cold voice. He then slowly spread his hands out, and the magnetic field around him changed dramatically under his influence. In less than a few seconds, a powerful magnetic circle formed around him. After ensuring his own safety, his gaze fell on the White Queen behind Sumo. Emma, I don't know what the other guy has offered you, but it's not too late for you to opt out of him and join the Brotherhood. The White Queen smiled and shook her head. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. Hearing the other party's refusal again, Magneto's face went cold. It seems that you still don't recognize the situation in front of you clearly. You'll change your mind after I finish off this kid in front of me. At this time, Sumo, who was on the side, also averted his eyes from the system panel. Unexpectedly, killing the red tank alone had gained a full 20,000 points. Right now, he was only about 3,000 points short of redeeming the Makusi essence. It seems like you think you've won. Sumo looked up at Magneto in the air, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Magneto looked at Sumo with a bemused expression. Physical strength is ultimately limited. Only being able to manipulate the power of nature is the way. You know nothing of my power. As soon as the words fell, endless amounts of metal within a kilometer of the surrounding area slowly flew off the ground under the manipulation of the magnetic field. Next, let you see clearly the gap between the two of us. Chapter 33, Magneto. The scene manned moment. Magneto powers up. S-H-I-E-L-D. Headquarters. A shrill alarm sounded. Nick Fury hurried to the combat command room. Can someone tell me what's going on? Coulson flicked the tablet in his hand, and the image on it switched directly to the huge screen in the war room. The image is exactly what is happening on Knack Island. Chief, Magneto seems to have had a run-in with someone. Zoom in. Nick Fury gave a command and the picture drew closer. But now the island had been completely enveloped in a powerful magnetic field under Magneto's control. There was no way to see exactly what was going on inside, other than seeing the blurry figure of Magneto flying in the sky. Chief, although the conflict took place on the east side of Narc Island, if this continues, we can't rule out the possibility of affecting the residents of Narc Town. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and contact Professor X's side. He knew very well that it was undoubtedly very difficult to rely on these ordinary agents of S-H-I-E-L-D to deal with a powerful mutant like Magneto, unless some weapon of mass destruction is deployed. But using these weapons could easily take things to an untenable level. Thinking of this, his mind to form a special emergency response squad became even more urgent. Xavier's Academy for Gifted Youngsters. In a classroom. It's like what I usually talk about. The words snapped out of Professor X, who was teaching the children in his wheelchair. Slowly, he turned his head toward the door. Sure enough, a moment later, Hank the Beast slammed the door to the room open. Professor, something's wrong. A few minutes later, a fighter jet slowly took off from the academy. Inside the warplane. Damn, it looks like the antidote the government researched through Jimmy isn't very reliable. Ororo, the Stormbringer who was maneuvering the fighter, opened her mouth to complain. Jimmy, the very boy who was able to incapacitate the mutants around him, stayed in the mutant academy after he was rescued. Wolverine Logan, sitting in the cabin, had a cigar in his mouth. I told you a long time ago that I should have been allowed to crush that kid's heart right then and there. He was born in 1832, nearly 200 years ago, and it's not unusual to call Magneto that. Moreover, after several encounters, due to the Edelman alloy in his body, he was almost completely overcome by Magneto's ability, and after every encounter with Magneto, he could only be at the mercy of the other party, and naturally, his heart did not have any good feelings towards him. Alright, Logan, this is not the time to discuss this. Prof. X opened his mouth with a grave expression. Now it's time to think about what to do to stop the other side. Hank the Beast propped up his glasses and, after some hesitation, pulled a plastic pistol from his backpack pocket. Should we give each other another shot? By gah. Logan moved his ass in the direction away from the other man. To him, it was almost indistinguishable from poison, and I'm afraid a single shot could kill him. Why do you still have this in your hand? Hank spread his hands. This was kept from the last big battle, and I thought maybe we could use it someday. Knack Island. Suemo looked at the metal that was flying around in all directions. A hint of amazement also appeared in his eyes. The name of the field man is indeed well deserved. The ability has not yet been restored to cause such widespread effects. Magneto, in the air, waved his right hand lightly. Endless amounts of metal coalesced together in the air, and in no time at all, a behemoth was formed. Conservative estimates suggest that the weight has reached thousands of tons. Magneto looked at Suemo on the ground with a victorious smile on his face. I wonder if you can resist this blow with your strength. Suemo, however, was unimpressed. The reason why he didn't stop the other party was naturally because he had the certainty of being able to defeat the other party. A mutant like Magneto, like a mage, is indeed strong enough to manipulate metal, so strong that he himself breaks through to the planetary level, and the chanting power is difficult to completely suppress the other side. But he also has a huge disadvantage. That is, his body as well as the ability to react. Suemo, even with his current physical qualities, with full speed, with his agility, as long as he didn't carry any metal objects on him, the opponent wouldn't be able to hurt himself in a short period of time. And as long as the other party was within the shroud of his own thoughts, it was easy to pin down the other party. Magneto's helmet is his best weapon. Looking at Magneto floating in the air, Suemo slowly extended his right hand towards the other party. You're rejoicing too soon. With that, he gently clenched his right hand. The moment he saw Sumo's movements, Magneto realized that it was not good, and hurriedly manipulated the huge metal block in the air to smash it towards the other party. Unfortunately, it's still a little late. As Sumo's palm closed, Magneto felt a sharp pain coming from his head. The helmet on his head, which isolated his psychic abilities, instantly transformed into an ever-shrinking cage. Damn it, how could that be? Magneto blanched and wrapped his hands around the helmet, trying hard to remove it from his head, but apparently it was all in vain. Under Sumo's chanting, the neck area underneath the helmet had contracted and became as thick as the neck. The helmet was built by Shaw. the Black King, back in the day, and did not contain an ounce of metal in the material in order to be wary of Magneto. This also led to the fact that there was no way for him to control the contraction of the helmet by magnetic force. As Sumo's chanting power increased, Eric felt like his head was going to explode. Kid, you win. We can sit down and talk. Looking at Sumo below, he endured the pain and forced down the anger in his heart. His life was in the hands of the other party. He had to be soft, but in his heart, he secretly made up his mind that after he got rid of the current predicament, he would be sure to break his body into pieces. Talk about you asterisk. Sumo had no intention of talking to the other party, but instead instantly increased the numinous power on his helmet, being taken and putting on a high horse. He wasn't intending to talk to himself, but was simply compelled to do so. Besides, looking at Magneto's life, he had never been a person who kept his promises, and Sumo was more confident in the reliability of the soul seals than his promises. The pain quickly overwhelmed Magneto's consciousness as the chanting intensified. Finally, after the helmet had shrunk to a certain point, Magneto let out a scream from his mouth and fainted. The surrounding magnetic field was disorganized for a moment after losing control. All those metals flying in the air also fell down towards the ground, naturally including the huge metal polymerized block controlled by Magneto. Although Sumo's chanting power was not enough to lift the metal block, pushing it through the air was not a difficult task. Under the impetus of his spiritual thoughts, the metal block drew a parabola and fell directly into the distant sea. The chant then maneuvered Magneto's body and landed in front of Emma, the White Queen. Sumo gently waved his right hand, and the helmet quickly returned to its original state and fell off his head. The rest is up to you. Chapter 34, The joining of the magical girl. The silver light in the White Queen's eyes slowly faded. Of course. Nodding, she pointed to a group of mutants who were walking slowly with dull eyes. These are the mutants you asked me to screen out. Mutants who have committed enough crimes to spend their lives in prison. Good job, Sumo complimented. Then his gaze fell on these mutants. While he was dealing with Red Tank and Magneto, Emma set out to read the memories of these mutants with her mind powers. The goal is to screen out the mutants who have done evil things. The only thing these mutants, who weren't even level 3, could do for Sumo was to be turned into points. These people Sumo killed without any burden. Several flying daggers thundered through the group of mutants being manipulated by Emma. Less than 10 seconds. Sumo had once again gained over 20,000 extra points. The White Queen also began to cast soul seals, glancing at the passed out Magneto on the floor. The silver light in her eyes rekindled, and in 2 breaths it became stronger than ever. After the light reached its strongest, a light blue mark shot out from her brow, and after a flash, it disappeared into Magneto's brow on the ground. A moment later, a pattern flashed in his brow before disappearing again. At this time, the White Queen also slowly opened her eyes. Success? Of course. The White Queen nodded excitedly. This feeling is simply marvelous. I can easily feel any thoughts of my opponent and even manipulate any of his decisions. This is completely different from the crude manipulation that went on before. Shuemon nodded. He is naturally clear, like the White Queen including Professor X before that kind of manipulation. Simply put, it is like a temporary takeover in general. They belong to the forced requisition of the other party's body in general. And manipulations like soul seals are much deeper, directly manipulating the other party's soul. Magneto would still retain his sanity and would only obey her orders unconditionally, even if he was told to die. Then, wake him up, and it's time for us to leave. Saying that, Sumo grabbed one of Magneto's legs and directly flung it into the seawater aside, looking at Magneto who fell into the water with a plop. Actually, I could have just woken him up, the White Queen whispered in explanation. Really? That doesn't seem to be necessary now. In a few moments, Magneto's figure floated up from the seawater and slowly landed not far from the two of them, looking at the White Queen and Sumo with complicated eyes. At this time, the hatred in his heart for the two had disappeared. The White Queen glanced at the other man. Eric, go wait for us on the boat. Yes, master. Eric bowed his head in response, picked up the helmet on the floor, and headed toward the yacht. After casting the soul seal, this helmet of his had become completely useless. In a way, the soul seal is just as much a means of control as it is a form of protection. The same soul seal of the White Queen will protect Magneto's brain from further intrusions by other telepathic powers. This was, after all, a secret art that had been gradually researched and perfected by countless great powers, spending countless epochs. Sumo didn't think anyone in this world could crack it. Not on Earth, at the very least. Once Magneto had entered the cabin, 7 or 8 figures stepped out of the woods in front of the two. These are the mutants that the White Queen has screened out as still being of some use to them. This naturally includes Fireman and Raven, who was previously held in the cell. After sensing Raven in the building, Emma then remanipulated Fireman, causing him to bring Raven out. I hope you keep your word. After Raven spoke towards Emma, he led the way towards the yacht. Suemo looked at this scene in surprise. Emma spoke up in a hurry to explain. Devil woman. I think you've heard of her. Trust me. She'll be of great use to us. Suemo nodded. Of course he had heard of her. In her previous life, this devil-shaped woman was known as the most wanted woman by men. Bar none. After all, her ability was to change into anyone's likeness at will. Getting her favors, getting it all. Of course, when the White Queen said it was useful, it certainly couldn't be in that regard. Suemo usually mentioned to Empress Bai that he planned to establish an organization that specialized in hunting down evil people. Despite not knowing his purpose for doing so, Empress Bai didn't care about this in the slightest. In her opinion, since Suemo intended to do this, she only needed to carry it out. And Raven's ability is perfect for use in assassinations and spying on intelligence. Thinking of this, Suemo asked suspiciously, So, what did you promise her? The White Queen smiled. Not that it's a big deal. The person she hates the most right now is Eric. I merely promised her that she could torture Eric for an hour every so often from now on, until she'd lost her temper. Hearing this, Sumo's expression froze. As expected, having been able to control Hellfire for such a long time, Emma wasn't someone with a soft heart. Magneto has the control of the Soul Seal, so he doesn't have to worry about him going rogue even if he's tortured once a day. And there's nothing to lose by letting Raven vent about it. Let's go. Professor X and the others should be arriving soon. Suemo looked at the time and took the lead towards the yacht. The White Queen glanced at the island behind her, and with a flash of light in her eyes, she deleted the memories of those mutants left on the island before following Sumo's footsteps onto the yacht. The yacht just left less than 10 minutes ago. A fighter jet slowly landed on the island. Soon, the figures of several of Professor X's men stepped down from the fighter jet. My God! Looking at the bodies of dozens of mutants in the clearing, Iceman Bobby let out a gasp from his mouth. We're late. Professor X opened his mouth after closing his eyes and sensing. Originally, according to his ability, even in the middle of X Academy, this island was within the sensing range of his mind power. But from the beginning to the end, he had no way to sense the consciousness of anyone on this island. Simply put, there hadn't been a single human presence on this island in his senses before. But this is clearly not the case. Apparently, a psychic ability like his interfered with him. Now with the other man gone, he quickly invaded the consciousness of the surviving mutants. However, as he expected, there was not a single memory of what had just happened in these people's minds. Storm looked at the way almost a third of the island had been destroyed. It seems as if Eric has met a formidable foe. I want to know where he is now. I can't wait to teach him a lesson. Logan walked over to Professor X with the plastic gun he had taken from Beast's side in his hand. He's not on the island right now. Eric should have been captured. From the present situation on the island, Prof. X easily came to this conclusion. Chapter 35, Death Island. The plan. Suemo didn't care about Professor X's and their speculations. At the moment he was sitting on a cruise ship, listening to Eric lecture on his plan to create a mutant kingdom. According to him, the reason why he was so unscrupulous in trying to get a large portion of the money was to establish a mutant nation. The location has been chosen, an archipelago in the Atlantic Ocean. Of course, in practice it may not be as easy as one might think. The building can be done slowly, but one must first have one's own defense. So he has found channels from the Woolly Bear country and intends to purchase a few mushroom bombs. After successive failures, Eric had realized that relying solely on brute force didn't seem to be able to achieve his will, which was why he planned to take a circuitous path. After listening to the other party's grand plan, Suemo couldn't help but admire Magneto's persistence. After giving it some deep thought, Suemo felt that although Magneto's idea was a bit naive and unlikely to be reached, setting the organization's headquarters on the islands was a good choice. Besides, the island had already been bought by Eric in one way or another. It's located 1,000 nautical miles east of the United States of America and is called the Death Islands. Death Island is located in the United States of America and Maple Leaf Country on the route to Europe, and is named so because of the dense reefs around the archipelago, which form a natural shipwreck death zone nearby. The main island of the archipelago is more than 2,000 square kilometers, which is perfectly adequate for the construction of various facilities on it. Take that yacht. Sumo's few people traveled straight towards the east. A few hours later, the yacht has reached the confines of the Dead Islands. With Magneto at the controls, the yacht docked smoothly on the main island. The main island has an overall oval shape. Several houses made of pure metal have been erected on the island's heavily wooded, lush jungle. Apparently, these are the work of Magneto. Entering the metal-built house, the eye is greeted by a dozen piles of dollars a man high. These are all the funds I've collected over the past 2 years, excluding what I spent to buy the island. This is all that's left, a total of $1.6 billion. In response, neither Suemo nor the White Queen's complexion changed much. Not to mention that Suemo possessed hundreds of billions of dollars in his family's fortune. Even the White Queen, when she had previously controlled the Hellfire Club, the money she controlled in her hands was in accordance with tens of billions of dollars. So naturally, she would not be moved by this billion or so dollars. Suemo stepped forward and picked up a bunch of American knives. Apparently thanks to Magneto's powers, the room was well airtight, shutting out the moisture from outside. Now that the decision has been made to establish a stronghold on the island, it is natural to prepare for numerous tasks. The buildings on the island are fine. Magneto had examined the island before he bought it, and there were still a large number of metal mines underneath the island. So with his ability, he could easily set up a steel casting base on the island. The rest is scientific and logistical staff. This is also quite simple. Recruiting is too much of a hassle. It would be better to go to those underground organizations to capture a number of them. Only needing the White Queen to help them wash their brains, they can be transformed into the most loyal henchmen. Tossed the pile of dollars back in his hand, Suemo looked towards a young girl with two ponytails standing at the back. The young girl was one of the mutants they had brought back. The ability is nothing unusual, except that it moves 3 times as fast as normal. But she had another identity. The hacker of internet fame, Shadow. The most glorious battle, having hacked inside SHIELD's network and replaced Nick Fury's profile avatar with a picture of a black haloed egg. Sherry, I'll give you the general locations of a few underground organizations. Can you pin down the exact coordinates of their bases? Shirley confidently patted her private airfield. Of course there's no problem. Suemo nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze turned to the demonic female Raven. Record all the information you know about the Sentinel robot headquarters. With the island as a stronghold, it's only natural to add some defense. These sentry robots are a great choice. These robots are far more than just for dealing with mutants. Each one has the abilities of several mutants, and their combat power is no better than that of a level 4 mutant like Emma and the others. Just get enough together. Not to mention guarding this island. Even taking the entire United States of America would not be a problem. Raven had a hard look on her face when she heard that. I don't think it's possible to take down the Sentinel Robotics HQ with just us. There are all sorts of weapons in there that specialize in dealing with mutants. And even with Emma's psychic abilities, there's no way to infiltrate the base. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about this. I have my own methods. You just need to organize all the information you know. Seeing that Suemo did not appear to be lying, Raven nodded helplessly. That's easy. I can give it to you tonight. Nodding, Suemo finally settled his gaze on Eric. Your next task, first of all, is to set up the main building of the base first, and then take the rest of the few people to salvage the shipwrecks near the island. He couldn't figure out what Magneto had been thinking before. Instead of unearthing such a huge treasure trove as the island, he relies on a black man like Kim and to help him enrich himself. It is important to realize that the reason why this place is called the Island of Death is because of the countless reefs that surround the island for hundreds of nautical miles. It is for this reason that there are countless shipwrecks in this range. There is no shortage of shipwrecks that are hundreds of years old. These can be treasures. Any shipment of treasure or antiques salvaged would be more than what these gangsters would earn in a few years. With that said, Suemo looked aside to the mutant named John. The task of salvaging is largely up to you. He had been tortured and fainted by the White Queen earlier, thrown on the ship, and brought over in the same way. I didn't realize it would come in handy now. Magneto can only salvage the ships and items that are metal. The rest is up to him. John nodded sharply when he heard it. After learning about Sumo's plan, these mutants were very excited. Unlike Magneto, they just wanted to live somewhere peaceful and undisturbed. And right now the island was certainly a very suitable place. And judging from the fact that even Magneto had succumbed, Suemo was undoubtedly more powerful, fully capable of sheltering them. Naturally each one was energized. After arranging everything, Suemo instructed Emma to be in charge of coordinating the whole situation before arriving at the edge of a cliff on the side of the island. After manipulating the flying dagger to carve out a small room of a dozen square meters on the rock wall, he directly dodged and made his way inside. There were already enough points, and it was time to break through to the planetary level. Chapter 36, Planetary Martial Artist. Space freezing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Makusi spirit, consuming 52,000 points. As soon as the system's words fell, a fist-sized white crystal appeared in his hand, while a strange fragrance filled the cave. Is this the Kizi spirit? Suemo looked at the crystal glowing white in his hand, a hint of fire in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he brought the crystal in his hand directly to his mouth. With a gentle bite, the shell of the crystal broke open, and the pure white liquid inside flowed into his mouth. A strong flavor of rice exploded in his mouth. Without waiting for him to savor it, the liquid flowed down his throat and inside his stomach. After Sumo drank all of the liquid inside the entire crystal, he only felt a strong burning sensation coming from his abdomen, and then this heat began to flow over towards various locations in his body. Within a short while, Sumo's entire body was like a boiled prawn with reddish skin. Sensing this situation, he crossed his legs and began to operate the genetic primordial energy cultivation method. In an instant, the heat in his body seemed to find a vent, and surged madly into the muscle cells. A crackling sound came out of him, along with his body getting stronger. The dark golden orb in the sea of consciousness also began to release a large amount of spiritual energy. After the spiritual power was released, it quickly became hidden in the sea of consciousness, and Sumo's spiritual power grew by leaps and bounds. I don't know how much time has passed. The orb in Sumo's mind snapped apart. It dissolved into countless tiny particles. These particles, and also like ice and snow, rapidly melting away. Until this point, the energy of the spiritual protocore had been completely absorbed by Sumo. This meant that he had reached the peak of the war god's spiritual nimbus. 1,000 tons. However, even though the growth in spiritual thoughts had stopped, the energy of the Woodseki essence continued to improve Sumo's physical quality. A constant stream of black matter was expelled from his pores. After an unknown amount of time, the black substance had already covered the surface of Sumo's body. There was also a rumbling noise coming from within him. After these energies had transformed Sumo's physical body to the extreme, a large amount of the remaining energy gathered towards the location of the lower dantian. It was constantly condensing and compressing at the center of the lower dantian, until it was compressed to the extreme. A sphere like a miniature planet appeared at this location and slowly rotated like a planet. As the planet formed, all the energy in the body was absorbed by the planet. Sumo, who had his eyes closed, also slowly opened his eyes at this moment. The silver glow flickered in his eyes. Slowly, he stood up from the ground, a loud noise coming from his body. He closed his eyes and looked inward, seeing the slowly rotating planet in his dantian. Is this the sign of stepping into the planetary level? With a heartbeat, a wave of gravity emanated from the miniature planet. Sumo's body floated up from the ground. Unlike in the past, this time he didn't resort to any spiritual thoughts. As if by innate instinct, he could manipulate the gravitational and magnetic forces within a certain range around him with the help of the miniature planet. It was with this ability that he could fly through the sky like a fish out of water. Not only that, after reaching the planetary level, he had been able to completely stop needing to breathe and was able to freely travel through space. This is one of the hallmark abilities of the planetary level. Get rid of the planets once and for all. System, open the attribute panel. Instantly, the familiar screen appeared in front of him. Name, Sumo, age, 20, strength, 1, 320 tons, speed, 1,300 meters per second, power, 1,000 tons, special ability, space freeze, points, 34. For 20, the first thing was the physical strength, which had increased by a full dozen times. It has grown from over 100 tons to over 1,000 tons. This power, on Earth, was already considered almost invincible. With just a light punch, one could easily destroy a tall building of more than 30 stories. The speed was even more than Mach 4. And this was still in the case of not being empowered by thoughts. If it was in the case of relying on thoughts to propel it, I'm afraid that it could be more than Mach 5. Don't underestimate this Mach. It is important to realize that the further the speed goes, the more difficult it becomes to improve. After all, the resistance of air is increased exponentially. Nian Li, on the other hand, was unsurprisingly stuck at the peak of the war god. If you wanted to break through, you would still need a special gong method to rush the Nian Li to a new cohesion. However, it was only a matter of time. It was believed that it wouldn't take long before he could similarly break through to a planetary level spiritual numinous master. What surprised Sumo the most was this extra special ability. Martial artists, because of their physique, did not have the same properties of absorbing energy from the universe even though they were also absorbing cosmic energy. This also led to the fact that after breaking through the planetary level, one would gain a variety of different abilities due to the difference in energy absorption. Energy has a wide variety of attributes, and even with the same attributes, the awakened abilities vary. This space freezing was a space-based ability as soon as he heard it, but it seemed that among the attributes recorded in the Gongfu, the spatial attribute was not included. Thinking for a moment, Sumo could only blame it on the differences in the world. Just because one hadn't awakened a spatial ability in that world didn't mean that it wouldn't work in this world. At that moment, Sumo intended to try out this ability of his. Closing his eyes and feeling a bit, it was only then that he noticed that he seemed to have inexplicably developed a sense of control over the space around him. Heartbeat. Sumo slowly opened his eyes. It was as if the surrounding area of 100 meters had been plunged into a state where time stood still. Even the air stopped flowing. The sound of the ocean and the distant bird calls that could have been heard disappeared. 2 steps out of the cave. Sumo's eyes snapped. Within his line of sight, it was as if the surrounding 100 meters had been stripped from the world. The seabirds flying in the air, as well as the seawater within range, were all motionless as if frozen. Too strong. Simply too strong. Sumo let out a gasp of surprise from his mouth. At this point, he also roughly understood how this ability worked. The ability to bring the surrounding space to a standstill. Unless one had the ability to tear through space, there was almost no way to move the slightest bit in this space. He was the only one who was able to move freely. Of course, Sumo could also consume energy to reinforce the frozen space. The size of the reinforcement power increases as his strength increases. This ability is somewhat similar to the ability to stand still in time. The only difference was that after this ability was cast, the person who was in this space had no way to move, but possessed the ability to think. Right at this moment, Sumo felt a feeling of emptiness coming from within his body. He hastily disengaged this ability. Corresponding to the great power, the consumption of energy in the body by this ability is also enormous. In a situation like this that enveloped 100 meters in a circle, he estimated that he could only maintain it for a dozen seconds or so. Taking a long breath, Sumo violently felt a pungent odor rush into his nostrils. Seeing the impurities expelled from his body, Sumo leaped into the ocean. Chapter 37, Star Tower. Stargirl. After soaking in the seawater for half an hour, Sumo was able to clean the mud and dirt from his body. Just as Sumo was planning to leave, he saw in the distance a huge shark swimming towards him. It's not surprising that there are sharks in these wild waters. Even though the shark was swimming very fast, it was like slow motion in Sumo's eyes. Feeling the energy in his body that gradually recovered, Sumo flexed his fingers and flicked. A soybean-sized ball of energy shot out from his hand. Almost in the blink of an eye it was gone into the shark's body. After elevating to the planetary level, unlike the apprentice level which could only rely on physical combat, one was already able to externalize the energy in their body to attack. After the energy ball had disappeared into the shark's body, a loud explosion rang out. The shark's body was instantly reduced to pieces. Just then, Sumo fiercely felt the star pagoda in his sea of consciousness emit an abnormal fluctuation. Before he could react, his body flickered and disappeared in place. By the time his form reappeared, he was already located in a hall filled with technology. The hall was the size of a soccer field, and the whole thing was a regular pentagonal shape with a huge metal door on each wall. Right in the center of the hall is a console that resembles an open type. Here, could this be the interior of the Star Tower? Sumo easily guessed his position. At that moment, countless rays of light coalesced in midair and finally transformed into the image of a young girl. A young girl with a melon face, a head full of silver white hair, wearing a leather coat that showed off her body's silhouette to the fullest, an ungrippable waist, and two straight, slender legs that accounted for nearly 60% of her body. A figure that seems to have stepped out of a manga. The perfect body shape was as if every inch had been precisely measured. After the cohesion of her figure was complete, the young girl slowly landed on the ground, walking in style to Sumo's body. The young girl turned around in front of Sumo and opened her mouth with a smile on her face to ask, "Well, are you still satisfied with this body of mine?" Before Sumo could react, when the young girl noticed Sumo's gaze, she spoke again to herself. "It seems you are very satisfied." After saying that, a silver bell-like laughter came out of the young girl's mouth. "You humans are still so funny that your heart beats faster just because of an appearance." It wasn't until then that Sumo had a chance to speak. "You are," the young girl responded in a daze. "I forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Star G, a mechanical race intelligent being, sort of the Star Tower's artifact spirit, or it's more appropriate to call me the control center. Master promoted to the planetary level, has unlocked a small part of the Star Tower's ability." Hearing this, Sumo's eyes lit up. "Master, please follow me." Stargirl finished and turned in one direction. This is located at the spire position of the Star Tower, and is the control center of the Star Tower. It is also considered the residence of the Tower Master, and it is equipped with various auxiliary cultivation rooms. With that, Stargirl stopped in front of a room door, pushed it open and walked in. Seeing this, Sumo did not hesitate to follow him in. "How can I say that I am the owner of the Star Tower? It's not like I'll be in danger here." Walking into the room was like entering a promenade located in a starry sky. This leads to the simulated battle room. You can freely choose to engage with various opponents. Of course, the battles are all conducted in virtual space. There is no need to worry about getting hurt. The master can try it out in the future. It's very helpful in improving your battle experience. After saying that, he continued to lead Sumo into the next room. This is the rest room. Room after room is introduced down the line. Finally, Stargirl brought Sumo to stop in front of the last room. This is a cultivation room, in which cultivation can accelerate the flow of time. But according to the master's current strength, He can only withstand a tenfold acceleration at most. Sumo's heart stirred when he heard it. So as my strength increases, the time flow of the time inside can still increase. That's for sure. Stargirl nodded rightfully. The flow of time in here can be accelerated by up to 10 million times. Hearing this, Sumo's eyes revealed an excited gleam. Don't look at yourself in just a little more than 2 months. You have reached the planetary level. Cultivation to the late stage. This vein of cultivation speed is definitely not considered fast. To participate in the law, it is often dozens of hundreds of years of time. With this time-accelerated cultivation room, undoubtedly, it could increase the speed of one's cultivation drastically. Right. At that moment, Stargirl, who was on the sidelines, clapped her hands violently. A flick of the right hand. The two had arrived on a huge platform. The platform seemed to be built in the middle of an infinite starry sky, and as the car looked towards the surroundings, there were countless planets the size of stars. Stargirl saw Sumo's gaze on those planets. This is a secret space in the Star Tower. Throughout the Star Tower, there are countless secret spaces like this, and the ones you see, Master, are all sealed stars. With the Master's current strength, there is no way to manipulate them for now. Shuemon nodded. According to the system, each and every one of these sealed stars had reached the level of a supreme treasure. In terms of one's current planetary level strength, not to mention a supreme treasure, even if it was the lowest grade of heavy treasure, I'm afraid that draining oneself would not be enough to drive it up. With Stargirl leading the way, the two came to the center of the platform. In the center position of the platform, there stood an altar, and on the altar, there were 2 pillars of light as black as ink, leading into the void. The source of the pillars of light was none other than those 2 dark divine books. At this time, the appearance of the 2 dark divine books had undergone a heavenly change. The pages of the book were no longer made of the original paper material, like they were completely made of black energy gathered. And the 2 pillars of light, it was the constant stream of dark energy that was pouring in towards the book. It is? Seeing this scene, a look of surprise appeared in Sumo's eyes. Stargirl let out a soft laugh. When I just sensed these 2 books, I realized that there is a big problem with these books. Although the magic recorded on the top is not of much use to the Master at the moment, there are great hidden dangers. This was something Suemo knew very well. After all those who cultivated the dark divine book would almost always have their sanity eroded by dark energy. Speaking of which, a meaningful smile appeared on Stargirl's face. This magic simply means that the user is borrowing the power of the counterpart with some private goods, a special kind of energy to erode the mind of the person using the magic. So, for my master's sake, I thought of helping my master directly borrow enough mana to use thousands of years of magic, and store it in this book after getting rid of the special energy in that mana. In the future, if the master uses magic, it will be equivalent to borrowing the magic power from the books, and there won't be any hidden dangers. Chapter 38 Sidhorn. Supercharged? After listening to Stargirl's account, Suemo looked delighted. It had been assumed that Stargirl was an ordinary intelligent being similar to Barbata, but now it didn't seem to be that simple. Come to think of it, Sidhorn, the god of the underworld, is not a fool. How could he not feel it when Stargirl lent him her hair like that? As it stands, there are only 2 possibilities. Firstly, this mana borrowed by Stargirl could only be considered as a furtive to Sidhorn. He didn't care and kept his attitude indifferent, so he didn't cut off the output of mana. However, as Suemo looked at the torrent of mana extending out in front of him, as if it was as vast as the Milky Way, it was clearly unlikely. If all this mana didn't matter to him, I'm afraid he could have toppled the court of life and replaced it himself. Then it can only be the second case. Sidhorn sensed the situation, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. Suemo was almost sure that the real situation was like that. After all, at that time, there was an unknown being who manipulated the real Dark Divine Book to attack, but it was similarly killed in seconds in his own mind. At the time, he was a little puzzled himself. If you think about it now, it's obvious that it was Sidhorn's feeble struggle. Thinking of this, Sumo's eyes flamed as he sized up Stargirl on the side. Stargirl noticed Shuemo's gaze, deliberately putting on a pouty expression. What do you want, master? After hesitating for a long time, Suemo still didn't say that word out loud. However, looking at Xingji's teasing expression, Suemo knew that the other party was obviously doing it on purpose. After letting out a giggle from her mouth, Stargirl then withdrew her gaze. Suemo coughed lightly to hide the embarrassment on his face. I mean, what level of strength are you roughly at? Stargirl's laughter tapered off a bit as she listened. Actually, my strength is not too important to my master. After all, I have no way to leave the Star Tower to help my master. At most, I can help my master manipulate the Star Tower to deal with those enemies that invade into the Sea of Consciousness. Master only needs to know that there is no way for anyone in this world to leave after entering Master's Sea of Consciousness is all. Hearing this reply, Sumo sucked in a breath of cool air. So grippy? Then when he had full control of the Star Tower, wouldn't he be directly invincible? It wasn't until a minute later that Sumo was able to calm down his agitated feelings. At this moment, Stargirl had already stood on the altar in front of her. Reaching up, he took down one of the Dark God books above him, leaving only one to continue absorbing dark energy. The mana in here should be enough for the master to use for a long time. Just get another one to replace it when it runs out. Dodging back to Sumo's side, he handed him the Darkness God book in his hand. Sumo reached out and took the Darkness God book. The heart was once again shocked at Stargirl's strength. There was no one else who could use Sidhorn, one of the 4 oldest ancient gods, as a rechargeable treasure. At this moment, after absorbing the massive amount of dark energy, the 2 dark divine books were almost indistinguishable from each other. And after such a long time of baptismal infusion of energy, even the most ordinary paper would become a powerful divine artifact. After handing over the Darkness God book to Sumo, Stargirl reached out and gently waved her hand. A drop of blood seeped out of Sumo's finger, and after a flash, it disappeared into the Dark Divine Book. The Dark Divine Book emitted a violent black aura, then lightning-like disappeared into Sumo's brow. That's the way to do it. In the future, this book will not only be the source of your mana, but it will also increase your spell casting speed and the power of your magic drastically. Underworld. Sidhorn's massive body was less than half its original size at this point. After Stargirl removed a Dark Divine Book, Sidhorn, who had already felt some despair, almost burst into tears of excitement. Slow down. Slow down. Sidhorn's excited roar echoed through the underworld. You know, according to the previous rate of absorption, if there were no accidents, I'm afraid that he would have lasted another month at most, and then he would have been sucked dry. During this time, he had tried tens of thousands of ways to cut off the absorption of his energy by some unknown being. The multiverse-level underworld god, who was comparable to the 5 major gods, was simply pushed to the brink of extinction. Luckily, now that the absorption rate had been cut in half, he was able to absorb energy quite a bit faster than energy could be absorbed. It would only take a while for him to recover again. Excited, Sidhorn wondered how long it had taken to recover from his excitement. Pushing his mana with all his might, the dark energy in the underworld transformed into a huge vortex that converged towards his position. On the other hand, Sumo had already retreated from the Star Tower, re-entering the cave that had been carved out of the mountain wall. Sumo took out the Darkness God book and studied it. Although the entire Dark Divine book was transformed into an energized state, the words that recorded magic on it were preserved. Flip through the Book of Dark Gods. A string of strange symbols appeared in Sumo's line of sight. After staring at the symbols for a moment, the symbols on the pages flew out of the book and transformed into a stream of information in the air, directly pouring into Sumo's mind. Almost instantly, he understood what was written in the book. The magic recorded on the first page is none other than Portal. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, Sumo opened his eyes and let out a long breath. It had taken the gifted Dr. Strange a long time to learn this magic, if he remembered correctly, and I don't know how talented I am at magic. After revisiting what was in his mind once again, Sumo planned to try it out. At that moment, he cupped a seal with his left hand and gently drew a semicircle with his right hand. A space door with black sparks slowly opened not far in front of him. Seeing this scene, a glint of excitement flashed in Sumo's eyes. How could he not have expected that? Just for the first time, he would succeed in casting the magic directly. But a little thought made it clear. Generally speaking, when a mage or a sorcerer casts magic, it has a lot to do with mental power. The stronger the mental power, the higher the magical talent. And Sumo was now a peak war god level spiritual numinous master anyways. Compared to ordinary people, the strength of spiritual power was thousands of times stronger. To be able to successfully cast a magic spell on the first try was reasonable. As the space door slowly opened, the scene on the other side clearly appeared in Sumo's eyes. It looked as if the space door opened into some hot, steamy bathroom. In the misty haze, a bare back was reflected in the middle of the eyelids. The figure's delicate white skin and the hazy beauty of being in the midst of the heat made anyone who saw it afraid that they would let out a gasp. Sumo's expression froze when he saw this, and he hurriedly cast another spell, wanting to turn off the space door. If this was seen by the other side, I'm afraid it would be directly defined as a pervert. I don't know if it was because I was too rusty for my first spell, though. The intention was to close the space door Sumo, but after casting the spell, the space door doubled in size, and almost instantly opened up to a level large enough for one person to pass through. The woman who was taking a shower seemed to realize and feel the irregularity behind her. After all, with such a large space door, and the temperature difference between the two places, the airflow was already very obvious. Feeling the coolness behind her, the woman slowly turned her body, and Sumo, who was standing on this side of the space door, locked eyes. seeing the woman looking over. Suemo also realized that it seemed too late to turn off now. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean it? When the woman saw the weird space door behind her, and Suemo standing behind it, a look of horror appeared on her face, and with a scream, she curled her body into the corner of the bathroom. It's not that women won't go out. The main thing is that the space door opens right where the doorway is, just blocking the exit. There's no way for a woman to run if she wants to. Chapter 39 Hydra Basi hearing the other party's piercing screams, Suemo also went numb. Fortunately, the space door in front of him gradually closed after losing the support of Sumo's energy. Looking at the space door that was gradually closing, Suemo then let out a long breath. New York. Sky in the bathroom stared in shock at the door to the space that closed in front of her. Reaching down, she removed the dress hanging off to the side and slipped it over her body, concealing her amazing curves. She then carefully stepped forward and reached out to touch the doorway where it had been. There was an incredulous look on his face. That was amazing. Was that just magic? No. Hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Looks like we can't stay up any longer these days. In a cave on the island, Suemo reached up and wiped the beads of sweat from his head. He had just intended to open a portal to the villa where Wanda and the girls were staying, but there seemed to be some deviation from the truth. To avoid the same, he reached out and waved his hand, and the Book of Darkness God once again appeared in front of him, and began to seriously study what was written on it about space gates. After studying it in detail a few times, Suemo took a deep breath and gently waved his right hand once again. After the same sparks flashed as last time, a space door opened in front of him once again. This time a familiar scene appeared on the other side of the space door. It was the bedroom of that ocean view villa. Seeing this, Suemo looked delighted. It worked! As the space door expanded to the height of a normal person, Suemo gently stepped through. The other end of the space door opened into the bedroom of the ocean view villa. Suemo opened the bedroom door just in time to see Wanda, who was about to walk in. Seeing the suddenly opened door of the room, as well as Suemo, who appeared behind it, Wanda looked stunned, and then suspiciously tilted her head and glanced towards the room. Wait, I obviously just came out when there was no one in the room. How did you get in? Suemo laughed softly. Don't worry about the details. The important thing is that it's been a long time. And there's nothing you want to do? Wanda sniffed and blushed. In one of her exclamations, she was picked up by Suemo in a princess hug, and then the door to the room automatically closed and locked. Within moments, a harmonious symphony was heard in the room. Luckily the room was pretty well soundproofed. It was what kept the sound from reaching the ears of Pietro, who was jerking iron downstairs. During this time, Pietro, who couldn't leave the house, coupled with the incentive to improve his fitness by leaps and bounds, became almost a heavy fan of jerking off. A large part of the day is spent in the gym downstairs. 2 or 3 hours later, Wanda leaned into Sumo's arms with a blush on her face. So you're saying we can go out as much as we want from now on? Of course, it was also for your safety before. That's why you were placed in this place. And now that the crisis has been lifted, you can of course go out and shop as much as you want. Receiving Sumo's affirmative answer, an excited smile appeared on Wanda's face. As much as she enjoyed the isolation, she always got a little bored even after a long time. After a moment, Wanda bit her lip and spoke after a moment of hesitation. Honey, I want to go to college. Suemo reached out and stroked the other's bare back. Why the sudden idea? As much as I love this life, it always feels like it's a waste of time. And I'd like to learn something while I can. What do you think? Because both Wanda and Pietro are orphans. Both gave up their studies to make ends meet after finishing middle school. Of course I'm supporting you. Is there a college you want to go to? I'll arrange it. Suemo didn't have any objections to this. After thinking about it again and again, Suemo still felt that it was more reliable to rely on the mind gem to help the other party awaken. But there were still 3 to 4 years until Loki brought the mind gem to Earth. It would be a good time for her to get a taste of college life in a university. Really? Thank you. Hearing that Suemo was very supportive of her idea, Wanda excitedly pecked Suemo on the cheek. Your reward is too perfunctory. So what do you want? Or go on. No. Well, Dead Island. The two of them, Suemo and the White Queen, stood on the highest peak of the island. In his hand, he carried a pillar-shaped metal instrument over a man's height. This thing isn't much bigger than the one on the ship. Is the cage really that big? The White Queen looked at the metal instrument and asked in a puzzled voice. Of course. Suemo nodded. This was the very same optical cloaking device he held in his hand. Ability to generate illusions within a certain range. Once the operation on the island begins, it could easily be photographed by satellites. For this reason, Suemo had specifically redeemed this instrument from the system. This cost Suemo a full 10,000 points. Carefully place the instrument on the ground and press the activation button on it. In an instant, A drill bit protruded from the bottom of the cylindrical instrument and ruthlessly dug into the rocks below. And then a blazing light shot out from the top of the instrument, and the light scattered in all directions after reaching a height of several hundred meters. A moment later, the island, along with a large portion of the surrounding sea, was enveloped in a transparent film of light. The light film disappeared directly after a flash, but by this time, looking from the outside towards the island, one would realize that all traces of everyone on the island as well as the buildings had disappeared. Suemo had just returned to the villa that had just been established in the center of the island when Shirley greeted him with a pair of dark circles under her eyes. Even though the other party looked like he hadn't slept all night, his spirit was unusually high. The first Hydra base has been found. With that, she showed the screen of the computer in her hand to the two. Above is the surveillance screen broken into chunks. As you can see from the surveillance footage, the base is located on top of a snow-covered mountain, and the buildings look a bit dated. Suemo could tell at a glance that this was the same Hydra base where Wanda and Pietro had awakened their abilities. Shirley then tapped a few times on the keyboard. The screen switched to a map with a red dot marked on it, obviously where the base was located. It is none other than Sokovia, located in Eastern Europe. Emma, looks like we need to take a trip to Eastern Europe. Gladly, Emma nodded. After hesitating for a moment, Suemo gently waved his hand, and a teleportation portal opened on the side. Suemo took the lead and stepped inside. The White Queen at the back glanced at the teleportation portal that was sparkling with black sparks, and with a face full of curiosity, she stepped in after Suemo. By the time they came out, the two were located on a small island of less than a square kilometer. Seeing this, Empress Bai's eyes lit up as she looked at Suemo. The more she came into contact with him, the more she realized that the man in front of her was like a treasure, with all sorts of amazing abilities always appearing in his body, not to mention the illusory demon secret method that Suemo had taught her, which had doubled her overall strength in a short period of time. The variety of abilities in the man himself is even more numerous. A strong physique coupled with the ability to control things with her mind, and immunity to her psychic abilities. Now there's also this mysterious and inexplicable teleportation ability. Mysterious men always arouse a woman's interest, even a powerful woman like the White Queen. If it wasn't for the fact that the present occasion was a bit inappropriate, I'm afraid that right now she would have hung on to the other party by now and ensnared them completely. Chapter 40, The knowledgeable Baron Teslak, get Eric over here. It was only when she heard Shuema's command that Emma pulled back the eyes that were about to be pulled back. It wasn't until this time that she noticed that in the distant sky, Magneto Eric was floating in the air, and underneath him, a huge vessel comparable to a luxury cruise ship was slowly surfacing. Apparently they had already begun to act according to Sumo's plan. In Sumo's opinion, only the White Queen herself was needed to take down the Hydra base completely. After all, there didn't seem to be any holdout fighters in the Hydra base. Nothing more than a few conventional combat weapons. It's also filled with nothing more than ordinary people. The White Queen's psychic abilities are virtually defenseless in the absence of specialized precautions. However, Sumo's purpose was not to wipe out the base. Instead, they had taken the entire base for themselves, not only the researchers and soldiers, but also the various equipment and instruments inside. This involves the problem of needing to carry all of these things back. Though all of these things Shuema is capable of. But why bother striking out on your own when you have henchmen who can do it for you? Hands are not for use. Eastern Europe. Sokovia. A Hydra base located on a mountain somewhere. Halfway up the mountainside in the woods, a space door slowly opened. Sumo's trio stepped out of the space door, glancing up at the age-old building on top of the hill. Suemo turned his head to look at Emma behind him. The rest is up to you. Sure. The White Queen nodded and took 2 steps forward, her eyes glowing silver. Barely 10 seconds. The corners of Emma's mouth turned up slightly. Found you. Before she set off, Suemo had already informed her that the head of the base was a man named Straker, and that she only needed to bring him under control in order to smoothly take control of this Hydra base. The room in the southeast corner of the top floor of the base. As soon as the White Queen's words fell, a spatial door once again appeared in front of the three. By the time the trio had passed through the space door, they had appeared in the room Emma had described. The room looked like an office in general. In the room at this moment, a middle-aged man with short hair was standing in front of the table with a dull expression. Suemo walked forward and sat down on a chair behind the table, then made a wink towards the White Queen. Emma nodded, and after a snap of her fingers, the man snapped back to his senses as if he were waking up from a big dream. Noticing the 3 people who suddenly appeared in the room, his expression changed. His figure took a few steps back without a trace, looking at the 3 with a cautious expression. Who are you people and why are you in my room? At the same time, his right hand went behind his back and he felt the hard object in his hand, and his mind was certain. Then cleanly draw, aim, and fire. The set of movements took barely a second. And Baron Teslak was sure that even the most powerful mercenary could not move faster than himself. He was confident that the other party could not have reacted in such a short period of time. The truth was indeed as he expected. The three made no evasive maneuver, allowing the bullet to pass through their brow. Baron Teslak let out a long breath as he looked at the three bodies that had fallen to the ground, but not before he was happy. Instead, a round of applause came from the room. The scene before him then dissipated like a bubble, and the three who had died reappeared in the room, still standing where they had been before. It was the young man sitting on the top of the seat who gave the applause. Seeing this scene, a cold sweat slipped from Teslak's forehead. How can that be? He received a huge shock to his worldview. Suemo looked at his skeptical appearance and a small smile appeared on his face. Needless to say, with Emma's ability to deal with these ordinary people, it was a downward spiral. Even the Emma before she practiced the illusion demon secret method could easily play with them, let alone the Emma of today. Given a year or two of development, I'm afraid not even Professor X has the means to break through her illusions. Compared to Emma, who had cultivated the secret method of illusion, it was the equivalent of a barefoot doctor versus a doctoral student who had graduated from a formal medical university. It's not that Prof. X isn't talented enough. Rather, it's the gap between the two on a cognitive level. One is completely on its own, while the other is the experience summed up by countless forefathers over hundreds or millions of years. There is simply no comparison between the two. What? You're puzzled that obviously we've died and come back to life, aren't you? You still have bullets in your gun. You can try again. Maybe we'll actually get killed by you this time. Baron Straker gradually calmed down when he heard Sumo's words. As a senior member of the Hydra organization, it's not as if we don't know anything about these people with supernatural abilities. The other party was so calm. Then he could be sure that if he shot again, the result would not change, but instead, he might provoke the other party as a result. Realizing this, Teslak simply dropped the gun in his hand. Since you didn't kill me the first time, I'll still be of some use to you all. Say, what do you want from me? After hearing the other party's words, Suemo nodded in satisfaction. It was worthy of being a highly intelligent person who could even study the mind gem and find some doorways. The decisiveness of the handling of the matter is indeed surprising. So quick to recognize the situation at hand and make the choice that is best for you. It's simple. I want you, and the entire base, to work for me from now on. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Straker agreed straight away. Suemo naturally wouldn't believe that the other party would sincerely submit, but it didn't matter. With Emma around, she'd be the first to know even if the other party had anything else on her mind. And Emma's ability has another effect, which is to subconsciously influence what's going on in other people's minds. This ability was different from a soul seal, which could only quietly change one of the opponent's thoughts. For example, the level of loyalty to the organization. It is just like the marketing kind of brainwashing in general. After a long time of various psychological interventions, it can unknowingly brainwash the other person. She is credited with this ability for the Hellfire organization to have grown so much. Later, under the influence of Emma's ability, these people would soon become fanatical followers of the organization. Next, under Teslak's command, the entire Hydra base moved. All kinds of weapons and equipment, combat vehicles and airplanes, and so on were all transferred to the site of Death Island through the space gate. This process was an eye-opener for Suemo. As one of the oldest organizations in the world, Hydra has a strong base. There are 7 or 8 independently developed fighters alone. There are even more tanks of all kinds. And it also contains a complete production line capable of producing such weaponry. It can be said that if the funds are sufficient, it is able to explode the troops in a short period of time to the extent that it is enough to start a war. The relocation project, which lasted all day. Wait until it gets dark. The entire Hydra base was empty except for that one rather dated building. Of course, the reason why it could be moved in one day was also attributed to Magneto. If not for the fact that he was able to directly take those several tons of instruments away directly in one brain, this process would have needed to last for several days. A loud explosion rang out at the base location as the space door closed. The only remaining building was reduced to a pile of rubble. Chapter 41, all promoted to junior fighters this time. Ransacking the Hydra base could be considered a huge harvest. Let's not talk about the weaponry, the dozen or so researchers and the nearly 500 or so soldiers. The variety of cross-genre technologies acquired alone is sufficiently varied. One of the most useful of these is a technology for energy shields. And those researchers have disassembled the kind of device from the Hydra base and have already placed it on the island. The size of the shield can be adjusted in size according to the output power. At this time, the entire Death Island had been enveloped in a defense shield. According to Baron Teslak, not even a missile would be able to break through the shield's defenses. With the takeover of the Hydra base, the island's development is getting on track. Soren and the 9 of them also came to the island at Sumo's command. As the earliest to follow Sumo, with the improvement in their physique from the large amount of ferocious beast meat, all 9 of them had now reached the level of a quasi-martial artist, and their punching power had all exceeded 900 kilograms. Sumo intended to let them act as instructors to train these Hydra soldiers on the island after they became official martial artists. His vision was very simple. These soldiers, pick out one of the more gifted ones, train them, and form an organization of assassins, specializes in hunting down villains to help him gain points. Through this period of time, Sumo had also gradually figured out the system's definition of a villain. Almost anyone who has done something bad, all of them are categorized in the villain's lineup. In that case, almost 90% of the people, when killed, would get points. The difference is just how many points you get for killing it. It only took a period of time for the ferocious beast meat to transform his body, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for him to become a martial artist. It was only a matter of time before he was promoted to the level of war general. Those remaining soldiers who were less talented were formed into special operations squads specifically designed to cleanse those evil organizations. Even though it was difficult for them to mention too high a level, with the improvement of the ferocious beast meat, reaching the level of an elementary martial artist was very simple. The punching power alone to reach this level is over 900 kilograms. It was more than one step better than those so-called soldier kings in the outside world. With a few people joining forces, they could easily overpower an armed squad of several hundred people. In a cleared clearing on the east side of the island, the 9 Sauron men sat cross-legged on the ground. Is it all clear yet? Sumo turned his head to look at the 9 people sitting in a row. It had to be said that it took him a long time to make these guys who were full of muscles fully understand the genetic energy cultivation method. Of course, it's mainly because the theory of meridians and acupoints like in Chinese medicine is hard for them Westerners to understand. Seeing them all nod, Sumo was relieved. Good. Here begins the formalization of the way I taught you. Start cultivating. With Sumo's command, all 9 of them stared and held their breath, slowly closing their eyes and entering a state of meditation. According to Sumo's estimation, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be easy for them to feel the cosmic energy in a short period of time, so they also sat down in place to prepare for some cultivation. Nowadays, he had reached the planetary level as a martial artist, while his strength as a spiritual reckoner was still stuck at the peak of the war god. To be promoted to a planetary level spirit Numenera, one would likewise need to condense another star core in the sea of consciousness. All he had to do now was to keep hammering his spiritual power again and again. Spending half an hour, he identified a secret art in his mind that specialized in hammering mental power, forging god art. With the operation of the god forging technique, the spiritual energy in Sumo's sea of consciousness instantly boiled up, while a mysterious totem appeared in the sea of consciousness, and a thread of spiritual energy around it continuously passed through the totem. Whenever the spiritual energy passed through the totem, it would become condensed by a few points. It seems like a long shot though. After several hours, the condensed spiritual energy was still less than 1% of the total. However, Sumo wasn't in a hurry. At this rate, it would only take a month or two to completely condense his spiritual energy. It lasted until early the next morning. Among the 9 people sitting in a row outside, a change gradually appeared. A short-haired woman in her 30s sitting on the edge of the room looked shocked. Sumo, who was concentrating on hammering his spiritual power at the very front, seemed to have sensed something as well and slowly opened his eyes. In his line of sight, a trace of cosmic energy was gradually converging towards the short-haired woman's body, and the speed was getting faster and faster. When is she? He also didn't expect that the first of the 9 to feel the cosmic energy was one of only 2 women. But there's nothing surprising about that. Cultivation talent and how fast or slow one senses energy are not necessarily related. It is the amount of energy one is able to absorb each day that is crucial. It seemed that Winishi started to set off a chain reaction. In the next half hour's time, 4 people in a row all sensed the cosmic energy and began to absorb it for the first time to improve their physical quality. It wasn't until an hour later that everyone had begun to absorb the cosmic energy. In response, Sumo was not surprised. These men were mercenaries, all of them from the dead. Perception is much stronger than the average person. At this time, Winatouch, who had started the earliest, also gradually completed her first absorption of cosmic energy and slowly opened her eyes. Opening her eyes, Wynetha jerked up from the floor. Look at the other person's excited look. Sumo made a silent gesture towards them, and then pointed in the direction of the river, signaling the other party to go and clean his body first. It was then that Winatouch reacted to the fact that her body was already covered in a layer of black impurities. At that moment, he rushed towards the direction of the river. Soon, one after another, people woke up and went to the river. In the end, the only person left in the field was Sauron, who was still continuously absorbing cosmic energy. He was the second to start absorbing energy. And if you do the math, He had been absorbing energy longer than anyone else. This also meant that Soren's strength was the most gifted existence among these people. It wasn't until more than half an hour later again that Soren came to his senses. Boss. After Soren woke up, he said hello and stood in place waiting for Shuemo's orders. Shuemo reached out and tapped him on the shoulder. That's good. Go clean up first and then meet back here later. An hour later, everyone cleaned up and stood back on the field. At this point in the field, 2 more instruments had been added, a dynamometer and a tachymeter. They were all just exchanged by Suemo from the system, and their technological content was not too high, costing Suemo a total of 200 points. With Sumo's command, they began to come up for their respective tests in the order in which they woke up. Winishi, who had long been eager to try, was the first to come up. Make a fist and strike hard at the target. Boom! A loud noise. Under the force of the punch, the target was sent more than 2 meters to the back, looking toward a display off to the side. 1,520 kilograms. Chapter 42 Mock Battle Room. Seeing the numbers on the screen, a gasp escaped from the mouths of the surroundings. There was even a hint of incredulity on Winnituch's face. God! A day ago, her strength was just barely over 900 kilograms. She never dreamed that in just one night's time, her power had nearly doubled. It's incredible. Her mouth dropped open into an O shape. When she had just gone to take a bath, she had somewhat guessed that the increase in strength would be greater this time. After all, under the drastic increase in strength, the movements of her limbs were a bit deformed, but she had not expected that it could be exaggerated to such an extent. It was important to realize that the further back the power went, the harder it was to raise it. The 9 of them had surpassed 800 kilograms of strength in just over a month's time by consuming ferocious beast meat. But in the month since then, the strength has only increased by just over 100 kilograms. In their minds, even that was enough of an anticlimax. It took just over 2 months to go from less than 200 kilograms of strength to nearly a ton of strength. It's kind of beyond human limits. Even in their previous mercenary careers, they had never seen a human whose physique could reach this level. I didn't expect to give them a big surprise again today. The power went straight up to 1.5 tons. Almost have been able to lift cars with their bare hands. Moreover, from what Suemo had just told them, this was only the beginning, and by practicing this technique, their strength would be able to grow almost indefinitely in the future. Standing aside, Suemo just nodded silently. Test the speed, he said, pointing to an instrument for testing speeds off to the side. Wainitha nodded at that. 1 boost later, she physically flashed down the dyno track. 38 meters per second. Not bad. Suemo nodded. As a woman, Winnituch was on the small side, and speed was considered her strong point. It's already close to the level of a mid-level warrior. Soren, as captain, made a note on the paper in his hand. Next, Harry, who had been called out, came up excitedly. 1,650 kilograms, 34 meters per second. Everyone tested over the next few hours. Most people are around 1,600 kilograms. Only Soren reached 1,960 kilograms, almost a step away from becoming an intermediate fighter. I'm afraid it won't take more than a few days to be promoted to an intermediate level warrior. The other end of the island. What? Appointing new instructors to conduct intensive training for soldiers? I disagree. These soldiers have been trained by me in the strictest manner of special forces training, and I don't think any instructor can do better than that. Colonel Harry looked across at Straker with a stubborn look on his face. Colonel, all you need to do is follow orders. Straker warned his opponent with a stern look on his face. Don't give me any trouble or I won't let you go. After saying that, he turned around and left the location where the soldiers were temporarily stationed. Although he had the same thought in his mind as the other party, his words didn't count right now. Looking at the departing Straker, Colonel Harry grimaced. In the past few days, Baron Straker had first ordered that the quarters be relocated to this island, and then all the weapons of these soldiers had been collected up. Now it looks as if a new instructor is going to be appointed. None of these made him feel a sense of crisis. It seemed as though he, the commander in charge of the soldiers on the base, was soon to be hollowed out, but he didn't have the guts to disobey orders, just secretly made up his mind. Wait until he met those so-called instructors on the other side. He must give the other side some color to see. Let them understand who is the best person to lead this team. He used to be an instructor of the United States of America Special Marines, and thought that he could train soldiers and fight like no one else. In the Tower of Stars, Suemo stood outside the door of the mock sparring room, opening the door to the room and walking in. The room was a device that looked like a space capsule. Without a moment's hesitation he lay down into a capsule. With a flash of light as the hatch closed, he was standing in a void. A mechanical voice that seemed to contain no emotion rang in his ears. Please select the combat opponent and combat environment. As soon as the words left his mouth, a selection panel appeared in front of him. Among the opponents, You can choose between psychic readers and martial artists. Suemo first chose a planetary rank 1 martial artist, and the location was chosen to be a grassland. As he pressed the selected button, please choose your weapon. After picking out a somewhat chunky combat knife, there was a flash of light. The scene of the surrounding starry sky began to change at extreme speed. Almost in the blink of an eye it transformed into a vast grassland. Looking at the blue sky, feeling the real touch of the grass under your feet and the breeze blowing on your face. Reaching down, he pulled a handful of blades of grass from the ground, and a fresh scent of grass flooded his nostrils. It's so real. Suemo sighed a little. It was too real. Even though I knew it was just a virtual world. What's the difference between that and a real world? It was at this moment that the figure of a middle-aged man slowly coalesced not far in front of him. At first the man's eyes were dull. It wasn't until the sound of the start of the battle rang in Sumo's ears that the man's eyes instantly became animated. And then with a flash of his figure, he rushed over in Sumo's direction, holding the battle sword in his hand. Suemo also tightened the battle sword in his hand to meet them. Instantly the two figures touched. A loud boom followed. Sumo's figure transformed into a residual shadow and flew backwards at an even faster speed. His form scraped across the ground, plowing a long furrow in the grass. Stopping his figure, Sumo's body moved and he re-stood up. Looking at the figure in the air, he rubbed his already sore right arm. The opponents simulated in the system were all at the peak level of strength for their current level, except for special requirements. Just like this planetary first order martial artist in front of him, right at the peak level of the planetary first order, with a strength of 2,000 tons. Both were close to twice as strong as himself in strength alone. Originally, just like this, Suemo was not false to the other party by relying on the addition of his spiritual thoughts. However, the average power generation amplitude of martial artists of this rank had reached about 5 times, while Sumo's power amplitude was only 3 times that of his opponents. It was only about half of his opponent's power even after the spiritual thoughts were added to the blade. It must be known that the numinous amplitude refers to how many weapons can be manipulated at the same time, and all of them can reach the maximum value, and is not able to increase many times on a single weapon. Just as if a man has 1 ton of strength, then he can hit 1 ton with both hands, but he does not have the law to hit 2 tons of strength in one punch by any means. The same is true of chanting. Suemo, who had 1,000 tons of chanting power and an amplitude of 12, could manipulate 12 weapons at once, causing the power on all 12 to reach 1,000 tons, but manipulating a single weapon individually would only allow him to exert a maximum of 1,000 tons of power. Of course, it was different for numinous weapons like those with special secret messages. That's the whole point of the existence of chanting weapons. Just now, if he hadn't reacted quickly and utilized his space freezing ability, I'm afraid that he would have been killed by the other party in an instant. After all, being twice as powerful doesn't mean being twice as strong. Like the other party, even if they were to take on hundreds of martial artists like themselves at the same time, it wouldn't take much effort. Chapter 43, Dreamwalking Technique. Suemo had just stood up from the ground when the opposite martial artist reappeared in front of him. The battle knife in the other party's hand cut through a residual shadow towards the position of his neck. Come on, it's too fast. Suemo managed to unleash the ability to freeze space before the battle sword reached his neck. One moment. The martial artists close by froze in the air as if the pause button had been pressed. The other party sensed in an instant that they were unable to break free of the space, and a hint of viciousness flashed in their eyes. Feeling the raging energy fluctuations coming from the other party's body, Sumo's face changed as he dodged and disappeared in place. Boom! With a loud bang, the opposite martial artist's body erupted with terrifying energy. Luckily, Suemo had already dodged out a few hundred meters at this point. Even though his flashing speed was fast enough, the energy generated by the other party's self-detonation was even faster. And it was only when he unleashed the spatial freezing again that he was able to block the power of the other party's self-detonation. Taking a long breath, Sumo's face showed a trace of fear. It had to be said that the battle experience of the battle-hardened martial artists in that world was simply too strong. Plus, he had just started cultivating and had experienced too few battles. Compared to the other party, it was simply a heaven and a hell. If it wasn't for his natural ability, I'm afraid he would have been killed by his opponent in the first place, even if it was dodged by himself. The other party didn't hesitate for a second, launching another attack towards himself, without stopping. In the end, under the natural ability, the other party learned that they could not be spared, and even more so, they did not hesitate to resort to self-destruction. The degree of ruthlessness was an eye-opener for Suemo. If he encountered this kind of fighting maniac in reality, with his current combat experience, I'm afraid that even if his strength was 1 or 2 levels higher than the other party, he would probably fall into the other party's hands. As the battle ended, Suemo re-entered the starry sky from before. Please choose the strength of your opponent. Sumo chose an opponent of equal strength to him this time. Not going to use the ability to freeze space this time. After all, his purpose was to exercise his combat experience. If he relied on this as if it was a bug-like ability, he would be able to completely kill his opponent in seconds, and would not be able to achieve the purpose of exercising his combat experience at all. After being selected, Sumo's figure once again appeared on the grassland. Half a minute later, he was reborn in the stars. The faces carried a hint of a spasmodic color from the pain. In his quest for realism, he set the pain at 100%. The moment his body was just chopped in two, the pain nearly caused him to pass out directly. Again, after a 2-minute break, Sumo once again entered the fray. For the next entire day, Sumo was in a cycle of non-stop fighting, dying, and fighting again. He also went from only being able to hold out for half a minute in the beginning to 1 minute, 2 minutes. By the end of his day's training, he was able to hold his own against his opponent's attacks for a full 10 minutes. The door to the room of the simulated sparring room slowly opened, and Sumo walked out from inside, rubbed his somewhat numb temples. The high level of mental concentration throughout the day brought a hint of exhaustion to his complexion as well. Turning around, he came into the cultivation room. Not only could the flow of time be adjusted inside the cultivation room, but the concentration of energy inside could also be adjusted at will. But the concentration of this energy is not as high as it could be. Energy density is too high to manipulate the difficulty of absorption accordingly. After adjusting the time flow rate to 10 times and the energy concentration to 100 times, Sumo stepped into the cultivation room. Inside, the furnishings are very simple. There was only a bed and a table. Sumo sat directly on the bed, running the Jin Yuan energy cultivation method, slowly absorbing the energy, and in the process, relieving the mental fatigue brought about by the high-intensity battle. Within the next few days, Sumo was a two-timer every day. In the sparring room, he kept sparring to increase his practical experience, and when he was tired, he went to the cultivation room to cultivate his Jin primordial energy and the divine forging technique. Instead, take the time to study the Dark God's book. As he continued to refine his study of the magic in the Darkness God's book, Sumo also found a magic that suited his current situation. Dreamwalking, the same spell that Wanda once relied on to travel through the multiverse. This spell is similar to seizing a body, and can be cast to travel to a parallel universe of your own, and it will not cause any damage to the parallel world self, and when it leaves, the parallel world's person who has been taken over by himself will return to normal again. One could say that the difference between the two in dimensional teleportation is similar to soul wearing and body wearing, but redeeming dimensional teleportation required a full 100 million points. Until enough points have been collected, it is possible to utilize this magic to travel to the rest of the parallel worlds to harvest points as well. However, this dreamwalking magic is different from portal magic. Even among the Dark Divine books, which recorded countless spells, it belonged to the top category. It would take him a while of enlightenment before he could attempt to cast it. It just so happens that this is a good time to get things on track in this world first. At that time, those underlings would then help themselves harvest points in this world, and they themselves would go to the parallel world to harvest them. And with a two-pronged approach, the speed of their strength enhancement would be able to greatly increase. I believe it can grow to the point of completely crushing the other side before the exterminator arrives. A few days later, New York, Tony was located in a villa halfway up the mountain. Hey man, it does seem like marriage is a grave. I can't believe I haven't heard a single fling about you lately. Tony poured Homer a glass of whiskey and then sat his ass down on the couch across from him. Before that, the two of them were regulars on those entertainment lace news. Each other. Don't seem to have seen you in the news up there lately either. Tony's also tightened up a lot since he started dating Pepper. Well, I don't think you came to see me today to compare notes on who is the model of a good man, Tony said after waving his hand. Of course, I came here with the intention of making a deal with you. Sumo took a sip from his glass. Oh, tell me about it. Tony likewise poured himself a glass of whiskey and made a show of listening. I need a suit of steel battle armor. Of course, according to Sumo's current strength, the battle armor was practically useless to him, and in comparison, his set of Jinjin battle armor was a bit more suitable for him. The battle armor was a gift he had prepared for Wanda. Pietro had already begun to cultivate, and according to the fact that he had now reached the strength of a junior warrior, it was more than enough to defend himself, and Wanda could only be considered an ordinary person before her awakening. Besides, he was going to school in a while, so naturally he needed to prepare some means of self-protection. Tony's battle armor. That's a good choice. Dude, are you kidding me? Even though we're best friends. I said during the launch before that the battlesuit and I are one and the same. Handing the battlesuit over to someone else is the same as betraying myself. Do you think I'd betray myself? Tony shook his head before opening his mouth to reject it outright. Suemo had expected this, and a playful look appeared on his face. Tony, don't make things so absolute. Trust me, you'll change your mind. Tony smiled. I'm a man of my word, and when I say no, I say no. Yes? Suemo's mouth smiled as he glanced toward Tony's chest. This big magnet on your chest, if I'm not mistaken, to suck up the shrapnel in your blood? Walt. At those words, Tony sat up so violently from the couch in shock that he didn't even notice that the whiskey in his hand had spilled on him. Chapter 44, What color battle armor do you like? Tony hadn't told anyone about relying on a chest device to absorb shrapnel from his body. The only one I know is Pepper. But it was obviously impossible for Pepper to tell Suemo about this matter. So where did Suemo learn about it? Tony glanced around the room with wide eyes. God, did you sneak a bug or a camera into my room? That's not the way a good citizen should behave. Tony, who had turned around and found nothing, rejoined Suemo. Jarvis, check for networked surveillance equipment in the villa for me. Yes sir. Less than a minute later, Jarvis's electronic voice rang through the room again. Sir, there is no surveillance equipment found in the villa at the moment. Suemo sat on the sofa and watched Tony's exasperation, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Don't worry, I don't have any of those perverted hobbies, and I'm not the least bit interested in what you did in your room. The only reason I know about the shrapnel is because of this ability of mine. With that, Suemo flicked his right hand. The knives and forks in the kitchen on the side, under the effect of spiritual thoughts, flew over violently, eventually stopping in midair between the two, slowly rotating. It was a reason he'd thought of long ago, and the reason for revealing the illusion of only being able to manipulate metal was also to leave a hint of a card. That way, even if it's revealed, with Magneto's precedent, people will accept the setup that he can only manipulate metal without the slightest doubt. In this way, there is no telling when one might save one's life as a result. Ward Fark. Seeing this scene, Tony's expression was even more exaggerated than before. Mutants? Magneto? You're Eric's bastard? Tony, if you watch your mouth, I can't guarantee that this knife and fork will not be in your mouth next. Suemo didn't look at the other party in a good mood. I'm sorry, I'm just so excited. It took a long time for Tony to calm his excitement. After learning about the shrapnel in his blood, Tony certainly thought about what it would take to get them out of there. Conventional medicine, if you will, isn't going to do it for a while. As for unconventional ways, his first thought was Magneto. 2 years ago, the scene of Lao Wan manipulating the Golden Gate Bridge was clearly imprinted in the minds of every American. It was almost common knowledge that the other party had the ability to control metal. By relying on this ability, the other party should easily be able to remove the shrapnel from his blood. Unfortunately, that one counted as Magneto's last hurrah. After that he was injected with mutant serum and reduced to a regular old man. He'd also sent out private searches for mutants with similar abilities, but hadn't had much luck. During this time he had also realized that because of the arc reactor in his chest, the palladium element in his blood was over the limit, and his body was already showing some signs of palladium poisoning, despite the steps he took. But sustained words. In less than 3 years, the toxins would have irreversibly damaged him. This ability of Sumo's gave him renewed hope. After less than 10 seconds of thought, Tony let out a long breath. Well, you win. What color battle armor do you like? After the two discussed the details about the battle armor, Tony then couldn't wait to drag Suemo to the medical room on the second floor of the villa. Under Sumo's fight, Tony will not only help him to make a set of battle armor, and in the future, every time the armor is renewed and replaced there will be the same to help Suemo build a set. Suemo glanced at the 7 or 8 doctors around him. I don't think there's any need for you to make such a big deal out of it. I don't intend to give away my secrets. Hearing this, Tony responded. Because of Magneto's crazy mess, ordinary people now carry more or less some rejection in their hearts towards mutants. Regarding the matter of Suemo not wanting to reveal his identity, he could understand. Tony, lying on the operating table, waved the doctors away, licked his lips, dry and cracked from nerves. Man, you promise you won't have to go to the hospital. You'll get it done here? Originally Tony was going to be going to the hospital. That way there was room for redemption in case something happened. But Suemo insisted that a random room would be fine. That's what brought us to this medical room. Suemo saw Tony tense up. One can only speak to comfort. Don't worry. I'm not going to joke about this. It doesn't matter if you die. But it won't do to have no one to help me make battle armor. Even for the sake of my battle armor, I won't let anything happen to you. Tony bristled and gave a thumbs up toward Suemo. You do know how to comfort people. After only the two of them were left in the room, Suemo then started straight away. He maneuvered the shrapnel. First, to flow into a tiny blood vessel in his arm that could barely fit, and then tied tourniquets on either side. With a thought, several tiny pieces of shrapnel flew out. The whole process took less than a minute. Tony was still in a state of confusion until Shuema maneuvered a few shrapnel into Tony's hands. It's good to leave this as a souvenir for you. Suemo opened the door to his room and looked at the group of private doctors waiting outside. You can come in and stop his bleeding. After saying that, his complexion snapped, staring at a familiar-looking figure standing among the group of doctors, a playful smile appearing on his face. Tony looked at the shrapnel in his hand with a look of disbelief still on his face. That's the end of it? The usual feeling of suffocation had completely disappeared when I stroked my chest, as the doctors poured into the middle of the room. Suemo, on the other hand, directly turned around and left. In the medical room, Tony shouted as he looked at the group of doctors staring at him at a loss for words. Hurry up and bandage me. Seeing the tiny cut on Tony's arm, a doctor in the crowd rushed up, opened his medicine cabinet, and began to sterilize him. At that moment, a doctor standing nearby looked at the wound revealed after wiping away the blood. Mr. Tony, you do need to dress this wound as soon as possible. Hearing this tone from the other party, Tony, who was observing the shrapnel in his hand, had a scowl on his face. What do you mean? Serious? The rest of the doctors also turned puzzled glances over. After all, how to look at it? This is an ordinary small wound, despite the injury to the vein. But this location as well as the amount of bleeding to see, but also just a superficial small vein, coupled with having a tourniquet. Definitely not a serious injury. You misunderstand. The wound is not serious. A small smile appeared on the face of this doctor next to him. I mean, the wound is going to heal if we don't bandage it soon. Hearing the other party's obviously flirtatious words, Tony was a bit annoyed. Which hospital are you a doctor from? I'm going to file a complaint against you. Of course, it's your right. The doctor who had bandaged him up pulled out a business card and handed it to Tony. I am currently a surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital. You can call me Strange. After saying that, Strange headed straight for the outside. As a little-known surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital, he had put off an important surgical operation to come here for an outpatient clinic under the mandatory order of the director. But he didn't realize that it was just a job of bandaging wounds that a trainee nurse could easily do well. These people are a waste of medical resources. Chapter 45 Establishment of the Special Forces Dead Island. After a few days, Sauron and the others had thoroughly adapted to their respective skyrocketing powers. This morning, with Emma leading the way, the 9 arrived in the middle of the camp where the 500 or so soldiers were stationed. At this point in the camp, cabin after cabin had been erected. As a soldier, wilderness survival was considered the most basic skill, not to mention that it wasn't exactly wilderness survival, and the camp had all sorts of engineering machinery for construction. With a whistle, soon all the soldiers were neatly arrayed in a huge clearing in the center of the camp. In front of the camp was a wooden platform half a meter above the ground. Seeing that the soldiers below had gathered, Emma stepped onto the wooden platform. For the next period of time, Colonel Soren will be your chief instructor, and will conduct a half-month special training for you. And those soldiers who successfully pass the special training will be qualified to join the Special Warfare Unit. Excuse me, sir. I was wondering if there are any benefits to joining a Special Ops team? A soldier standing in the front row, listening, raised his hand and asked. Of course, Emma nodded. After joining the Special Operations team, in addition to doubling your salary, you will also receive a mysterious gift. As to what the gift is, you need to be qualified before you can find out. Hearing this, instantly there was a murmur of whispers from the square of soldiers. These people don't join these private armies for their ambitions, they join them for money. Now tell them that after they join the special forces, their pay will be doubled straight away. How could they not be excited? Colonel Harry, who was standing on the sidelines, saw the excited expressions of one of the soldiers and his heart sank. He understood very well that no soldier could refuse this reward. After all, these soldiers are all outlaws who put their heads back on their belts for the sake of American knives. And if we are talking about loyalty, the object of these people's loyalty is also dollars. And compared to dollars, he, the commander, can only stand aside. Besides, after the establishment of the special forces, where should he, the officer of the original unit, go? After a moment's thought, he stepped aside. I wonder who will be the commander of this special operations team. At that, Emma glanced at Harry. She naturally understood what the other party meant. The special operations team was trained and organized by Mr. Soren. So naturally, the other party will be the instructor of the special operations team. Hearing this, Harry's face sank. In his opinion, both in terms of seniority and strength, he was the most suitable candidate to serve as the commander of the special operations team. After all, he was the commander of the group itself. Baron Straker did not tell him that they were now in the position of trophies who had been captured and returned by the other side. After all, since arriving on the island, while the Will hadn't redistributed their weapons, it hadn't restricted their freedom either. He's also been around the island a few times in the last few days. Noticed that there weren't many outsiders other than those from their base. As far as he was concerned, these men were nothing more than Baron Straker's re-recruits. I wonder if this Mr. Soren once served in that unit? When Soren heard this, he let out a light laugh under his breath and walked out from the queue of 9. Didn't serve in any of the forces? Before that it was all just a mercenary. After listening to Soren's introduction, Harry's heart breathed a sigh of relief and opened his mouth with confidence at that moment. In that case, I think I'm more suitable as the overall commander than Soren. Emma didn't have the heart to waste time with them here. Turning his head to face Soren. Over to you. After saying that, Emma turned straight away. Though compared to practicing, Harry is probably better than Sauron. But this special forces team will mainly perform single assassination or small team joint operations later on. In this regard, Soren, as a mercenary, was undoubtedly much better than Harry, who was from the army. And in terms of single-player compatibility, the two are even more out of a league. I'm afraid this so-called Colonel Harry couldn't be much different from a toy in their hands. During this period of time, she was busy with the construction planning of the island. She didn't have much time to cultivate, and with the time to watch them abusing here, it would be better to go back and cultivate that illusionary demon secret method a little more. The more she cultivated and studied, the more she could realize the power of this secret method. The more awe he felt for Suemo in his heart, the stronger it became. Harry, who had been left behind, had an angry look on his face when he saw Emma, who had left straight away. It was an abject defiance of himself. To the side, Soren saw the angry expression on his face. Come on, we know all about what you think. Don't say you won't be given a chance. Harina, step forward. As his words fell, a woman who appeared to be a bit thin stepped out from the queue behind him. I'll give you this commanding officer's position with both hands if you can last half a minute at Harina's hands. After hearing Soren's words, the anger in Harry's eyes practically erupted. It was a great insult to him. The former instructor of the Special Marines of the United States of America was insulted by the other side like this. You fucking asshole, I'm going to shove your head up your ass. After saying that, the angry Harry pounced directly towards Soren like a cheetah. Harry's speed, which he was so proud of, seemed as if it was in slow motion to Soren, who could see even the tensed muscles in his opponent's arms and the facial muscles that trembled as he ran. Seeing that the other party did not know better, Soren did not have the need to spoil him. The right leg was raised in a gentle kick. All Harry saw was a phantom flash, and a great force came from his abdomen. His own form then flew out towards the back uncontrollably. After he flew out a dozen meters, he crashed hard into the big tree behind him. It was only until then that he felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. His entire body also bowed into the shape of a shrimp under this pain. The whispering crowd of soldiers under the stage instantly quieted down when they saw this scene. Not so much because their previous officer got his ass kicked. These soldiers were spoken of as if they were nothing more than a job. And Harry was nothing more than a leader to them in the eyes of the company staff. Employees will be on the same page when they see their leaders getting their asses kicked? Are you kidding me? It would be nice not to applaud and celebrate. They were shocked that this was the first time in reality that they had seen the ability to kick someone over 10 meters away. Soren also noticed the expressions on the soldiers' faces. At that moment, he also intended to boost the morale of these soldiers. Turning, he walked aside to a bull-thick coconut tree. The right foot flew out and after a low ringing sound, the coconut tree snapped from about a meter from the ground. Looking at the slowly falling coconut tree, the soldiers' looks became even more brilliant. Are you all curious about the special reward after joining the special warfare team? I can tell you that reward has to do with improving one's own strength. As long as one obtains this reward, all of you will have a chance to reach a level like mine, or even stronger. After hearing Soren's words, these soldiers had looked at Soren with fiery faces. As a soldier, who doesn't desire to gain great strength? Looking into the eyes of these soldiers, Soren nodded. Next, you people will be divided into 8 squads. Chapter 46. One cannot have a Lamborghini and an inferiority complex at the same time. In the Star Tower's cultivation room, Sumo's coiled figure floated in the air. In front of him, the ink-colored dark divine book radiated dark energy. The closed eyes of Sumo slowly opened. The dark divine book turned into a residual shadow and disappeared into his brow, while his floating figure fell back to the ground. It feels like it's still a hair short. Shuema sighed. After all, it was magic that could travel through the multiverse, so it was understandable that the requirements were higher. With a flash of his figure, Suemo had already appeared in a 2-story villa located on the southern shore of Death Island. The villa was just built some time ago. Suemo, who had returned to the villa, didn't linger as a space door slowly opened beside him. Then he stepped right in. Come to the door of Tony's villa. Last night, Tony had informed him that the battle armor had been built. Hi MS. Boz, long time no see. At the entrance of the villa, Suemo met Pepper, who was waiting for him. There was no sign of her the last time I was here. It's indeed been a long time. As the second largest shareholder of the company, who doesn't come to the company even once a month? It's indeed a bit difficult for the two of us to see each other. As soon as they met, they were greeted by Pepper's complaints. The two major shareholders of the company. Tony is not doing his job all day long, and Suemo can't be seen for months at a time. All the various affairs of the whole company fell upon her. But thank you very much. After all, I'm getting along quite well with this current boss, and I'm not ready for a new one just yet. Saying that, Pepper was full of smiles as she led Suemo towards the upstairs. You're welcome, and remember to contact me at any time if you're not happy with what you're doing in this position. It just so happens that Avril has complained about being a bit busy on her own. Poor Avril. It seems the other side is in a position not far removed from mine. You capitalists of all evils. As they spoke, the two walked into a room covered with various instruments. Hey, Pepper, it seems a little inappropriate to badmouth us to my face. Tony's figure stepped out from behind a table stacked with parts. When Pepper heard that, she didn't pay any attention to his complaints. You guys talk. Oz laughed softly and turned toward a coffee machine off to the side. Digging up my people in front of me. You're just too much. Looking at Pepper's back, Tony grumbled in a small voice. Well, next time I'll make an appointment with Pepper to talk privately. Looking at the corner of Shuema's mouth curled up, Tony was defeated. Well, the two of us are dating, so please keep your distance from Pepper from now on. Even though he knew that the other party was flirting with him, caring was not a good idea, and he did not feel that he had any advantage against Suemo. Hearing the other party admit it, Suemo smiled and patted the other party's shoulder. Don't worry about it. I'm not interested in chili peppers. Better hurry up and show me my battle armor. Hearing Shuema's assurance, Tony was relieved. A whisper was muttered as he led him towards the inside. It better be. A few moments later, Tony led Shuema to a one-person high-glass window, pointing to a set of dark blue battle armor in the window. The battle armor is based on the Mark IV and has been modified to be portable per your comments. Take a look and see how it looks. With that, the glass of the window opened and Tony pressed somewhere on the battle armor, which shrank for a moment and finally transformed into a suitcase the size of a computer bag. Although it lost some of its performance, the entire battle armor now weighs no more than 30 kilograms. Tony introduced himself with a confident look on his face. It seems to be looking pretty good. Suemo surveyed the battle armor in the window. Next, Tony detailed the various functions of the battle armor as well as the weaponry. After listening to the other party's introduction, Suemo had a satisfied smile on his face. When Wanda wore it, it was enough to defend herself. At the very least, with the Warjack's flight speed of up to Mach 3, escaping would be something few enemies could catch up with. Thanks, I'm happy with the battle armor. In a villa in Brooklyn, Wanda and Pietro are both packing. Since the last time Wanda brought up the idea of wanting to go to school, it wasn't long before Suemo had made the arrangements. In less than a week college will be in session and they will need to move near the school early, parking the car outside the villa. Suemo had just walked into the courtyard of the villa when the sound of Pietro's complaints came from the room. Wanda, as you know, I don't have any interest in school at all. Well, Pete, you've been repeating that line for almost a month now, and now that the cars to pick us up are arriving, you're not going to tell me you're backtracking. Wanda encapsulated the last box and looked seriously at Pietro. Considering that Pietro and Wanda were of the same age, after Suemo consulted Wanda's opinion, he similarly arranged an institution for him, but Pietro is clearly a bit repulsed by the college life. Not. Well, of course not. I'm just a little nervous about facing the upcoming college life. Yes, that's right, just nervous. Pietro opened his mouth desperately to explain. Suemo, who had stepped in, opened his mouth to laugh after hearing this. Don't worry, Pete. I'm sure you'll love college life soon enough. Seeing Suemo who walked in, the two men's eyes lit up at the same time. Wanda even jumped right into his arms. Honey, I thought you had forgotten about today. After a few months together, he had managed to be promoted to darling in Wanda's mouth. The two are also rapidly heating up their relationship. Suemo laughed and rubbed her head. How could I forget something so important? How's it going? Are you packed yet? Wanda nodded and pointed to the pile of boxes that were about to pile up in the living room. Of course, it's been ready for a long time. Suemo looked at the full dozen or so organizers on the ground. Didn't I already say that everything can be bought after we go over there? There's no need to bring all these things over there. Sure enough, women from any country are not any different in this regard. I hate to move my entire home every time I go out. No, these are all necessary items. Besides, after going over there, it's going to be a waste of time to go out and buy them. So it's better to just bring them over there. Okay. Suemo nodded helplessly. The three of them walked out of the villa. And the moving company's vehicle that Avril had helped arrange also happened to be parked outside the villa. At that moment, Wanda directed the men to begin moving the contents of the living room into the car. Sumo, on the other hand, brought Pietro, who was only carrying a shoulder bag, to a Lamborghini sports car parked on the side. Casually, he tossed the keys in his hand to Pietro, who was looking at the car in a daze. Try it and see if it's full. Subconsciously taking the key, Pietro looked at the bullfighting symbol on the key. Only then did he gradually react, even breathing a few times faster. Wait, you mean the car is for me? Of course. Shuemon nodded. From past encounters, there was a bit of a difference between the current Pietro's personality and the one he had after awakening his powers. Growing up as an orphan had left him with more or less a hint of cowardice and inferiority complex in his heart. Although this character began to gradually improve after he started practicing, he was still not confident enough at this time, and the reason for the car was to improve this character of his. After all, one cannot have a Lamborghini and an inferiority complex at the same time. Chapter 47, Sonia. Though Pietro had become accustomed to all sorts of luxuries in his time of exposure, but the sports car was a first for me. After all, these things Sumo had gotten tired of playing with a few years ago, and the cars he was riding in now were business cars that lean more towards comfort and safety. For young people like Pietro, who have little exposure to luxury cars, it's still this kind of sports car that fuels the hormones in their bodies. Excitedly, he went up and looked around the car. It was fantastic. However, Pietro soon suppressed his excitement. This is too precious. I can't take it. Sumo, who had anticipated this, opened the car door and directly pushed the other party in. Don't worry about it. The car is lent to you. And the car is left over from my play a few years ago. Throwing it in the garage is just eating dust. And this is just a bit of waste. Or maybe you don't like this one? Said Sumo, took out his cell phone and opened the photo album. Well, take a look at whichever one you like. There are dozens more in the garage. When he was madly obsessed with sports cars, Sumo almost went crazy and bought dozens of them. Most have only been driven once or twice, and some not even once. While Wanda directly helped Pietro make the decision to go to college, the choice of which college to go to was his to make. He did not choose to attend the same college as Wanda in order to get away from Wanda's discipline. Wanda went to State College in Pennsylvania, while he chose Boston University. The two universities are located in opposite directions, both roughly 3 or 4 hours from New York. Of course, there were not a lot of famous universities in New York, but under Sumo's intentional guidance, the two were still allowed to choose universities out of town, so that they could also logically leave the dangerous city of New York. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Pietro hesitated for a moment before refusing again. Well, this one I love. And of course it was mostly because he loved the car so much. The school acceptance letter and the location of the residence are inside the passenger bag. After instructing the other party, Wanda's figure also walked over from the villa. The sight of Pietro, who had started the car, brought a warning smile to her face. I'll visit you when I'm on vacation. Pietro blushed when he heard it. He had lived in torment almost every day since deciding he intended to go to school. Because both of them dropped out of school and went out to work directly after graduating from secondary school, they have forgotten almost 90% of what they learned in school. In order to be able to enter college without being as if you were listening to a book. All this time Wanda was forcing Pietro to study with her for 4 or 5 hours a day. Wanda was talking about visiting him, but he knew very well that her real purpose was to check on his schooling. Look, Wanda, there's absolutely no need for this. I can take care of myself. That's it. Bye. After saying that, Pietro directly started the car, and after an ear-splitting roar, the big bull disappeared in the sight of the two. Looking at the other's disappearing figure, Wanda turned to look at Sumo. Is it possible that I'm disciplining him a little harshly? Of course not. You know, in our summer country, students study for more than 10 hours a day. You're simply too lenient with him during this time. Between the two, Wanda and Pietro, he naturally sided with Wanda. Neither one was overly concerned about Pietro's safety. As early as half a dozen years ago, Pietro was able to lift a 1-ton car with his bare hands. The run even broke the world sprint record. With his current strength, it would be good if he didn't threaten the safety of others. After dropping Pietro off, all the contents of the villa in the back were carried to the car. The two then took the lead in a red Ferrari toward Pennsylvania. 4 hours later, the car drove into a villa area with elegant surroundings. The entire villa area covered a very wide area and was less than a 10-minute drive from the state university Wanda would be attending. Soon, the car stopped in front of a 2-story villa. The villa was white in color and came with a courtyard that was a full 100 square feet. There are some brightly colored flowers planted in the courtyard. The two men got out of the car. Well, if you don't find this satisfactory, there are a few more sets around here, so we can check them all out. thanks to the genes that are engraved in the bones of Chinese people. Sumo's parents were very keen on buying real estate during his lifetime. Although the previous family fortune was less than 1/10 of what it is now, it is still considered the top group of rich people in the United States of America. Add to that the downturn in the housing market during this period. His parents had purchased several properties in almost every major city in the United States of America. Here is one of the properties that was once purchased. Wanda shook her head with glowing eyes. No, it's beautiful here. Just what I dreamed my home would look like. After saying that, Wanda stepped into the middle of the compound. At this time, with a creak, the door of the room opened from the inside, and a woman who looked to be in her 20s walked out from inside. The woman was about 1 meter 6, with long blonde hair, a fair face with a slightly plump figure, and an aura of hormones that made men stupidly excited. Perhaps because of the heat, the woman wore only a cotton short-sleeved t-shirt on her upper body, with the denim shorts underneath. It looks with a youthful vigor again. Glancing towards the outside of the villa, his eyes lingered on the red Ferrari for a split second before finally landing on Sumo's body. Are you the owner of the house, Sue? Hi, I'm Sonia Simonson, who was in charge of taking care of the villa before. You can call me Sonia. After she introduced herself, she went up and shook Sumo's hand. Your secretary, Ms. Avril, had spoken to me on the phone earlier and said that you would be coming over in the next few days. Sumo's parents had purchased too many properties, and if they didn't take care of them for a long period of time, most of these houses, which were wooden structures, would easily rot and be destroyed. Furthermore, in the United States of America, if a house is left unoccupied for a long period of time and is occupied by a homeless person or the like, the ownership of the house will be disputed after a certain number of years of occupancy. As a result, his parents hired a local to take care of each house. The job doesn't pay much, but the person gets to live in the villa for a while. This is clearly the case with Sonia in front of her. Two of you come with me. Sonia led the two towards the villa. Look at the neat living room. Sumo nodded secretly in his heart. It seemed that this villa was well taken care of by the other party. Taking advantage of the gap between Sumo's trip upstairs to survey the room, Sonia hesitated and pulled Wanda aside. Actually, I haven't found a suitable house yet. So, at this point, she continued to speak with a face full of embarrassment. I was wondering if I could have some more time to use to look for a house? Don't worry. I'll just stay in the servants' room at night and never disturb you too. And I can take care of the villa's hygiene during this time. Chapter 48, A Witch in Battle Armor. Sure. I know that's a bit much to ask, but if you really can't, I can pay. When she said that, Sonia reacted violently, a look of incredulity on her face. Originally she was just taking a chance. The request even seemed a bit much to her. After all, the other party had informed her a month earlier, and she had had every time to look for a place to stay. I didn't realize that the owner of the house I was looking for had temporarily reversed his decision yesterday. It was all she could do to try. What you mean? Is that you agree? Wanda smiled and nodded. Of course, not only for a few days, but you can stay here for the rest of your life. My husband, he isn't going to stay over here, and I'll be the only one left in this villa when the time comes. So instead I'd like you to stay. After hearing Wanda's words, Sonia hurriedly opened her mouth to thank her. Thanks, but do you need to consult your husband? Although Wanda had agreed, she didn't want that to cause conflict between the other two. Don't worry, my husband won't object. Despite this statement, Wanda went upstairs and recounted her story to Sumo. Of course I don't have a problem with that, Sumo said indifferently. These caretakers of the houses are decided after a rigorous vetting process by the company. Otherwise, it would obviously be very troublesome if they ran into a scoundrel. So generally speaking, these people who guarded the houses were not too bad in character, which was the main reason why Sumo agreed to come down. If it had been a stranger, he would have turned it down at the first opportunity. Wanda happily rewarded Sumo. I knew you wouldn't say no. Sumo smoothly wrapped his arm around the other's waist. He still felt the need to talk to the other man, while kindness was a virtue. Being overly kind often brought disaster upon oneself. Honey, while it's nice to be helpful, I'd like to be consulted about such things in the future. This Sonia is because I'm comfortable keeping her in the company with her details. It's a very dangerous thing to live in the same house as each other if you're a stranger. It's likely that the other side is harboring some sort of agenda. After hearing Sumo's words, Wanda also realized that she seemed to be a bit reckless. At that moment, he hastily nodded. Well, I know. It won't happen next time. She naturally understood that all of this that Sumo had said was for her own safety. Looking at his opponent's dejected expression, Sumo reached out and stroked her head. Well, just pay attention next time. Come on, I'll show you something great. After going downstairs and saying hello to Sonia, the two walked out of the villa. After instructing the people from the moving company behind him to move all the things in the car into the villa, Suemo directly drove the Ferrari with Wanda towards a lake that was not far away on the map. Half an hour later, the car stopped in an isolated spot next to the lake. After turning the car off, Suemo flicked his right hand and a red box appeared in his hand. Open it up. Suemo handed the box to the other party. Wanda saw this and a small smile appeared on her face. What is it? Making it so mysterious? With that, she opened the box in her hand and a diamond ring appeared in it. Wow! Wanda covered her mouth, a surprised smile on her face. What day is it and why did you give me the ring? Suemo did not reply, but took out the diamond ring from the box and helped the other party put it on the ring finger of the other party's left hand. Replaced the original wedding ring. Then without any further ado, he pulled the other's right hand and squeezed a little drop of blood from the tip of his index finger onto the ring. Wait, this isn't some Chinese witchcraft you're doing. Seeing Sumo's series of strange movements, Wanda looked at him with a puzzled expression. Of course not. Suemo glanced at her. Thanks for thinking of it. As the blood dripped onto the ring absorbed the blood as if it was alive. Seeing this scene, an incredulous look appeared on Wanda's face. But before she could ask Suemo a question, she felt a huge space. Because of the lack of awakening, Wanda's spiritual power wasn't able to be externally released, and if she wanted to use the storage ring, she could only do so by taking this blood-dripping method. Wait, what's this? Instantly, a blue suitcase appeared in Wanda's hands. With a flick of her eyes, the suitcase disappeared back into her hands. Oh my god, it's just amazing. Next, Wanda had a lot of fun. Finally even put his hand on the car, and the next moment the car simply disappeared, and the two men sitting in it sat violently on the ground. Because the height of the Ferrari seat itself was very low, just over half a meter from the ground, Suemo did not make a move, letting the two of their bodies fall onto the soft grass. Sorry. Wanda rushed to apologize. Suemo waved his hand in disbelief. Well, how about that? Do you like it? Shook the ring on his left hand. Of course, I love anything you give me. Wisely, she didn't ask the other party about the origin of the ring, but she understood very well the preciousness of this ring. After hesitating for a moment, she blushed red as she stood on her tiptoes and whispered a few words in Sumo's ear. What the other party said caused Suemo to burst into flames as he listened, but he was a bit far from Quinn's efficiency in a certain area, and taking the same deflaming approach as the other, it was likely that the two of them would have to spend the night here. He hadn't forgotten the main purpose of being here today. Instructed Wanda to remove the battle armor that had been transformed into the form of a case from the ring. Directed Wanda to press the index finger of her right hand on a button in the center of the box. In but 2 seconds, a female voice came from the box. Master's identity is bound. Do you activate the battle armor? After obtaining the battle armor, Suemo first exchanged a Jarvis-like control system in the mall. In the system, this kind of control system that wasn't even semi-intelligent could be exchanged for one with only 300 points. With a command from Wanda, the battle armor instantly disintegrated and was then put on Wanda in less than 5 seconds. Wanda, who was completely encased in battle armor, kept letting out exclamations of shock from her mouth. It was only after 10 minutes or so that he calmed down under Sumo's soothing presence. In the next few moments, Wanda began to practice maneuvering the battle armor through the sky continuously, following the guidance of the control system. At first, she either crashed into a tree or got stuck in the lake. Luckily, the battle armor itself was a full-body protection, which prevented her from receiving an ounce of damage. It wasn't until 2 hours later that she was getting the hang of flying. After maneuvering the battle armor for a few flights, Wanda landed in front of Suemo. As the helmet opened, it revealed Wanda's face inside, red from excitement. Well, it's getting late. We should get back. Hearing Sumo's words, Wanda disarmed the battle armor with great interest, and the battle armor reformed into the appearance of a suitcase, which she received in her storage ring. When you have time in the future, you can come over here to practice more often, so that you can protect yourself when you encounter any danger. Wanda was moved to go up and put her arms around Suemo. Thanks. When he finished speaking, an inexplicable smile appeared on Wanda's face. The car that had disappeared earlier reappeared to the side, and she opened the door and pushed Suemo inside. A few moments later, the Ferrari shock absorbers were put to the toughest test since they left the factory. Chapter 49, Spiritualist Promotion. Annie's disappearance? In the Star Tower cultivation room, Suemo sat in the air with his eyes closed. After 2 days in Pennsylvania to get Wanda situated, Suemo retraced his steps back to Death Island. Sea of Consciousness. The last trace of spiritual energy was hammered and condensed even more with the operation of the divine forging art. With all the spiritual energy all condensed, there was a loud shock from the Sea of Consciousness. Finally, the massive amount of spiritual energy coalesced towards the very center of the Sea of Consciousness. The highly cohesive fog-like spiritual energy gradually transformed into liquid form. In a short while, A miniature water sphere slowly formed in the sea of consciousness. The moment the water ball formed, the suction force increased violently, and the attracted spiritual energy formed a huge vortex in the sea of consciousness. The water sphere's size also grew larger and larger as the influx of spiritual energy increased, until more than half an hour later, the spiritual energy in the sea of consciousness had been absorbed by the water ball. Sumo was clear that what remained was the most crucial step in becoming a planetary-level spiritual master. It's the extreme compression of a water sphere so that it forms a solid planet-like crystal core. Ning! Sumo mumbled a sentence in his heart, then maneuvered the spiritual energy that formed the water ball and violently shrunk towards the center. Although they had turned into liquid form, these spiritual forces still belonged to Sumo and were subject to his control. The volume of the water sphere was extremely compressed in a very short period of time, shrinking to less than 1% of its original size. Not enough. Sumo gritted his teeth. The current level of compression was still not enough to make it solid. He gasped at the thought. Unleash all your power to squeeze on the miniature water sphere again. Success or failure is at stake. Boom! It seemed that a tipping point had been reached at some point, and the water balloon rapidly solidified. It then transformed into a sky blue polygonal crystal. After the crystal had completely solidified, endless energy gushed out from it, and the space of consciousness began to expand extremely rapidly under this energy. In a matter of seconds, it expanded to hundreds of times its original size. At this moment, Sumo's soul seemed to have completed a leap of life. The brain also became unusually clear. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Stargirl's cheerful voice rang out in the cultivation room. Congratulations to Master for being promoted to planetary-level spirit Numenera. As soon as her words fell, endless colored ribbons and broken flowers floated up throughout the cultivation room. These things disappeared right after they hit the ground. Seeing Stargirl mess up the scene, Sumo was speechless. Who did you learn that from? Online. Master, isn't that what happens when you celebrate in your world? Oh yes, and immediately afterward, bottles of champagne appeared in the practice room with a burst of boo, boo sound rang out, and the cultivation room was sprayed everywhere. Stop! Sumo appeared outside the cultivation room in a flash, looking at Star G, who was standing across the room, with a face full of black lines. Next time don't give me this whole mess. Yes yet. Master. Master is tired from practicing. I'll rub your shoulders. Saying that, Stargirl walked behind Sumo and placed her hands on his shoulders, gently kneading them. At the same time, her body was pressed directly onto Sumo's back. Feeling the amazing talent of the other side, Sumo instantly felt a little overwhelmed. He had tried to counterattack before, but each time the other party chose to run away at the critical moment. Simply put, Stargirl is all about picking fires, not putting them out. Sumo, who had been exasperated several times in a row, could only try to avoid the other party. Go away! Sensing that Stargirl was coming at this again, Sumo decisively chose to leave the middle of the Star Tower. I had just returned outside when my cell phone rang. Pressing the answer button, Avril's voice came from across the room. Boss, something's happened to Annie. Hearing the other party's words, Sumo's face changed. Of all the girlfriends he had dated over the years, Annie was considered the one he had spent the most time with. The other had been his girlfriend since she was a student. However, Annie knew Sumo's character very well and knew that the other party couldn't possibly hang herself on one tree, and she also dreamed of becoming an actress at that time. The two then hit it off. One is greedy for money and the other for sex. Sumo helped her become one of the top movie stars in Hollywood, and in return, she became Sumo's girlfriend, the kind who didn't mind him screwing around at all. After a few years, it would be impossible to say that there wasn't an ounce of affection between the two. Avril was also aware of this, which was why she called Sumo even though she knew he was already married to Wanda. Upon hearing the news of the other party's accident at first glance, Sumo couldn't possibly be indifferent. From Avril, she learns that Annie suddenly disappeared a few days ago during a movie shoot. Annie's parents had called the police at the time. Still haven't heard anything from her though. Sumo hesitated for a moment, then found a number on his cell phone and dialed it. A moment later, Agent Hill's voice came from inside. Sue, it looks like you've run into trouble. I want to know about Annie. According to Sumo's character, he didn't want to be too much associated with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, there's no way around it. And if there's one organization that knows the most about everything that's going on in the United States of America, it's them. Sumo also thought about how he could establish an intelligence system. The most appropriate way, naturally, was to purchase an intelligent life in the middle of the system, not to mention intelligent beings. Even the semi-intelligent beings defined by the system were several levels higher than Jarvis. If there was such a thing around, the entire network of the Earth would become his backyard. But alas, even semi-intelligent beings required a full 60,000 points. For the time being, he didn't have the means to redeem it. Of course, the Star Girls in the Star Tower, I believe, made it even easier to do this. However, at present, with his current strength, there was no way to manipulate the Star Pagoda, and Star G, as the Star Pagoda's artifact spirit, had no way to leave his sea of consciousness. For the time being, the only thing left to do was to turn to S-H-I-E-L-D, again, S-H-I-E-L-D. Hill, who hung up the phone, rushed into Nick Fury's office. Since the last time he had seen Sumo's ability, Sumo's status in Nick Fury's mind had currently risen a few notches. He had specifically instructed Hill to keep reporting information about the other side. After listening to Hill's report, Nick Fury didn't show much surprise on his face. Casually, he handed Hill a handful of information in his hand. What's written here is the information he wants. With a twinkle in her eye, Hill took the information, opened it and read it. You knew the other side would call? That's right. Nick Fury had an inscrutable look on his face. I was briefed on the Annie incident this morning and have sent Natasha to protect the other side. This is a great opportunity to befriend the other side. Chapter 50, Mutant Annie. 10 minutes later, Sumo received the information immediately sent by Hill in his cell phone. After reading the contents of the profile, Sumo waved his hand. A space door slowly opened on one side. Sumo surveyed his hands in surprise. This casting of magic, he realized that after being promoted to the planetary level of spiritual nemesis, although the total amount of spiritual power had not been raised too much, the quality was several times that of before. It was much easier to cast magic than before. Open the properties panel. Name, Sumo, age, 20, strength, 1,425,320 kilograms, speed, 1,360 meters per second, power, 1,260,000 kilograms, special ability, space freeze, points, 23, 420, rank, planetary first order, the Nimbus boost is about 20%. I don't know if I can successfully cast the dreamwalking technique now, Sumo muttered, but now was not the time to think about that. It was better to talk about it after rescuing Annie first. With that thought, he stepped into the portal in front of him. Florida, Palm Bay. In the middle of a hotel on the side of a rundown street, two figures stood at the window, surveying the scene on the street outside. Only after confirming that the enemy did not follow them did the two sit down on the bed in the room. The two are none other than the missing N and Natasha, a senior S-H-I-E-L-D agent. What the hell are those things and why are they after me? And looked across the table at Natasha in shock. Natasha reloaded the firearm in her hand and inserted it into the holster on her lap. That thing is called a sentry robot, and it's designed to capture mutants. Anne's face looked blank when she heard it. Isn't humanity at peace with mutants now? Why is this still happening? You believe everything those politicians say? Natasha said casually as she wiped her face. Okay, and sat on the bed, her right hand gently extended, and the water vapor in the air quickly gathered towards her fingertips, forming a large chunk of ice crystals in a matter of moments. This mutant ability, it's just amazing. The reason why she disappeared was that a few days ago, she suddenly realized that she had awakened this ability to condense ice out of thin air, and there was no way to control it for the time being, which was why she went into hiding. For those 2 days, almost everything she touched crumbled into ice. Can't even get in touch with my family. It was hard to get her powers under control, but she didn't realize that she was being targeted by a couple of robots trying to catch her back. Luckily, she wasn't exactly weak. Plus the man in front of her who claimed to be a S-H-I-E-L-D agent at the critical moment saved her. I advise you to save your strength. Natasha got up and lay down on the bed. Admonishingly, support will take the night to arrive at the earliest. We're on our own in the meantime. As soon as the words left her mouth, her complexion changed violently. Getting up, he went to the door and peered through it toward the outside. The hostel is located on the beach, out of the fenced-in backyard. And less than 100 meters away is the beach. At this moment on the beach, 3 sentinel robots that were over 5 meters in size slowly descended from the air. Not good. Go! Natasha hurried to the window and opened it. Follow me. After saying that, he jumped from the window. Their room was located on the 2nd floor, just 3 or 4 meters from the ground. When Anne heard this, she too rushed to the window. Thanks to her experience in shooting action movies, she landed just as lightly on the ground. After landing, the two did not stop, and directly got into a car next to the street, and then the car accelerated and drove in the direction of the intersection. An alarm sounded from the robot located at the back of the hotel. Mutant sighting. The 3 figures then took off again. Thanks to the mutant detection device, it took less than 2 minutes for the Sentinel bot to capture Annie's figure. At this point Natasha was driving her vehicle on the beach road in the other direction. The three sentinel robots didn't care about the passers-by. They directly accelerated with one speed and landed in front of the car, their arms slamming heavily on the front hood of the car. The car nearly flew straight up. The two people sitting in the car even nearly flew out of the window under the momentary deceleration. Luckily seat belts exercised their role. A few moments later, the two men stepped out of the car rubbing where their seat belts had strangled them. Shit, the old lady is getting strangled. Natasha mouthed a cordial greeting to the sentinel robot. The sentinel robots on the other side of the room, however, didn't react, but instead, their eyes all fell on Anne's body, toward her position. Run! Natasha shouted at Anne, pulled out her special pistol from either side of her thighs, and fired it at the robot. The bullets hit the robot's body and all bounced away. It doesn't do any damage to them. Her movement, however, attracted the attention of the sentry robot. Come on over here, you silly fellows. After shouting, Natasha ran in the other direction without looking back. She knew very well that the two of them alone were no match for these sentinel robots, and all she could do was stall for time and wait for help to arrive. The three sentry droids looked at the duo running in both directions and finally took to splitting up. One chased towards Natasha's location. The other two rushed all the way to Annie. After all, capturing mutants is their main duty, and turned her head to the two sentinel robots that were catching up behind her, and hurriedly turned and ran in the direction of the beach. The reason why the two chose to rest in a hotel by the sea was because of Annie's ability to condense ice in the void, but it also required that there was enough water vapor in the air for it to work. Inland, it's likely that she'd pump out nearby water vapor in a single release of her ability. It was different at the beach, which was undoubtedly considered her home turf and could greatly enhance her fighting skills. Having just run less than 50 meters away, the robot behind her was less than 5 meters away. Anne's eyes flashed an icy blue color when she saw this. The water vapor around them quickly condensed on the robots, turning them into two ice sculptures in less than 2 seconds. But before Annie could breathe a sigh of relief, a crack appeared in both ice sculptures. Noticing this scene, Annie didn't hesitate and unleashed her ability again. The water vapor in the surrounding distance of hundreds of meters was pumped out by her. The thickness of the ice on the two sentry robots had reached nearly a meter thick. Nonetheless, Anne didn't take it lightly. Strongly resisting the feeling of dislocation coming from his body, he fled towards the distance. The other side. Natasha escaped while still shooting a few shots towards her back from time to time to attract her opponent's hatred. Unlike Annie, she always picks narrow trails, though in the process, the sentinel robots messed up the buildings on both sides of the road. Pedestrians were also startled and fled in all directions, but that left the other side with little to do with her for a while. However, Natasha, who had escaped from a path, looked at the three sentinel robots that had reappeared in front of her, and her complexion instantly froze. No way. Chapter 51, You'll Be Sorry. Natasha was just about to back away when she saw the robot chasing her come out of the back intersection. Her complexion snapped. MS. Natasha, we now have the authority to arrest you for obstructing the Sentinel Task Force. At that moment, a man's voice came from the robot standing in the center of the front. Go! Natasha didn't pay the slightest attention to the other party's words and charged directly towards the sentry robot behind her. The Sentinel robots, though produced by the Trask Group, are actually controlled by the government-formed Sentinel Special Service. This department is on the same level as S.H.I.E.L.D. Theoretically, both institutions belong to the special competence of the government. The moment she got close enough to her opponent, Natasha made a sliding shovel and slipped right between the robot's legs. The passage affixed a circular instrument to the body of the Sentinel robot. Zira! An electric current sounded from the circular instrument. The Sentinel robot smashed to the ground with a loud thud after a convulsion. Without looking back, Natasha was about to run toward the intersection from which she had come. The three robots standing on the other side of the room saw this and stopped holding back. A needle-like object shot out of the center robot's hand and almost instantly lodged itself in Natasha, with a thin thread connecting it to the robot's hand at the back of the needle. Natasha only felt a pain in her shoulder, followed by a surge of electricity coursing through her body. Her body collapsed towards the ground with a numbness. Luckily, at this time, Anne ran out of the side street, and at the first opportunity picked the thing stuck in her out of the way, and picked her up and ran off to the side. The other side. After the Sentinel robot that was frozen by Annie tried to break free with no way to do so by brute force, the surface of its body began to gradually turn red while releasing an extremely high temperature. The ice that encased them quickly melted away. The current Sentinel robots are not yet as invincible as they were in the later stages, and can copy each other's abilities with casual contact. Each Sentinel robot has only one ability, and it is fixed. And after first discovering that Annie was ice-type capable, all of these sentry robots sent by Trask Industries naturally came with fire-type abilities. After several robots got out of the trap, they directly chased after Annie in the direction she had left. A few minutes later, a full 5 sentinel robots surrounded the two of them in a dead-end road. Looking at the blocked path in front of her, Anne's face showed a look of anxiety. Crap! Natasha's numb body gradually slowed down at this point. Draw 2 telescopic sticks from his body. Toward the back the robot charged. The various high-tech weapons in her possession had all been consumed. That pulse bomb we just had was the last one. Waving the telescopic stick in his hand, the attacks rained down on the robot's body, but all of this did no harm to the robot covered in alloy material. Retreating back to her spot, Natasha glanced aside at Anne and folded her arms. Looks like my fighting skills won't work on them. It's up to you. And shook her head anxiously when she heard it. No, I just overexerted myself and I won't be able to use my powers for a while. Hearing this, Natasha put away the telescopic stick in her hand. Well, one can only pray that your ex-boyfriend and the chief have the power to get us out of the Sentinel Secret Service. Naturally, she knew exactly what Nick Fury had sent her to protect Annie for. Nothing more than recruiting Sumo. Of course, there could be a desire to recruit Annie. After all, Annie after awakening her abilities wasn't weak. Seeing that the two had nowhere to run, a group of soldier figures came out from behind the sentry robots. Leading the way was a middle-aged man. "Ms. Annie, come with us." The man didn't pay any attention to Natasha on the sidelines. She didn't do much for mutant research, and even if she was brought back, she'd probably be taken away by SHIELD before too long, so there was no point in redundancy. "Sure, I wonder what crime I've committed. Do you have a warrant for my arrest?" Annie was calmer by now. She naturally knew full well that the others couldn't possibly have an arrest warrant, and the reason she said that was also to stall for time. The man sniffed, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. "These don't matter. The important thing is that you are now useful for our research." After saying that, without waiting for the other party to respond, he gently waved his hand towards the soldiers at the back. Seeing this, the soldiers took out a mutant ability inhibiting collar about to put it on Annie. "Wait!" Natasha saw this and stopped her opponent. The man listened with a hint of impatience on his face. "Ms. Natasha, you've stopped us many times. For the sake of your chief, we can leave you alone, but I hope you won't give us an inch." Natasha sniffed, a small, unconcerned smile on her face. "I'm just kindly reminding you that Miss Anne's boyfriend is no ordinary person, and I'm afraid you'll soon regret it if you mess with each other." After the last incident with Magneto, naturally, SHIELD launched an investigation into Magneto's whereabouts. After some time, the girls had made a tentative deduction as to where Magneto and the others were going. Naturally, he set his sights on the Island of Death. It was impossible to hide from SHIELD about the fact that Death Island was privately bought by Magneto. Moreover, during this period of time, through the cell phone positioning, they also learned that Sumo also often stayed in Death Island. Combine this with the conflict between Sumo and Magneto and them, and the fact that Magneto was taken away. It was easy to deduce that Sumo had taken Magneto under his wing and relocated to the top of Death Island. After coming to this conclusion, Nick Fury's assessment of Sumo's strength rose several steps, and he listed the other party as one of the least to be messed with existences. After all, the destructive power caused by Magneto alone under the madness of such mutants was already barely inferior to a mushroom bomb. These people don't mess with each other lightly as long as they don't get into trouble. Of course, these were things that Sumo had deliberately let the other party know. Showing some means is more likely to avoid some trouble. Like this one, after SHIELD learned about it, the first reaction was to protect Annie. After hearing Natasha's reminder, the man snorted under his breath. "Regret? I'm afraid the man who could make our Sentinel task force regret this has yet to be born." "Yes?" As soon as the man's words fell, a spatial door slowly opened in front of him, and Sumo's figure walked out from within. Seeing his figure, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. Surprised, she glanced at the slowly closing portal. "I thought you didn't care about this little girlfriend of yours." On the side, Annie jumped into his arms even more violently. Chapter 52. This must all be fake. It wasn't until half a minute later that Annie reluctantly left Sumo's arms. By now the other man had a tear in his eye. "It's okay." Seeing Anne's expression, Sumo opened his mouth to comfort her. It seemed that memory rarely saw this look on the other side. No matter what time it was, the other party was always putting a smile on her face, looking as if she had no worries at all. After all, with Sumo as her boyfriend, she hadn't encountered any setbacks in the acting world. It does seem to have scared the other side this time. It wasn't until then that Anne noticed the way Sumo came out. "Wait, how did you just get here? I think I saw a sparking hole. Are you a mutant too?" It's kind of a magic trick." Sumo opened his mouth to explain. Magic? You're a mage. And all these years of dating you didn't tell me. A look of disappointment crossed En's face. Actually, never mind, this isn't the time to explain this. I'll explain it to you slowly when we get back. After saying that, Sumo looked across the room at a group of soldiers and a few sentry robots. It seems like you guys really will do anything for your research. Raven had already told Sumo all the information she knew already some time ago, but the information she knew was also very limited. After all, she was imprisoned as a prisoner inside. Originally, Sumo had planned to find trouble with the other party after breaking through to the planetary-level spiritual luminaries, but I didn't expect the other side to be the first to deliver. After seeing Sumo's peculiar appearance, those soldiers, including the man in the lead, were a bit weak, but seeing a full 5 sentinel robots standing behind him, a surge of confidence surged through the man's heart. Mutants with this kind of power were no strangers to them. There was once a mutant experiment with this ability right there in the base, codename Red Devil, and the ability of the man in front of him was still a bit short compared to the Red Devil. The Red Devil's ability was instantaneous, and before he could react, he was already taken into the air. But looking at the other side's seeding ability, it's clear that there's a big delay. Asshole, we're doing this for the future of humanity. Deviants like you shouldn't have existed in the first place. Seeing the other party's righteousness, Sumo didn't bother to talk nonsense to the other party. A flick of the right hand, a huge portal appeared at the feet of those soldiers. These soldiers fell straight down before they could react. The other end of the portal, thousands of meters above the crowd. Instantly, as if paratroopers were parachuting, groups of camouflage-clad soldiers fell from the sky in a free fall. The only difference was that these soldiers did not have parachute bags on their backs. The only 5 sentinel robots activated their propulsion units and floated in place. Of course, the middle-aged man standing at the front was likewise held up by a sentry robot, which spared him from being killed. The man looked at the soldiers in the sky and ordered towards the sentry robots in the back. Help! The remaining 4 robots got their orders and tried to fly towards the sky, but Sumo on the opposite side clearly didn't want to give them that chance. Planetary-level mental thoughts enveloped towards these robots. Almost instantly, the bots all died. The remains of those sentinel robots from the last siege of the White Queen had been given to the group of researchers under Baron Straker by him. Although there was no way to imitate them for the time being, they had completely analyzed the construction of these sentry robots. Sumo naturally knew where the control center within these sentinel robots was located. Simply destroying this control center would reduce these robots to a pile of scrap metal. The dead robot slowly floated in front of Sumo and was put away in his storage ring. These robots can become their own loyal guards with a new control center. The middle-aged man, who was held in the robot's hands, watched Sumo do all of this, but had no way to stop it, and when the robot disappeared, he directly fell to the ground. It took a sharp pain to wake him up. Illusion? Yes, this must all be an illusion you've cast. I won't fall for it. Sentinel, attack! When he finished, the man wisely closed his eyes. As long as they were unaffected by their opponent, the sentinel robots would naturally crush them. After all, the sentinel robots were not afraid of psychic abilities. Watching this scene, Sumo's few people were all a bit teary-eyed. I didn't expect to be recognized by you so easily. Walking forward, Sumo violently slapped the other party in the face, and a few teeth were sent flying. Well, did it not hurt at all? After saying that, he stomped a few more times towards the crotch of the man who was jerked to the ground. The man's mouth let out a murderous scream. Illusion. This is not real. The man covered his crotch and growled with a mouth full of bloody foam. At this time, those soldiers who had fallen from the sky also finally managed to land. Snapping sounds were heard one after another. One more blooming blood flower on the ground. At this moment, Sumo's eyes twitched as he gazed toward the distant sky. A group of figures the size of flies appeared in the sky. A few moments later, it flew in front of the crowd. The same sentry robots, but this time there were a full 17 or 18 of them. There was also a young man in a white lab coat sitting on the foremost robot. After the youth landed on the ground, he rushed forward to help the middle-aged man up. Captain Wayne, how are you, Lyle? Seeing the youth in front of him as well as the sentinel robots that came to support him from behind, the man's face revealed an unbelievable expression. How? It was only at this point that it dawned on him that what had happened before didn't seem to be an illusion. Looking at the puddle of blood on the ground, Wayne looked at Sumo with sinister eyes. Kill him, before those sentry robots could make a move. Sumo had then taken the lead. As in the same thing, after destroying the control center of these robots, they were all put away in his spatial ring. After collecting them, Sumo smiled and said to Wayne, "In the illusion I created, how could you possibly hurt me?" Hearing Sumo's words, Wayne was in a state of madness. It's an illusion. Not right. It's real. Not right either. Ah, Captain Wayne, a sane man. lived to be driven directly insane by Sumo's series of maneuvers. The youth named Lyle also changed his face at this moment. Is this entering the illusion? After all, he was very well aware of the sentry robot's combat power, and this scene of the other party solving the sentry robot was indeed a bit too outrageous. Even Natasha and Annie behind Sumo were a little unsure whether what they were seeing was real or unreal. Natasha looked at Sumo's back not far ahead. At this moment, she was really somewhat unable to see through him. No wonder Nick Fury went out of his way to bring him in as well. With these strange and unpredictable abilities of the other party, as his enemy, he would really be tortured and crumble away. Chapter 53. The Sentinel Service submerged at the bottom of the sea. Seeing that the other party had already collapsed, Sumo had no interest in torturing the other party any further. A huge space door appeared at the feet of the crowd. Several people all fell violently towards the bottom. The sudden weightlessness jolted Anne and Natasha, but almost instantly the two of them were wrapped into Sumo's arms, one on either side. After dropping out of the space gate, they appeared in the middle of the sky above an island. Here is. Natasha looked at the buildings on the island below her feet and looked at Sumo, who was close by, with a surprised expression. That's right, this is the headquarters of the Sentinel Task Force. The Sentinel Task Force was established on the island, less than a square kilometer in size, on the edge of the borough of Manhattan. The entire island belongs to the Secret Service. When she received Sumo's affirmative answer, Natasha's face changed color. What do you want? Sumo didn't answer the other party, but instead gently landed on the ground, releasing their bodies. But Annie was now glued to him whole, and it took a lot of effort to pull her away. It earned the other woman a sultry look. Wayne and Lyle both weren't as lucky as they were. In a direct free fall, it smashed into the middle of the top floor of the main building on the island. The building was none other than the office building of the Sentinel Secret Service, and on the top floor was a huge conference room. At this moment, the conference room was filled with the top management of the Secret Service, and in the huge screen on the wall on one side of the conference room was the very information about Annie. And the meeting was, apparently, about how to capture this mutant. The two figures that suddenly smashed into the conference room startled everyone in the room. After the smoke and dust cleared, the crowd carefully stepped out from their respective shelters, only to realize that the two puddles of objects on the ground were vaguely recognizable as the two people who had been dispatched. Crap! Looking at the two on the ground, everyone in the office blushed. Looks like I'm here just in time. Everyone! A familiar voice rang in the crowd's ears. It wasn't until this time that the crowd realized that a figure had stood at the window position at some unknown time. Natasha and Anne, who were standing on the periphery of the island, saw that in less than half a minute after Sumo disappeared, the main building of more than 10 floors, which was located right in the center of the island, slowly floated up after a burst of violent shaking. Then it kept accelerating towards the air. In no time at all, the building had turned into a small black dot in the sight of the two men. In the top floor conference room, the crowd felt the gradually rising building, and a look of horror appeared in their eyes. At this point the building had already reached several thousand meters high in the air, and even the air had become very thin. A moment later, a middle-aged man who seemed to be the highest person in charge stood out holding the table. What the hell are you doing? He naturally understood that this was all the work of this young Chinese man in front of him, to destroy your organization completely. Of course. No, you can't do that. We're a department attached to the government. You'll be a sinner to the whole country if you do that. Hearing Sumo's words, the man in the lead colored and warned. Really? It doesn't matter. The important thing is that you're in for an exciting ride next. As soon as Sumo's words fell, the rising buildings gradually came to a halt, and immediately after that, the building began to freefall towards the bottom, and in order to prevent the speed from being insufficient, Sumo also applied a downward thrust. In less than 10 seconds, the entire building was already flying at hundreds of meters per second. The strong sense of weightlessness caused all the people in the room to cling to the roof, and piercing screams were coming out of their mouths. They had never dreamed that they would be able to experience such an extreme sport in their middle age. Several of the older ones had already gone into shock at that speed. Have fun! Sumo raised his head towards the crowd on the ceiling with a kind smile, and with a flash of his body he had already disappeared in place. On the island, the staff in those remaining buildings panicked as they watched the building accelerate down towards the bottom. There was a flurry of motoring toward the bridge that connects to the land. Natasha and Anne, who were watching this scene with dumbfounded eyes, only felt a tightness around their waist. Sumo had already appeared behind the two at an unknown time, carrying the two of them in a flash. He went through the rear portal. By the time the trio reappeared, they were already located on the roof of a high-rise building. The two men looked at the familiar island in the distance, and realized that the three of them were at that very moment in Manhattan proper, across the sea from the island. In the sky above the island in the distance, the speed of the building's descent was approaching the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, the building had slammed down hard on the island. With a loud roar, a mushroom cloud rose from the location of the island. A prompt sounded in Sumo's mind. Kill the villain. Gain 142 points. Kill the villain. Gain 156 points. The beeping continued for a full 3 or 4 minutes before it stopped. 10 minutes later, the smoke cleared. Cake seller. Natasha looked at the island that was slowly sinking in pieces under the huge impact and let out an exclamation of surprise as she walked away. S-H-I-E-L-D. Director's office. Nick Fury cozied up with a cup of coffee and looked at the slowly sinking island in the monitor in front of him. Chief, will we cause the Department of Defense to be upset if we leave it like this? Coulson stood next to him, a hint of concern on his face. Of course you're going to be upset. After all, the Department of Defense is behind this Sentinel program. Nick Fury's dark face showed a row of neat, white teeth. But it's none of my business. The White House has clearly ordered that mutants have the same rights as ordinary humans. And it's these people who continually tarnish the government's reputation. Or else we at S-H-I-E-L-D wouldn't have not a single high-ranking combatant to show for it. Apparently, Nick Fury is not in favor of the Department of Defense creating the Sentinel Task Force. You know, mutants awaken a variety of abilities. There was no lack of some very powerful combatants among them. If these people were incorporated into S-H-I-E-L-D, S-H-I-E-L-D would undoubtedly be much stronger, and it would be much more comfortable in dealing with some unnatural cases. But just because of the Sentinel Secret Service, mutants are very much ostracized from government agencies. Until now, not a single powerful mutant could be recruited in S-H-I-E-L-D. In response, Nick Fury was somewhat helpless. In his opinion, there was no excuse for what those mutants had done, even if it was himself. After hearing about the Sentinel's Secret Service, it was impossible to feel comfortable with exposing his identity to a government agency. This also led to the fact that, when encountering some difficulties, S-H-I-E-L-D could only resort to cooperating with X Academy. On the roof of a building in Manhattan, looking at the gradually silent island, Sumo turned his head to look at Natasha on the side. Although it's under the orders of the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, thanks for this time. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid Annie would have had to suffer some pain this time. After saying that, Sumo's right hand was outstretched. A pamphlet appeared in his hand. Consider this a thank you gift. But this thank you gift is just for yourself. So remember to burn it after you read it. After saying that, without any further ado, he shoved the pamphlet into Natasha's hands, and then stepped into a spatial door with his arm around Annie. Chapter 54 New Skills Unlocked. Natasha looked at the two men who disappeared from sight, picked up the pamphlet in his hand and looked at it. She didn't recognize the two Chinese characters for Thunderblade on the cover. Opened the books and fortunately all the content inside was in English. After a few casual glances, Natasha's eyes snapped open. The top only had the first 5 weights of the Thunderblade, and after practicing all of them, one could increase one's hair power by 5 times. At the same time, this technique had the same effect of enhancing one's physique. However, the effect was much slower compared to taking ferocious beast meat. Nonetheless, Natasha was still too excited for her own good. Her various fighting techniques, almost to the point of perfection. The only shortcoming is her physical fitness. If you can increase your physical fitness tenfold, Natasha didn't have a single doubt about the exaggerated descriptions on the pamphlets. Sumo's mysterious and unpredictable abilities she had just seen. The other party obviously couldn't be bored enough to fool themselves with something like that. With that thought, Natasha tucked the pamphlet into her chest as if it were a treasure and headed downstairs. She couldn't wait to get back to practicing the Chinese kung fu from above. Shuema and Annie walked through the space door. The same appeared on top of a tall building. The reason why he chose to give the other party the secret book of the Thunderblade as a thank you was because it was very appropriate for the other party in general. The main reason, of course, is that this stuff doesn't cost anything. He can print as much as he wants. And only giving the other party 10 layers was not because he was stingy, but the storage ring only had this kind of secret book with 10 layers recorded. These secrets he had written out some time ago intending to give to Soren and the others. Hundreds of copies were made. Sauron and the others had been completely brainwashed under the White Queen's mind power, and even if Suamo told them to die, they wouldn't half hesitate giving the secret book to them. When their strength increased, they would be able to greatly increase the speed of helping him harvest points, and looked at the huge row of letters standing in front of her. Trask Industries Group. This is the company that made those robots, and was also somewhat knowledgeable about the history of mutants and the development of Sentinel robots. That's right, Shuema nodded. Since he had already struck out, he naturally wouldn't be giving the other party any leeway. At this time in the building below, a deafening siren blared through the building. Inside the Trask group, there are devices all over that can sense mutants. As soon as a mutant comes within 100 meters of the building, it will be sensed by the device. Suemo and Annie, who were standing on the roof of the building, naturally heard the alarms coming from the building, but Suemo didn't care. Instead, he walked towards the stairs with a calm face. The surveillance equipment within the entire building was destroyed in an instant. Just after entering the middle of the top floor, a group of gun-toting soldiers rushed out directly from the corner. Upon seeing Sumo's two men, the officer in charge aimed a compass-like device at the duo, and a sharp beeping sound emanated from the device. After confirming that the two were the invading mutants, the soldiers turned their guns on the duo. "Hold your head and crouch," the officer at the head of the group let out a warning. Suemo, however, was unmoved and still walked towards the crowd. Seeing this, the soldiers did not hesitate for a second and pulled the triggers in their hands almost simultaneously. After the intensive gunfire, these soldiers were horrified to see that the bullets fired from the guns were all suspended in midair. "Shit! All duck!" The officer let out a roar of terror, and his body dodged towards the side of the room. Even though the soldiers were not slow to react, they were still too slow compared to the bullets. A scream passed. Only the officer at the head of the entire group survived. It wasn't that the other party's reaction was fast enough, but Suemo had intentionally left it behind. Before the officer could celebrate, Suemo had already appeared in front of him. "What is the location of your mind-shielding device?" In order to prevent the intrusion of telepathic abilities, a mind-shielding device has been built into this building of the Trask group. Mutants with psychic abilities have their abilities suppressed at this range. "I don't." Just as the words came out of his mouth, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The severed right arm fell to the ground, and a flying dagger that shone with a cold light appeared in midair beside Sumo's body, without a trace of blood on it. "Ah!" the man screamed miserably. Suemo looked at the other party with a calm expression. "One more chance to organize your words. I say, the officer cried out in hasty alarm. A moment later, Suemo and the two of them had disappeared in the room, leaving only a huge ice sculpture in its place. In those few short days, Anne's outlook on life had changed dramatically. Thinking about the last few days, she had no love for these persecutors of mutants. The first time she killed someone, there wasn't a trace of fear in her heart, but instead a hidden hint of excitement. -2 floors of the building. Suemo looked at the huge 6 or 7 meter tall device in front of him, and around the device, there were 2 sentry robots on guard. Seeing the two who suddenly appeared in the room, an electronic synthesized tone emanated from the mouth of the sentry robot. "No ID card information detected." Before the words could fall, the red light in the robot's eyes went straight out. Suemo glanced at the device in front of him, and the entire device instantly polymerized towards the center to become a huge metal ball. As the mind-shielding device failed, a space door opened aside. On the other side, Emma, who was taking a bath, looked at Suemo on this side of the space door with a hint of helplessness on her face. With a calm demeanor, he took a towel from the side and wrapped it around his body. "Boss, next time, if something happens, can you call first to let us know?" Hearing this, Sumo's face also revealed a trace of embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I didn't think you'd be showering in the middle of the day either. Women don't take baths in time." To the side, Annie's eyes kept sweeping over the two men's bodies. With her woman's intuition and the other party's calm demeanor, it wasn't simple between the two. A few moments later, Anne looked at Emma, who had changed her clothes and stepped out of the space door, and swore her sovereignty by directly embracing Sumo's arm. Emma's eyes swept over Anne's neck that seemed to rise like a cockfight. Unimpressed, he smiled. A silver light then flashed in Emma's eyes as her mind powers swept frantically in all directions. "The Trask group?" she muttered in a low voice, then opened her mouth to ask towards Suemo. "Boss, what needs to be done?" "Technicians and information. Take it all." "Simple." Emma nodded. Inside the building, the researchers' faces froze at the same time, and after glancing at each other, they began to methodically organize the information in their respective hands. In the meantime, the executives of the Trask group all froze in place, while those who were as insignificant as the cleaners, under Emma's control, simply left. A few hours later, with the closing of the space door, the base of the Trask building let out a violent roar and slowly collapsed. Back on Dead Island, after Suemo handed over all of these people and the Sentinel robots and the ring to Emma, he took Annie back to the villa on the beach. After making a call to her family, Annie nestled in Sumo's arms in a pampered manner. "Honey, thank you." In her mind, Suemo had destroyed all of these two organizations for her. Naturally, her heart was moved beyond measure. Suemo reached out and wrapped his arms around the other party's soft waist. "You know, that's not the kind of verbal thanks I need," and sniffed, and a different kind of smile swept across her face. "So do you want to try it cold?" Chapter 55, Dreamwalking the Parallel Universes. H-I-E-L-D. What? Did Sue do this? Nick Fury stood up from his seat in shock, his eyes staring across the room at Natasha with a deadpan look. Of course, I was right there. Natasha nodded. From the moment Sue Mo directly took her to the island, it was clear to her that the other party was intentionally displaying it for S-H-I-E-L-D to see, so she didn't hide this matter from the director. Don't be ridiculous, Natasha. It's not funny. To the side, Agent Hill crossed her arms with one hand and clicked a few times on the screen in front of her, a look of disbelief on her face. How is it possible that the signal you sent half an hour before the incident was still in Florida? And how could it have reached the Sentinel's Secret Service office in New York in a matter of minutes? I'm not too sure about the specifics. Sue just reached out and drew a circle in front of him, and a passageway appeared in front of him. With that, Natasha reached out and gestured twice, following Sue Mo's movements. I know it sounds a little magical, but it's true. Speaking later, Natasha didn't even find her words convincing. I believe you said that. At this time, Nick Fury, who had sat back in his chair, spoke. I once saw an account of this magic in a secret file. That's right. Natasha had an excited smile on her face. At the time, the other side just claimed that it was a kind of magic. Looks like I made another right choice this time. A hint of a smile appeared on Nick Fury's face. The stronger Sue Mo showed, the more powerful he was. For them S-H-I-E-L-D, there was no doubt that the previous investment, the more they could get a huge return. S-H-I-E-L-D was assigned single occupancy quarters. Natasha, who had finished her debriefing, couldn't wait to get back over here. Taking the pamphlet containing the Thunderblade out of his pocket, he studied it carefully. The more she studied it, the more excitement grew on her face. More than half an hour later, she arrived in the training room under the dormitory building. Fighting training from a young age had given her almost perfect control of her body. Come to the sandbag where you usually train. Natasha recalled the way the Thunderblade's first recorded power was generated. The right hand slowly made a fist and hit the sandbag hard. No! The moment she threw the punch, she knew that she wasn't throwing it the right way. After closing her fist, she followed the feeling and kept trying. Until 3 hours later, throwing hundreds of punches, Natasha had almost wanted to give up. In anger, a random punch was thrown out towards the sandbag. The mind subconsciously powered up in accordance with the way in the secret book. The two forces were superimposed together almost instantly. Boom! A blast echoed through the training room. The sandbag in front of his body directly crumbled under the tremendous force. Natasha looked at her hands incredulously. Really practiced. At that moment, she excitedly took out her cell phone and wanted to call Sue Mo to thank the other party. But she then reacted that she didn't seem to have Sue Mo's phone number. In his heart, he secretly resolved to go and thank the other party in person in a few days. Thinking of Sue Mo's earlier instructions, she recited the contents of the pamphlet. It was then simply destroyed. Dead Island. Sue Mo sat in the Star Tower's cultivation room. After Annie stayed on the island for one night, she was sent back home by Sue Mo. She had decided to stay on the island from now on, but before that, she would have to return home to her parents for a while. There weren't a lot of people who had died at Sue Mo's hands yesterday, but they were just some ordinary people who had gained a total of no more than 50,000 points combined. These points were but a drop in the bucket for him now. However, this time, after breaking through to a planetary-level spiritual numinous master, he felt that the dreamwalking technique should already be able to be successfully performed. He had instructed Emma not to bother him for a while. At that moment, as the Dark Divine book appeared in front of him and slowly flipped to a page of the dreamwalking technique, Sue Mo closed his eyes. The dreamwalking technique, which had been troubling him for a long time, was cast unusually smoothly. The moment the spell was completed, Sue Mo only felt his soul fly out of his body, and then the Dark Divine book in front of him transformed into a black stream of light that entered the center of his soul's brow, generating a magical symbol in the center of his brow. The soul was then sucked into a vortex. By the time he came to his senses, he was standing in the middle of an inexplicable space. Looking toward the front of the room, the spectacular scene in the distance caused him to let out a gasp. At the end of the void in front of him, there existed a huge sphere from which a thick, glowing line extended. After the line extended out for some distance, it created a bifurcation. And after these two forks extend for some distance, they split again. By the end, the original single ray of light had split into countless lines. These lines were thick and thin, like branches splitting off from a giant tree, gradually spreading out. Sue Mo had learned from the records in the Book of Darkness God that each of these lines represented a parallel world, and the stronger the transcendent power of the world, the thicker the line would be. The thinnest lines, on the other hand, are worlds where no transcendent power exists. Looking toward the lines of his world and the branches, like the main trunk of a tree, it was especially thick. It seems that the world one is in is considered the ceiling of the level of combat power in these parallel worlds. Shuema sighed. From the records of the dreamwalking technique, by touching those lines, one could enter the parallel world that the lines corresponded to, and the self in the parallel world, as the one who has 100% soul fit with his own, naturally becomes the best carrier for the soul. The first time he performed the dreamwalking technique, Suemo intended to pick a world with no transcendent existence to practice on first. At that moment, his illusory body flew towards one of the thinnest lines. The moment he got close to the lines, he felt a suction. The suction wasn't strong, and it felt like he could easily break free at any time, but he didn't resist the suction. Instead, he followed the suction and zipped into the world. A feeling of vertigo came over him. Coming to his senses again, Suemo found himself lying in a room. Beside her, lay a blonde with big waves. The peculiar odor in the room, as well as the clumps of toilet paper on the floor, indicated that a great battle had just been fought here. At this time, the blonde on the sidelines stood up from the bed, unconcernedly displaying her figure in front of Suemo. I've got to get out of here. Jim has asked me to go to the movies with him tonight. Who's Jim? Suemo subconsciously muttered. This dreamwalking technique was equivalent to hatchet, and would not absorb the other person's soul, and rightfully so. He had no memories of this body in his mind, but by the sound of the name, this would be a man, going to the movies with another man? But the other person said it to his face, so the two of them should be fine. An inexplicable smile flashed in the blonde's mesmerized eyes when she heard his question. Of course Jim is my boyfriend. What? Hearing this, Sumo's face was filled with questions, but he instantly reacted, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh that his parallel world self still adhered to the Prime Minister's Wei Wu legacy. Seeing Sumo's face of surprise after hearing that. Come on, what's the point of pretending? I said I wanted to break up with him and you didn't agree. Hearing this, Sumo's pupils instantly dilated. Holy shit. Chapter 56, The Zombie World. A few minutes later, Shuema looked at the blonde who was hobbling away, just kinda speechless. Sitting on the bed, he sensed his own strength. Just in the process of exercise has already found that the world of their own, the body in the ordinary people, has been considered to be relatively strong. Or else, the range of the ability to reach the degree of more than an hour. But that's about it. Spiritual thoughts were still able to be used, but they were limited by the strength of the body, currently only able to exert the strength of a mid-level warrior. It wasn't impossible to use it if it was any stronger, but I'm afraid the body wouldn't be able to support it for long before it collapsed. Black magic is not affected in any way. After all, this belonged to borrowing power, and as long as one's soul was strong enough, there was no effect in casting it. It seems that after using the dreamwalking technique, the biggest thing to rely on is black magic. Suemo came to this conclusion. Of course, under the nourishment of spiritual power, the strength of the body was also gradually increasing. According to the current speed, if he stayed in this world for a year, this body would be able to reach the peak level of a war god. But he didn't think he'd stay in this ordinary world for a year. Took his cell phone from a sideboard, looked at the time on it. June 9th, 08. The time in this world is not too different from the original world. Getting up and coming to the side of the computer that was playing a small movie, Suemo began to search for some news on the webpage, intending to learn about this strange world. After a few minutes, Suemo closed the webpage. It really is just a normal world with no Iron Man and no Stark Group. Everything didn't seem to be that different from the trajectory of the world in his previous life. At that moment, there was a sharp knock at the door. Suemo put on his clothes and suspiciously came to the door and opened the door to the room. Standing outside the door was a young white man with a somewhat chubby build. The other party was similar in age to himself, both around 20 years old, with short hair and a freckled face full of anxiety. Sue, come with me. Seeing Suemo who opened the door, the fat man pulled him up without a second thought to a pickup truck next to the courtyard entrance. Wait. Suemo broke away from the other's arm without a trace. You have to tell me where I'm going, right? Although he didn't know the other person, from what he said and did, it was likely that he was a close friend. Too late to explain. Get in the car. Fatty hurriedly opened the passenger door and pushed Suemo in, returning himself to the driver's side and slamming the gas pedal to the floor. The pickup truck let out a roar before violently scurrying off into the distance. Suemo hesitated and did not resist, leaving aside the fact that the other person looked like his best friend, even if he was a bad guy. With his strength, he had nothing to fear in a world without supernatural powers. By the time the car had driven some distance away, Suemo had also realized that something was wrong. Through his surroundings, he could easily learn that the villa he was staying in should be located in a suburban location, and this road in front of the door is usually rarely traveled by cars. But just now, in so less than a few minutes, he had already seen more than a dozen cars traveling at breakneck speeds overtake them. What the hell happened? His puzzled eyes looked at the fat man on the side. The extremely fast-moving car seemed to give the other some sense of security. After organizing his words, Fatty then opened his mouth to explain. Rabies. The city is now full of people infected with the rabies virus. These people are biting people on sight. Even those police officers can't do anything to stop them. And I'm getting whispers from the internet that all of Boston has fallen. Rabies? The corner of Shuemo's eye jumped. Could it be a walker? Walkers? After Fatty heard this, a look of doubt appeared on his face. What's a walker? Before Suemo could reply, he saw two cars that had crashed together on the corner in front of the road, and was emitting rolling smoke. A hobbling figure slowly stepped out of the car. Really, zombies? Seeing the other party's walking posture, Sumo's heart stirred. Only after the car got closer did Suemo realize that he seemed to have overthought things. This hobbling figure was the same blonde girl who had left her home not long ago, and the reason why the other person was walking in this position was still of her own making. No wonder it looked somewhat familiar from a distance. As the car approached, the blonde girl also saw Fatty and Suemo sitting in the car. Hastily, he waved his hand toward the two men. Seeing this, the fat man maneuvered the car to a stop next to the blonde. The two Shuemas stepped out of the car. The blonde girl hurriedly stepped forward, hugged Sumo's arm, and opened her mouth to explain. I wasn't speeding. He hit me of his own accord, but the other guy seemed to pass out in the collision and I wasn't able to open the door to get him out. A look of fear crossed her face. Suemo ignored the other party and instead stared straight into the middle of the other party's car. Although he couldn't see the inside of the car through the glass, the scene of the car still appeared clearly in his mind by relying on his spiritual thoughts. The blonde should really be glad she didn't open the car door. At this time in the driver's side of the car, a fierce-looking middle-aged man's body was convulsing violently, and with his eyes staring this way and a low hissing sound coming from his mouth. What a zombie! He had joy in his eyes instead of surprise. The zombies were no threat to him who was able to fly. And if you can get points for killing zombies, then earning points becomes incredibly easy. Thinking of this, Suemo couldn't wait to try it out. With a thought, one of the screws inside the car faded from the body and shot into the zombie's mind with a powerful kinetic energy. It's almost considered common knowledge that zombies hit the brow. As the zombie's twitching body calmed down, a system alert sounded in Sumo's mind. Congratulations to the host, killing the villain and gaining 1 point. There really are points? Suemo had a surprised expression on his face. Even though it's only 1 point, how many zombies can there be in a world with a zombie virus outbreak? Conservative estimates are 2 or 3 billion. If we kill all these walkers. Of course, these were just Sumo's imagination. With his current strength, if he wanted to clean up the entire world of zombies, I'm afraid he didn't know how long it would take. There's no way the walkers didn't have attrition during this time. However, even if he was able to kill 1% of the zombies, he would still have tens of millions of points. Thinking about this, the corners of Sumo's mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. The blonde on the sidelines noticed Shuema's curled up mouth and anxiously whacked him on the arm. Stop laughing and hurry up and help save the day. The other's voice pulled Sumo's thoughts back, and only then did he turn his head to look at the blonde girl on the side. I'm sorry, what was your name again? Hearing this, the blonde girl's expression froze, followed by an unbelievable look on her face. His chest was also heaving with anger. You scum! The old lady is still in your shape and you're asking me what my name is? Chapter 57, Taboo of Black Magic. Necromancy. Fat Harry, who was standing nearby, rushed up to dissuade him at the sight. Elisa, come on. Sue was just kidding you. Apparently, he and Eliza both knew each other equally well. Eliza didn't retort after hearing this, but she still stared at Suemo with an exasperated look. Listen to me. The most important thing right now is to get out of here first. It's very dangerous in the city right now. Harry opened his mouth to advise. The words just fell. A cacophony of voices came from the far side of the street. The sound seemed to be some kind of hissing sound. Almost in the blink of an eye, a dense silhouette appeared in the trio's line of sight. Harry looked at these figures at the end of the road and a scowl crossed his face. This running posture was all too familiar to him. It was the very same monsters that were infected with the rabies virus. The two men running at the front of the pack were pounced upon by the walkers behind them in a matter of moments. The rest of the zombies charged in the direction of the trio. Not good. Go! When he finished speaking he rushed up toward the cab. The blonde girl, Eliza, looked at the scene in the distance and froze directly in place. Suemo then stared at the running zombies. Unlike the zombies that I saw in the movie, this group of zombies in front of me is extremely fast, comparable to a world champion sprinter. At this speed, there was almost no hope of escaping from these zombies if you relied on your legs alone. Eliza responded at this point, no longer caring about the driver of the colliding car. he rushed toward the pickup truck. At the same time, he didn't forget to drag on Sumo, who was still standing in the same place. Seeing that the other party still didn't forget to pull himself up at this time, Sumo couldn't help but look at the other party one more time. She also didn't expect the other to be thinking about her at this time. Sumo gave her a gentle shove. Alyssa's form fell back towards the portal that suddenly opened in the back. By the time she reacted, she found herself in the back seat of the pickup truck. You two leave first. After saying that, Sumo walked towards the rear of the zombie group like an idle stroll. Harry, who had started the car, blanched at the sight. Sue, are you crazy? The head stuck out of the car and growled. But then, seeing that Sumo did not stop, Harry slammed the steering wheel. Gritting his teeth, he was about to drive the vehicle backward to intercept Sumo, who was walking towards the zombies. But before he could step on the gas, he saw a horrifying scene appear before him. Sumo reached out and gently waved his hand. A villa on the right side of the road. All the nails on the wooden fence outside retreated. Hundreds of them all gathered in front of him. With a flick of his finger, these iron nails flew towards the zombie group in the distance. Considering the material of the iron nails, Sumo maneuvered them to go through the nostrils and eyes of the zombies, and after destroying the other party's brain, he reshot them out. Less than 5 seconds. The road was full of hundreds of zombies, all of which planted themselves on the ground as they ran. Harry, sitting in the car, his eyes widened. Walter Falk. Sumo's meal of maneuvering caused a drastic shock to his worldview. He opened the door and stepped down from the car, running to Sumo's side and looking at the zombie corpses spread over a large area of the ground in front of him. Sue, just. In his excitement, he pointed his hands at Sumo and then at the zombies on the ground. Eyes shifted back and forth between the two. Sumo turned around. This is not a good place to talk. Oh, yeah. Harry also reacted to the fact that the roar had probably attracted more of these things to the neighborhood, and it was better to get out of here now. With that thought, he and Sumo returned to the car once again. With a roar, the car sped away. For the next few moments, though, Harry drove the car while his eyes still swept over to Sumo on the passenger side from time to time. Sumo, on the other hand, was in deep thought. In just these few seconds, more than 800 points were scored. It's not reasonably slow to gain points anymore. However, with his current physical quality, it didn't support him in utilizing his thoughts for too long. Unless one spends the points, exchanges some treasures, and raises the strength of this body. In this way, not to mention wasting the points, it is also time-consuming and laborious to kill the zombies. Wait! Sumo snapped to mind in a way. The dark divine book violently shot out from his brow. It flipped frantically in front of him, finally turning to the pages near the end. What was written in these pages was none other than a branch of black magic. Necromancy. Necromancy is almost considered the most evil branch of black magic. In the main universe, with the guardianship of the Vizen Emperor and the Ancient One Mage, necromancy could easily be sensed by both of them as soon as it was cast, thus ushering in great trouble. This is the reason that in the main world, there has not been any of this magic. Even Sumo had only roughly skimmed through it before to avoid getting into trouble. But this world is different. This is just an ordinary world. Neither has an Ancient One Mage, nor is it considered to be the land of the Vishanti. Using necromancy was naturally no problem. Soon, the Book of Dark Gods flipped to a page with a painted hexagram. That's it. Sumo had an excited smile on his face. The kind of magic written on the pages of the book is called Undead Plague of Heaven. It is possible to set up a huge magic formation within a certain area. After activating the magic array, it can transform all living beings or dead corpses in this range into undead creatures. One could completely set up a magic formation that enveloped the entire city, transforming the zombies in the entire city into an army of undead. At that time, the undead army of undead could completely clean up the zombies in this world instead of themselves. However, to set up this formation, some special materials were needed to set up auxiliary formations on each of the 5 corners of the city. Next, he first had to collect the materials needed to make the formation. Put the Book of Magic Gods back away. Sumo looked up at the 2 men whose car was staring at him. After seeing the strange book in front of Sumo's eyes disappear, Harry finally gathered enough courage to speak. Is this magic for you? Aha! Sumo nodded. There is no need to hide this from them. Harry was clearly his own hardened friend, judging by all the things he'd done before. Not to mention the risk of coming to the home to pick himself up and leave. Just now when he wanted to go to solve the zombies, the other party even did not hesitate to drive the vehicle to try to save himself. These 2 points alone, we know that the other party is definitely a good friend worth handing over. And the same goes for Eliza in the back. Although the 2 of them are just piping hot, the other still doesn't forget to tug on herself as she flees. It was only then that Sumo realized that Elisa in the back row was looking at herself with a look of excitement. What are you doing? Do you think I'm learning magic material? No, you're a muggle. Suemo refused the other party without hesitation. If he really handed it over to the other party, I'm afraid that he would harm her. Without the dark divine book and needing to borrow mana, I'm afraid that she would soon become a puppet of Sidhorn. Nope. It suddenly occurred to him that since Sidhorn could lend out his magic, could he himself lend out the mana of the Book of Darkness? Anyway, with Sidhorn as an infinitely renewable recharger, the source of mana was not a problem. By then those who borrowed mana and killed the villains themselves should get some of the points, right? After all, you're kind of contributing. No, you have to find a way to try it yourself. Suemo secretly made up his mind in his heart. Chapter 58. It's okay, just be more careful in your next life. Hearing Sumo's words, a look of disappointment crossed Eliza's face. Suemo ignored the other party and turned his head to look at Harry, who was driving the vehicle. Where are you going with this? From the route the other man was driving his vehicle, it was clear that he had figured out where he was going. It was going to be dark in about an hour at the most. Suemo, on the other hand, also planned to find a place to rest first and collect the materials needed for the auxiliary formation in the meantime. To the beach. With that, Harry clicked a few times on the car's screen, pointing to a location on the map. From the news we got before, the safest place is the sea at present. A yacht I bought before is parked at this location. As long as we board the yacht we will be safe for the time being. Suemo nodded at his words. To be able to afford a yacht, it seems that this close friend of his is still a rich second generation. From the map, it looks like it's a 10-minute drive from that location, and there happens to be a large supermarket on the way, just so you can gather some food. He was still an ordinary person in this body. After crossing over, he experienced 2 battles. His physical strength was somewhat severely depleted, and a strong feeling of hunger came from his abdomen. Without needing Sumo's reminder, Harry drove the car and parked directly in front of the large supermarket. Apparently the other side held the same idea. At this point, the entire outside of the supermarket was a mess. A group of people, each pushing a cart of stuff, ran out of the supermarket. You wait for us in the car. Suemo instructed Elisa in the back and got out of the car to rush into the middle of the supermarket with Harry. The shelves in the supermarket had been knocked over by the panic people, and the items on the shelves were spilling out all over the place. Luckily the supermarket wasn't too small, and there was quite a bit of stuff on the shelves after the mad rush of people. The 2 men pushed a cart each from the doorway and joined in the frenzy of $0 shopping. A few minutes later, the 2 men came outside, each pushing a cart full of food. Harry glanced at the location of the parked car in the distance and paled. Something's wrong. Without the need for him to remind him, Suemo had already seen the scene in the distance. At that moment a man pushing a cart and holding a firearm pointed the gun at the window and pulled the trigger in his hand, but the scene of the bullet shattering the car window, as he had expected, did not occur. The gun in the man's hand exploded right after a loud bang, blowing several of the man's fingers out. A scream escaped from his mouth. The man covered his right hand and slowly fell to his knees. This is of course from Sumo's handwriting. In moments, the 2 men came forward. Suemo kicked the man out of the way. The 2 of them dumped the contents of the cart into the compartment of the pickup truck in a brainstorming manner, including the one pushed by the kneeling man. Fortunately, the rear compartment of the pickup truck was large enough to fit 3 large carts of food. The man on his knees saw this and tried to resist. Harry pulled a pistol from his body and pulled the trigger without hesitation. It was obvious to see that Harry would have been a first-time killer. After pulling the trigger, he became a little short of breath and his hands trembled a little, but the other took a few deep breaths. The nervousness from the first kill was quickly suppressed. After getting into the car, Eliza, who was sitting in the back, looked at Suemo with excited eyes. Did you just do that? After receiving Sumo's acknowledgement, the longing for a mage on her face grew a few more points. It's really amazing. Soon the car entered a yacht harbor on the beach. Following the path from memory, Harry soon pulled up to a pristine white luxury yacht. Looking at the other car parked by the side of the yacht, and the few silhouettes that flashed by from time to time in the yacht, Suemo sighed. Looks like someone beat us to it and took your yacht for themselves. Harry wasn't the least bit flustered. Don't worry, this yacht has the most advanced anti-theft system. Without the key in my hand, they won't be able to make the yacht move in the slightest. After saying that, he took out another pistol from the car's storage box and handed it to Suemo. As good as magic is, this might come in handy. Suemo did not refuse, but took the pistol. The 3 men got out of the car. The few people in the cabin should have noticed the movement over here as well. A man pokes his head out of the yacht. Guys, this is our territory, and I suggest you leave as soon as possible. At the same time, several blackened gun ports stuck out from the yacht's windows. Obviously, they were showing their strength to let the few of them know what to do. Harry shouted towards the other man when he heard it. Listen, I'm the owner of this yacht. And you robbers get off my yacht right now. Upon hearing his words, a commotion came out from the yacht across the street. Then the man who had shouted before showed his head. How do you prove this yacht is yours? Without further ado, Harry pressed a button on the key in his hand. 3 sides of the glass on the deck level of the yacht were received directly below deck, revealing the scene inside. The man's eyes lit up at the sight. Then he retreated straight back into the cabin. Almost instantly, a tongue of fire emerged simultaneously from the muzzle of the gun protruding from the cabin. The other side actually opened fire directly towards several people. Suemo sighed at the sight. Those bullets that were shot over hovered in midair. I just told you. There's no need to show any mercy at all against these people. When he finished speaking, he flicked his right hand and all the guns in the yacht flew out of it and landed in his hands. Carrying the firearm in his hand, Suemo pointed at the location where a few people were hiding on the opposite side. Come out. The 5 people in the cabin, who had long been subdued by Sumo's tactics, and now that the guns had been taken away from him, had no choice but to hold up their hands and walk out of the cabin with trepidation. Suemo and the 3 of them then walked slowly to the yacht with guns pointed at them. Get off the boat. Hearing Sumo's words, these people simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. It looked like the other side just wanted to take back the yacht and had no intention of killing them. Thinking of this, a few people belittled them a few times in their hearts. It's a fucking shame that you're still being soft. Eliza watched Suemo allow the other party to leave the yacht and hurriedly walked over to him, speaking quietly. We can't let them go. They were just planning to kill us. However, this was still heard by the man at the head of the group, who turned his head in a hurry and waved his hand anxiously. No, we didn't mean that. It was the glass window that just slid down suddenly that caused us to we accidentally pulled the trigger with a shaky hand. Suemo had a gentle smile on his face. It's okay, just be careful in your next life. After saying that, directly pulling the trigger in his hand, the automatic rifle sprayed out a tongue of fire. Nearly 50 rounds of bullets were emptied in an instant, and the few people in the distance were all shot into a sieve. The reason he had let a few of the other men go ashore was not to spare them, just simply to avoid getting the yacht dirty. After all, you have to stay up here at night. The smell of blood all over the ship was more or less diabolizing. Chapter 59, Zombie World War. Several people carried all the supplies from the car to the yacht. A few moments later, the yacht slowly pulled away from the harbor. Evening. In one of the yacht's bedrooms, Suemo was searching on his computer. The variety of things needed to make auxiliary spells was not large. It's mostly just secret silver. This thing was simple, but it was made by silver through a special secret method. But if you want to carve a spell formation that can envelop the entire city, then the amount needed is very huge, requiring hundreds of tons of silver. It's good if it's a sparse number, but such a large amount of silver would have to be assembled by ransacking several large storage warehouses for silver. Obviously, there is no way to find the exact address of these warehouses online. One has to find an expert on this subject to do so. At this time, a knock came from outside. Alyssa then came in from outside and closed the door to her room before locking it directly behind her. Honey, do you need special services? How special? Suemo put away the note in his hand and sized up the outfit on the other party. She didn't know where she found an old horse's ex-girlfriend in the same Angel Kajuit, and after coming in, she spun around in front of Suemo. Angel's free upgrade service. Oh, it can help you. The Archmage. Strengthen the magic wand and directly upgrade it to purple equipment. Oh, early the next morning, Suemo woke up to a knock on the door. Opening his eyes and glancing at Eliza, who was still in a deep sleep, he got up and went to the door to open it. Outside the door, naturally, it was Harry with a black eye. A broadcast has just been received on the radio in which the other party has reported a position claiming to be the official fleet location and calling on various ships in the vicinity to join the fleet. What do you mean? Suemo looked at the other party and asked. I don't count the past. Suemo nodded. The other man's thoughts coincided with his. With these supplies on board alone, they could hold out for at least a month or so. Besides, if he wanted to, Suemo could have stuffed the entire ship with supplies. There was no need to join the other fleet at all. In such a post-apocalyptic environment, it was still unknown what kind of people were in control of these fleets. If they went up hastily, they would probably put themselves in danger. Although Suemo did not fear the other party given his abilities, there was no need to look for trouble. But Suemo himself was planning to explore the ship. Judging from yesterday's situation, the zombie virus should have just broken out. And if we are talking about the understanding of the situation in various countries and cities in the world right now, naturally, it is these official organizations that know best. It's possible there are still cities that haven't been completely overrun by walkers. If such a city existed, it would only be necessary to follow the path from the silver store to the location of the silver vault. But if there was really no other way, he would have to go with the dumbest way possible. A silver store to collect slowly. After saying hello to Harry, Suemo returned to the cabin. opened a space door, and walked in. On an ocean 200 nautical miles from New York, there was a huge fleet, or perhaps a flotilla would be more appropriate, floating about. At the very center of the flotilla was an aircraft carrier. There were a few cruisers and destroyers around, and the rest were civilian boats and yachts. Inside the aircraft carrier, in the fleet admiral's room, a short-haired white man in his 40s was enjoying its breakfast. Though the end times are upon us, but the quality of life for Kevin, who controls a fleet of carriers, has not declined. Stuff a 7% rare prime rib into your mouth. He closed his eyes to feel the sauce explode in his taste buds. When he opened his eyes, there was already a short-haired Chinese man standing in front of him. A scowl crossed Kevin's face. "What are you and how did you get in here?" With that, he opened his mouth to call for soldiers. "Shoo!" Suemo put his index finger to his mouth, signaling the other party to be quieter. At the same time, a black light flashed in Kevin's eyes, and his face instantly became a little dull. Dementia. A minor spell recorded in the Book of Dark Gods. The effect is similar to hypnosis. After it is cast, no matter what is asked the other party will answer truthfully. Suemo calmly sat down on the side. What is the situation in the various countries now? Where did the virus come from and how did it spread? A moment later, Suemo let out a long breath, then stood up, from the other side of the mouth. At present, the military is not clear where the virus actually came from, nor do they understand by what means it spreads. Almost since yesterday afternoon, almost half of the cities in all countries around the world, including Boston, where Suemo is located, have all fallen. And this morning, zombies have appeared in those cities that didn't fall. By the looks of it, by noon today, almost every city will be a zombie haven. After receiving this news, Suemo did not hesitate. He directly stepped into the space door. New York. On a remote street, Suemo stepped out from the space door. At the end of the street is the famous Fifth Avenue. Before coming, Suemo looked up on the internet. It is said that this street has the largest silver jewelry store in New York. Just after walking out of the space door, Suemo heard a miserable scream coming from the Fifth Avenue. Hearing this, Suemo took a few steps to the intersection. By now the streets were packed with cars. On the road, countless zombies chased and tore at the driver who got out of his car. Without hesitation, he turned and ran directly toward the right, the silver jewelry store, located about 100 meters to the right. Within a few steps, he was targeted by a few walkers who hissed and lunged towards him. Suemo saw this and flicked his right hand. Countless steel spikes appeared around him, flying around him. Before these zombies could get close, they were pierced through their brains by steel spikes and slowly fell softly to the ground. Not far away, the four members of the family who were running saw the steel nails flying around Suemo, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. After realizing that Suemo Jojo was very safe, the man ran towards Sumo's direction with his wife and children. "Help us! My daughter has asthma and I would give anything to take us away." Suemo had no intention of ignoring them at all, but after his afterglow swept over the faces of a few people, his complexion froze for a moment. The men looked somewhat familiar, especially the man with medium-length hair, whose face bore a 90% resemblance to Brad Pitt's. Instantly a lightning bolt crossed Sumo's mind. Zombies, carriers, Pete, daughters with asthma. The name of a movie came to his mind. Zombie World War. Chapter 60, The Fall of New York. After more than 2 decades, memories of this movie are pretty much forgotten. All that is known is that in the end, after the protagonist's family of 4 is taken to the top of an aircraft carrier, they are then sent around the world, looking for a way to solve the zombie virus. Eventually the main character realizes that the zombies don't tear into patients who have various diseases. This led to the development of a vaccine that camouflages the disease so that ordinary people will not be attacked by zombies. As for the exact process involved, he could no longer recall all of it, but it doesn't matter. It didn't really matter to him if he knew the plot or not. Seeing the protagonist family standing in front of him, Suemo hesitated for a moment or opened his mouth. "It's safe to follow me, but it's up to you to keep up." After saying that, Suemo didn't care about them anymore and entered the silver jewelry store on the side after a boost. The silver jewelry store was a mess at this point. Several walkers are each on top of a female store clerk and tearing into her, and the clerk they're pinning down doesn't look like she's going to survive. The chanting power spread out like a tidal wave to the surroundings. With his current spiritual thoughts, he could only encompass a distance of 50 meters around him, but the silver store, while not small, was clearly not beyond the reach of his thoughts. Instantly Sumo spotted 2 women in work clothes in a bathroom near the corner. One of them was clearly different from the others. "Think this is the owner of the store." Suemo reached out and gently waved his hand. A few steel nails pierced the zombie's brow, and then all the silver jewelry in the entire store, including the small warehouse at the back, flew towards Suemo. With a flick of his hand, it was collected into the storage ring on his finger. "Still not sure I can find a storage place for the silver," So naturally, since we're all in the store, I'm going to have to put all of this away. This ring was redeemed by him in the morning. It was the same size as his original one, which also had a full 1,000 cubic meters of space. A ton is also less than 0.01 cubic meters in volume, based on the density of silver. This storage ring was naturally more than enough to hold several hundred tons. The Rain family following Suemo was stunned after seeing this scene. It was amazing. Where did those go? An audible gasp escaped the mouths of his wife and daughter. Rain made a silencing gesture. As a federal investigator, he had long ago realized that the hearing of these monsters seemed to be very well developed, and the slightest movement could draw those monsters over. Although those monsters were like ants in the hands of this marvelous Asian youth in front of them, casually crushing them, but they are relying on each other to survive. Help, cannot give each other trouble. Suemo didn't pay attention to the few people behind him, but walked straight to the bathroom door. The door to the room opened automatically. The two men hiding in the room let out a scream at the same time holding their heads when they saw the door open. Shut up! Suemo chortled. The two with closed eyes then reacted to the fact that it wasn't that kind of monster that opened the door and came in. Seeing Suemo standing outside the door, both of them let out a long breath at the same time. Suemo's gaze fell on the Asian woman with the ponytail among the two. The woman was about 1 meter 6, with skin so fair it seemed to glow. Are you the owner of this store? The woman nodded with a confused look on her face. That's right. The woman then remembered to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Kim Tae-hee, Southpaw. Suemo was only slightly surprised, but this was obviously not the right place to talk. Follow me. He turned toward the wall behind him. Meanwhile on the wall, a space door slowly opened. Kim Tae-hee exclaimed in shock at the sight, but immediately covered her mouth with her hand. The other side could be seen through the space door, which seemed to be in the middle of a mountain forest. She carefully stepped forward and extended her fingers towards the space door slowly, making sure that it was the real world over there before she took a step inside. Seeing that she managed to get through, the remaining Rain family and the other shopgirl walked in. Only after everyone had passed through did the space door slowly close. Suemo looked at the others besides Kim Tae-hee. This place is safe for now. The rest is up to you to survive. Rain sniffed and rushed forward, opening his mouth to thank him. Thanks. At this time, his phone rang. After an apologetic look, he stepped aside and put the phone through. Suemo looked at Kim Tae-hee and asked right to the point. Do you know where there's tons of silver? Silver? Of course I know. Our family is in the silver jewelry business. She didn't hide anything from the man who had saved her from extinction. But first, can you explain what the hell those monsters that stormed the store in that circle you just opened were? Suemo sniffed and recounted to the other party that the entire world had all but fallen into a zombie paradise. What? No way. Upon hearing this news, not only Kim Tae-hee, but the other clerk and Rain's wife also revealed unbelievable looks at the same time. Believe it or not, Suemo had an indifferent expression on his face. A few people saw this and panicked, pulling out their cell phones. Since the zombie virus outbreak was still very short, the network and signal had not been interrupted at this time. They have dialed the phone out. The only other clerk's phone dialed, but before she could rejoice, a hissing and chewing sound from the other side caused her to change color. No. The clerk's face changed dramatically. Apparently on the other side of the phone was a very close friend of his. Kim Tae-hee's face changed drastically when she saw this scene. At that exact moment, Rain, who had answered the phone, walked back in. At this moment, he had a stony face. He's right. This has just been confirmed by my friend who serves in the White House. After saying that, he placed his gaze on Sumo's body. My friend will send a helicopter over at night to pick us up and take us to the carrier. It's the only place where safety can be guaranteed right now. Do you want to come with us? No need. Suemo simply refused the other party's good intentions. Then he once again looked at Kim Tae-hee, who was anxiously dialing the phone over and over again. Where are those silver stashes? Right here in Newark. There's a silver jewelry company over there that supplies almost a third of the American silver market. Kim Tae-hee stared deadpan at the number broadcast on her cell phone and casually replied back. Although she was very anxious in her heart right now, she still had questions for Suemo, her savior. She then gave an address again. A disheveled look appeared on her face as she looked at the number on her cell phone that she had been unable to dial for a long time. Suddenly, she thought of something and her eyes looked hopefully at Suemo. Will you take me away? Chapter 61 Demonic Contract. Mana Bond. Kim Tae-hee's father died when she was a child. Mother also died a few years ago after a long illness. The only family she has now is her sister, who is attending college in South Bend. And just now she had dialed numerous times, but her sister's phone never made it through. There was only one conviction in her mind right now. Live and go back to save your sister. Although after we'll have seen the horror of those monsters, she felt that the chances of her sister surviving were not great, but she was not willing to give up. Even if she turned into a zombie, she still had to will to see her sister once. She had already seen the horror of that kind of monster before. If she were to rely on herself, not to mention going back to South Rod to look for her sister, it would be somewhat difficult to even get out of this city. However, she had just seen Sumo's miraculous means. Clinging to the other side was the best thing for her. She was very aware of her good looks, and with her experiences from childhood, she still had some attraction for men. However, he didn't expect Sumo to shake his head after hearing this. I save your life. You tell me the location of the silver vault, and the two of us no longer owe each other. After saying that, a space door opened next to him, and he raised his foot to step into it. Seeing that Sumo was unmoved, Kim Tae-hee hurriedly spoke again. I'll do anything for that if you help me survive. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two rain couples on the side didn't show any surprise. In their view, there is no excuse for making such choices in order to survive. Sumo heard it. The steps taken also stopped. A look of contemplation flashed across his face, and then he looked the other party up and down. Are you really willing to give it all, including your soul? When Kim Tae-hee saw Su Merzen's eyes, she hesitated for a moment before nodding fiercely. That's right. She had already seen all sorts of wonders from the other party, so naturally she wouldn't think that the other party's words were just words. Sumo nodded at his words. The dark divine book seal on his brow emitted a gray light. A contract generated by light then appeared in front of Kim Tae-hee. If you agree, sign this contract. All you have to do is physically touch the contract and silently agree in your mind that it's okay. After hearing this, Kim Tae-hee did not hesitate in the slightest and directly touched this contract in front of her with her hand. Instantly, a ray of light flew out from her brow and entered the contract, while the contract transformed into a stream of light that shot inside the darkness god's book in Sumo's soul. Sumo closed his eyes and felt it. He had a feeling that he would be able to extract the other party's soul easily. In other words, the life and death of the other party was already in his hands. This so-called demonic contract is indeed somewhat magical. Yesterday he was thinking about how to develop a downline and lend out his mana. The magic in the Book of the Dark Gods required communicating with the underworld before practicing it, which was equivalent to applying to the underworld for permission to borrow mana. Almost most people who practiced magic took this approach. This includes the Ancient One Venerable Master, who borrowed their power through the permission of the Vizen Emperor. In addition to this way, there is another way. It's that kind of contracting to lend power to humans like those demons in Mephisto. And the Dark Divine Book has just the right way to make such a contract. Just now he was just taking a chance. I didn't think it could really work. The current Kim Tae-hee's life was in her hands, and in return, the other party would gain the qualification to borrow mana from herself. Of course, actually borrowing the energy from the Dark God's book. In the future, with practice, she would be able to successfully cast dark magic. The moment she touched the demonic contract, Kim Tae-hee managed to feel the contents of the contract. Surprisingly, a small excited smile appeared on her face instead. This is true? I can be like you later? Her original plan was to sell her body and find an opportunity to come and get the other party to send her back to Southpaw. There wasn't the luxury of asking the other person to help him or her save his or her sister. After all, if she thought about it differently, she didn't think the other party would risk their lives to save the South Rod for a woman. But she wasn't thinking about how to save her sister once she got back to Southpaw. One can only take one step at a time. I didn't realize that this contract that the other party had allowed himself to sign was so amazing. From the content of the contract, one could qualify to practice magic in the future. That way, after returning to South Rod, she might actually be able to rescue her sister, provided of course that she was still alive. While she was secretly ecstatic, the other's voice appeared in her ears. Follow me. Sumo gave a command towards Kim Tae-hee and directly passed through the space door. Since the contract had been successfully signed, the other party was considered one of their own. As for the rest of the few, they no longer had anything to do with him. He wasn't a saintly mother, and bringing them out by the way was already a kindness. And the reason why he signed a contract with Kim Tae-hee, he had another intention in mind. Even with the Undead Legion, clearing out the zombies in this world was not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. He couldn't stay in this world all the time, so he needed a trustworthy person to lead the undead army on this side, and Kim Tae-hee, who had signed a contract at the moment, was simply too suitable. Kim Tae-hee sniffed and hurriedly followed Sumo through the space door. As they watched the space door slowly disappear in front of their eyes, an envious expression appeared in the eyes of several people from Rain. There's this teleportation ability. Even in this post-apocalyptic world where there are monsters everywhere, I'm afraid that they can all live very well. New work. In a warehouse building on the outskirts of town. Sumo brought Kim Tae-hee out of the space door. Even though it was the second time she had seen this scene, a hint of curiosity still flashed across Kim Tae-hee's face. Even intended to reach out and touch towards the sparks around the space door. If you don't want to become disabled, I advise you to put away that damn curiosity. Sumo's voice came from in front of her. Kim Tae-hee hurriedly withdrew her outstretched hand at her words, surveying the somewhat familiar surroundings. She was surprised to find that this was outside the factory of the silver jewelry company she had been talking about. She had been here a few times before, so naturally she could recognize it at a glance. Amazing! An exclamation escaped her lips. I wonder if the other side can just teleport over to Southpaw? Seeing to Sumo who was walking towards the factory, she hurriedly followed. At this time, there was not a single zombie on the surface of the factory floor, except for puddles of blood. But as they traveled towards the inside of the factory, the two men heard a hissing sound coming from one of the factory buildings in the distance. After turning a corner, the gate of the plant appeared in the sight of the two men. The gate is in a closed position. Sumo directly opened the door to the room with his thoughts. Look through the gate toward the inside. There are walkers all over the place in there. Inside the door in front of the two, a female zombie in a blue work uniform was lying on the ground tearing at a corpse. The body had become mutilated under her tearing. Footsteps were heard coming from the side. The female walker turned her head. Sumo glanced at the other party, and if he ignored the blood on the other party's face, the other party could be considered a beautiful woman. The beautiful zombie, however, did not care about her image at all, and pounced towards Sumo with her bloody mouth open. Chapter 62, Summoning of the Undead. Located in a warehouse on the far side of the plant, the two burly black men watched as Sumo opened the door to the factory. A skull crossed John's face. Shit. Fucking asshole. It was so hard to lure all the zombies into the middle of the plant. Now he's going to let them out again. He withdrew his head from the doorway of the warehouse. He seeks his own death, don't worry about it. All this food collected from the restaurant is enough for us to live for a long time. Maybe the army will come to save us when we can't wait to finish consuming it, Jim said with a sneer on his face. It's just a shame about the woman. With lewd eyes, he once again glanced at Kim Tae-hee, who was following Sumo. Although he couldn't see the other party's appearance because of the distance, but just from the figure and fair skin, it already made him a bit dumbfounded. Now that they were holed up in a warehouse, there was no shortage of food, but the only two big men were just them. Still don't know how long to hide here. Unavoidably a bit boring. If there is a woman to accompany, undoubtedly can add a lot of fun. But unfortunately it is already too late. With the number of zombies in the plant, the two didn't have a single chance of surviving. In the factory, Kim Tae-hee, who was standing behind Sumo, looked at the zombies that rushed over and her face changed. Although in her opinion, Sumo should be able to deal with these zombies, her instincts made her feel a little fearful. Sumo waved his hand with a calm demeanor. A steel nail flew into the female zombie's brow. The female zombie poofed and fell straight to the ground softly. Kim Tae-hee didn't even notice the flying steel nails, and only saw Sumo wave his hand, and the female zombie fell to the ground and lost her voice. The commotion over here quickly attracted all the zombies in the plant. The area of this plant is very large, amounting to several thousand square feet. Inside were neatly arranged rows of instruments. The gaps between these instruments were nearly full of blood-covered walkers, conservatively estimated to be in the thousands. In response, Sumo did not show a surprised expression. Before he opened the gate, he learned what was inside through his thoughts. Looking at the zombies swarming over, countless steel spikes appeared in front of him, and then flew towards the zombie group not far away. With these steel spikes flying through them, the zombies fell in droves. Less than a minute, there wouldn't be a single standing walker to be seen in the entire plant. Behind her, Kim Tae-hee's eyes widened and her lips parted slightly. Sumo ignored her and walked directly to one of the innermost machines. Come out. A few moments later, the shell of the machine in front of him revealed a gap, and an eye appeared behind it, glancing outward. Before the shell opened directly, and a figure covered in machine oil grease crawled out of it. The gap inside was so narrow that it wouldn't have been possible to get through it if it weren't for the man's thinner figure. You work here? Sumo looked at the employee who was surveying his surroundings and opened his mouth to ask. The man looked at him with shock in his eyes and nodded. He knew that a few minutes ago he had secretly surveyed the situation in the plant, when these zombies were still alive and kicking, and one by one they kept banging on the shell of the machine. If it wasn't for the shell being tough enough, I'm afraid he would have fallen into the zombies' ration. But I didn't expect that in just a few minutes. All of these zombies had already been killed. Obviously, all of these zombies died at the hands of these two people in front of them. Take me to the warehouse where the silver ingredients are kept. This factory was the very one that produced silver products, and it was impossible for the men working here not to know where the materials warehouse was located. Yes, the man didn't say much, just nodded. He knew very well that for the ruthless man who could kill so many zombies in a moment, he had no right to refuse. Besides, the other party was equivalent to saving his life. And even if the other party wouldn't threaten him, he wouldn't refuse this small request. You two go wait for me outside the plant first. Suemo barked an order towards the two. Looking at the two who walked out, Suemo walked to the center of the plant. The dark divine book appeared in front of him while his body slowly floated up. A strand of dark energy crazily overflowed from the darkness god book. And after these energies overflowed, they directly converted into a grayish color. It then spread over towards those zombie corpses on the ground. The gray energy penetrated directly into the corpse the moment it touched it. As more and more energy seeped in, the corpses began to gradually undergo mutations, and the flesh and blood on these zombies gradually turned into energy and infused into the bones of the corpses. Over time, the flesh and blood on the corpse of the zombie closest to Suemo had completely disappeared, revealing the white bones inside. At this point, the white bones had become crystal clear, as if they were white jade. Not only had their size increased by a third, these skeletons also had a variety of additional bone weapons in their hands: swords, guns, shields and even bows and arrows. And the gray energy gradually converged and compressed in the skull of the skeleton, until at a certain moment, the dark energy that was compressed to the extreme collapsed and contracted towards the interior at an extreme speed. And after contracting to the extreme, a red fire appeared in place. The skeletons lying on the ground also looked like they had been given life, climbing up from the ground on their hands and knees. Undead summoning. Again, one of the necromantic spells recorded in the Book of Dark Gods. Casting this magic likewise summons a variety of undead creatures to fight on one's behalf. Compared to undead plague, this magic could only be cast on corpses that were already completely dead. But the advantage was that it didn't require the construction of an auxiliary spell formation. There are two ways to cast this magic. One is to summon undead creatures directly from the undead continent of the underworld. The other type was like Suemo, who cast it directly on the corpse. Compared to the former, the latter was relatively easier to cast. And since undead creatures were created by the caster, there was no question of loyalty. However, compared to the undead on the undead continent, these newly spawned undead tended to be a bit on the weaker side in terms of combat power. The two men standing in the doorway were sweating as they watched the frightening scene inside. Skeletons that move. This kind of thing that appeared in movies and TV dramas before was so real that it appeared in front of my eyes. It's much more magical than even zombies. After all, zombies can still be blamed on some sort of virus that can be explained by science. How do you explain this stuff scientifically? They didn't think a virus could make a skeleton frame move. It was something that went completely against common sense. The two were looking creeped out. A voice came from not far from the two. "Hey, Belle. I didn't think you boys would survive." The two men sniffed and turned their heads to see two men standing a few dozen meters away from the two of them, each holding a fire axe in their hands. It was John and Jim who were hiding in the warehouse. Seeing the two, Belle instantly red-warmed. "You two assholes, how dare you show up in front of me?" After saying that, in his anger, he directly rushed up towards the two people in the distance. But reality is harsh. He was already weaker than the two of them, and in a 2-on-1 situation, the other party also had a weapon in their hands. In barely 10 seconds, Belle was knocked to the ground by both men. Jim stomped on a bloodied Belle. "Looks like you can't wait to meet your deadbeat dad." Chapter 63, Skeleton Cavalry. The two men were standing in a position where they could not see into the plant. The two of them, who had been staying in the middle of the warehouse, were very surprised after suddenly seeing the two appear outside. They were very clear about the number of zombies in the plant. There was no way for the two to escape from it safely by any stretch of the imagination. That is, until John makes a guess that the walkers could have all died. In their opinion, this zombie is most likely the result of a virus similar to rabies. Similar to rabies, the host will most likely also die quickly in a short period of time after being infected with this virus. The more the two men thought about it, the more they were sure of this suspicion. And once they were sure, the two set their eyes on the white-skinned Kim Tae-hee. Under normal circumstances, how could a woman of this stature not be the turn of ordinary workers like the two of them? But things are different now. They don't know too much about what's going on out there, but they know some of it. At the very least, the city has been littered with these virus-infected monsters. Not to mention the fact that the social order has collapsed and no one cares about these things anymore. And even if this virus only breaks out in this city, the army will soon come back over to restore order in this city. The two just have to play it out, kill each other, and then blame it on these monsters. They will then have no trouble. No matter how you do the math, neither of them will have any impact. It was with these thoughts that the two ran straight out of the warehouse. Belle, who had fallen to the ground, still had a hint of stubbornness on her face. "You two assholes, why did you kill my father when I helped you lure all the walkers into this?" Jim had a mocking smile on his face when he heard it. "What's the point of keeping that old thing? To consume our limited food? Besides, knowing that you were forced by us to die in the plant, your deadbeat dad is afraid that he hates us to death. And if we hadn't been on guard, I'm afraid that old thing would have already given us a knife in the back. You assholes." Hearing this, The anger in Belle's eyes was almost on the verge of spilling out. Impotent rage. John laughed softly and lifted the fire axe in his hand. Just be a good boy and go spend time with your deadbeat dad. After saying that, the fire axe in his hand was about to chop down towards the other party's body. Stop. At this time, Kim Tae-hee, who had followed her over, also understood what was going on. Apparently, the two men had threatened Belle with the life of Belle's father, threatened Belle in some way, lured all the walkers inside the plant, and still killed Belle Sr. After that, after shouting, she contacted Suemo in the plant in her mind and slowly retreated her figure towards the back. With the utility of the demonic contract, messages could be passed between her and Suemo with the power of the contract. She wasn't going to be stupid enough to rush up there. Given the size and power difference between the two sides, that's no different than giving it away for nothing. A lecherous grin appeared on Jim's face when he heard her cry out, "Don't worry about it, you won't be able to escape either." After saying that, he was about to chase after them towards the other party. In the middle of the factory, Sumo's spell casting had reached a critical moment. Among the thousands of skeleton soldiers that appeared, fully half of them directly disintegrated and turned into a field of white bones, which directly flew under some kind of power. Reunited. A moment later the outline of a skeletal cavalryman became visible. At that moment, Suemo, who had received a message from Kim Tae-hee in his mind, had a movement in his heart. The flames in the skulls of the dozens of skeletons standing near the doorway position burned violently. These skeletons with knives and bows and arrows then headed towards the door. Suemo looked at the skeleton soldiers that walked out, withdrew his gaze, and refocused his attention on the skeleton cavalrymen that were in the process of being assembled. Nearly 500 or so skeleton soldiers, and only 36 of the cavalry that ended up forming. From the prototype that had formed so far, the skeleton cavalryman was a full 3 meters tall, and held a 2-meter-long bone sword in his hand. It just looks oppressive. The soul flames in the minds of those scattered skeletons were also gradually merging. Outside, since Kim Tae-hee had kept a safe distance from her opponent from the start, it was obviously unlikely that Jim would want to catch up to her instantly. But he wasn't panicking in his mind. From the speed at which both were running, it was clear that it wouldn't take long for the other to catch up. It's happening right now. A group of skeleton soldiers with weapons in their hands came out of the doorway of the plant. When Kim Tae-hee saw this scene, a small smile of excitement appeared on her face. Instead, Jim, who was following him, blushed and stopped in place after a sharp break. He looked at the skeleton soldier who walked towards Kim Tae-hee in disbelief. What the hell? After hesitating for only a split second, he turned and ran directly in the direction of the warehouse. There was no telling what kind of monster this was again, but it was clear that this thing was not going to be a good friend to him. In the distance, John, who was planning to finish Belle, also noticed the scene over here. He was even more shocked by the sight of those walking skeletons. Shit! Throwing the fire axe out of his hand, he turned and ran towards the warehouse as well. After the skeleton soldier came out, he walked directly in front of Kim Tae-hee and protected her. Kim Tae-hee was also gradually getting over the shock of seeing this for the first time. Even reached out and stabbed his finger twice in the skeletal soldier's arm. The skeleton soldiers didn't react much, though, which gradually emboldened her, and after seeing that the other two had run away in fear, she ran straight towards Belle, who was sprawled on the ground, and the skeleton soldiers around them ran with it. Always keep her protected in the center. By the time she stepped forward, Belle had slowly risen from the ground. At this time he looked a little miserable, covered in dirt. His face was still green and purple. A few strands of blood flowed down from his head and onto his face, making his face look a little scary at this time. You're okay. Belle reached up and wiped the blood from his face and spoke in a low voice. I'm fine. But the color of hatred in his eyes couldn't be concealed in any way. He picked up the fire axe that John had just thrown away from the ground and walked in the direction of the warehouse with a calm face. But after just 2 steps, he stopped. The warehouse where the silver bricks are stored is in one of the warehouses in the southeast corner of the factory. And with your abilities, the lock on the door shouldn't be a problem. When he finished speaking, he glanced at the skeletons around him, turned around, and proceeded to walk towards the warehouse in the distance. Kim Tae-hee saw the other's determined eyes. It was obvious that he was determined to fight those two with certain death. He also seemed to know that he might not be a match for those two when he went in and had no way to come back alive. So he was the first to tell them the location of the warehouse. Looking at the other party's departing figure, Kim Tae-hee's complexion changed. But after glancing around at these skeletal soldiers, her eyes twitched and she tried to give a command to the nearest skeleton. Crouch. Chapter 64, Skeleton Soldier. Evolvable? The skeleton soldier instantly crouched on the ground after hearing her order. A hint of surprise appeared on Kim Tae-hee's face. Really? All squat? The dozen or so skeleton soldiers around them crouched neatly on the ground. Seeing this, Kim Tae-hee shouted towards Belle who had walked away. Wait! After saying that, he directly led these skeleton soldiers to chase after them. Not to mention Belle, the person in question, hated those two assholes in her heart, and the man had just plotted against her. Now that these skeleton soldiers were following her orders, she naturally wanted to retaliate back. Soon under the escort of a group of skeleton soldiers, Kim Tae-hee reached the door of that warehouse. The two people who were surreptitiously surveying the outside world through the cracks in the door. At this moment, their faces changed at the same time. They had a bad feeling when they saw those skeleton soldiers surrounding Kim Tae-hee in the center. Now it seemed obvious that the appearance of these skeleton soldiers had something to do with this woman. However, what reassured the two was that this warehouse was storing some finished silver jewelry, and there were no windows, and even the door of the warehouse was made of metal, with a thickness of more than 150 millimeters, which was sturdy enough. I'm afraid that it wouldn't be that easy for an ordinary rocket gun to penetrate, let alone the bone-long knives in the hands of these skeleton soldiers. Kim Tae-hee reached out and rapped on the metal gate, a hint of sadness on her face as well. From the sound of it, the metal door wasn't that thick, and it wasn't that easy to open. But it's all over, so try it any way you can. She turned her head towards one of the skeletal swordsmen off to the side. Split it. The skeleton soldier sniffed and walked forward with the bone knife in his hand, which slashed viciously on top of the metal door. Boom! A loud bang followed. Only a groove 2 or 3 centimeters thick appeared above the metal door, and the powerful recoil shook the skeleton soldier back 2 steps. When the two people hiding in the warehouse saw this scene, they let out a long breath from their mouths, and their hanging hearts were released. Despite knowing that the door was sturdy enough, the two of them had little in their hearts to face such legendary creatures, and had been in a state of apprehension. No need to worry about that now. It seems. The look on Belle's face, which was originally filled with hope in his eyes when he saw that there were these skeleton soldiers aiding him, changed. You two assholes come out. He stepped forward, fire axe in hand, and slammed it frantically against the door. But it didn't do much other than shock his hands into numbness. The two men inside saw this. A smug smile escaped his mouth. Don't waste your breath. You won't be able to open this door from the outside. Kim Tae-hee also hated it when she heard the laughter inside. But she didn't panic. As long as she waited for Sumo to come out, it would be easy to get in. Knowing that there wasn't a lot of silver in there, I didn't think Sumo would give it up. What no one noticed, however, was that after a moment's pause, the shaken-back skeleton soldier once again stepped forward. This time it didn't raise its blade to slash directly. Instead, he lifted the bone knife up. The soul fire in the skull surged, followed by a flicker of flame that shot out of the empty eye sockets and stained the bone blade. The entire bone blade instantly burned violently. It wasn't until then that they noticed something strange about the skeleton soldier. Without the slightest hesitation in his hands, the skeleton soldier directly thrust the burning bone knife in his hands towards the gate. As if inserted into tofu, the bone knife easily sank into the metal door. The two men who were in the storeroom saw the tip of the knife slammed in the door, and their hearts, which had just fallen, reared up. In the eyes of the two men, the bone knife traveled across the door in a flurry of motion, cutting out an oval over a man's height. See this scene. The two men's complexions changed drastically, and they turned around and fled towards the inside of the warehouse, but just ran out 2 steps. Boom! There was a loud bang as a large chunk of metal that had been cut off flew violently inward, slapping Jim, who had turned to flee, straight to the ground. Beyond the hole broken in the door, the skeleton soldier's raised foot slowly fell. Zip! The seared, hot metal gave him an ironclad burn on the back. Jim let out a scream before passing out straight away. Outside the door, Kim Tae-hee and Belle watched as the skeleton soldier dropped the burnt bone knife and slowly retreated to the back with a hint of shock on their faces. They also didn't expect the skeleton soldier to have this trick up his sleeve. But Kim Tae-hee quickly reacted. A wave of his hand towards the skeleton soldiers behind him. Arrest the two men inside. A group of 2-meter-tall skeleton soldiers lowered their heads through the open hole. A few moments later, Kim Tae-hee and Belle both walked in. Both John and Jim had been lifted like chickens in the hands of 2 skeleton soldiers. Jim, who had passed out, also woke up straight away after some tossing and turning, looking at the skeleton soldiers that surrounded them, as well as Belle and Kim Tae-hee who walked in. The two of them had a look of horror on their faces. This lady, leave us alone. I apologize. Jim shouted towards Kim Tae-hee. Apologize? What do we need the police for if apologizing works? She didn't bother to talk to these two, and said towards Belle, who was off to the side. Over to you. It was clear to her that Belle was more interested in killing these two with her own hands than she was. When Belle heard that, he said thank you and headed straight toward the two men. Kim Tae-hee turned right around and walked out the door. The next image would be more gory, and having just entered the post-apocalyptic world, she was still a little uncomfortable with this scenario. A moment later, a mournful scream came out from the warehouse. It lasted a full 10 minutes. Hearing the commotion inside stop, Kim Tae-hee walked in. There were 2 large puddles of blood on the floor of the warehouse. Right in the center of the bloodstain lay the 2 men, Jim and John, who had been hacked beyond recognition. Get rid of these 2 piles, Kim Tae-hee commanded. The rest of the skeleton soldiers did not act. Only the one who had burned the bone knife to the ground stepped forward and thrust his left hand into the body of one of the corpses. As a trace of soul fire flowed into his hand, the corpse then quickly melted its flesh and blood under the burning of the soul fire. In the end, even the bones were no exception, directly turning into liquid and being absorbed by the skeletal soldiers. Along with the disappearance of the entire corpse, a bone blade had reappeared in the skeletal soldier's right hand. As it did, another body was being absorbed by it. After absorbing the 2 corpses, the skeleton soldier's size once again increased by a circle. Even the bones had become 1 point thicker compared to before. This thing can still evolve? Seeing this scene, Kim Tae-hee's face was astonished for a moment. She didn't think much of it though. Wave your hand towards the skeletons. Gather all the silverware in this vault. Afraid that these skeleton soldiers wouldn't understand, she even demonstrated it herself. Moment. The whole treasury became alive with activity. Chapter 65, Cavalry to Infantry in the Factory. The combination of undead cavalry has also reached its final moments. With the final fusion made of soul fire, it didn't go into the undead knight's head. A materialized black gas spread out on its body surface. It finally transformed into a materialized black armor, wrapping the entire body, including the undead horse, tightly. Sumo's body slowly descended from the sky as well. Looking at the 30-odd undead knights as well as the nearly 500 skeleton soldiers, he nodded in satisfaction. Carving an auxiliary spell formation would necessarily require one to devote their entire body and mind to it. With this undead army escorting him, he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed by those zombies while carving the spell formation. At that moment, an icy cold sensation came from his body. Casting magic didn't require much of his body, but in a situation like this one, where these undead energies were too dense, his body still couldn't avoid being invaded by some of the escaping undead energies. That's kind of the nature of necromancy. Otherwise those necromancers wouldn't all be like evil spirits. But thanks to his powerful mental strength, the undead energy that escaped wasn't much, and after a slight movement, he quickly recovered. He flew forward and kicked one of the undead knights off his horse before sitting on it himself. These undead knights were sort of created by him and were completely under his control. After all, the undead energy in their bodies was all provided by Sumo, who could revert them back to a pile of dead bones with just a thought. Because of this, the moment he raised his foot he was able to immobilize his opponent and separate from the undead warhorse. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he kicked his leg off, his opponent would not move. The undead knight, who was lying on the ground, instantly regained control of his body and stood up from the ground in a daze. Turning his head, he saw that it was Sumo who had kicked himself down. No nonsense. Dutifully carrying his greatsword back to the back. Cavalry to infantry. But this undead knight apparently had no way of understanding the truth that infantry would always be more popular than cavalry. Riding a tall warhorse that was not more than about 2 meters long, Sumo led the way towards Kim Tae-hee's position. Before they even reached the middle of the warehouse, Kim Tae-hee and the 2 of them walked out. The main thing was that the cavalry was moving a bit too much, and the ground nearby felt the vibrations as they ran together. When Kim Tae-hee came out, she looked at the line of cavalry that looked like a city wall and felt a sense of pressure. However, she was relieved to see Sumo sitting on the undead horse in the very center. Sumo also seemed to realize that carrying so many undead creatures was a bit too much of a hindrance, and at that moment, the darkness divine book in his brow flashed, and these undead creatures instantly disappeared. It was received into a piece of space opened up in the dark divine book that was specialized in storing the undead. It was also after he had cast undead summoning that he realized that a space had automatically opened up in the dark divine book, which was called a divine artifact. Watch as the undead simply disappear. It was then that Kim Tae-hee and Jack felt lighter all over. Having just faced these undead, especially those undead knights, they always felt an inexplicable pressure, as if there was a big stone pressing on their chests. Sumo's mind power swept towards the warehouse. Look into the middle of the warehouse. Piles of various silver jewelry. Good job. Sumo complimented him and walked straight into the warehouse. Reaching out with a flick of his hand, he gathered up all the silver jewelry that had piled up on the floor. Although it looks like a lot, it's estimated to be just over 100 tons by weight. When Kim Tae-hee and the 2 of them walked in, they looked at the silver jewelry that had disappeared, and a hint of color flashed in their eyes. However, after seeing Sumo's various incredible means, the 2 didn't say much. Under Jack's lead, Sumo quickly arrived at the back of the factory in the warehouse where the raw materials were located. After easily unlocking the door, the trio stepped inside. Look around. Neatly stacked in the storage room were piles of special crates. built of metal with a mesh structure with a single coin-sized hole on each face, except for the frame. As can be seen through the small holes, the case holds a silver brick close to 40 centimeters long. It is marked with the weight of each silver brick, 15 kilograms. A rough estimate puts the silver bricks in the room at over 1,000 tons. It was enough for Sumo to set up the spell formation he needed. After putting away the silver bricks in the room, Sumo turned his head to look at Jack on the side. I've accomplished my goal. And since you're still cooperative, it's good to give you a ride. A space door opened at Jack's feet, and before he could react, he fell in with a startled cry. Los Angeles, the second most populous city in the United States of America. After the end of the world, it is naturally one of the cities with the most zombies. Given the same range, Sumo naturally chose the city with the most zombies to be the most suitable. As a matter of normalcy, naturally the most populated New York would be the most suitable location for the array, but considering the geographical factor, Sumo discarded it. New York has the largest population, but first of all the city is so irregularly shaped that the spell is a circular area that it's not easy to blanket it at all. Of course, this is only a secondary reason. Most importantly, there are too many waters within New York, which makes it easy to waste space. Sumo was planning to use the space door to transport more zombies into the formation, so Los Angeles, which was a regular circle and almost entirely land inside, was the most suitable candidate. Kenmare Park in southwest Los Angeles. Sumo and Kim Tae-hee walked out of the space door. Where did you throw the other guy? Kim Tae-hee asked suspiciously as she stepped out of the portal. An uninhabited island somewhere in the Pacific Ocean with plenty of resources. Perfect for a wilderness survival site. Kim Tae-hee was a bit speechless when she heard it. But at this time of year, the safest places to be are indeed those uninhabited islands. Of course, Sumo had no intention of letting the other party start from scratch, and threw the other party a bone knife. With this weapon in place, he should have a good life on the island. The only downside is that it's a little lonely. Big deal is to send him a mate over later. As the two men spoke, the dozens of wandering zombies around them, smelling the scent of the living, hissed and surged towards the side. Sumo's brow flashed, and a gray vortex appeared in front of him. With a rumbling sound, a group of undead knights rushed out from inside and spread out in all directions, directly crushing all the surrounding zombies. The zombies were completely unresisting in the face of these undead creatures. Even the chicken frames had a trace of meat on them, but these skeleton frames had nothing but white bones on them. The zombies couldn't even muster an ounce of interest. Immediately after that, nearly 500 skeleton warriors of various types rushed out as well. Sumo swung toward the surroundings. Clear out. Chapter 66, Magic Welding Girl Gets Sumo's Order. These skeleton warriors and undead knights swept over in all directions. This was the first place Sumo chose on the map to set up an auxiliary spell formation. Judging by the scale that enveloped the entire Los Angeles, the diameter of each auxiliary spell formation was no less than 300 meters. If you wanted to draw a spell formation with secret silver in this range, there naturally couldn't be any obstacles on the ground. These undead creatures began their frantic demolition work under Sumo's command. The entire park was cleared of all obstacles, including trees, by them. Sumo looked at the undead creatures that were frantically sweeping towards the surroundings. His right hand lifted up and reached into a spatial door that was open next to him, and when he came out, he was already holding a 4 or 5 centimeter thick book in his hand. The dark divine book seal on his brow flashed. A black energy shot into the book in his hand, wrapping it right up. Wrapped in energy, the shape of the book slowly began to change. The original content on it had all been erased, and in its place was a single magic spell and release method. A moment later, the surrounding energy penetrated the interior of the book. At this point, the shape of the book was already 80% similar to the Dark Divine book. Throwing the book casually to Kim Tae-hee aside. What's written on it is part of black magic. Try practicing it. Oh, by the way, think for yourself if you don't understand. And don't bother me. After saying that, regardless of the other party's reaction, Sumo walked to one side of the open space and sat down, intending to take these silver bricks and formulate them into secret silver through a secret method. Kim Tae-hee's eyes lit up after hearing this. Hands were busy receiving the books Sumo casually threw over. Can't wait to get the books open. Looking at the name of the magic on the first page, spatial teleportation, a look of surprise instantly appeared on her face. After you learn this, won't you be able to go straight back to Southpaw to save your sister? Kim Tae-hee muttered excitedly. Thinking of this, she hurriedly calmed her excitement and studied it carefully. On the other side, Sumo gently waved his hand, and a large pile of silver jewelry appeared on the ground in front of him. A purple flame shot out from his hand and hovered in midair. Those silver ornaments on the ground then slowly flew into that purple flame under the manipulation of Nianli. The entire day was spent in Sumo's non-stop repetitive refining of secret silver. A little after 6 in the afternoon, It was getting dark. Suemo stowed the last portion of liquid secret silver into his spatial ring. Take a long breath. The prolonged repetitive movements made him look a little tired mentally as well. Turning his head towards Kim Tae-hee, who was not far away. The other party seemed to have been immersed in frantic magical cultivation. Look at it from Hume's perspective. Kim Tae-hee, who had her back to him, seemed to be transformed into a welding girl as a burst of light kept flashing in front of the other party. From time to time, a few purple-like sparks of brightness shot out, and muttering something under his breath from time to time, Suemo didn't disturb the other party, but instead turned his head and glanced towards the surroundings. The surrounding area of a few hundred meters had been cleared by those undead creatures. Luckily, this place was located in the suburbs and there weren't many zombies around. The only ones that were left had been attracted by the commotion over here and cleaned up, and the debris cleared from the park was piled up by these undead on the periphery of the circle, forming a natural barrier. The undead, at that moment, were standing scattered inside the barrier, alerting the zombies that might rush in. Undead creatures just have this advantage of not needing to rest at all. It worked! A low growl of excitement came from behind him. Shuema turned his head to look. Kim Tae-hee almost jumped up in excitement, and in front of her, a space door was slowly opening. Seeing this, Suemo hurried over and tugged Kim Tae-hee away from the location of the space door. Meanwhile, the 10 or so undead knights guarding the periphery rushed towards the site at his command. Having had experience, he knew very well that opening a space door without being skilled could be a bit off. God knows what location this space door of hers actually leads to. In case it drives straight through some zombie horde, Kim Tae-hee, who was so close, was likely to become a sacrifice for her first magic. Thankfully, what he expected didn't happen. As the space door opened up to more than a person's height afterward, the two of them also got a good look at the scene on the other side. It appears to be in a classroom by the looks of things. Judging by the writing on the classroom walls, this is clearly in the middle of one of the schools in South Bend. A moment later, Kim Tae-hee pointed to a certain spot on the wall and shouted excitedly, "Seoul National University Suwon campus, that's my sister's school." After saying that, he was about to rush in towards the space door, but she was yanked back by Suemo tugging on the back of her collar. "What, sister? What's going on?" She came to her senses when she felt some part of her that was sore from being strangled. Despite learning a magic, she wasn't much different from a normal person in terms of combat power. If he wanted to save his sister, he still had to rely on Suemo. Thinking of this, she hastened to tell her sister's story. When she finished, she carefully pleaded, "Can I borrow a couple of those skeleton soldiers for just one night?" Knowing the horrors of zombies, she realized that the more she dragged on, the smaller the chances of her sister surviving would be. Shuema nodded. "Yes, but on one condition. I'll agree to any terms." A determined look appeared on Kim Tae-hee's face. "Fine, the terms will be discussed after you get your sister back." After saying that, Suemo waved his hand, and the 50 skeleton soldiers on the periphery ran over this way. Standing behind the two men, 3 of the undead knights that had then stood in the way of the two stepped out of it, one of them dismounting from his horse. In the end, Kim Tae-hee sat on an undead warhorse, followed by 2 undead knights as well as 50 skeleton soldiers, and entered the space gate. Judging from the fact that it took less than a day to successfully cast a spell like Space Gate, the other party's magic cultivation talent wasn't bad. Besides, it's a chance to work on the other side. After all, after he left, he would have to rely on her to lead these undead legions to clean up the zombies. If you can't handle this point, how will you control those undead when the time comes? Looking at the slowly closing space door, Suemo left these undead knights here to keep watch while he returned to that yacht. Coming out of the space door, Alyssa was lying on her bed in boredom. Seeing Suemo, who had walked out of the space door, she immediately climbed up from the bed in excitement. Walking forward, his gaze strangely surveyed the slowly closing space door behind Suemo. "This too?" Suemo nodded woodenly. After a busy day of running around, with the physical quality of this body of his, he was about to be unable to carry it. Eliza saw this and came up with a grin on her face. "Hiss, what are you doing?" Chapter 67 Prohibition of Self-Indulgence. Early the next morning, Suemo walked out of the room holding his waist. He finally realized that his world self was reluctant to let Eliza break up with her boyfriend. Aside from fulfilling a particular bit of his pet peeve, it turns out there's a reason for that. This woman is really toxic. As a close friend, it's okay to communicate occasionally, but if it's a girlfriend, I'm afraid that the original owner will not be able to survive for a year with this physical quality. Come to the deck of the yacht. Harry was looking out at the water around him. Hearing footsteps behind him, Harry turned to see Shuemo walking up. After a moment of hesitation on his face, he opened his mouth to ask, "Who the hell are you?" As the original owner's best friend, obviously from this short less than a day's contact, he easily judged that the person in front of him was no longer his own good friend. Sumo's face didn't change in any way as he sniffed. He was not surprised that he would be recognized by the other party. Of course, that's why he didn't deliberately hide it. It doesn't matter who I am, but you should be clear that I have no intention of harming you. Seeing Sumo did not deny it. A look of despondency crossed Harry's face. To be able to risk his life and save Sumo along with him was enough to see that Harry truly considered the original owner as his best friend. Can you do me a favor? Harry spoke after some hesitation. You say, can you send me to a deserted island with no one on it? Harry guessed from the fact that Sumo always disappeared and reappeared silently that he should have this ability. The amount of fuel in this yacht is good for a few hundred more nautical miles at best. As far as he knew, there were no suitable islands around here. Sure, Sumo nodded. Living on an uninhabited island is really one of the safest options at times like now. After saying that, Sumo snapped his fingers and the space door slowly opened beside them. On the other side, Bell, who was chopping down a tree with a white bone knife, turned his head when he heard the commotion. Seeing Sumo on the other side, a small smile appeared on his face. Hi, Bell said hello. It was obvious that the other party seemed to be very happy with life on the island. Half an hour later, the space door slowly closed. I just found out from Harry that his parents had died a year ago, and he didn't have any family in the world right now, which is why he chose to live on the island. Sumo had already left them with all the useful supplies on board. The food alone would be enough for the two of them to consume for a few months, and they might not be able to finish consuming it before the zombies were cleaned up. After sending Harry away, he was in a bit of a quandary. What about Eliza on this ship? Leave it at that. Obviously it wasn't appropriate. And this kind of plucking a bird without mercy was something Sumo couldn't do. After hesitating for a moment, Sumo made his decision. So much for signing a demonic contract as well. It could be of some use to stay over here. Thinking of this, Sumo once again returned to the bedroom. The sound of the door opening woke the other up, and Elisa looked at Sumo standing in the doorway. Strike an enchanting pose on the bed. Honey, want to take a morning walk? Sumo lightly stroked his forehead. Looking at the other party, how did he not look like a material for magic, but more like a chimera? Sit down. I have something serious to tell you. Next, Sumo repeated the matter of the demonic contract to the other party. The front part of the contract is signed. The choice is yours. Alyssa had an excited look on her face as she listened. Yes, of course. Honey, hurry up. I can't wait. As the demonic contract disappeared into Sumo's brow, the contract officially came into effect. Waited for 10 seconds or so. Eliza glanced over herself suspiciously. That's it? What more do you want? At least have a blowout or something. Sumo breathlessly threw a book containing black magic to the other party. Take your time drilling yourself. I'll go first. After saying that, Sumo opened the space door and directly left. Looking at Sumo's departing figure, Elisa didn't think anything of it and directly opened the book in her hand to read it. After seeing the spatial teleportation skill, she licked her lips. Wow, that's a divine technique for self-indulgence. Kenmari Park, the undead that had been standing all night, did not show any fatigue and still strictly carried out Sumo's orders. The Book of Darkness appeared in front of him. Quickly, he flipped to the page of auxiliary spells needed for the undead plague. Looking at the complicated lines on it, Sumo first sketched out the outlines on the ground after magnifying them tens of thousands of times, and then maneuvered the liquid secret silver that he had refined earlier to sketch along these outlines. Wanting to successfully draw the spell formation did not allow a single mistake in the hands. For a full morning, Sumo was fully focused on carving the formation. It wasn't until close to noon that the last line joined the previous one. The entire auxiliary spell formation was finally completed. The moment the spell formation was completed, a purple light frenzy began to flow up along the lines of the spell formation until the light reappeared and disappeared after the entire spell formation was all lit up. Sumo had a small smile on his face. This meant that this spell formation was completely finished. At this rate, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to complete all the spell formations. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Sumo intended to take a rest, and in the meantime, he checked the situation on Kim Taehee's side. Close your eyes. He immediately felt 2 points of light in his consciousness. This is just another effect of the demonic pact, the ability to observe the scene around the other party to the pact at any time. It was obvious that these 2 points of light were the 2 people, Kim Taehee and Elisa, who had signed a contract with him. The attempted link was 1 point of light farther away, and a picture appeared in his mind. Nanba, more than 100 kilometers away to the west of Suwon City, Kim Taehee rode on a 2-meter-tall skeleton horse, followed by the 50 skeleton soldiers. At this moment, almost all of these skeleton soldiers had increased in size by a third, and the white bones on their bodies had become like alabaster, glistening with a crystalline light. Carefully maneuvering the skeletal horse underneath him, he tried not to make a single sound. After coming over here last night, She directly maneuvered these skeleton soldiers to clear out the zombies in the entire university. Luckily, the university wasn't in the middle of Suwon City's downtown area, which prevented the noise from attracting a large number of zombies. After cleaning up, she rummaged through the zombie bodies. Thankfully, there was no sign of her sister Jenny inside. After she searched around the university, from the bloodstain of a car at the entrance of the campus, it was presumed that someone had driven a vehicle from the campus towards the west after the zombie virus outbreak. Driving along this direction for 2 to 3 hours, they would be able to reach the beach. She also surmised that the men should have been fighting the idea of going to the sea. There was no sign of Jenny around, and she could only pray that Jenny had followed along in the car and left the area. She then didn't have time to rest and chase straight towards this side. Luckily, there is only one road that bypasses the city on this side that leads to the beach, so you don't have to worry about going off the beaten path. But all this time, less than 30 kilometers from the beach, there was still no sign of the car. She couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive in her heart. This time less than roughly 10 kilometers from the beach, in the outskirts of Tainan City, a bus broke down on the side of the road. At that moment a man of small stature but unusually strong build stood in front of the rear tire of the car and kicked at the deflated tire. Seba, damn car, breaking down at this time of the day. At that moment, several college students in school uniforms stepped out of the car. How's it going, Mr. Kazuna? Chapter 68. The calculated Kitetsu. The car broke down and will need to walk the rest of the way. It's located in the wilderness and trying to find a car again is obviously unlikely. Kazetsu frowned and checked on his phone. It's less than 10 kilometers to the coast, and we'll only be safe if we board a ship on the coast. This is something that these students know all too well. Those zombies have unusually sensitive hearing and sense of smell. The slightest movement could draw them in. When resting in the car last night, no one could sleep well, and each person's mind was always in a state of apprehension, fearing that there would be a zombie following the scent and catching up. Thankfully the night passed peacefully. If they lived in this kind of tension all day long, I'm afraid they wouldn't need the zombies to eat them. They would be the first to break down. At this point, a male student in the crowd looked at the worried look on the face of another female student off to the side. Jenny, don't worry, I'll protect you. After hearing this, Jenny rolled her eyes breathlessly as she looked at her partner's skinny, grasshopper-like physique. You might as well protect yourself first. And please call me Jenny Kim from now on. After saying that, Jenny ignored the other's ugly face and went straight back to the car to put her backpack on her back. The people around them also went back to their cars and packed up. Zhao Dongshu's face was grim as he looked at Jenny in the car, an imperceptible hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He had been courting the other man for 2.5 years, but until now, the other party had never even looked at her squarely. Bitch, you made me do this. A certain thought flashed through his mind. At that moment, Kichul stepped out of the car with a backpack. Hey brat, what are you doing? Hurry up and go put what you need on your back. No one will share their hard-earned food with you then. On the drive here, the car once passed a gas station. After leaning on the car to clear out the only dozen or so zombies, they gathered a large amount of food and water in the gas station's supermarket. It almost filled the car to the brim. But right now it is obviously impossible to take all of them away. It can only depend on their respective physical strength, how much they can carry. After hearing this, Zhao Dongshu hurriedly nodded with a smile on his face. Okay, Mr. Kazetsu. After that he turned toward the car door in a hurry. But after getting out of Kazet's sight, a cold color flashed in his eyes. If you want to carry out your plan, you have to get rid of the guy in the way first. There were only 2 men on this team, him and Kichul. As long as there was no other party, he was perfectly capable of doing whatever he wanted. However, if he wanted to get rid of the other party, he had to think of a way to do it. He had seen the other party directly KO 3 zombies with his bare hands before. A few minutes later, 7 or 8 students followed Kichul on foot towards the beach. 10 kilometers is not far to say, but if you were to walk, it would take at least nearly 2 hours. Not to mention the fact that all of these people were each carrying a large bag of food on their backs. Just over half an hour. All of these students were each panting with exhaustion. Zhao Dongshu was even more nearly breathless because of his long lack of exercise. At this time, several people saw the shadow of a town appear in the distance. There's a car over there. A girl's voice rang in the crowd's ears. The crowd followed her gaze. Sure enough, a pickup truck was parked on the road outside of town, and there wasn't a zombie in the vicinity that could be seen. Not knowing if they'd been attracted away or what, the door was in an open position, though it was too far away to get a good look inside. Mr. Kazetsu, why don't we go over there and take a look? If the car can start, it'll save us a lot of time. The girl continued to speak. Kazet hesitated for a moment. No, that location is too close to the town. If a zombie suddenly rushes out from inside, none of us will be able to escape. Hearing this, the men nodded. Indeed, with the beach less than 2 hours away, there was no point in taking the risk. After figuring it out, they continued to grit their teeth and rush towards the beach. Only Zhao Dongxiu, who was deliberately walking behind, had a twinkle in his eye and gradually slowed down his steps. Taking advantage of the crowd's inattention, he broke away from the group directly and crept over in the direction of the car outside the town. A few minutes later, he came to the car. His eyes looked inside the car and a small smile appeared on his face. There were no walkers in the car, and the keys were clearly stuck in the keyhole. Without hesitation, Zhao Dongxiu put the backpack on the car and then tried to start the car. After all, only one day had passed since the end of the world, and only once the car started smoothly, and he turned the car around, and instead of driving away directly, he took a deep breath before pressing the horn on the steering wheel. Fiercely dripped the piercing sound echoed through the quiet town. Almost instantly, the town boiled right over. Here and there, zombie roars rang out, and in less than 10 seconds, zombies appeared at the end of the road behind the car, running in the direction of the car, and on the run. The zombie horde is growing in size. After seeing that the distance was about right, Zhao Dongxiu directly drove the car in the direction of the crowd. The moment a car horn sounds, the feet of the crowd that was struggling to move their feet also stopped and looked in the direction where the horn was sounding. The voice was unusually distinct in this quiet environment. It wasn't until this time that one of the girls shrieked, "Mr. Ki-chul, Zhou Dongwook is missing." Cosette's face changed color after hearing that. No good. He instantly realized that Zhao Dongxiu should have gone to drive that car, and the direction in which the honking sound had just been made confirmed it. "You guys go, I'll go over there and check it out." After giving a command, Kazetsu intended to go check it out from afar. Naturally, he didn't want to give up on every single person if there was a chance. Before he could move, though, he saw the pickup truck appear at the end of the road. A short distance behind the car is a chasing herd of walkers. The pickup truck quickly caught up with the crowd and stopped directly next to Jenny. "Hurry up and get in the car." Zhao Dongxiu pretended to look anxious. Ki-chul gave him a hard stare when he saw it. "I'll get you kid later." After saying that, although he was not panicked, he went directly to the side of those girls and helped them to climb into the compartment at the back of the car. After everyone had gone up, Ki-chul then planned to go up. At this time those zombies were still 60 to 70 meters away from them. It's perfectly timed. But Zhao Dongxiu, who had long been staring at the rearview mirror, didn't give him that chance. Pressing down hard on the gas pedal, the car let out an angry roar before shooting out, bringing Ki-chul, who was trying to get in the car, down to the ground as well. "Asshole!" A roar escaped from the mouth of Kazetsu, who had fallen to the ground. It was obvious that the other party was deliberately trying to get him killed. Rising from the ground, he frantically chased after the car in its direction. Chapter 69, The Abdominal. Zhao Dongxiu. Seeing this, Jenny, who was sitting in the passenger side of the car, looked at Zhao Dongxiu with an angry face. "What are you doing? Mr. Ki-chul hasn't gotten on the bus yet." "Really? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention." Zhao Dongxiu had an indulgent smile on his face. Seeing this expression on his face, Jenny immediately understood. "You did that on purpose?" She had an incredulous look on her face. It was important to know that they, including the Zhao Dongxiu in front of them, were able to escape from the school thanks to Mr. Keys, but they didn't expect the Zhao Dongxiu in front of them to be as bad as this, to victimize even the man who saved his life. The back of the car. It was clearly impossible for Kazuto to catch up with the extremely fast-moving car. Soon the car disappeared from his sight. "Siba," Kazet cursed under his breath, then dropped the backpack on his body and directly ran at full speed. Turning his head to look at the distance that was gradually closing with the zombies behind him, he couldn't be happy at all. Despite the distance, it was a speed he couldn't possibly maintain for too long, whereas the walkers in the back were able to keep running like this until they died. He turned his head and surveyed the area. On both sides of the empty road, there was only a willow tree more than 10 meters tall less than 100 meters away from him. Without the slightest hesitation, he ran straight toward Willow. After reaching the tree, with a few sharp climbs, he followed the main trunk to the tip of the tree. Soon the walkers gave chase, swarming towards the tree. Kazetsu broke off a dry branch from a tree as hard as he could and kept stabbing the walkers that came near him down. But the way things were going, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for these walkers to reach his height with just this stack. There was nothing Kazet could do. His strength was almost depleted. If he ran on, he was afraid that he would be caught up by these zombies in less than a minute. There was even less chance that he would be spared by then. Looking at the zombie group that was gradually rising in height, a hint of despair appeared on Kazet's face. This time, in the distance, a group of white figures approached towards this side. It finally stopped 100 meters away from the trees. The leader was none other than Kim Tae-hee on a skeleton horse. Kim Tae-hee looked at the scene in the distance. A man was crouching like a gorilla at the top of a tree. from time to time taking a stick in his hand to push the zombies that came near him down. Although the scene was somewhat amusing, it looked like the other party would soon be unable to hold it together. She waved gently. Behind them, the skeleton soldiers rushed towards the zombie horde, as if chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Within a few minutes' time, all those hundreds of zombies surrounding the tree were chopped over. Keys, who was crouching on the tree, changed his expression when he saw the skeleton for the first time. What the hell is this? Not only can the dead run, but now even a skeleton frame can carry a knife and slash people? But noticing Kim Tae-hee sitting on a horse in the distance, it's clear that these skeletons should be manipulated, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Humans are better than these monsters with no way to communicate. A few moments later, Kim Tae-hee rode the skeleton horse to the bottom of the tree and looked up at Ki-chul, who was crouching at the tip of the tree. Did you escape from college? She asked directly to the point, while wearing a hint of expectation on her face. On the way here, she saw the broken down bus. It wasn't too far from where the bus was, hence her guess. Hearing this, Kazetsu's eyes lit up and he hastily slid down from the tree on his hands and knees. That's right, I'm a teacher at Seoul University. And you are? Was there a girl named Jenny among those you escaped with? Kim Tae-hee asked hurriedly and added afterward. I'm Jenny's sister. Kazetsu then understood and nodded. He repeated what had happened earlier, then pointed in a direction. That asshole took them off in this direction. Hearing the news that Jenny was safe, Kim Tae-hee breathed a sigh of relief, but from the other's words, it was clear that Jo Dongwook's boy didn't have any good intentions. There was no hesitation at the moment. Directly towards another undead knight on the side, he waved his hand. The undead knight controlled the horse forward and lifted Kizar off the ground with one hand and placed it behind it. Then, led by Kim Tae-hee, they chased after the car in the direction of the car at breakneck speed. Seaside, the pickup truck braked sharply and pulled up to the outside of the dock. The floor of the dock was covered in blood. There were no walkers though. It looks like they should all be drawn away for some reason. The crowd stepped out of the car. A few girls sitting in the back compartment streaked to accuse Zhao Dongxiu, who came down from the driver's side. How could you leave Mr. Kazuna behind? That's just it. Obviously there's still time. I think he did it on purpose. Listening to the voices of the crowd, a hint of madness appeared on Zhao Dongxiu's face. Shut up. After that, he stepped forward and kicked the two loudest girls to the ground a few times. If you dare to talk more, do you believe I'll throw you all down from here? Seeing his hideous look, the few remaining girls were too frightened to speak. Seeing that the crowd was deterred by himself, Zhao Dongxiu had a trace of a satisfied smile on his face before he was about to turn his head to show his cards to Jenny. But no sooner had his head turned than he saw a baseball bat with blood on it coming at him. It hit him on the head with a thud. Taking a hard blow to the head, Zhao Dongxiu fell to the ground in a flash, covering his head with both hands. But he was also slow to react, reaching out and grabbing the baseball bat that was coming at him again, and snatched it up with one hand. Jenny, who was holding the stick, stumbled as she was torn. Siba. Zhao Dongxiu stood up holding his stick and looked at Jenny Kim with a grim face. Bitch, give me the face. Seeing this, Jenny Kim hurriedly turned around and was about to run. She seemed to have overestimated her power a bit, and the full force of her blow didn't knock her opponent out. And all the baseball bats he picked up from the ground were taken by the other team. The gap in physical innate nature made it easy for even this weakling man to hold an ordinary woman. Seeing that the other party was going to run, Zhao Dongxiu fiercely slammed a stick on her leg. Jenny Kim let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. The remaining 5 or 6 girls, seeing this scene, were frightened and scattered. In their opinion, this Zhao Dongxiu had gone crazy. Seeing the few people fleeing in the back, Zhao Dongxiu was unmoved. He had been aiming for Jenny Kim, and compared to her, the women with faces like big pancakes didn't interest him in the slightest. Looking at Jenny Kim's childish face with a hint of seduction, he licked his lips. He didn't get carried away, though. This place was currently out of sight of the walkers, but there was no telling where a bunch would run out from at any given moment. Looking at a fishing boat not far away, he tugged his opponent toward it despite Jenny Kim's resistance. Chapter 70. Embarrassed Kim Tae-hee. Zhao Dongxiu had just taken 2 steps out. A slight running sound was heard in the distance. Turn your head and look. At once, they saw a group of skeletons with only skeletons left in the direction they came from, running towards this side at great speed. Running at the front were 3 skeletal warhorses. Seeing this, Zhao Dongxiu and Jean Jenny's faces changed at the same time. Zhao Dongxiu hurriedly accelerated his pace. Luckily, he wasn't too far from the ship at this point, and in a few breaths, he had run to the ship. At this time, he was also relieved in his heart. His family had some assets, and he had once taken a vacation to learn the skills of piloting a boat, and while it wasn't the same as the fishing boat in front of him, the controls were much the same. He was confident he could get the ship started. In the distance, Keys, who was sitting on a skeleton horse, saw that the other party was already heading towards the cabin, and his face changed in color. Crap! The distance between the two parties was now a full 300 to 400 meters. If the other party was allowed to start their ships, I'm afraid that they would really let the other party escape. After all, no matter which way you looked at it, these skeletons did not have the ability to fight in the water, and after entering the water, these skeleton frames were expected to sink instantly. Being nearly pitched to death by this brat, the resentment in his heart towards Zhao Dongxu was not ordinary. Right now, he couldn't wait to directly tear that kid apart, and seeing that the other party was about to escape, he naturally hated his teeth. Kim Tae-hee, who was sitting on the skeleton horse in front, naturally saw this scene, but the look on her face was one of great delight. Although the distance is still a bit far, but she could still vaguely recognize that the young girl was none other than her own sister, Jenny Kim. As long as the other person is alive, that's the greatest good news. As for her being taken hostage by the other side, she wasn't the least bit worried. With the ability to teleport through space, she was able to easily go to the ship and rescue Jenny. But at the moment there is no need to go through so much trouble. She waved her arm towards the skeleton at the back, a thought conveying through. This was also the way of precisely manipulating the undead soldiers as recorded in the Book of the Dark Gods. As long as the orders were not too complicated, these undead were able to execute them accurately. Of course, this is for low-level undead. The IQ of some high-level undead was already not inferior to humans, even higher than ordinary humans, and there was no need for such trouble. A running skeleton archer made a sharp acceleration. The two skeleton soldiers in front of it had their arms folded. The archer was leaping up, stomping on their overlapping hands, and with the help of the two skeleton soldiers, it leapt straight up into the dozens of meters in the air. After reaching the highest point, the skeleton archer raised his bow and shot a bone arrow towards the distance. The bone arrow turned into a stream of light and flashed away. It traversed a distance of several hundred meters in almost a moment, piercing through Zhao Dongxu's stomach and fixing the other party on the deck. Ah! Zhao Dongxu let out a miserable scream. Seeing this, Jenny Kim hurriedly took the opportunity to get rid of her opponent's grip and ducked into the cabin on the side. Sweat broke out sharply on her forehead as she watched the terrifying monster approaching in the distance. She didn't know how to drive a boat like Zhao Dongxu, and right now her only way out was to jump into the water and use it to escape. Taking a deep breath, she hurried out of the cabin and ran towards the side, but before she could jump, she heard a familiar shout from the distance. Turning her head to look, she suddenly realized that among those monsters rushing over, the one riding on the skeleton horse at the forefront was none other than her own sister, Kim Tae-hee. Ernie? Soon Kim Tae-hee had come close, and after getting off the skeleton horse, she ran forward and hugged Jenny Kim. A few moments later, the two separated. Jenny Kim looked at her sister incredulously. Oni, aren't you in the United States of America? Why are you here? And what's with these monsters in the back? Kim Tae-hee sniffed and explained to the other party. On the other hand, Ki-chul came to Jo Donwook, who was crying out in pain on the ground, clenched his fists. Brat, falling into my hands, I'll make you understand what will happen if you try to assassinate your teacher. After saying that, the casserole-sized fists kept landing on the other's head. By the time the two Kim Tae-hee sisters came over, the other party had already broken. Seeing the miserable look on the other's face, Jenny Kim didn't have the slightest bit of pity and stepped forward to kick a few more times on his body. Bastard! Trying to take advantage of my mother. Jenny Kim spat out her tongue when she saw the serious look on her sister's face. Oni, I was wrong. I promised to watch my words from now on. Since the death of her parents, it had been her sister who had been taking care of her, for whom she was both loved and feared. Kim Tae-hee then thanked Ki-chul as well, and he had the skeleton soldiers go to the nearby merchant superstores and help him gather a large amount of supplies to pile up in the ship's warehouse. After all, without him, his sister might have died in the middle of campus. Watching the slowly departing ship, Jenny Kim asked, opening her mouth, where are we going next? Kim Tae-hee gave her a high-pitched look. Just follow your sister. When she finished, she reached up with her right hand and slid it gently. The portal slowly opened in front of the two. Having just gotten this ability, she couldn't wait to show it off in front of Jenny. Sure enough, Jenny's eyes rolled up at the sight. Kim Tae-hee saw the other's expression and a hint of satisfaction appeared on her face. The rich and powerful do not return to their homes, as if they were traveling by night in brocade. With this ability, how can you not put on an act in front of someone you know well? However, as the space door slowly opened, her face froze after she saw the scenery on the other side. The space gate opened over the infinite ocean. Jenny naturally saw the scene over there, looking at her suspiciously. Oni, will we be fed to the fish if we go over there? Kim Tae-hee waved her hand and closed the space door behind her, and spoke with forced composure. I stayed up all night looking for you, probably too fatigued, and inevitably made some mistakes. Again, after saying that, She gazed at her heart and took a deep breath before sliding her right hand once again. Another space door opened in front of the two. Looking at the frozen scene on the other side, and the penguins staring blankly at them, Jenny finally relented and looked at her partner with questioning eyes. Oni, are you good or not? After 2 mistakes in a row, Kim Tae-hee finally became a bit tense and a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. But just then, inside the space door on the Antarctic glacier, less than 2 meters away from where she opened the space door, another space door opened, leading precisely to the square where Sumo was. Another one appeared. What's going on? Jenny Kim cried out in surprise. Seeing this scene, Kim Tae-hee reacted with just a slight stun look. This was undoubtedly Sumo helping to ease his embarrassment. Instantly regaining his bemused expression, he reached up and wiped the sweat that had just broken out on her head from her nervousness. Of course I see you're too hot, so I'll help you cool down in transit. After saying that, he took the lead towards the portal. She had just stepped into the middle of the space door and winced in her mere singlet. Chapter 71, Spatial Teleportation So Useful? Sumo looked at Kim Tae-hee, who came out of the space door. A small smile appeared on his face. After Kim Tae-hee noticed, a flash of embarrassment crossed her face. Jenny crossed over while her eyes surveyed the scene around her curiously. Looking aside at Sumo who stood up from the ground, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Is this the man who, as my sister said, gave her special powers? Sumo noticed the other party's eyes and turned his head to look over. Jenny, who had always been fearless, hurriedly lowered her head when she saw the other party looking her gaze over. You know, this is a legendary demon. About the contract, Kim Tae-hee had already told her about it in detail. Of course, Sumo could have completely stopped her from revealing all of this, but he didn't do so. Sumo's idea was simple. This Jenny had to sign a contract with her as well. That was the condition he had long thought of for the other party to borrow the undead. It wasn't that she saw anything in the other party, but he understood that this Jenny Kim's position in Kim Tae-hee's heart was even above her own. It's kind of a destabilizing factor for Sumo. After all, Kim Tae-hee could die for the sake of the other party, so when the binding of the contract conflicted with her sister's safety, she would undoubtedly choose Jenny Kim. It's not like there's a need to kill each other outright. Then only Jenny Kim's soul will be in her control. That way, Kim Tae-hee would carry out her orders unconditionally. After he went back, the undead army on this side was all under the control of the other side, and it was impossible for him to keep an eye on this side all the time. Hundreds of millions of points were at stake, and not a single accident could be tolerated. Sumo passed his conditions to Kim Tae-hee through the power of the contract. Kim Tae-hee's expression changed when she heard it. She could do whatever she wanted on her own, but she didn't want Jenny to make that kind of contract with the other side as well. But after a moment's thought, she nodded straight away. Not to mention, even if she refused, it would be useless. Instead, she would provoke Sumo to anger, and neither of them would have a good ending. Even if the other party spared them, she couldn't get past the hurdle in her own heart. After all, if it wasn't for Sumo, neither of the sisters would have survived. Jenny may even be reduced to being someone's plaything, a life worse than death. In comparison, being first out of the soul and being controlled by the other side pales into insignificance. After a moment's thought, she turned and pulled Jenny Kim aside, intending to persuade the other woman. Is it really okay? Surprisingly, after she brought it up, Jenny's face showed a look of impatient excitement, as if it was a heavenly good thing in the other party's opinion. No, listen carefully, you need to offer your soul, and in the future, the other party can make your life worse than death with just a thought. So what? Jenny had a look of entitlement on her face. If you want to get it, you have to pay for it. If not, why would they lend you their power? Based on your face? Don't joke. People have this kind of ability. Will care about a woman like you? The other party just want if he wants. The whole world of women are his. Even if he uses force on you, what can you do? Hearing that made Kim Tae-hee suddenly understand. His own thinking had been stuck before the end of the world, but he hadn't realized that Jenny was much more thorough than he was thinking. Well, I was being a little shallow. A few moments later, the same deed was signed. The magic thing, you give him a copy of that book of yours. Also, the two of you will first practice the magic of spatial teleportation. You strive to master this magic proficiently within a few days. As for her, it depends on talent. After saying that, Sumo no longer paid attention to the duo and came to the zombie corpses piled up at the periphery. Undead summoning. He was ready to go to the next location to set up the spell. In the meantime, it was impossible not to leave some undead guards on this side of the completed spell to avoid damage by walkers or surviving humans. 10 minutes later, fully thousands of skeleton soldiers and more than 30 undead knights were neatly arranged in front of him. Opening the space door, he led the undead soldiers inside. The next 3 or 4 full days, Sumo wandered in all directions of the city. Until this day. With a flash of light, the last auxiliary spell formation was finally completed. After leaving a group of undead to guard it, Shuema arrived at the Wilshire Center in the middle of Los Angeles. It is also the tallest building in the city. In a hotel room on the top floor, the two Kim Tae-hee sisters are staying here for the time being. At that moment the two were sitting cross-legged on the edge of the balcony in the living room. Practice spatial teleportation to the window in mid-air. This way, even if the other end of the open space door is crowded with zombies, there is no need to worry about threatening one's own safety. Jenny Kim and Tae-hee Kim are almost as talented as each other. It was almost as if he had also managed to perform spatial teleportation on the first day. Suemo was also a bit surprised when he learned about all this, and for that reason he took the time to go back to the ship and found that Elisa had also learned this magic. It was still possible for a single person to have such a high level of talent. With all three of them like this, Suemo was already certain that it didn't seem to have anything to do with talent. He guessed that perhaps it was due to some characteristic of the contract or this different world. The two were instructed to leave the building. Suemo then flew out of the window and floated on the side of the roof. With a flick of his right hand, a huge portal appeared on the roof of the building. On the other side of the portal was a huge cruise ship, because a third of the space door was opened below the surface of the water. This resulted in the sea water swarming towards this side. The cruise ship, on the other hand, was driven by the seawater and rushed towards the side of the space gate. A few moments later, the cruise ship smashed hard against the roof of the building as the seawater rushed out of the space door. The force of the impact was so great that the bottom of the cruise ship was set into the roof of the building. The cruise ship landed on the roof of the building in a steady pier, all but the very bottom stick out of the outside of the building. And because of the slope at the bottom of the ship, it makes it basically impossible for walkers to climb from the outside of the building to the deck of the cruise ship. The two sisters, standing on the roof of a nearby building, watched the scene. Both were stunned. "This portal can open this wide?" Jenny asked, looking at her sister. "I think, is able to." Although they had been immersed in practicing all day, the two of them had their mental strength there after all. At most, it could only open a space door 5 or 6 meters in diameter. There was no comparison to the one in front of us, which was over 50 meters in diameter. After doing so, Suemo instructed the two to come to the edge of the deck of the huge yacht. "You two keep practicing. Try to open the space door in a place where the walkers are more dense." After saying that, Suemo came into the middle of the yacht where Elisa was. After entering the room, Suemo saw the scene in the room, and even perverts like him could not stand it a bit. Elisa saw Shuema, who walked in and turned off the portal that had caught her in the middle, greeted like a child who had done something wrong. "Can't blame me. Who told you not to come back for days?" Suemo looked at her speechlessly. He had instructed her to practice spatial teleportation properly, but she had obeyed. The way it's practiced, though, it's fucking explosive. Chapter 72, Undead Natural Disaster. Descent. Throw Eliza into the cruise ship on the roof as well. Suemo, on the other hand, came to the United States of America's Ministry of Defense. There's also a threat to deal with if you want to be able to peacefully clean up zombies with undead creatures. It's nuclear weapons. Preventing that when transforming the undead or cleaning up the zombies. Some of the top human beings see the threat of the undead and directly use nuclear weapons to deal with the undead. These nuclear weapons must be the first to be destroyed. The internet is now down in many cities though, but the satellite network is still available. And it is on the satellite networks of each country that nuclear weapons are launched to transmit information. Of course, there is a large portion of the weapons launching systems that are not connected to the extranet. It would require Suemo to destroy them one by one. For this reason, he had also exchanged for an intelligence system similar to Jarvis. In a day's time, Suemo has traveled to every country that possesses nuclear weapons. By the time the evening came, Suemo stood on the deck of the cruise ship on the roof, looked at the time on his watch. "Should be about right." With his words, several white lines were seen flying towards the sky within sight. It wasn't until after reaching outer space that a bright light came from the end of these white lines. This scenario takes place within the borders of various countries that possess nuclear weapons. From this moment on, the entire planet is free of nuclear weapons. Suemo looked at the three people standing behind him. "Next, start." As his words fell, the three men came to the edge of the deck in all directions. "Put the headphones that are slung around your neck on. Wave your hand and cast a spell." A space door several meters in diameter slowly opened. Suemo then came into the air. With the appearance of the Dark Divine Book, 3 huge space gates about 50 meters in diameter appeared in the distant sky. Suemo, who could only cast one spatial door of this size, directly opened 3 under the increase of the Dark Divine Book, and all 3 space gates lead to the top populated cities in the world. With the space doors all open, Suemo pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. Dull loud sirens emanated from the cruise ship. All the zombies on the other side of the space gate, including the entire city of Los Angeles, were frantically running wildly in the direction of the building. And the 9 space gates in the air, both large and small. Then it's like a floodgate. Untold numbers of zombies spewed out of it. However, since the space door was in mid-air, these zombies fell straight out of mid-air after coming out. Soon, the ground has literally become a sea of zombies. Countless zombies frantically climbed upwards along the building's outer wall. However, the building's outer walls were all made of glass, and there was no way for the zombies to lend a hand. As the zombies grew in number, these zombies stacked up directly around the building. In no time at all, it was stacked to a height of over 10 meters. But that height was insignificant for a building that reached over 300 meters. Suemo looked at the crazed zombies below. The heart couldn't help but sigh again. This is pretty much the most desperate zombie for the average human in all of the zombie world. Enhanced hearing and sense of smell and tireless. As long as they are attracted to the sound, they don't die. There are few obstacles to stop them. And probably the only drawback is that they can't swim. In the Pacific Carrier Fleet of the United States of America, Admiral Wells, sitting in the conference room with a heavy face. The atmosphere in the entire conference room at this time was somewhat somber. All the nuclear weapons within the entire country have just been launched into space. It was meant to be used as a last-ditch force against the zombies, but for whatever reason it was fired straight out of the air. At this time, a soldier walked up to him and whispered something in his ear. "What?" He blushed, then waved his hand. The soldier nodded. Back to the computer aside for a burst of maneuvering. Soon, an image was projected into the large screen at the front of the conference room. The people in the conference room looked toward the top. The image is of the outside of the Wilshire Center building. Looking at the scene on the screen, the entire conference room was filled with rising and falling cries of shock. God, did I read that right? How did this cruise ship get put on the roof of the building? That's amazing. And what is that portal? Unbelievable. Hearing the people's gasps of surprise, Admiral Wells clapped his hands. The entire conference room was instantly quiet. Several of the remaining cities have each seen these portals as well. And judging by the intelligence, these portals are something similar to a portal, which draws all of the zombies from each city to Los Angeles. With that said, a few more small images came up on the screen. It was one of the space gates and the rest of the city that an endless number of zombies were rushing towards. Then the scene gradually drew closer. They also saw several people standing on the roof of the building, but you can only see the rough outline, not the specific appearance. What do you all think? What should we do? Admiral Wells spoke up and asked. A few moments later, an officer spoke up. I think this is an opportunity for us. After drawing everyone's attention to him, he continued. Although we don't know what purpose the other party has, but if we look at it so far, it's good for us. Now that the ship has a large population, there is not enough food or water. One of the cities up here that the walkers were drawn away from seems to be none other than New York. The other side drew the zombies in New York. So obviously this is a great opportunity for us to gather supplies. At that, he took a tactical gulp. And I suggest, don't mess with each other. Just pretend they don't exist. The other side has such tactics. There's no way we can go against him. All he needs to do is open a portal to the center of the city on the ship and we'll all perish in the mouths of the zombies. Hearing his words, everyone in the conference room nodded in agreement. Admiral Wells agreed with him. Good. Send a message to all remaining fleets in the territory that no one is to provoke the other side without reason. The same meeting took place in various countries with satellites around the globe. Surprisingly consistent. All countries made the same decision as Wells. The space portal had lasted the entire day. During this process, every once in a while, they would change the location that the space passage led to. Suemo let out a long breath as he looked down at the zombies that had already stacked up below the hull of the ship. Luckily, with the combination of the ships and the building structure, these walkers couldn't even get up there. Almost, the zombies in the entire city of Los Angeles are now conservatively estimated to be over 10 million. It's nearly 4 or 5 times the number of zombies that were originally in this city. Since it was unclear if there were any points for magic like Undead Scourge, which transformed zombies into undead creatures, he didn't intend to continue any further. Wouldn't you lose a little bit of money in case you don't count the points? Anyway, after death zombie, the body can be equally transformed again. There are tens of millions of zombies transformed undead army. It is already enough. After all, this undead army is more and more the more war. Thinking of this, Suemo turned around and sent the trio, who were already on the verge of becoming deflated, outside the range of the magic formation. You know that in this magic formation, there is no distinction between enemy and self. All creatures are impregnated with undead energy. Several portals opened by him slowly closed. At the same time, his body began to slowly float, levitating to a position about 50 meters above the cruise ship. A difficult and incomprehensible incantation was chanted from his mouth. The energy on the dark divine book in front of him began to fluctuate violently. As the last incantation was exited, a tsunami-like tidal wave of energy erupted from the Book of Darkness, and a pillar of pitch-black light went straight through heaven and earth. At the same time, the 5 spell formations located around the city were also activated. The same 5 bars of light appeared. The entire city was filled with a grayish-black energy amidst it. The undead apocalypse is upon us. Chapter 73, Witch Demon. End of Return. With the completion of the magic formation, a huge black shroud of light, bounded by auxiliary spell formations, enveloped the entire city. Subsequently, endless gray energy spread out crazily with the dark divine book as the center. It soon filled the entire city. Outside the city, the 3 women looked at the spectacular sight in front of them in shock. From the outside, one could only see the grayish shroud of light, and could not see the specifics of what was going on inside at all. One could only roughly see a few zombies close to the shield, and the moment they came into contact with the gray energy, the flesh and blood on their bodies melted away like ice and snow. A look of concern crossed Jenny's face. Boss, is he going to be okay in there? After signing the contract, they had wanted to change their name to Master, but Suemo had refused to do so, making them change their name to Boss. After all, calling out to the Master makes you look like a pervert. Although this fact is not far from the truth, only Eliza would still call him that at some point. Don't worry about it. Alyssa smiled seductively and patted her gift with assurance. From my sister's personal experience during this period of time, Master, he is awesome. Hearing this, Jenny blushed. Kim Tae-hee, who was on the sidelines, however, glanced at her angrily. Didn't say much though. In these few days of contact, she had also gotten to know this Elisa's character. The word pervert was not even enough to describe her 1/10. Compared to what she'd been doing on the ship the last few days, that's considered sufficiently astringent. Inside the shroud, the entire city had gone completely silent under the gray energy. All the zombies were lying on the ground as if they were completely dead, and all the flesh and blood on their bodies had disappeared. Look around. The streets were all littered with mountains of white bones. After each zombie's flesh and blood had completely melted, a trace of imperceptible filaments would overflow from the corpse and converge in the sky. Gradually a tumbling gray sphere formed in the air. The gray energy still penetrated towards the white bones without stopping. The process lasted well over an hour. The sky in the center of the city proper. Sumo's face became a bit ugly as he felt the coldness gradually coming from his body. He still somewhat overestimated his mental power. Such a huge amount of energy was no longer something he could fully manipulate. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Darkness God book, it allowed him to roughly control the trend of the energy. However, without the means to precisely manipulate it, a portion of the energy had escaped, and this escaping energy began to gradually erode his body. In fact, by definition, this is unavoidable. Unless the spiritual power is strong enough to try to make itself unaffected by this situation. Otherwise it wouldn't be the case that almost all necromancers had bodies that looked like a dried up mummy. It was all due to the erosion of undead energy. But there's no turning back from the bow. Suemo could only grit his teeth and persevere. The white bones that were piled up on the streets at this time seemed to have absorbed enough energy. A ball of soul fire ignited in their skulls. Close to half of these skeletons slowly rose from the ground. They held various weapons and began to walk towards the outskirts of the city. The remaining half of the skeleton, on the other hand, all disintegrated. It began to recombine into a variety of more powerful undead creatures. Countless white bones gradually converged in various areas. Undead Knight, Skeleton King, Bone Dragon. There are actually a great variety of undead creatures, ghosts, necromancers, and the dead. These undead creatures, though, are transformed from souls. These zombies, apparently, are already considered dead things without souls. This also led to the fact that the ones that were transformed were all skeleton-based undead. But against these zombies, these physically attacking skeleton undead creatures were more than enough. Over time, the gray energy in the space had gradually become thinner, and most of it had been absorbed by the skeletons. Various undead creatures have also been transformed. At this point in time, the city was already crowded with all kinds of skeleton soldiers. Near the center were nearly 100,000 undead knights, and hundreds of nearly 30-meter-tall skeleton kings. In the sky, dozens of bone dragons that were more than 100 meters in length were waving their bone wings with thin membranes and circling continuously. Sumo's situation, however, looked a little worse. At this time, his body had dried up like skin and bones. There was not the slightest bit of sensation left. It looked like a skeleton with a layer of flesh and death. Only in his eyes, there was still a hint of essence revealed. He knew, though, that the spell wasn't over yet. The remaining energy in the entire magic formation began to frantically converge towards the gray energy ball tumbling in the sky. As more and more energy was gathered, the energy ball gradually split apart. Eventually 10 spheres of similar size to the previous ones were formed. The moment the split was complete, the shape of the sphere began to change dramatically. In no time at all, it transformed into a humanoid creature. The creature didn't appear to have a solid body, but was made of pure energy. At the location of the head, 2 scarlet eyes emitted a demonic glow. After these 10 figures were generated, they autonomously floated to Sumo, who was located in the air. Master, looking at the shapes of the figures, the name of an undead creature appeared in his mind. Witch demon. According to the Dark God's book for witch demons, there are a total of 2 types of witch demons. One is an undead creature that a necromancer has somehow transformed himself into, and the other is the one in front of us. Witch demons that live entirely on grievances. This kind of WIRM has a higher affinity for necromancy than one transformed from a necromancer. It could be said to be born to be a necromancer, can cast almost any necromancy. With these witches and demons, they were able to keep casting undead summons on zombie corpses to grow these undead armies. With the birth of 10 witch demons, the light of the magic array that enveloped the entire city also gradually faded away until it finally disappeared. Sumo's figure slowly fell from the sky. The moment his body touched the ground, this body directly turned into flying ash and dissipated into the heavens and earth. The 3 of them, Kim Tae-hee, who had been notified by him and had returned to the side with the help of a spacegate, saw the scene and their faces changed. Boss! The 3 men came forward. As his body dissipated, Sumo's soul, which was emitting a blue light, appeared in its place. He also didn't expect that casting this magic would destroy this body, but thankfully the final magic is done. The rest of the things were already able to be accomplished by the 3 women and the 10 witch demons. Besides, he could always come to this world if he needed to. Although the homunculus of himself in this parallel world was gone, he could still use the power of the contract to use the 3 women as a medium to enter the body of any of them in the future, thus descending into this world, the kind of entry that dominates the other person's body. Of course, although the unfit body affects the utilization of one's strength, with these undead armies, there is no need for one to strike again. He turned his head towards the 3 girls and explained. Then his figure gradually disappeared in place. Chapter 74, 10 million points. Third Order Force Battlesuit in the Tower of Stars. Levitating Sumo's body. He slowly opened his eyes. It then landed on the ground. System, opened the attribute panel. During the magic he had just cast, he had to concentrate fully on manipulating the energy. Plus he had already turned off the alert tone for points acquisition, causing him to be unsure if the undead he had transformed counted as points until now. His thoughts had just fallen. A transparent attribute panel appeared in front of him. Name, Sumo, age, 20, strength, 1,495 tons, speed, 1,410 meters per second, power, 1, 280 tons, special ability, space freeze, points, 11, 538, 200, rank, planetary first order. Looking at the large series of numbers in the points column, Sumo nearly jumped up in excitement. Over 10 million points. All the points gained before hadn't added up to more than 200,000. Not even a fraction of this. So many points at once now. He had a sudden feeling of overnight wealth. He couldn't wait to just open them all. But then he felt that someone from outside the Star Tower had entered the room. Sumo temporarily gave up his intention of exchanging items and disappeared from the Star Tower in a flash. Appearing violently in the middle of the villa, he saw at once that Annie was sitting in the living room with a forlorn face. Feel the movement behind you. Annie jerked her head around. Seeing Sumo standing behind the sofa, a surprised smile appeared on her face and she jumped up violently from the sofa, running 2 steps before jumping into his arms. Honey, you're finally home, she said, her voice becoming a little choked. Sumo sensed that the other party's mood was a bit off and reached out to caress the other party's head. Why? Is something wrong? Annie shook her head. Breaking from his embrace, she surveyed his face thoughtfully. A smile broke across his face. No, just missed you a little, Sumo said with a smile on his face as he let out a sigh of relief. Isn't it just a few days? Look what a rush you're in. A few days? And muttered suspiciously. Sumo had a bad feeling in his heart when he saw the expression on the other party's face. Looking up at the clock on the living room wall. Look at the date recorded on it. October 28th, 08. More than 2 months have passed? A look of surprise appeared on Sumo's face. He remembers very clearly that the university Wanda was attending started in August, and the time he cast his dreamwalking spell was also August. One's full stay in the other world was only a week. How long have I been gone? Shuema opened his mouth to ask Annie in his arms. 73 days, Annie returned without hesitation. In that case, it's about 10 to 1 between the 2 worlds, Suemo secretly said, and at the same time, he was secretly glad in his heart that he hadn't stayed too long in that world. Otherwise, maybe by the time he came back, a few years would have passed in this world. Honey, Annie woke up the thinking Sumo. You haven't seen me in over 2 months, and there's nothing you want to do? Sumo sniffed, and when he saw the other party's gaze, which was already on the verge of straining, he put on a dazed expression on his face. Indeed, after all this time, the flowers at home do need to go back and be watered. Hearing Sumo reply, Anne's beautiful eyes glanced up. The face put on a fierce expression. It's not just the flowers at home that need watering. After saying that, she pushed him down on the sofa without asking him. By the time Sumo returned to the Star Tower again, it was already the next morning. The body is better after all. Refreshed, Sumo came to the outside of the cultivation room. The combat power of your own body is not comparable to that of another world's homunculus. According to Team America, he could spend the whole time with the other guy. Just as he was about to enter into the cultivation room, Stargirl appeared on the side with a smile on her face. Master, would it be a bit boring to stay alone in the cultivation room? Do you need a chaperone? The kind where you can customize your clothing. With that, she spun around a few times, her clothes changing in the process. What black silk? Oh well. Lolita, sailor suit, nurse suit. There should be everything. A black line appeared on Sumo's face. Don't read any more nonsense on the internet when you're not doing anything. After saying that, Sumo directly turned around and walked into the cultivation room. Stargirl looked at the door of the room that was closed with a puzzled look on her face. No, I see all those people on the internet kind of like that tone. Ha! Sumo, who had entered the cultivation room, suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Being too physically strong isn't always a benefit. It's like he's, completely lost the ability to enter sage time. A moment later, Sumo, who had calmed down, opened the mall to seriously look up. The first thing is the power-up items. There was absolutely no need to put time into slowly accumulating energy before becoming immortal. Each stage has corresponding treasures to enhance strength. The number of treasures that could raise the strength of a planetary level was even more numerous. Shuema searched inside. Instantly various treasures that could raise the strength of the planetary level appeared in the lower hand. Subterranean herb, red inflammation fruit, starleaf chill. These treasures dazzled Sumo. In the end, Sumo's gaze then landed on an item named Planetary Nutrient Pod. Planetary Star Nutrition Pod. The pod is equipped with a special spirit liquid that can raise the planetary star level 1 to the planetary star level 9, taking 1 month. Points required for redemption, 500. 000. It would only take a month to raise from planetary rank 1 to rank 9. This was already among the shortest time consuming of all the treasures Sumo had seen. After hesitating for only a split second, Sumo made up his mind. Buy. Sumo, who possessed more than 10 million points, could be called wealthy. After redeeming the nutrient pods, Sumo continued to browse through them all. Nutritional pods enhance physical strength, and he still needs to raise his spiritual power to the 9th level of the planetary hierarchy. In the end, Sumo chose a spiritual liquid called Bibo Marrow. 100,000 points per drop of this spiritual liquid. A full 10 drops were needed to raise from planetary rank 1 to rank 9. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Bibo Marrow *10, consuming 1 million points. After exchanging the two items, Sumo was in no hurry to use them. Instead, he continued to browse through the system mall. Enhancing combat effectiveness encompasses many aspects. The other aspect, apart from its own strength, is weaponry. Soon the system's prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a third-order force battlesuit, the Feather God Armor, consuming 6 million points. The Feather God Armor is similar to the Black God suit in that it can change its shape with your mind. It wasn't that he didn't want to exchange for a higher-level battlesuit, but with the planetary level of the Force, he could only use third-order battlesuits and weapons at most. With a movement in his heart, a whitefoot more than 50 centimeters long feather-like item appeared in Sumo's hand. Squeeze a drop of blood from your finger and drop it on it. In a moment, this huge feather transformed into a viscous liquid that absorbed onto Sumo's body. It then spread along the surface of Sumo's body. In a short while, under Sumo's control, it turned into a set of battle clothes that completely wrapped his body. Chapter 75, Fair Play? The battlesuit changed shape with his thoughts. It finally changed into a suit to wear on his body. This Feather God Armor was the same as the Black God suit, both capable of weakening power by 90%. The only difference was that the Feather God Armor had a higher ceiling and was still able to weaken 90% of the attacks of even Domain Lord level powerhouses, and the limit of the Black God suit's defense was only a stellar level attack. After familiarizing himself with the Feather God Armor, Sumo didn't rush to exchange items again. Most of the numinous weapons had requirements for mental power amplitude, and he planned to meditate on them for a while. After all the points from the end world had arrived, then he would consider what treasures to exchange. Anyway, according to the undead army's more and more fights, It would be able to clean up all the zombies in that world in a month or so at most. Even if the two worlds had a tenfold time gap, it was only about a year in this world. Pennsylvania State University, a certain school building. Wanda came down from along the stairs clutching a couple of books. Wanda, wait. As he was about to go downstairs, a man came down the stairs after him. Hearing this voice, Wanda had a hard look on her face. Then, as if she hadn't heard it, she instead quickened her pace down the stairs. Nevertheless, still, a figure soon came up from behind and stopped in front of her. The man was wearing a plaid shirt and a pair of jeans underneath. After a pause, he took from his shoulder bag 2 tickets. Mr. Wanda, I have 2 tickets for the concert here. Would you like to enjoy it together tonight? Looking at the man who had stopped in front of him, a look of boredom flashed in Wanda's eyes. Mr. Scott, as I have reiterated many times, please address me by my last name. We are not familiar with each other to that extent. On this side of the United States of America, when you address someone, you address them by their last name. Only between people who are particularly familiar with each other do they call each other by their first names. Also, I'm married and I love my husband very much. There's no way I could or would be interested in going to some concert with you. So please leave me alone in the future or I'll choose to call the police. After saying that, Wanda ignored the other party's ugly expression, and directly pulled up a classmate, bypassing the other party and walking towards the stairs. Scott watched the others back as he left and took a deep breath, his face returning to normal, and put a smile back on his face. He then chased towards the other party once again. At the first sight of Wanda getting out of the red Ferrari, he had made up his mind to chase the other man down. After all, he thought that the only time in his life that he would have access to a woman as good looking as this, and with money, would be when he was in college. As for the other side's so-called marriage talk, he didn't believe it at all. He had long since investigated that the Wanda in front of him was a freshman this year. How is it possible for a woman of that age, and with that much money, to enter into marriage at that age? It was all just an excuse made by the other side to reject him. He was convinced that if he persisted, sooner or later he would be able to impress the other side. As for this momentary embarrassment, what is it? If he really couldn't impress the other party by then, he could only resort to desperate measures. Downstairs, Wanda had just stepped out when she noticed a familiar figure not far away. Seeing this, a smile of surprise appeared on her face and she ran 2 steps to jump directly into the other party's arms. This person was naturally Suemo, who had just come over. Honey, what are you doing here? Suemo took the flower in his hand and handed it to the other party. No matter what age a woman is, her mood changes several levels after receiving flowers. It's a lesson he's learned over the years. Because I miss you. Of course. Suemo reached out and caressed the other party's head with a smile. Wanda sniffed and gave Suemo a peck on the cheek. Then, as if thinking of something, she reached out and pulled the girl she was with over to her. To introduce you, this is my good friend Sky. After saying that, she also introduced Suemo to the other party. It was at this moment that Suemo turned his head to look at this girl on the side. The moment the two looked at each other, their faces changed at the same time. Yes, Sky instantly recognized that the person in front of her was the same person who had come through a special portal in her bathroom the last time she had come to peek at her shower. Yes, I am Mr. Wanda. Seeing the other party's expression, Suemo quickly recalled it as well, and hurriedly reached out to hold the other party's outstretched fingers. At that moment, Sky reacted. The last time, although she was taken advantage of by the other party, but from the expression on the other party's face at that time, she also guessed that the other party should not have done it on purpose. After all, the two had never even met. Besides, who peeps with the peephole open to one large? Wanda asked with a puzzled look on her face when she saw Sky's scowl. What? You two know each other? Sky snapped back to her senses and shook her head. No, it's just that your husband looks a little familiar. Wanda smiled awkwardly at his words, her eyes glancing at Suemo, with a hint of resentment in his tone. He said, Indeed, my husband used to be a regular in Playboy magazine. Hearing Wanda's words, Suemo did not argue. Instead, he just changed the subject. Well, let's not talk about these unhappy things. It's getting late. Let's just go eat something first. The two Wandas sniffed and nodded. At this time, a figure chased after him from behind. Scott, who had come closer, looked at Suemo and Wanda, who was holding flowers, and his face changed. It is? Wanda saw that the other party was still pestering him, and a hint of exasperation appeared on her face. What does it matter to you who he is? Do we two know each other well? After saying that, she hugged Sumo's arm and was about to leave together. Suemo looked at the man with a cold gaze. What had just happened upstairs had been clearly reflected in his mind through his thoughts. I was going to come down and send someone else to take care of the other side, but I didn't expect this man to be so thick-skinned. With that thought, he turned his head toward Wanda. Remember to let me know the next time you have this kind of trouble, or call Avril as well. She'll help you get these troubles out of the way. When Wanda heard that, she hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. I just didn't feel the need to bother you, and I thought the other party would give up after I refused them. Suemo reached out and calmed the other man. Walk up to the man. When the man saw Suemo, who had walked up, a look of panic flashed across his face, but the other quickly calmed down. Dude, fair play. At those words, Suemo was all but exasperated and laughed. He wasn't going to let such an unstable element stay by Wanda's side. If you like competition so much, I'll give you a chance to compete for soap pickups in prison. After saying that, a demonic purple color flashed in Sumo's eyes. Across the room, Scotty's face froze, then his eyes froze as he turned away. Chapter 76, Planet 9. The two Wandas saw each other turn away. The heart was also relieved. However, she didn't expect Suemo to be able to let the other party go so easily. After all, from what he'd seen in previous encounters, he wasn't such a nice person to be around. After saying goodbye to Sky, Wanda drove the Ferrari towards the outside, until the car disappeared from sight. Have you known Sky for a long time? While driving the vehicle, Wanda opened her mouth to ask. No, of course I don't recognize it. Suemo opened his mouth to deny it. This was not a lie on his part. After all, he really didn't recognize the other person in the clothes if he didn't notice that the other person looked different. Wanda was clearly not convinced, but she didn't ask any more questions. After dinner, in the room of the villa, Suemo took out a palm-sized black glove and handed it to Wanda across the table. It is? Wanda picked it up with a puzzled look on her face and looked at Suemo suspiciously. Put a drop of blood on it. Hearing Sumo's words, Wanda's eyes lit up. The storage ring that required a drop of blood last time was still on her finger. Obviously, it was another similar treasure. Thinking of this, without the slightest hesitation, she took a dagger from her storage ring and flicked it on her finger. With a slight frown on her brow, a drop of blood dripped from his finger and landed on the black glove, being absorbed into it. For a moment, the black glove dissolved into liquid towards her body. Within moments, a red trench coat appeared on the body. Honey, this is just amazing. Only after accompanying Wanda for 2 days over here did Suemo leave. Villa entrance. Sonia looked at Suemo, who had left, and rubbed her eyes, which were already a little dark. With a sigh of relief on her face, she eventually stayed after much persuasion from Wanda. Afterwards she realized that Wanda and she were students at the same university. For the past 2 days, though, she had been in almost constant torment at night. Every night she had trouble sleeping listening to the sounds next door that lasted all night. Plus there are still sheets to wash in the morning and classes to attend during the day. Luckily, the other party only stayed for 2 days and then left. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would have collapsed before too long. Soon, Wanda came back from outside. The two returned to the middle of the living room. Seeing Sonia's black eye, Wanda blushed and spoke apologetically. I'm sorry I've kept you from getting a good night's rest for the past 2 days. Hearing this, Sonia quickly waved her hand. No, it's your house anyways. I'm the one who's bothering you. After saying that, Sonia looked at Wanda's face that had turned a little rosy in the past 2 days, and sighed in her heart. Could it really be so magical? As a purist player, a hint of curiosity grew in her mind as well. Should we read each other's memories to see what's going on? Sonia has been hiding a secret. She is actually a mutant. The ability is to read and modify other people's memories. She even took after Magneto, Magical Girl and the others and gave herself a private name, Beauty Dreamer. The thought had just surfaced in his mind. She then hurriedly dismissed it. No, Wanda, she was kind enough to take herself in, so how can she feel free to pry into each other's privacy? While she was rambling, Wanda across the room let out a gasp as she reached for her cell phone. Didn't wait for her to ask. Wanda then brought the phone to her. Check this out. Sonia sniffed and looked at a news story on her phone. A state university freshman named Scott was arrested for robbing a bank and is expected to face 25 years in prison. Is this the guy who's been pestering you before? Sonia asked with a surprised look on her face. For this matter, Wanda had also mentioned it to her during casual conversation, and thanks to her amazing memory, she saw the other party's name and reacted at the first moment. Wanda nodded. Dead Island. After Suemo returned to the seaside villa, he directly entered the Star Tower. Back in the cultivation room, he accelerated time by 10 times, and then took out the nutrient warehouse. The nutrient pod was a silvery white, nearly 3-meter-long pod. The cabin is full of technology in its appearance. After studying the instructions for a long time, Suemo realized the usage of this nutritional pod. A press on one of the buttons on the side of the hatch opened the hatch. The interior of the chamber was roughly 50 centimeters deep and filled with a pale green liquid. These liquids were the very key to being able to raise him to the 9th rank of the planetary class. Taking the clothes off his body, Sumo directly laid in. As the hatch closed, the fluids inside some sort of chamber seemed to be activated and rushed towards him. Sumo, on the other hand, closed his eyes. Begin cultivating the divine demon Atlas. A year and a half went by in a flash. At this point in time, the island of death had undergone a heavenly change. There had been a large additional building right in the center of the island, but the number of people on the island has been greatly reduced. As early as a year ago, the soldiers who had completed their training, led by Soren and the others, went to various locations in the world to hunt and kill to help Shuema earn points. After more than a year of practice, Soren and the 9 of them had all been elevated to the war general level. Those soldiers under his command. On the other hand, the worst of them had already reached the level of primary warriors. After all, non-stop consumption of ferocious beast meat every day. It's a teacup dog that can now hold a tiger down and pop a hammer. At this time on the island, only the White Queen and her 10 or so mutants and those researchers were left. The ones in charge of guarding the area were all replaced with sentry robots. In the Star Tower's cultivation room, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. Although only a year had passed in the outside world, under the Star Tower's time acceleration, he had already experienced a full 15 or 16 years. In a tight 2 months' time, both his mental and physical strength had reached the 9th level of the planetary rank. But after a full decade, the Thunderblade had all been cultivated to the 20th layer, and the Divine Demon Atlas had even reached the 40th layer. However, he was still stuck at the peak of the planetary level and was slow to break through. Come to think of it, according to the devouring law, a constant reliance on external forces to ascend would lead to this situation, where it would be extremely difficult to break through from the 9th rank of each level to the next. Being stuck for decades is considered normal now. After reaching the stellar level, one might not be able to break through to the cosmic level for life without an accident. And the reason why City Lord Luo was able to quickly ascend by relying on the nutrient pod, thanks to the existence of the Golden Horn split. After having a Golden Horn detachment, it was the Golden Horn that was the main body, and as long as the Golden Horn's inner world grew, there was no bottleneck in the growth of his human body. Sumo did expect this to happen, and of course have long thought of employing the same response. After more than a year, the zombies in the other world have all been cleared as well. Think about it. Sumo chanted silently. System, open the attribute panel. Chapter 77, 6 billion points. Breeding the beast god split. The words just fell. The familiar attribute panel appeared in front of him. Name, Sumo, age, 21, power, 300, 000 tons, speed, 100, 000 meters/s, power, 300, 000 tons, special ability, space freeze, points, 600, 353, 8200 points, rank, planetary level 9, look at the points column. A shocked look appeared on Sumo's face. 6 billion points. Much more than he thought. According to the information obtained from that world, when the zombie virus broke out, the population of the entire world was only around 7 billion. That means that after the virus outbreak, 6 billion humans were infected with the virus and turned into zombies. I was worried that I wouldn't have enough points to redeem the abilities I already had my eye on. Now, though, there's no need to worry about that. With that thought, he opened them all. Find the ability you've long favored. Gifted ability split, ignore any rules to breed 5 split bodies. The level of the birth split body is equal to the main body, and as long as one split body doesn't die, the rest of the split bodies can be quickly remodeled. Points required for redemption, 5 billion. This natural ability required a full 5 billion points. These points could almost always be exchanged for an ordinary supreme treasure. But in Sumo's opinion, this ability could be much more powerful than those ordinary supreme treasures. The key lies in the point of ignoring any rules. Whether it was flesh and blood, energy, or the incarnation of rules, this split was capable of breeding all of them. Although the golden horned beast also possessed the talent of a detachment, it was not at all on the same level compared to this. Redemption. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumo redeemed this ability. Congratulations to the host for obtaining talent split, consuming 5 billion points. Moment. A strange fluctuation appeared on Sumo's body. In almost a moment, the fluctuation disappeared. However, Sumo felt in the dark that he had already gained the ability to conceive a bilocation. After redeeming this, Sumo didn't call it quits, but searched out a genetic sample in the mall. Time and Space Beast God Gene Sample, Time and Space Beast God. One of the natural beast gods. Time. Space Law Fusion Beast God. Points required for redemption, 1 billion. It's a combination he's been thinking about for a long time. Use this split ability to spawn one of the born beast gods, the temporal beast god. After reaching the stellar level, one could initially comprehend the laws, coupled with the time and space gems in this world. Sumo chose the path of fusion of the two laws of time and space without the slightest hesitation. Although this is relatively the most difficult path, it is also one of the most powerful paths. What's the point of driving when you can't even be the strongest? It was important to know that the spacetime beast god was a natural incarnation of the fusion of the two laws of time and space. In the primordial universe, one is born to be the lord of the universe, though after being birthed by a natural ability, it would be just a planetary level like yourself. However, it was thought that the other party's affinity for the two laws of space and time would definitely not change. Coupled with this unique and special life in the universe, perfect 10,081 times genetic level, even at the planetary level, I'm afraid that relying on the divine body alone would be able to fight against the cosmic level, and the reason for redeeming the split ability first. It was also for the sake of being able to cultivate the treasured codex that elevated the genetic level, 9 Robbery's secret codex. One must know that the 9 tribulation mysteries, as a secret method that could break the genetic levels below the sector lord level no more than 100 times. The difficulty of cultivation could be imagined, and after every failed cultivation, the body's genes would simply collapse. Without the secret method of splitting, even if one had hundreds of lives, it wouldn't be enough to consume. After consuming a billion points again, Suemo looked at the only 3 million or so points left. Helplessly, he shook his head. A full 6 billion points were almost consumed in an instant, but it was all worth it. Looking at a test tube containing a strange liquid that appeared in his hand, this is the beast god gene sample? Without the slightest hesitation, Suemo directly took out the sample inside, then unleashed his natural ability. Moment. Countless streams of light began to converge rapidly with those liquids at the center. In almost less than 5 minutes, a huge flowing light cocoon with a full 2 meters in diameter had already appeared in front of him. See that this cocoon is still growing. Suemo hurriedly intended to call out to Stargirl. However, just as he had this thought, Stargirl had already appeared beside him. As the Star Pagoda artifact spirit, naturally any movement could not be hidden from her. And the moment Suemo birthed his doppelganger, she noticed the movement over here. Stargirl looked at the large cocoon in front of her with a strange expression. In an instant she saw the essence of what was inside. Conceive a bilocation? Born beast god? Even she, whose strength was unknown at what level, felt a bit surprised. Taking over a natural beast god she had seen before, it was the first time she had seen it birthed by relying on the secret art of detachment. But now was not the time to consider this. This giant cocoon had already expanded to the size of a house, and if it hesitated any longer, it was going to touch the walls of the cultivation room. She reached out and waved. The surrounding scene instantly transformed. The two of them, along with the giant cocoon, had already arrived in a vast expanse of starry sky. There's plenty of room for it to grow on. A few hours later, the cocoon expanded to a size of more than 30 kilometers in diameter, and only then did it gradually stop expanding. The expansion was complete and the giant cocoon became stable. There was just a constant stream of light that didn't make it in. After waiting for half an hour's time, the giant cocoon did not change again. Looking at the situation, it seems that this gestation process is not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. At that moment, Suemo intended to return to the cultivation room, but he was tugged aside by Stargirl. How did you do that? She looked at Suemo in surprise. Confidential. It was rare to make the other party suffer, so Suemo naturally couldn't possibly tell the other party. Back in the cultivation room, Suemo looked at the only 3 million or so points left. Solely, he directly consumed another 3 million points and exchanged a third-order upper-grade spiritual Nimbus weapon, the 1000 Machine Disc. The 1000 Machine Disc was a metal disc with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. The entire body was assembled from 10,081 pocket swords. There are 3 levels of morphology. The first level, the Rift Sword. It then requires a chant amplitude of 20 or more to be able to use it. Able to raise the power of the mind 5 times on top of the amplitude. Just as his current chanting power was 300,000 tons. With an amplitude of 40, the total impact force could reach 12 million tons. And after the amplitude of the Rift Sword, it could reach 60 million tons. Tier 2, Star Shield, requires a chant amplitude of 35 or more to practice. The final tier, 1000 Machines, requires an amplitude of 80. While Suemo was studying the 1000 Chance Disc, in a training hall in the main center of Death Island, Raven was looking at Magneto with a scowl on his face. At this moment, Magneto Eric was lying on the ground with a swollen nose. As a condition of accession, once a month Raven will violently beat up Magneto, without being able to use his powers. Magneto's fighting ability isn't even close to Raven's. This time, Eric, who was gasping for breath on the ground, saw a space door slowly open not far from the two. A man with purple skin stepped out of it. Behind him followed a woman. The woman wore a purple leotard with a red sash, and her long black hair was tied back behind her head. Seeing the situation, Raven stopped his right foot that was about to kick out and looked at the two men with a defensive face. Who are you people? A small smile appeared on the man's face when he heard it. Me? Of course I'm here to save you. Chapter 78, The Apocalypse and the Spirit Butterfly. Eric saw this and got up from the ground as well. Unlike mutants like Raven and the White Queen and their physical mutations that slow down the rate of aging, even now, it still looks like he's generally in his 20s or 30s. He and Professor X, both of them, have aged physically as normal people do. If Raven hadn't just withdrawn his hand, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to stand up now. Nevertheless, the mere act of standing up took him about 10 seconds. Look at Magneto's look. The man stepped up. Looks like we're going home disappointed this time. This time, Emma's figure walked in from outside. With her current psychic abilities, the two of them were sensed the moment they appeared on the island. Who are you and what are you doing here? Emma felt the powerful energy in the other's body and opened her mouth to ask with a cautious expression. Half a dozen searches in his head. There is no information on this man, and she was no stranger to the spirit butterfly behind the man, also a mutant with psychic powers. It was only that the other party and his own ability focused on different directions. Spirit Butterfly's mind ability focused more on the direction of materialization of mental power, being able to turn mental power into weapons. Seeing Emma walking in, the man's eyes lit up. I can feel your power. It's surprisingly strong. Playing God. Hearing the other party's inexplicable words, Emma had a look of impatience on her face. To her, the man in front of her looked like a psychopath, talking to himself and answering questions. There was a silver glint in his eyes. The mind powers were instantly activated. Seeing this, Spirit Butterfly, who was standing behind Apocalypse, also unleashed her mind ability at the same time, although the focus was in a different direction. With her ability, resisting the control of the White Queen on the opposite side was still possible. Of course, this was before Empress Bai cultivated the secret method given by Sumo. As soon as they made contact, Spirit Butterfly's complexion changed. The mind ability that had been strengthened by Apocalypse had no way of resisting the other party's mind ability. It barely lasted less than half a minute. Spirit Butterfly's face then became dull, and Apocalypse, who stood in front of her as the oldest mutant, froze in place at the first moment. In the spiritual world, he looked at the White Queen who had appeared here and felt the immense pressure that the other party brought with her. Opened his mouth to explain. We are not enemies. I have come to lead you to reclaim the world that was taken from you by those inferior humans. Listening to the other's inexplicable words, the White Queen looked at him with eyes like an idiot. Save those words for explaining to my boss. After saying that, a silver-colored thread twined towards the other party's Apocalypse. Seeing the other party's eyes, Apocalypse felt that his majesty had suffered contempt. At that moment, he roared angrily. You stupid mutant! It seems my majesty has been forgotten after all these years. The words were not yet finished. His body was then bound by those silver-colored threads. Apocalypse doesn't panic. You know nothing of my power. After saying that, his body swelled up extremely fast, wanting to use it to break free from these threads. The White Queen heard the familiar words. The last one who said that would have had his ashes raised if he hadn't been saved for something else. But the Apocalypse, which had lived for thousands of years, obviously didn't just rely on bragging rights. As his body grew, the threads that were wrapped around his body gradually crumbled apart. Emma also had a slightly surprised look on her face when she saw the scene. After practicing the illusory demon secret method that Sumo had taught her for more than a year, she could be called the number one in mind abilities that deserved it. Even Professor X, she was confident that she could control her opponent in a 3-minute time frame. But this mutant in front of him was able to break free of his control. However, judging from the way the other party broke free, the skill was far from his own, but he was just relying on his powerful mental strength. Seeing this, a serious look appeared on Emma's face as well. However, compared to her, the Apocalypse on the opposite side was even more shocked. You know, as the first mutant, he'd seen countless mutants with mind powers over the years. He has the ability to do that too. However, his ability is focused on the mind reading and transference of consciousness aspects. Nonetheless, he's no slouch at manipulating other people's consciousnesses as any mutant who specializes in it. But this was the first time he'd felt threatened by a mind-powered mutant. Looking at the countless threads that were once again coming towards him from all over the sky, he also developed a hint of retreat. You know, the consciousness is trapped here, but his body is still stuck outside. There could be people from the other side all around the outside. But the other party had trapped himself in the space of consciousness, and if he didn't expel the other party, there was no way for him to regain control of his body. His eyes twitched at the thought, detonating a portion of his spiritual power directly. He expelled the White Queen from the sea of consciousness at the cost of suffering damage to his spirit. Apocalypse, who had returned to his senses, unleashed his teleportation powers without the slightest hesitation. A portal opened and he leapt in with a single movement. The White Queen blushed inside as she looked at where her opponent had disappeared. Still too little time to practice. Faced with her opponent's spiritual power that was several times her own, she still had no way to completely suppress it. Looking at Spirit Butterfly, who was still frozen in place, Emma barked a command toward the two staff members behind her. Put an ability inhibiting collar on her and wait until the boss gets back. The two men behind her sniffed and nodded their heads as they hurriedly stepped forward and put a black collar on her. Right. Put them on her hands and feet. There's something unusual about this man's abilities. The White Queen, who was just about to walk out the door, renewed her instructions before turning to leave. The White Queen didn't realize that Apocalypse had the ability to strengthen the rest of the mutants, but from the contact she just had, she sensed this not a moment too soon. The two men, with mutant inhibitor collars wrapped around their bodies, were thrown into a side room and locked up. Raven and Eric were the only two left in the hall again. Raven looked at the white-haired Eric and didn't have the heart to do it again, so he turned toward the outside at that moment. One day later, Suemo retreated from the Star Tower. After 10 or so days of practicing, he was already able to skillfully master the first layer of the 1000 chance disc. The second layer had also been able to be cast. In a flash, his figure had appeared over the sea a few kilometers from the island. Looking at a small island about a square kilometer in size not far away, the 1000 chance disc appeared beside him. As his thoughts surged towards it, the 1000 chance plate quickly split into 10,081 small swords, and then these small swords reassembled. It finally transformed into a huge sword that was over 3 meters long. Under the full force of the Nianli, the patterns on the surface of the giant sword instantly activated and disappeared in a flash. 2 seconds passed. A violent roar emanated from the island in the distance. Under Shuema's gaze, the small island directly and completely exploded into pieces. It then fell within the surrounding area of 5 kilometers and slowly sank. Chapter 79, Slave Chips. This commotion instantly startled the people on Death Island, but as the White Queen calmed, the islanders gradually calmed down. Being able to remain undetected by herself and still cause such a great power, Empress Bai was almost certain that the commotion was made by Suemo. Suemo also didn't expect the power to reach this much. There are 2 ways to attack the first tier Rift Sword: impact and penetration. 2 approaches, each focusing on different aspects. Impact is the way he just did. The moment the giant sword touched the object, those small swords that were combined on it would stand up towards the front like fish scales, increase the resistance of the giant sword and the island, and radiated the spiritual energy on it towards the surroundings, causing a huge impact. Basically, this case focuses more on group destructive capabilities. The other is penetration, where the sword body as a whole stays streamlined and focuses its power on a single point at the tip of the sword. Single attack power is maximized. However, in the case of larger targets, it deals penetrating damage. Satisfied, he nodded. Moments later, Suemo appeared in the White Queen's room on the island. Making such a big fuss as soon as you get back. Emma held her wineglass and looked at Suemo across the table, a hint of a lazy sound coming out of her mouth. By the way, a man and a woman broke in on the island yesterday. With that, Empress Bai handed Suemo a piece of information. The woman is a mutant spirit butterfly from the same time period as us, previously under the mutant intelligence trader Caliban. I don't know how it happened that she would run over here with someone. The other one is also a mutant, but can't find out anything about the other one. And the other party's power is so strong that even I don't have the means to leave it behind. Suemo sniffed, opened the document in his hand, and looked towards it, looking at a blue face in the photo above. Apocalypse? Egypt. Somewhere in the pyramid ruins. Apocalypse had a skeptical look on his face. At this moment, a sense of weakness was still coming from his sea of consciousness from time to time, being crushed under the pyramids for thousands of years, because of the entry of a few archaeologists. This is the day that he will see the light of day again. Originally, he thought that he would reorganize the 4 horsemen and stage a scene of the return of the king, but he didn't expect that before the 4 horsemen were even assembled, he would be directly planted here and become a prisoner. Dang mutant originator. Almost invincible among mutants. Among the mutants that existed in this world right now, the only one who could steadily suppress him seemed to be the White Queen, who had practiced the secret method of illusory demons. Unfortunately, when he came out, he favored the White Queen's side first. You can't blame him for being a vegetable. You can only blame him for being unlucky. However, he was not discouraged, since he knew that the other party's mind ability was strong. He could naturally make a way to respond to this aspect. In the lab on Death Island, Suemo looked at the spirit butterfly that was being controlled by several collars. The purple color, similar to a ninja suit worn on the body, really makes a man unable to resist a second look at the first one he sees. For her, Suemo had nothing to inquire about. Originally, according to the story development in X-Men, Apocalypse was supposed to be unearthed by a group of archaeologists after the reboot timeline. After that, find Storm, Spirit Butterfly, Angel, and Old Man to reconstitute the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, intent on reclaiming world domination. But now it seems that the other side seems to have run away for some reason at this time. And after collecting the spirit butterflies, came looking for Magneto. Unfortunately, it was stunned back by the White Queen, directly taking out a slave chip. After taking a drop of blood from Spirit Butterfly, he dropped it on it. After the chip absorbed the blood, it turned into streams of light and disappeared into the Spirit Butterfly's brow body. Slave chip, mechanical race technology. After fusion will be completely controlled. Retain all original memories. Completely loyal to the master from the inside. Points required for redemption, 1000 points. Watch as the slave chip integrates into her body. Shuemo waved his hand towards the back. 2 lab workers stepped forward and removed the ability inhibiting collar from her body. Spirit Butterfly stood up and moved her arms and legs, bowing towards Suemo with a respectful expression. Master. Upon seeing this scene, the White Queen Emma, who was following behind Suemo, had a look of shock on her face. She could sense from the other's eyes that Ling Dai was genuinely submissive to Suemo. This is obviously the effect of that chip just now. Suemo inquired about the other party. Sure enough, it wasn't much different from what I had guessed. After waving his hand for his men to help Spirit Butterfly take away and arrange it down, Suemo and the White Queen re-entered the room. Just after entering the door, the White Queen sat directly on his lap and couldn't wait to ask, "What was that thing you just fused to her?" Suemo felt the softness on his legs and opened his mouth without caring. Slave chip. Emma nodded. She could understand what it was just from the name. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. The various rare items in Sumo's body were truly endless. After a moment's hesitation, she asked softly, "Then why didn't you install that kind of thing on me, knowing that the entire force is now under my control? Do you trust me that much?" Suemo let out a light laugh when he saw the other party's serious demeanor. "Because all the passages to your heart have been opened by me? Of course I will believe you." Of course the main reason was that compared to Suemo, they were simply too weak, plus his own restraints on his psychic abilities. The other party could not pose any threat to him at all. When Empress Bai heard this, a touched look flashed across her face. In that case, would the boss like to explore into someone's heart a little more? 2 hours later, Suemo walked out of the room and saw that Annie was standing not far away with some indignation on her face. "I knew it wasn't that simple between you two," Anne muttered. But she didn't say much about it. Having been Sumo's girlfriend for a few years, this wasn't the first time this had happened. Besides, all of this had been made clear in advance when the two became boyfriend and girlfriend, and she had long since gotten used to it. Suemo didn't open his mouth to explain either, but asked, "When did you get back?" It's not really appropriate to say anything on your own right now, and the best way to do that is to change the subject. "The day before yesterday. I just heard them say that you're back too. That's why I came to look for you," Annie replied with a smile. Although he was in seclusion, Suemo would come out every month or so. After all, with 20 times acceleration, a year had almost passed inside a month outside, and he always had to come out and interact with people. Annie after figuring out his pattern. During this time, frequent visits were made to Wanda and stayed for nearly a month at a time. The relationship between the two has grown. After returning to the villa, Suemo helped the other party recognize a black god set, and excitedly kept changing the style of her tunic around the room. A few moments later, the familiar catgirl tight leather outfit appeared on her and 2 extra cat ear headdresses appeared on her head. Bending over to hold on to the couch, her waist bent into an amazing curve. He then flicked the cat-eared blindfold off his head and looked at Suemo, who was on the side. "Darling, want to experience the joys of Batman again?" Chapter 80 Xavier Academy for the Gifted and Talented. Xavier Junior Gifted Academy. Located in a private estate on Staten Island, New York, the estate covers over 300 acres. Except for the main complex right in the center, all the surrounding areas are like gardens with green grass. There is also an artificial lake of tens of thousands of square meters in the easternmost location. As the bell rang, a group of young boys and girls of various ages walked out of the classroom building, clutching books, toward the shade of the lake. At this point, a space door appeared in the open space in front of the building. A man with a helmet and dark purple skin then stepped out of it, the very same Apocalypse that left from Death Island. In order to prevent the effects of the White Queen's psychic abilities, he built a helmet that isolates them. He was still a little uneasy, though, decided to look for some more henchmen as helpers. The X-Men and Xavier's Academy for the Gifted aren't exactly big secrets in the world. Naturally he found his way over here. The students looked at the sudden appearance of Apocalypse without much surprise on their faces. After all, most of the students in this academy were mutants, and there are not a few oddly shaped mutants. At this time, a male teacher noticed this side and came up. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Apocalypse sniffed and glanced at the other with his eyes. "Ordinary people? Xavier's Academy for the Gifted and Talented for Teenagers. While the students are all mutants, a large portion of the faculty, other than those who teach them to manipulate their abilities, are ordinary people that Professor X has found for the rest. After realizing that the other party was an ordinary person, a hint of scorn appeared on Apocalypse's face. A twinkle in his eye followed. The man in his 30s standing in front of him sank and fell into the dirt beneath him. Only one arm was left out, and after struggling for a few moments, the arm directly dropped down as if it had lost power. When the surrounding students saw this scene, a shriek escaped their mouths, then fled in all directions. Principal's office, located on the top floor of the manor house. Prof. X was sitting in a wheelchair behind his desk, was saying something to Aurora in front of him. Just then, the look on his face changed. As one of the most powerful mutants, he could naturally feel the emotions of these students in the academy. Maneuvering his wheelchair to the window, he looked down towards the bottom, right up against the Apocalypse looking over. Apocalypse saw Professor X and a look of excitement crossed his face. He could sense that the other party's ability was somewhat similar to the woman's ability that he had met before. As long as he had taken over this mutant, relying on his massive spiritual power, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat that woman. Though he wore this helmet to be able to prevent the intrusion of his opponent's abilities. But to the self-proclaimed god, relying on his helmet to defeat that woman was a humiliation for him. In the office, Aurora looked at Professor X by the window and spoke suspiciously. Is something wrong? With that, he headed for the window, but not before she had taken a few steps. A space door appeared aside, and Apocalypse's figure stepped out from it. Aurora snapped at the sight. Turning back to Professor X, he looked at his opponent with a wary expression. What are you? Apocalypse turned his head to look at her. Someone who can let you fully unleash yourself. With that, his eyeballs turned white, the very harbinger of his unleashing his ability. Aurora, who was standing in front of him, changed her expression as she felt the energy in her body growing rapidly, and under the riot of power, her body floated uncontrollably. Professor X's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. Apocalypse's helmet gives him no way to affect his opponent at all. As he watched the movement around Aurora's body grow, he tried to maneuver his wheelchair forward to stop the other party, but there was no way he could get close under the stormy wind energy surrounding Aurora's body. It wasn't until a minute later that Aurora's body dropped back to the ground. Aurora, who had returned to his senses, had a shocked look on his face. In this short minute or so just now, she felt at least twice as capable as before. He looked at his opponent with horrified eyes. Who the hell are you? This world originally belonged to us mutants. It was those humans who took it away from us, and I'm going to lead you to take it back. Hear that? Off to the side, Professor X maneuvered his wheelchair forward. No, this world belongs to all humans. Apocalypse ignored him and instead, his eyes twitched. Professor X's wheelchair flew straight up under his control. A space door then opened from behind Apocalypse. Follow me. Speaking towards Aurora, he maneuvered Professor X's wheelchair to join him towards the space portal. However, Apocalypse clearly overestimated his own calling. A bolt of lightning struck in front of him, stopping him. Apocalypse froze and turned his head towards Aurora behind him. The current Aurora was clearly not the youthful girl who had been at his mercy after reversing the future and being strengthened by him. Put the professor down. Aurora's body floated once more as a bolt of lightning flashed around. Even more, a lightning barrier was applied between the Apocalypse and the portal. When Apocalypse saw this, a look of annoyance appeared on his face. Yes. It seems that years have passed, and you mutants have become the lackeys of mankind. It's time for you to wake up. As soon as the words fell, the entire wall of the room turned into shattered pieces and flew towards Aurora, directly smashing her out. This time, Wolverine, Steelix, and a few of the Icemen also got the message and came into the room. Seeing the only person they didn't recognize, Apocalypse, and the professor he was holding hostage, a few of them instantly understood the situation at hand. Wolverine Logan clenched his hands into fists, the claw blades of his Edelman alloy protruding from his fingers, and without a moment's hesitation charged with Steelix. But before they could get close, they were hit by a pile of debris and flew out. The cold ice released by the Iceman was also blocked out by the shield around Apocalypse, provoked one after another. Apocalypse was also seething with anger. The humiliation of suffering defeat on the White Queen's side came flooding back instantly. Meet the wrath of the gods. He waved his hands. The entire building began to gradually sand away. Shashua, who had then transformed into one, flew over towards the surroundings. As if transformed into a sharp blade, Shashua sliced through the neck of Wolverine, who had leapt up again. Wolverine's leaping body dropped back to the ground. After a ho-ho sound came out of his mouth because his windpipe was cut, the wound on his neck rapidly healed. Luckily, after that scene just now, all the students in the academy had fled out. A few moments later, The entire building was reduced to flying sand by Apocalypse's ability. Storm, Steelix and Wolverine and a few of them stood on the periphery, with no way to get close to the center. But those flying sands quickly flew towards them. After a few dodges, several people were all wrapped up in flying sand, leaving only a head exposed. After that, the figures of several people flew towards the center. The yellow sand in the sky also gradually calmed down. Asshole, put us down now. Wolverine Logan growled towards Apocalypse. Don't worry, it will, but only after becoming my loyal slave. His plan was very simple. After seizing Professor X's powers, he relied on his mind powers to manipulate them. After saying that, he was about to enter the portal with a few people. This time, a purple spark flashed next to it, and another portal opened next to it. Looks like some hilarity. Sumo took a step out of the portal. Chapter 81, Capturing the Apocalypse alive. Now that we've learned that Death Island has been targeted by the apocalypse that came out, how could Sumo let the other party go? In case a prepared opponent came to their door in their absence, the White Queen girls on the island were not always able to deal with it. The only White Queen that can affect it is easy to find a way to restrain it. After all, he was well aware that Apocalypse had the ability to create helmets that were immune to mind powers. It's not hard to find each other out. Aside from the pyramid ruins in Egypt where he converted his body, the most likely place left for the other side to come to was Xavier's Academy. Sure enough, I just came over and saw this. Looking at the helmet that the other party wore on his head, Sumo had a look that said it all. Professor X's face was first delighted when he saw the appearance of the space door, but when he saw that Sumo was the only one who had walked out from it, his face revealed a look of anxiety again. Come on, get to the Daniel Guardian. With the ability to read other people's memories, Professor X naturally knew that a group of magicians existed in the world. He also paid a personal visit to Daniel, the keeper of the New York Temple, and saw the magic. At this moment, he saw this familiar appearance. Although the color of the portal was a bit different, though he did not understand the mystery and still attributed the two to those who were together. Although he had never seen this mage in front of him, magic was generally more refined the older he got. No matter how you look at it, this 20-ish-year-old youth in front of you couldn't possibly be some kind of archmage. That is why he cried out. Apocalypse heard the sound and turned his head to look over. After seeing Sumo, he instantly sensed that the other party was not one of their mutants. A lowly common human? Not even qualified to be my slave. After saying that, Tianchi maneuvered the yellow sand on the ground and slashed towards Sumo's neck. Seeing that the yellow sand was about to touch the other side still stayed where it was. Professor X's face paled. Crap. According to the current situation, this mage on the opposite side obviously couldn't escape. A hint of contempt also appeared on Apocalypse's face. Originally, when he saw the other party's calm demeanor, he thought that the other party was some kind of remarkable character, but I didn't realize it was a waste. Thinking of this, Apocalypse turned around and was about to enter the space door behind him, but when he turned around, he suddenly saw that Sumo was already standing in front of him. Mind blown. When did the other side come over? It was important to realize that the abilities he had gained included the dynamic vision ability. Even he hadn't seen his opponent's trajectory. A bad premonition arose in his heart, and he was about to retreat towards the back in a panic, but it was obviously too late. Without waiting for him to see Sumo's movements, the other party's fist had already arrived. Luckily, at the last minute, he held up a purple shield. Sumo's fist smashed on top of the shield, which instantly shattered, after which the fist hammered on his shoulder with tons of force. Boom! Tianchi's body directly smashed down from the air under Sumo's blow. It smashed a large crater a few dozen meters in diameter into the ground. This was still because Sumo had only used a third of his strength. If 300,000 tons of force went down, he was afraid that he could whack his opponent to death with one punch. A third of the force alone, a massive force of 100,000 tons weakened by the shield, still smashed Apocalypse into unconsciousness. Falling into the large pit, Sumo lifted the already fainted Apocalypse with one hand. At this time, the appearance of the Apocalypse was somewhat miserable. The entire chest had collapsed. It seemed that the internal organs and bones in the body had all been shattered. If it wasn't connected by the skin, I'm afraid that the other party had directly broken into two sections. The body armor that was on his body also flew somewhere after it shattered. Luckily, the other side has super self-healing powers. Otherwise this one would have killed the other. So unforgiving? Sumo muttered under his breath as he looked at the other party's body, which was already like rags. In his opinion, this Apocalypse, who was the originator of mutants and possessed more than a dozen mutant abilities, did not say that he could beat himself, but he had to support himself for a while longer anyhow. I didn't expect to be knocked out directly by a casual strike. It's not really his fault. After all, Apocalypse's demonstrated abilities seemed too strong to be true. manipulating Shashua to form a giant pyramid at the drop of a hat. But these are special abilities like Magneto. It has nothing to do with being physically strong or resistant to being punched. Just like Magneto, under magnetic manipulation, he is able to move more than 100,000 tons of the Golden Gate Bridge, but if he relies on his body, he will have to take a beating when he encounters the Devil Woman Raven. And an Apocalypse with super speed and super strength is already considered very strong. I'm afraid this physicality could go head to head with Hulk. To be able to survive his kind of power was already a sign that the other party was strong enough. It wasn't that the other guy was too good, but he was too powerful. After all, the pre-devouring law, the best thing it could do was to fight head-on. Off to the side, a few of Professor X, who had fallen to the ground, looked at each other when they heard him mutter, "You've got a fucking crater in the ground, and you're blaming the other guy for not resisting a punch?" Even Wolverine, who had always had a foul mouth, didn't open his mouth when he heard the other party's words, which were like a pretense. He wasn't sure if he could carry himself if the other party came down with a punch. Professor X stared blankly at the scene before him. He seemed to remember Guardian Daniel saying that they mages weren't good at close combat. You call that not being good at close combat? I'm afraid the fucking legendary dragon would have to get a few big mouthfuls if he came. Sulamo took out a slave chip and dabbed a trace of blood on Apocalypse. The opponent doesn't seem to be slow to recover. In so many moments, his chest had gradually rebulged, watching the chip turn into a stream of light and enter the other party's brow. Sumo's hand that was lifting his neck dropped down and he turned to look at Professor X in the back. Prof. X noticed the other man's gaze. Hastily maneuvering the wheelchair underneath him, he came up. "Thank you, sir, for your help. And give my regards to Guardian Daniel." Hearing the other party's words, a puzzled look appeared on Sumo's face. A while ago, he'd heard Professor X mouthing something about Daniel, and now the other man was bringing up the other man and telling him to say hello? Daniel, the Guardian? New York Sanctuary. Thinking of the portal he had cast, Sumo instantly understood. The other party should be thinking of themselves as those mages from Comitage. But it's understandable when you think about it. After all, to the untrained eye, there was little difference between his space door and Comitage except for the color. Thinking of this, Sumo did not deny it. Took a look around at the devastated scene. "It looks like you guys need to be busy for a while next, so I'll leave you alone." After saying that, he carried Apocalypse and stepped into the middle of the portal. Chapter 82, Lies Don't Hurt, Truth is the Fastest Knife. New York, a private yacht harbor. The car that Shuema and Tony were both traveling in slowed to a stop. Seeing a short-haired woman waiting beside the yacht, Sumo's face twitched. It was no other than Natasha the Black Widow. Noticing the way Shuema looked at Natasha, Tony introduced himself triumphantly. "This is my new assistant. How's it going? But as someone who's been there, I'd advise you not to hit on the other side." Speaking of this, Tony's face changed in expression, as if he was remembering some bad memories. "Assistant?" Suemo had a small smile on his face. "Looks like the Iron Man 2 storyline has begun." Natasha's eyes lit up when she saw Suemo walking down from the car. During this year or so, Suemo was as if he had disappeared, and the other party could not be found anywhere. After hearing about the mission to the Stark Group, she took the initiative to undertake it with the purpose of seeing if she could find any trace of Suemo. "I didn't expect to actually see each other here." Under Tony's lead, Suemo and the two of them walked towards a luxury yacht docked in the harbor. Passing by Natasha, Tony opened his mouth and introduced both sides. Suemo was clear. By this time Nick Fury had plans for the Avengers, and the main reason why Natasha hid her identity to serve in the Stark Group was to examine Tony to see if the other party had the potential to become an Avenger. There was no malicious intent. Therefore, he had no intention of breaking down the other party's identity either. As the two held hands gradually released, Natasha asked, taking the initiative, "I wonder if I would have the honor of having dinner with you tonight." Hearing this, before Suemo could say anything, Tony on the side shouted out first, "What? Why? MS. Natasha, I've asked you out 3 times, but you haven't said yes, and you're taking the initiative to ask for permission?" Tony was a little skeptical for a moment. You know that before, whether he was facing various movie stars and models, he was invincible by his superpowers. The only one who suffers is on the side of this newly recruited assistant. Several invitations were made, but the other party did not agree. "How am I worse than him? I'm a 4-year-old circuit board maker, a 6-year-old engine maker, and a 17-year-old with 2 PhDs. Tony, who had received a blow to his self-confidence, stared at Natasha and babbled under his breath. Natasha sniffed and looked at him with a calm face. "Do I have to say it?" Hearing the other man's calm words, Tony stopped the words from his mouth abruptly and put his hands down. "Okay, enjoy your evening dining, but we don't have time for that right now." After saying that, he pulled Suemo towards the yacht without saying a word. Looking at the other party's greatly stricken appearance, Suemo nearly laughed out loud. Until the yacht pulls out of the harbor, Tony still had a hint of indignation on his face. I think there must be something wrong with the other side's aesthetics. Even though he had to admit in his heart that there was a bit of a gap between him and Suemo when it came to the point of appearance, but on his lips, there was no way he would ever admit it. Yes? Suemo held a glass of champagne with a hint of playfulness on his face. I don't know if you've heard the saying? What's the word? Tony took a sip from his glass. Lies don't hurt people. The truth is the quick sword. Tony, wait until the yacht has slowly made its way to the open sea. Tony's mood was restored as he looked at the boatload of bikinis. The two were sitting on the sightseeing deck at the top of the yacht. Around them, a dozen or so famous models in their 20s in bikinis were over there laughing and joking. Yachts, naturally, go better with bikinis. These models appeared to be chatting and joking around, but they were intentionally or unintentionally displaying their bodies in the eyes of the two men. You know, the two of them are among the richest people in the United States of America. Not expecting to be their girlfriends, just being able to have a night of interaction with either of the two, even one of the communicators, could save them a couple of years. If you get a look from one of them, keep in touch for a while. I'm afraid I'll never have to worry about money in my life. Shuema and Tony, on the other hand, both enjoyed the view while chatting idly. By the way, I'm going to Morocco next month for an F1 race. Want to come along? Tony asked casually, opening his mouth. Not interested. Shuema shook his head. The heart is very clear. This would be the game he was attacked in. Although he knew that the other would end up in peace, as a close friend, he kindly reminded him, this racing seems to be a bit dangerous. I think it's better for you to wear the battle armor on your body when the time comes. Hearing this, Tony looked puzzled. Are you kidding? Leaving aside the fact that it's not allowed in a race, do you think I would even be able to handle a race car? Tony felt that Shuema was questioning his ability. The other guy is questioning his professionalism, knowing that even the battle armor, which was several times more complicated than handling a race car, he could handle it as if it were his arm. A mere race car was even less of a problem for him. Seeing each other excited, Shuema shook his head. Well, since you insist, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something else. Hearing Shuema say this, Tony then resumed his seat. If I remember correctly, the beneficiary of your will was Pepper, wasn't it? Hearing this, a wary look came over Tony's face. What are you asking for? Nothing. It's just that I thought how happy I'd be to marry Pepper if something did happen to you. Not just spending your money. Stop. Hearing this, Tony rushed to stop Suemo. Okay. He spread his hands. You managed to impress me. You do have some unique talent when it comes to persuading people. Hearing this, Suemo laughed softly. Can I take that as a compliment? Of course. All morning the yacht drifted over the open sea. As planned, the yacht was to spend a full day at sea. Apart from a dozen or so young models on board, there were only a few crew members left to steer the yacht. I don't know if Tony meant to do that. There was not a single male on board, including the crew, except for the two of them. After noon, there was then not a single figure on the deck. As per the old rules, the ship cruises in the morning and returns to port in the evening. As for the afternoon, certainly time to savor seafood. The life of the rich and famous is so unpretentious.